precious manuscripts. This is well before the era of printing, in the same spot in Paris as they had burned Maimonides. So it's a day when we start burning our own books. Eventually it will come back to haunt us. At that point, the dispute about Maimonides and his works reached a kind of a fever pitch, and so the great Rashba, a very important Jewish rabbi of the time, argued for a compromise in 1305, which was ultimately accepted. This is already a century after Maimonides himself is deceased. And the compromise indicated that nobody could study books like the Mor and Nevuchim until they were at least 25 years old. And they set up certain parameters. These books are kosher. These books are definitely valuable. Should not be studied except by people who had certain level of training. By 25, you would think a person had sufficient literacy and training and so on. And that ultimately kind of was a flag of truce between the anti-Maimonidean camp and the Maimonidean camp, and preserve Maimonides' writings to this day. Yes, Fred.
Is it felt that the remaining writings are legitimate?
So that's an excellent question. Are the remaining writings legitimate? So legitimate is a tough word to really evaluate in this case. Authoritative is also another difficult one. There's no question that attribution is respected even by his detractors. In fact, I would say that there are no serious detractors from Maimonides today. However, that does not mean that his opinion one, especially practical halakhic matters. For example, he had a great code, the Mishnah, in the 12th century. It was 400 years later, the great Yosef Karo wrote his code, the Shulchan Aruch, which is really the definitive code for today. Now, when Rav Yosef Karo wrote his code, he basically took together three rabbinic opinions, that of Rav Alfas, the Rambam, and the Tur. The three very important codes that were written, and if there was dispute between the three of them, would go with the majority. The majority often did not agree with Maimonides. So that meant that the code of law that is considered definitive for Jews today, in just off the top of my head, I would guess maybe 5 to 10% of issues, it disagrees with Maimonides. In 90 to 95% of issues, it agrees with Maimonides, because there's a significant number of things Maimonides says we should this way, and yet the accepted custom is to do it another way. So because in the Jewish tradition, we highly value sincere, objected opinions. That's something that's really ingrained right from the Mishnah with Hillel and Shammai all the way through our tradition. Maimonides happens to be odd man out more than anyone else when it comes to practical. Nevertheless, he also wrote a far wider scale than the Shulchan Aruch. The Shulchan Aruch that today is very modest. It only deals with those laws of life that apply when the temple is destroyed. The Mishnah Torah, he wrote about the laws that would apply when the Messiah arrives. He wrote about laws of things that are not even code of Jewish law, like how to sleep earlier, how to think, how to believe, eat. Incredible scope of activity that the Shulchan Aruch says that's just way too much for us to get involved with. So in those areas, he is the only opinion. The laws of Messiah, for example, what life going to be like in the time of the Messiah, Maimonides is a go-to source because no one else wrote about it. So he is definitely very authoritative in those areas. Okay, that's an excellent question. Okay, yes, last one, then I'll wrap up. Roman, the first Rudoich. Yeah, I know how to answer that question. He wrote a Shulchan Aruch called the Shulchan Aruch Harav, which definitely relies heavily on the Rambam. But he's a huge opinion. Everybody has to rely heavily on the Rambam today. Doesn't mean we'll always agree with him, but nevertheless, opinion is valid in the vast cases. Yeah. Oh, the 13 principles. Let me just take a second to report on that, and then when I want to wrap up, I want to stay on time. One of the things that Maimonides did, which were also controversial, he was big in codifying things. So one of the codified was exactly the Jews believe. Here it is, we're in the 12th century, the Jews 1,200 years, and they've been in existence for another, 1,500, 2,000. Nobody ever sat down and said, okay, what exactly do we believe? Can we just agree on this? So Maimonides said, okay, let's write it down. And he came up with 13 basics of what Jews should believe. It says something about our religion, though, that we can go so long without having to actually agree on something basic. But he wrote 13 principles that say things like, exists, God is one, God is non-corporeal, religion. There's life after death, things like that. The Torah is valid. These are the basics of Jewish belief that he of course, once you put it out there, saying these are our 13 core beliefs, 1,000 people would disagree with you. So he was also criticized verbally for even daring to suggest that these are our beliefs held in common. Okay, so let me wrap it up by talking a little bit about his legacy. This is his grave in Tiberia, although as I mentioned at the beginning of this lecture, the Cairoese Jews would disagree with that. His legacy is absolutely phenomenal. He literally started the entire industry of codes in the way that we understand it today by taking a very bold intellectual leap and saying we can reorganize the Talmud. For example, the way he referred to the Mishnah Torah, this was also criticism. He said, listen, all you really need to be a good Jew is your Chumash, right, the first 5 books of Moses, and my book, the Mishnah Torah, the repetition of the Torah. That's really all you need to be a good Jew. And that was a very bold intellectual statement, but by and large, it's got a lot of truth to it as well, even though we differ in how to interpret it. He worked as an indefatigable, is that a real word? Indefatigable. Thank you for saying that correctly. I should give you the microphone. Tireless worker for Jewish causes. We only very briefly touched on this in the lecture. And he also created tremendous philosophical works. And on the side, he was an extremely successful physician with a very lucrative practice and a good publication record. So Maimonides is really one of those towering figures in Jewish history, but I strongly urge you to encounter his writings for yourself because they really are quite brilliant. They are available in English translation if you find the Judeo-Arabic or the Hebrew challenging. And once again, I want to thank you very much for your endurance and your attention tonight, and I look forward to speaking with you next week. Okay, thank you. This week, Jews around the world will celebrate Jerusalem Day, or Yom Yerushalayim in Hebrew, which commemorates an important military victory in June of 1967 in the context of the very dramatic Six-Day War. Specifically, Israel conquered part of Jerusalem and brought it under one political rule, and conquered in particular the extremely valuable Old City, which contained the Temple Mount. Just look at some of the maps before and after. Israel, before its establishment as a state, was subject to the UN Partition Plan of 1947. And the United Nations recognized the conflict over the territory. It was really quite involved, as it is even today. And so the United Nations proposed dividing the land of Israel into 7 distinct sections. three of which were to be allocated to the future Jewish state, three of which were to be designated for some Arab nation, and Jerusalem, because of its highly contentious nature, was to be an international zone shared by both nations. The Jewish state, soon to be called Israel, accepted these terms, but the Arab countries surrounding Israel refused. And in the war that ensued between 1948 and 49, Israel was able to actually gain more territory, but Jerusalem itself remained divided. You see in this map, the gray shaded area is what's called the West Jerusalem, and it was owned by Israel before the 6-Day War. The line separating West Jerusalem from the Jordanian territories is known as the Green Line. You can see the dotted line on the left-hand side of the screen. And on the right-hand side, what was known as East Jerusalem was under Jordanian rule. The crucial central part of the city of Jerusalem, its historical core, was the Old City, and remains the Old City. You can see in this image the Temple Mount with the golden dome of the mosque on the Temple Mount there. The western wall is just to the bottom left of that major courtyard area, which is where the temple used to stand. And this was entirely for Jordanian control at the time. The tremendous number of abuses and atrocities that occurred in the Jewish section at the time, and Jews simply fled the Rova, the Jewish quarter, which was demolished by the Jordanians. In 1967, in the context of the war, however, Israel attacked Jerusalem, and within very short order, although there was some fierce door-to-door fighting, the region was captured and made part of Israel proper. Here you see one of the iconic photographs of the era with Israeli soldiers looking upward with deference and with awe at, as you can see in the background, the old stones of the Temple Mount in the background, the Western Wall. In a moment of extreme political euphoria and religious ecstasy for many, with the unification of Jerusalem, bringing this ancient capital into Jewish hands once again. This meant, however, that Jerusalem was demographically a divided society. This Hebrew language map shows you West Jerusalem on the left-hand side, and on the right you see East Jerusalem, which has the Temple Mount, that small square area in the middle. East Jerusalem is heavily populated by Arabs, whereas West Jerusalem is far more Jewish in ethnography. The yellow section around the eastern parts are areas that have been added to the municipal boundaries of Jerusalem since then. And even though many political measures have been put in place to try to accommodate the very different socioeconomic and demographic and religious differences between Western and Eastern Jerusalemites, it nevertheless remains an area of great tension. The observances of Yom Yerushalayim vary across the Jewish spectrum. It's hard to disagree with the idea of allowing Jews access once again to the Western Wall, even though there are lingering tensions with Muslims in the region. Many religious Jews observe this as a kind of new holiday, with many traditional observances such as the recitation of the Hallel prayer. Other religious Jews feel that the imposition of a new holiday into the Jewish calendar is something that is really inappropriate for the pre-Messianic era, and this is an element of some controversy within the Orthodox spectrum in particular. But without a doubt, Yom Yerushalayim represents a huge victory for the Jewish state, a victory that's both military as well as symbolic. And thanks very much for watching.
Stop doing it. Just get different. She's from the opposite door. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? And like, where's the coat? She goes, right here. I was taking care of myself. So I took the coat and she went out. Never thought about it again. I think I gave the rest of the package on the way back to New York. Never saw her again. Well, let's just go to that.
Hello, everyone. This week in Jewish history, a very important event in Middle Eastern politics. In November of 1977, Egyptian President Anwar Sadat flew to Israel to meet with his erstwhile enemy, Menachem Begin, and speak to the Israeli Knesset about the possibility of peace. This initial visit ultimately led to an Israeli-Egyptian accord and the current status quo of a fragile but nevertheless enduring peace is a result of that courageous trip. Anwar Sadat was a very important Egyptian leader whose connection to Jewish history is especially important because in November of 1977 he made a very heroic attempt to make northern neighbor, the state of Israel, and in fact that peace has more or less held despite some tensions since the 1980s. Here he is shaking hands with Menachem Begin, with President Jimmy Carter looking in the background. This is at Camp David, the U.S. presidential retreat, where many of the details were worked out between the two leaders. His history with Israel is wrapped up with the military conflicts between the countries. In particular, the 1967 war, also known as the Six-Day War, was one that devastated Egypt. The president, Gamal Abdel Nasser, had mounted his troops and prepared his tanks to invade Israel through the Sinai Peninsula, along with invasion from Jordan and Syria at the same time. But the Israelis, remarkably, in a lightning victory, were not only able to retain their territory, which is shown here in yellow, they actually expanded it, taking over the Golan Heights in the north, the West Bank, which is which is Shomron and Yehuda, and the Gaza Strip to the south, and the massive Sinai Peninsula, which was taken, of course, from Egypt. This was a huge to Egyptian pride and Arab pride in general, something that Sadat was able to regain by his surprise attack in Israel in 1973, known to Arabs as the War of Ramadan, to Jews as the Yom Kippur War, and to the rest of the world, the October War. Although Sadat was not successful in making more than very marginal gains, really just out on the very western portion of the Sinai Peninsula, nevertheless, he did inflict very heavy casualties on the Israeli army and the Jewish population in general. And as a result, many Arabs felt that Israel was not completely invincible, and in fact, Arab armies could make an impact on the country. Sadat's take on all of this, however, was not to prepare for yet another war, but to use that momentum to create a peace, which is something he did in 1977 when he traveled to Israel in an unprecedented state journey, specifically to meet with his enemy Menachem Begin and to speak to the Knesset. Here's a photograph, a rather remarkable photograph of the period, that shows Sadat shaking hands with Menachem Begin, who was one of Israel's more hawkish political leaders, along with Yitzhak Shamir applauding on the right, also a much more hawkish individual in the Israeli Knesset. Together with President Jimmy Carter, they were able to work out a deal which essentially dictated the return of the Sinai Peninsula territory to Egypt, a massive territorial concession which certainly assuaged the Egyptians. However, they were not willing to take the tiny bit of territory to the north, the Gaza Strip. It remained in Israel, and Israel inherited the very considerable economic and demographic challenges of that part of the world. Israelis took the news of the return of the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt with mixed reviews. On the one hand, Israelis were generally pleased at the concept that there would be a lasting peace with their neighbor to the south, but many Jews had begun to settle, particularly along the Mediterranean coast in the Sinai Peninsula, and viewed the return of this land as a betrayal of basic Israeli principles. And so it was a very wrenching experience, which would be repeated a quarter century later with the evacuation of the Gaza Strip. What Sadat earned for this was not the undying loyalty of all Egyptians, but rather the burning animosity of the Muslim Brotherhood in particular. Muslim Brotherhood members infiltrated his bodyguard to very high levels, and in fact, in October of 1981, while he and his retinue were watching a military parade, they turned around and opened fire on Sadat, hitting him with 37 bullets, and he died in the stands there of blood loss while the parade went on. So he was unfortunately assassinated for the audacity of making peace with Israel. The legacy of his rule, however, says much about the state of Egypt and the state of Israel, and his leadership really created a much more lasting peace in the Middle East. Well, that's it for this week. I hope you enjoyed the video, and I look forward to speaking to you in the future.
Girls, hey, look at us. Kiss myself martini like a motherfucker. Then we're out there, we jump in, and also we get up. And you're not even alive with the girls. You're fucking 30 yards that way. And all of a sudden you try to swim. But then someone's pulling. And every time you go back 5.
Hello, everyone. Well, today we've got a really complicated topic to discuss. I've got some really useful charts, and so I hope I'll make this topic fairly easy. But basically what we're going to talk about is the rise of Jewish mass politics, something that occurs around the turn of the 20th century and has today. I'm sure opinions, and that's certainly true in the political sphere, at least taken within the context of the diaspora. There's a joke that I used just to begin this. I don't want to take too much time with jokes, but too bad. So it goes like this. A young boy comes back from Warsaw to his home in the 1920s. His parents had sent him back to Warsaw to learn a little bit of traditional Torah in the yeshiva. And so they ask him, hey, you encountered the full experience of life, and what was it like? And they're like, gosh, Dad, it was amazing. I really didn't understand it. I met a Jew who was a chassid. I met a Jew who was an Isnagid. I met a Jew who was a Litvak. I met a Jew who was an atheist. I met a Jew who was a communist, a Jew who was a Zionist, a Jew who was a diaspora nationalist. It was amazing. And the father said to him, well, what did you do? Warsaw is a large Jewish population. Of course there's going to be a lot of diversity. And the son says, Dad, you don't understand. He was all the same Jew. That's a joke. Enough joking. Let's go straight to the present, and let's try and understand a little bit about the rise of mass Jewish politics. One of the more interesting aspects of the phenomenon of mass Jewish politics is the fact that it occurs, as I mentioned a second ago, very late. Certainly in the ancient period, time of the destruction of the temple, the Second Temple period, there's a lot of Jewish politics, and we discussed this in an earlier essential lecture. But really between that first century experience until you get to the turn of the 20th century, you don't have massive political movements among Jews. That is, you don't have like large organizations of kind of democratically based ideologies that capture a population in the Jewish world and try to direct the flow of information. Now, sure, there are movements, there are ideologies, and democracy is not unknown in Jewish tradition, but the idea of trying to change a state, trying to change a nation, trying to change a large region that includes a lot of non-Jews on a political level, that's something fairly new. There are a lot of reasons why that is so. Perhaps the most significant, though, is the fact that Jews, always constituting a minority population within a larger, sometimes hostile majority population, basically they just try to get along. The idea is to keep their heads down, try to avoid being singled out by the government for one reason or another. And there are a lot of source texts within the Jewish tradition that really emphasize this. For example, a passage that I used as the title of one of my books, Pray for the Welfare of the Government, as the Mishnah continues, for if it were not for the fear thereof, people would swallow each other alive. Meaning the government is an absolutely essential element of a normally functioning society because, the author of this particular passage felt that he took a fairly pessimistic view towards the ability of humans to live together in a peaceful state of harmony without any kind of coercive influences keeping them from literally swallowing each other alive. And so as a result, Jews have always, or I shouldn't say always, Jews have overwhelmingly favored the government that is in control, even if that government is slightly anti-Semitic or is even discriminatory to other peoples on occasion, largely because as a minority they were powerless to effect any real change, and as a result they just tried to rely on the concept of the state as a rechtsstaat, that is, a state that is governed by law. We'll talk about this a little bit more, perhaps. No, I guess we should talk about it now. One of the big turning points in this movement was in 1881 in Eastern Europe, particularly in the Russian Empire, where you have a large population of Jews, and with the accession of Tsar Alexander II, the entire society just collapsed into a period of anarchic waves of pogroms, of violence against civilian populations, primarily Jews. And as a result, Jews began to feel, oh my gosh, we cannot rely on the Russian government to maintain our safety anymore. So therefore, Jews began to look to new political ideologies that were emerging all over Europe at that time, as nationalism really gathered a lot of strength, especially with non-titular nationalities, that is, nationalities that did not own their own state, so to speak, at that time. And so Jews began to think about politics for themselves as well. Now, this is going to be a very brief lecture. I encourage you to look at some of the longer lectures for more discussion of these. But let's look at least two of the major movements very briefly, and then put them all into context. One of the most important early parties was known as the Bund. That's short for the Jewish General, or the General Jewish Workers' League. And this was an organization that was socialist in nature. That is, it believed in the fundamental equality of all people, regardless of whether they were Jewish, Russian, Ukrainian, Latvian, Lithuanian, whatever it is, and that they should be joined within a Marxist experiment to create a dictatorship of the proletariat, following a socialist model towards a brand new future. The Bund was, at least in its origins, which is in the late 1890s, an anti-clerical party, anti-religious, and in fact, its Jewish character initially lay primarily in the fact that a lot of its early members were Jews, particularly in the northeast industrial area like Lithuania, Vilnius, places like that. It made sense in those early years to conduct a lot of its propaganda in Yiddish, which was the mother language of many of these urbanized Jews, and it worked well alongside the Russian language propaganda generated by other social democratic parties. This was actually a very large party. It was illegal until 1905, and nevertheless it garnered tens of thousands of members during this period. However, it was not the most popular Jewish party by far. In the few sources that we have to get a real measurement of what Jews actually thought before, let's say, 1921, Jews tend to vote predominantly for Zionist political ideas. And just as socialism represented a break from traditional religiosity and represented a break from the capitalist viewpoint of the world, the Zionist mentality also represented a break from traditional views of Jewish identity in exile, because it posited that Jews should leave their homelands in exile and go to the final homeland of Israel. This challenged the religious status quo because it was felt by many that the idea of imposing a political solution to the Jewish people in Israel, as opposed to merely one of individual settlement or even communal settlement, was felt to be challenging God and was an affront, really, to the unfolding events. The anxious awaiting for Messiah would not be rushed by Jews forcing a political solution in the Middle East. And so there was a significant break from traditionalist viewpoints, and as we shall see, the majority of Zionists at the turn of the 20th century were in fact non-religious Jews. This is a great picture, by the way, and rather taking an iconic image of Herzl, the founder of modern political Zionism, with his famous quotation, if you will it, meaning if you only want to establish a homeland in Israel, a very audacious and rather amazing goal at the turn of the 20th century, then Herzl said it would be no dream. And in fact, he was quite correct. So with those two movements in mind, socialist movements and Zionist movements, let's have a look at the overview of all of these parties. And this is going to get really complicated. Okay, so just stay with me for a second. Having a look at this image here, this looks like a very traditional Jewish symbol. No, that's a joke. It's actually a complex political spectrum, whereas on the left you have socialism, and on the right you have capitalism. Right? You're familiar with that kind of political spectrum, where on the left wing you have the pro-Marxist, pro-communist movements that argue for a larger, expanded government and more important support system for the average citizens in government, tends to be anti-clerical as well. And on the right wing, you have an argument for a smaller government and smaller taxation, of course, that goes along with it, and often is associated with more tolerance of religion. But we shouldn't view this necessarily in the American context. If we were to put American parties on this graph, then the Democrats and the Republicans would be very, very close to the center. In reality, turn of the 20th century politics, Jewish and otherwise, was really quite a bit more polarized. You had people who were way off to the left, people who were way off to the right. Unlike American politics, where even though they argue with each other intensely, they're really quite close together on the vast majority of issues. But there's also, besides this x-axis, there's a y-axis. The y-axis has Zionism at the top, meaning the urge to develop the Jewish state in the Middle East. And at the bottom, you have diaspora nationalism, which expresses the philosophy of Doakite, using the Yiddish term for here-ness, the affirmation of Jewish life in the diaspora as opposed to moving to Israel. Okay, so there's your complicated Jewish political spectrum at the turn of the 20th century. Let's see how the parties place themselves on these quadrants. So first you have the Bund. And as you can see, the Bund is both socialist and diaspora nationalist. The Bund obviously rejects capitalism. They are, after all, a socialist party. But they also rejected Zionism. They felt that Zionism was just a step backwards in the thinking, the evolution of Jewish politics, that really the whole world would move towards a messianic socialist kind of position, and that they would that would be the true evolution of Judaism. Then if you move over to the other quadrant here, you see the Volkspartei. Volkspartei were very interesting, a small political party. If you view my lecture on Shimon Dubno, you'll learn more about it. But these were people who felt that the Jews should affirm their existence in the diaspora and reinforce their cultural and communal activity in the diaspora, but it should be within a capitalist and not a socialist realm. There's a lot more to say about them. We don't have time for it now, but they were the inspiration for example, the Federation movement in America. Over here in the top right corner, here you have the so-called Allgemeine Zionisten, or the General Zionists. This is essentially Herzl's party that obviously believed in creating homeland in Israel, and also that this homeland should essentially be like a Western European country, a capitalist country. They are backed up by the revisionists, who are also Zionists and so capitalist, but they were quite a bit more radical, and they felt that unlike Herzl's strategy was to let's take that all back. Start that sentence. I'm not going to edit it, it's too difficult, but I'll just say that Herzl's strategy was one of negotiation, of accommodation, of shuttle diplomacy with the various heads of state to try and convince the non-Jewish leaders to grant the Jews a state. The revisionists felt that this was a waste of energy, and in reality, Israel had to be taken by force if necessary, and most likely would be by force. And so they tended to form a much more hawkish interpretation of Zionism. And then finally, on the top left column, quadrant, you have the Poale Zion, which is one of many different groups that were both Zionist and socialist, meaning that they felt that Jews should move to Israel, they should leave Russia and the rest of Europe, but when they got to Israel, it would be a shame if they would simply reproduce a Western European economy. They should create a socialist economy in Israel. So that's basically how the major parties, lay on this political spectrum. But wait, it's more complicated. There's also a z-axis that you have to kind of use your imagination. It's like taking this to 3D. The z-axis are, of course, the religious parties, because up until this point, none of these parties are specifically associated with a religious movement. And in fact, to the left, towards socialism, they're actually anti-religious. So if we put a z-axis here, you have the so-called Agudat Israel, or Agudas Israel, I don't know how you translate Aguda. It's like a bundle or a grouping of Israel, the Association of Israel, if you will. And this is a group that essentially became politically mobilized when they realized that traditional orthodoxy was not being represented with any of these parties. And by the way, there's no group that's especially conservative or reform at this point. Really, there's the only taken seriously, really, politically, is the mass of Orthodox Jews, primarily in Eastern Europe, or secularism. There really isn't much political expression to speak of somewhere in between those two extremes. So the Agudat Yisrael basically advanced a traditionalist agenda, promoting the observance of Kashrut, Shabbat, things like that, and just used political tactics to try and mobilize their basic support. And another z-axis goes up this way because the Agudat Yisrael was, in some of its wings, anti-Zionist and some of it non-Zionist, feeling that the traditional position was that although moving to Israel was highly desirable, the idea of conquering Israel and creating a Jewish state before the Messiah was undesirable. But there were Jews specifically associated with the Mizrahi movement who felt that no, perhaps this is what God wants. This is the unfolding of the Messianic period when you have all these secular Jews coming to Israel and creating a homeland there. So you've got, I know it's hard to picture it now, but you've got a three-dimensional political spectrum. Not being Jewish is simple. And all of these parties together make up the kind of vision of what it was like for Jews, let's say in the 1910s, politically. And actually, it pretty much stayed the same to the present day. There are a few significant shifts. For example, the Bund is split in half, and the left half became Soviet until Joseph Stalin wiped them all out. The right half moved to America and became groups like the Arbeiter Ring, and they eventually kind of faded in popularity. The Agudat Yisrael, of course, with the sad desolation of the post-Holocaust period, moved to Israel. And even though they had originally an anti-Zionist or non-Zionist position, they're now very active in Israeli politics, defending still traditional Orthodox agenda. But many of the same issues of the era, for example, the socialist coalition, which became the Avodah or labor movement, facing off against the Likud, which is essentially the general Zionists and the revisionists mixed together. These are the same politics that Jews were arguing about 130 odd years ago. So that's about it for a quick, rapid overview of Jewish mass politics, and I hope you found it reasonably helpful. Okay, thanks very much.
I was working there. We were talking about lunch, and the guy kept aggravating me. Me and Benny Caffey, and there's all these Italian guys, and we're talking about lunch. And there's this guy that's a ball buster, and he kept saying, I'm not going to go there. And it's like, guys, 6 people are going to go there to pick up lunch. What's that? Just got a sandwich. And the guy just was a fucking snob. Like, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I don't like those people. I don't even like New Yorkers. And I turned around, George, and I just fucking poked him in the eye. And he was like, I'm calling the police. All the guys, the manager told him, no, I'll give you Saturday off. So you're not getting mixed up. He's not always somebody needs to fingers right in his fucking eye. Like, shut the fuck up. I just went deep in that motherfucker. And then the one that hurt me the most was March of 95 when I smacked my ex's boyfriend. And my daughter was in the car. Well, my ex-daughter at this point. And that was what dawned him. That was what let me know who I was. It was when I smacked And when I turned around, and she was really upset. And I couldn't understand why. Your dad just smacked somebody who's been busting his balls. But she didn't look at it that way, that her bro, she couldn't comprehend it. And it really broke my heart. And I remember the time I was going to Roba Institute because I was so confused because the divorce didn't stand up. So I was like, I'll try anything. I'll try anything. Buddhism, I fucking became. I got my confirmation at 32. It was just rough, guys. I forgot who the fuck I was. With the divorce, stand up, fucking being broke, you know. And it was just falling at the fucking mountain, people. But after that, I remember a guy, I learned something there. And the guy said that sometimes you have to think about not what you did, why you did it. So for years, I broke those incidents down. I mean, guys, for years, I would write in a notebook about why I acted that way, like what made me. And for years, I was always a decent guy. When I kidnapped Bella, after the kidnapping in prison and shit, a different side of me came out. And then the shit went down, my ex-wife, and a real different side of me came out. I was just a walking fucking hell, you know. But that was like a 4 or 5 year period that I really thought about it. Not that I hit the guy, but why? What was going on inside of me? It became a fucking mission in my life. And then I extended it to everything. Why I robbed some people.
Okay, welcome everyone for another lecture in Jewish history. Oh my gosh, we got so many chashuv guests today. We have Mr. Rabbi Aryeh Wunsch of Lions Gallery just joined us. Wow, world-class art. We have one of the master educators of our community, Rabbi Nathan Heshi Rizel. We should give a hand to Rabbi Rizel. He's been educating our youth here for probably 30 years now, I think. Probably. He's a little embarrassed, but it's great to have you here. And tonight we've got I don't really have a joke. Mr. Rodriguez tried to give a joke, but it's a real one, and save it for later on in the season when you're a little tired of the jokes. But this is one. It's not really a joke, but it's kind of an anecdote that somehow relates to what we're talking about. Elisa reminded me of this one. Rabbi Grunstein, the Rav of Young Israel, told over the story a couple of weeks ago on Shabbos that there was on Yom Kippur, there was a Jew who went swimming in the Mediterranean. You know, Chiloni, not an observant Jew. He went swimming on Yom Kippur in the Mediterranean off the coast of Tel Aviv, and there was like a huge rip current, and he was being pulled out to sea. And he was screaming and screaming, being pulled out to sea. And so the lifeguards hear him screaming. They rush out to save him. They rush out. They swim out there. And as they get closer to him, they think, he's yelling, help, help, something like that. But actually what he is screaming over and over again is, Ani lo chozer b'tshuva. Ani lo chozer b'tshuva. It says, I am not going to repent. I'm absolutely not going to repent. And so they, he's like maniacally screaming this over and over again. So they take him and they drag him out of the water and they put him on the sand and they revive him and so on. And then afterwards they ask him, say, what's what was the story with that you're not going to do tshuva? And he said, oh, it's very simple. Many years ago when we lived in Europe, my father, he saw me going off the derech, going away from the straight and narrow, and he said, look, I know that you're going to choose your own way in life and you're going to the land of Israel and you're going to in a secular way, but before I want you to meet with the Sloner Rebbe. It's very important that you go speak to the Sloner Rebbe. So he takes him into the Sloner Rebbe and they had a long talk, and when he came out, his father said to him, so what did he say? He said, look, he said basically one thing. He said, I'm not going to die before I do tshuva. I'm not going to die until I repent. So that's why I was screaming in the water, I'm not repenting. I'm not repenting. It's kind of a strange sort of dynamism between, mamin ve'eno mamin, believing and not believing, and trying to find our dynamism between those two extremes. At any rate, it's a fun story. But let's go straight to our topic. Sadia Gaon, a very important figure in early medieval Jewish history, really a pivotal figure and a fascinating individual. His personality was quite fractious and highly individualistic. He had absolutely no fear of any man. So says the various chronicles that speak of him. And in fact, when we chronicle his biography, we see that it got him into trouble on numerous occasions, and nevertheless, he was able to lose the screen. Okay, let's go right back to our screen. Oh, and we'll log in quickly. Excuse me for this. Mr. Rodriguez, make sure we edit this out when we do the final version, right? Okay, do we have the VGA? It's going to find it. There we go. Okay, this, by the way, is a very rare picture of Sadia Gaon. Very hard to find accurate. No, this is not at all. This is a picture of a Yemenite bride. I tried to get something in the Arabic context, so let's just ignore that and go straight on. Tonight's lecture, we're very grateful to an anonymous donor who partially sponsored our time here tonight, and the remainder of the costs are borne by the Young Israel. So it's sponsored jointly by the Shul and an anonymous donor. Again, I'm always so grateful that you're here. Your presence here is sponsorship enough, but it's nice to give the Shul a little bit of support because we are engaged in a massive building campaign, another Jewish edifice complex right here in the Young Israel of Bell Harbor, and whatever you can do to help through this class is certainly appreciated by the congregation. So Sadia Gaon's years are 1882, a little bit of dispute about that early year, and he was born in Egypt, and he died in 942 in Babylon. His claim to fame is the fact that he was a Gaon, which you'll recall from our discussion last week of Sharira Gaon. That was actually an institutional title. It was given to someone who headed one of the great academies in Babylon. This the areas where the Talmud was formed and debated for literally hundreds of years, and to have the title Gaon essentially meant like a Nobel Prize winner 10 times over. It was a huge title of responsibility and signified a tremendous intellectual achievement. Of the several cities that had academies in the Mesopotamian region between the Euphrates and the Tigris River, leading down into what would be contemporary Kuwait, there were two cities that were primus inter pares, the first among equals, and they were Sura and Pumbedita. The Sadia Gaon was actually Gaon of both institutions, first Pumbedita and then later, more famously, Sura, which is some indication of his status. While he was there, he distinguished himself not only as an incredible administrator, taking Sura, the yeshiva of Sura, from a point when it was at a bit of decline to a point of great prominence internationally among Jews, and increasing its student body tremendously. But at the same time, he was a major Jewish philosopher, compiling some incredible works on lexicography and on theology, liturgy, and so on. We'll go through some of those, catalog them today. So, and ironically, though, he accomplished most of his great literary achievements when he was fired from his job temporarily at Sura, and that's when he was really his most creative. So we'll see how that works out in his biography. And the context for Sadia Gaon's rise to power is really a high point in Muslim history. So I'd like to take a little bit of time now just to open up our lens and look at the context of Islam in the Middle East and understand how Judaism fit within that region. We will be returning to this topic again and again over this year, especially when we get to the modern period and we talk about Zionism and Israel. But for now, let's look at it in the 9th century. So Islam, there's a map that shows the spread of Islam. It begins in the early 7th century when Muhammad proclaims a new religion, which is in many ways highly derivative of both Judaism and Christianity, but he claims that it is really a huge upgrade, an improvement over earlier systems, kind of like Windows 8 is really much better than Windows 7 and XP and so on. And it's more than just a patch on the old systems, to milk that metaphor dry. And he is able to really take this message to the residents of Mecca and Medina, which are here in the Saudi Arabian coast of the Red Sea, and it expands tremendously, both during his lifetime, which you can see the sort of brown areas, and then amazingly, by the year 711, it has expanded all the way across the coast of North Africa and has entered into Spain, going all the way up to the Pyrenees. It's also extended all the way through the Central Asian portion of Syria, Lebanon, Turkey, Iraq, Iran, and goes all the way out to modern-day Pakistan. And he also extended it through the Balkans into Europe right up until the gates of Vienna. It's an incredible story of phenomenal expansion that cannot be explained solely by, for example, the sword. That's a historiographic conceit that was favored by many Christian historians in the 19th century to explain the rapid rise of Islam, because they forced pagan countries to either convert or die. And of course, many chose, therefore, to convert. But that's only a small part of the story. Although the Muslims were fierce and ferocious warriors, they also presented a religion that was remarkably egalitarian. It's impossible to speak appropriately about race in the ancient world and medieval world, but they certainly had much less of a color bias than other nations, and it was possible to convert to Islam and to reach literally the heights of their administrative structure. And there was also a lot of really basic, beautiful ideas in the religion that appealed to pagans, appealed to early Christians as well, and possibly even to some Jews. That accounts as well for the tremendous spread of Islam over such a small period of time. These little arrows here, which perhaps don't show up so well, show you, Sadia's own journey in life. He was born here in the city known as Pitom, which I believe is associated with the biblical Pitom, like Pitom and Ramses, described in Tanakh. It's now known as Abu Suwair here in the Nile Delta region. He made his way from there to Jerusalem, and he lived in Jerusalem for some time, collected some students there, and eventually made his way across what would today be Jordan and Syria into the Mesopotamian region here, where he eventually ended settling up in Sura, which was where he was the Gaon. So that gives you a sense of kind of like the geographic spread of Islam and why it was so significant. Now, Jews had a very interesting relationship with Islam, which is quite distinct from the relationship that they had with Christianity. And in fact, over the last 2 millennia, we can pretty much divide Jewish history into two roughly equal sections. One that describes the experience of Jews under Muslim rule, and another which describes the experience of Jews under Christian rule. One of the most profitable areas of scholarly enterprise in the last 20 years or so has been, contextual comparisons of what was it like living under these various regimes. And the general consensus of scholars is leaning towards the notion that it was actually much better for Jews under Muslim rule for most of our history there than it was under Christian rule. For various reasons that hopefully we will explore over the next few weeks. We'll just look at one of them today. That may seem surprising today because over the last, let's say, 100 years, 150 years, there's been a growing escalation of animosity between Jews and Muslims, primarily centered on the conflict over the land of Israel, which is, somewhat a divergence from the general trends of Jewish and Muslim history. Certainly, there were episodes of violence directed against Jews in Muslim lands, and certainly there are passages in Muslim holy texts that are not complimentary of Jews, to say the least. But when you look at the scope of these things and you compare them between Muslim lands and Christian lands, it's very clear that there's a distinct imbalance between them. And the Muslims actually come out fairly good by comparison. It's not surprising in some ways, because when you look at Islam, it has many structural similarities to Judaism. And in fact, it makes sense that in many ways Jews should get along with Muslims. For example, Islam is known above all else for its monotheism. The Muslims believe there is, no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his prophet, and they even view with tremendous suspicion the idea of the Trinity. That is a Catholic notion, the idea of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. The idea of somehow, breaking God into parts smacks of polytheism for them, and so they utterly reject any kind of polytheistic ideology. So in that sense, Jews and Muslims have quite a bit in common, which reminds me of a joke. But you'll have to let me know. Did I already tell you the joke about the guy who buys the car with no gas pedal? Elise, or you've heard it, of course, because you come. And Mr. Rodriguez, you've heard it all the time, but twice. But twice. I don't have to come here for this abuse. I can go home. I don't have to. Right? Yeah. Okay. So I'll tell you the joke. Forgive me. A guy wants to buy a car. He doesn't have very much money. He goes to the used car dealership, and I have to give you a little bit of cultural background. I was talking about monotheism, right? So what's the great statement of Jewish monotheism? The classic verse, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, right? Hear, O Israel, Lord our God, the Lord is one. Great statement of Jewish monotheism. We take that to heart. We say it twice a day. It's even something that on their deathbed, Jews are supposed to try and proclaim that monotheistic credo and so on. So anyways, and the other part of the cultural background is, of course, the expression that Jews typically use to express their satisfaction with the world. They say, Baruch Hashem, right? Blessed is the name. Blessed is the name of God. How are you today? Baruch Hashem. I'm fine. Things could be terrible. You just say, Baruch Hashem. Blessed is God. So with those two little bits of these, I'm saying, everybody in this room knows that, but people in Thailand who are watching on the internet, I want to make sure they get it. So it's like this. So he goes to buy a used car, and he's looking at all the cars. None of them are in his price range. None of them will fit his huge family. He has all kinds of things. So finally, the dealer comes on and says, you know what, I think I have the perfect car for you. Come on around back. Takes him out back, and there's like one of those station wagons with the faux wooden sides. I forget what they call those. You don't remember those? It looks like wood on the sides. Yeah. Anyways, my father drove one of those for a long time. And it's kind of ratty and the upholstery is falling apart. And he gets in and he says, well, it looks nice. I can fit my family. The price is right. But, it doesn't have a gas pedal or a brake pedal. I mean, how are you supposed to drive it? So he says, listen, this is a very, very religious car. If you want it to move, you have to say, Baruch Hashem. And the car will drive. And if you want it to stop, you say, Shema Yisrael, and it'll stop. Many of you already figured out the joke.
Are you ready?
I'm ready for you.
Alrighty. How was your day?
It was good. It was good. I'm glad it's over with. And a good day.
There you go. Alrighty.
Remember Rabbi. There we go. You're welcome. Good enough. It's okay. Come on, Rabbi. You got this.
Ooh. Come on.
Right, Rabbi.
Come on. There we go.
Yes. Good job. Where I got it anyway? Come on, Rabbi.
There we go.
That's right. Good job. Down.
Get it. No.
All right. Good job.
All right, Mr.
You
Aquarius.
win out.
I win, you win.
That's right. Let's go. Oh my goodness. I'm excited. Come on, Rabbi.
Oh, no. Go, boy. I got fortune.
Good spare. Good spare.
Nice spare.
Thank you. Come on, Rabbi.
Get it. No. Get it. No. Nice spare.
Thank you.
No. Get it.
Come on, Rabbi. You got this.
No doubt. Come on. Come on. Get it. All right. Mr. Aquarius about to put me away.
I don't know. You have to see it.
You're going to get this.
Nope, I don't. You got this, Rabbi. Go.
Comeback time, Miss Aquarius.
Yes, the combat time. I don't care. You win, I win. Let's go. See?
I need this.
Mm-hmm.
I got it.
Yay.
Here we go. Here's the comeback.
Okay, no.
Get it.
Get it.
I'll take it.
Yay.
I win, you win, Miss Aquarius. Good job.
Yeah. You win, I win. Good job.
Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
That's right. That's what we do. Yay.
All right, Miss Aquarius. That was fun.
I'm here, though. Okay. I'm going to go Take my bath.
Excellent.
And then come back later. I would talk to you in the morning, okay?
Sweet dreams. Take care, Miss Aquarius.
You too.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Een nieuwe baan is meer dan alleen werk. Ik wil weten, past de cultuur bij mij? Hoe is de werk-privé-balans echt? Ik wil niet pas na maanden ontdekken dat het toch niet de plek voor mij is. Daarom check ik nu altijd de bedrijfsreviews op Indeed. Echte ervaringen en meningen. Zo kies ik een werkplek waar ik me zin.
Joke, but I'll quickly rush through the end. So he's driving the car. He's going Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. Car's going so nicely. He's thinking about how he's going to tell his mother, his aunt, his kids. Everyone's going to love it. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. And then suddenly he realizes he forgot the phrase that makes it stop. And the car is speeding up, and he's honking the horn, and he's saying, I don't know what to do, and he's like screaming, and he goes the wrong way on a one-way street, and then he goes through a construction barrier, and he's going up a ramp, and he realizes he's going to the edge of an unfinished bridge, and in a moment he is going to go off the edge, and he's going to tumble to his death. So what can he do? He realizes he's about to die. He puts his hand over his eyes and he says, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. Right? Car stops right at the edge. Takes his hand off his eyes and he says, Oh, Baruch Hashem. All right, thank you for laughing. I appreciate that. It's very therapeutic for me. Okay, so Islam and Judaism, they have monotheism, a very major point. Another perhaps more important point on an anthropological level is that Judaism, traditionally practiced, and Islam are both orthopractic. The term orthodox is a little bit troubling because the word dox comes from doctrine, and it's not really true that observant Jews have one doctrine. They have quite a large array of doctrines, but they basically agree on one practice. They basically agree on kashrut, Shabbat, Taharat HaMishpacha. There's a certain code of conduct as opposed to a code of belief that's not necessarily held so much in such high strictures. So Islam has something similar, Sharia, which also translates as halakha, as the way. And so they have a unified code of behavior, which is at the same time religious ritual and civil and criminal. It's all one body of law. It's not render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. It is, the whole system is guided by the entire religion. It's presided over by a group of scholar judges, just like the rabbis in Judaism. And so there's a lot of congruencies between the systematic thinking of Muslims and Jews in terms of how the whole thing works. And they have a lot more shared vocabulary. Christianity, by contrast, is a based religion, though of course it holds high ethical standards. Nevertheless, there's a lot more emphasis placed on what one thinks as opposed to what one does when you compare it to Islam and Judaism. They also have the hadith, which are what we might call which are kind of authorized interpretive tradition, and a variety of sometimes conflicting interpretive, the differences between Mishnahs, Gemaras, Braitot, Tosefta, things like that, and these texts are then brought together once again by that intellectual religious elite that rule by force of reason rather than works of piety and so on. So in many ways, Jews and Arabs can walk side by side because they have similarities in terms of the structure of their religious orientation. The Jews also had favored status in Muslim lands through something known as the Pact of Umar. It's something that in Muslim thought is supposed to go all the way back to Caliph shortly after the death of Muhammad in the 7th century. Most scholars say it's likely quite a bit later, like the 9th century. But basically, the Pact of Umar is a document that is, antedated to a caliph named Umar, in which it's kind of like a teshuvah, like we saw last week with Shvira Dona, a response, where the Jews say to Umar, okay, so what's with us? How are we supposed to behave in a Muslim world? What is our status? Do we have to become Muslims? Do we have to flee? What are our rights, privileges, and so on? And Umar lays out a list of conditions that basically says how Jews may live in Muslim lands. And it's very similar to something we'll see later in the Christian lands, the doctrine of witness, but for very different reasons. The Pact of Umar basically recognizes that the Jews did receive a special communication from God in the form of the written Torah. They do recognize the prophetic status of many important figures, such as Abraham, the father of the Arabs, as of the Jews, and so on. And so therefore, while the Islamic tradition regards the Jews as misguided as using, old, defective, buggy software rather than making the upgrade to the new operating system, they nevertheless deserve respect and tolerance because they are adhering to an ancient faith, which was something that God gave them. And so they receive a status known as dhimmi, or protected people, and they live as second-class citizens, which is really quite reasonable for the medieval period. We wouldn't tolerate it in America because, we have a very, very different Weltanschauung. Dhimmi status meant the Jews were a tolerated people that could, for example, practice their religion without fear of forced conversion. They could maintain their synagogues, but they could not, at least theoretically, build new ones. So if a synagogue needed repair, they could repair it. They could celebrate all of their rituals, but not publicly. So public Purim carnivals, or the like the Jews back then, they never had these Hanukkah parades with Hummers, with menorahs on the top. It was just not done in the 9th century. I thought that was funny, but nobody got it, so we'll just go on. So the dhimmi status, and they also they were exempt from jizya, they're exempt, from zakat, which is a special tithe tax, a kind of a tax, because that was a religious injunction on Muslims, but they had to pay a double jizya, which is a kind of a poll tax. So they didn't really get ahead financially. So the Jews, by and large, were pretty happy with this status. Ms. Abramson.
So, is the reason that this has any sense today because they've been what is the reason behind them not having?
Well, okay, that's a fascinating question, and we probably have to break it up because, the Muslim extremists today, including 9/11 type extremists, believe that the Pact of Umar should be upheld. They believe that Jews, should be allowed to live in Israel. Israel should be a Muslim country under the caliphate, but Jews would be a protected minority, as it was, in the 9th, 10th, 11th century. What is different, however, is that, since the French Revolution, the world has moved to this idea that everyone has equal rights, right? Égalité, liberté, fraternité. Everyone, by the way, except women, because they specifically excluded women in that. All men have equal rights. Some countries, including some of these countries, they have difficulty with women driving and things like that. We'll talk about that on the way home. I actually have difficulty with my daughters driving too, but I think for a totally different reason. But so, thank you, Mr. Lax. You know what I'm talking about. So the rest of the world, the Western world in particular, just could not handle this idea of a certain population receiving kind of like a group status that is secondary. It doesn't work in modern times. Yes, thank you, Rabbi Wunsch. The Christians had dhimmi status for the same reasons as the Jews, because the Muslims recognize Christianity as a valid software, a valid piece of operating system. And some cases, strangely, even Zoroastrians, which don't conform to the rule because they have a distinctly dualistic system. And also one last example, in the Mughal Empire in India, you even have a reasonable amount of tolerance for Hindus, which is certainly not a monotheistic faith at all, with 30,000 known gods. And the reason for those latter two is primarily realpolitik, that the Muslims, when they conquered India, there's just way too many Hindus for them to forcibly convert them or expel them. It just can't happen. So they have to have some kind of modus vivendi. So to Zoroastrians, when you come into Iraq and Iran, they have to deal with this population.
Yo, what's going on, Nolan? How you living? Nolan, can you hear me? What's up? How's your day going? Nolan, I hear you, but I don't hear you speaking. What's up? Nolan, can you hear me? I heard you just zip. Nolan, can you hear me? No.
Oh, cool. So it's kind of on the way. Yeah. Now, once I knew I could catch you in Dallas, I was like, I'm definitely driving. It's a done deal. Oh, cool. Well, you're so nice, Alan. I totally appreciate it. And yeah, I remember your ass. Yeah, there was kind of some rowdy people around you. So it's because you were feeding them drinks. Yeah, and I was double fisting White Russians and Scotch that night. So. Oh my gosh, Alan! I wish I haven't had anything to drink in 4 years, but I swear, dude, if I can make it to 50, I think I'm gonna drink again. And I say beer. I think I won some Newcastles, but I think I also, Alan, won some White Russians. I used to love those things. But Alan, I gotta learn how to just sip on them, dude. I would pound those things. I just gotta sip on them. That's what I gotta learn. All right, just can't even drink them. Well, truth be told, I'm the same way. I mean, they're all or nothing, and I don't drink very often, but that night was a celebratory night, so. Until they kicked your freaking ass out. So what'd you go do? That's horrible. I called an Uber, went back to my hotel. It was literally right across the street, the nice Hilton in downtown, and woke up 5:30, started driving, so. Oh my God. Went to Talladega racetrack, got rained out there, then went home the next day. Oh, that sounds good, except for the raining out part. Yeah, I've never been to a NASCAR race. I think that would be fun if people were in diapers sometimes so that they don't have to go to the bathroom. Not my crowd. Maybe some, not my crowd. Can't you bring in coolers and stuff? Or is that an old thing? No, you can take all you want. No glass containers. I did back in my younger days. Took a handle of Scoresby Scotch, which is cheap in a plastic bottle. Scoresby. Yeah. A friend took Burness vodka, just a whole, gallon or whatever it is. Oh, I love that. Would y'all just get wasted at the racetrack? We used to. I don't drink it when I go to races anymore. I enjoy it myself. Maybe a gummy here or there type thing, but oh, cool. And you will be more alert if there ever turns into like a Final Destination scene. Remember that one Final Destination where the freaking racetrack and the car goes into the stands and. You'd probably be able to run better because if you're all wasted, you'd probably just immediately get hit by the debris flying. But maybe if you're only on some gummies, you'd be real alert. I remember that. And listen, I just want to thank you for even letting my call in, man. I am going to join the club at the $40 a month rate to be able to do this more frequently and make you read something stupid at the end of the show. But sincere thank you for your comedy. It's just amazing, dude. Yeah, Alan. Well, thanks so much, man. I appreciate it. So sorry they kicked your ass out because I think that was nice of buying the people drinks because I think drinks are kind of expensive at these comedy clubs. Oh, I got a $112 tab on the second show too. I was gonna buy those guys drinks. I guess I did, but anyway, whatever. Oh my gosh! So wait, after you left, they still had a tab open on your ass, and it was $112. Yeah, I was gonna buy those guys because I was by myself, so I see you with some randos. Yeah, and I was gonna buy their drinks too to be nice, and I guess I did. But anyway, it's all good. I'll see you again next time. I'll buy a ticket to both shows next time one night. Well, sounds good, and then hopefully they don't kick your ass out, and you can say hello afterward. I'll save the drinking for the second show. But, yeah, that sounds good. And then maybe I can start drinking. Maybe we can meet up after, and then you can give me my first beer. I want nothing to do with giving you your first beer. Well, thank you, Alan. That's nice of you to say. Yeah, because every now and again, people fuck with my ass. I do something like that. They're like, oh, yeah, let me give you a beer. I'm like, what? Can't do that, man. Well, thanks, Alan. Cool. Well, great to talk to you, sir. Thank you, William. Keep it up, my brother. Okay. Bye. See ya. And Al, wonderful talking to Alan. And look who we got in Casey. We did the math, my friend. I was hoping you remember what I look like. I was hoping I remember what you look like. It's been a little bit of time. You've been very busy. It's been 5 weeks, my friend. Oh my gosh, and you wore the wolf shirt. One of my favorite shirts. The wolf shirt. This is like a Nickelodeon kid show, song at the beginning, like Gullah Gullah Island, this is part of the song or something. But to wear my wolf shirt. You're about to watch Ed, Ed, and Eddie. Had to wear my little wolf shirt. And then they put the little stick guy. That'd be funny, maybe if in that episode they put the stick guy character, put the wolf shirt on the stick guy. They say, send in your stick guy pictures to Nickelodeon at CartoonNetwork.com. Please send them in, kids. If y'all are watching this shit, send in your pictures. The website's still active. What do you know, Grant? What do you know about HelloFresh? What do you know about this company? HelloFresh. I've used them for a bit. They're great. Oh my gosh, they're wonderful. And Grant, I don't think a lot of people know this. It happens to be my favorite dinner is a HelloFresh dinner. It happens to be my absolute favorite. And Grant, also people don't know this, but there's a major menu upgrade this summer. Oh, I didn't actually know that. This summer, okay? HelloFresh has doubled its menu. And Grant, do you know what that means? If they doubled their menu, do you know what they used to have? Half of the options they're bound to have. Well, you got 100 options now. And Grant, I'm going to be honest, it's almost too many options. I know, overwhelming. Yeah, but it's a good thing. I mean, some people say it's a really good thing, and I think it's a really good thing too. But it's all to be careful. It could take a long time. I mean, that's 100 different options. That's a lot. They do at least have categorization, so you can kind of drill down around what you like. Oh yeah, so you want some mashed potatoes with something. Say you want only mashed potatoes. Only mashed potatoes. Yes, they do have really, really good mashed potatoes. Chicken. They have chicken. They have all kinds of stuff. And it's really healthy. And oh my gosh, I mean, it's so great. You get steak and seafood recipes delivered every week for no extra cost. What? There's 3 times more seafood on the menu now? What? Wait, no extra cost on that either. No extra cost. That is crazy. This is crazy. Okay, they have snappies, stone fruit, on the cob. What? But yeah, it's very great product. Okay, it makes dinner, lunch, what have you, so much easier. And the best way to cook just got better. Go to hellofresh.com/WMS10FM. That's a mouthful. WMS10FM now to get 10 free meals and a free item for life. For life, 1 per box with active subscription. Free meals applied as discount on first box. New subscribers only. Varies by plan. That's HelloFresh.com/WMS10FM to get 10 free meals and a free item for life. I use this, and you should too. No, we bought the domain. We own the IP. Sorry, idiots, it lapsed. Yeah, and every time we get a click, which I don't know if any of you people out there, that means basically when somebody goes on our website, we get 50 cents. So y'all just get on the website, y'all just click it into your browser, we get 50 cents. Dude, and it adds up so quickly. Oh yeah, there were probably 2,000 people yesterday. So do the math on it. Grant, do the math on that. 2,000 clicks, we get 50 cents. You have time, Grant? That's like $1,000, I think. Yup, do it. It took us 10 years to get in the main for whatever. It took us 10 years, but it's like so sweet once you get through. It's like the crypto miners. We're pretty much like crypto miners for websites. Well, once you break through, you go, I never have to work again. I know. You just get the residuals, baby. You're such a chill. I'm getting that rent and snippy money. Damn. And that's a crazy one you got on that shit. What butt cheeks and stuff? Or was that? What was the one with the cow? Cow and chicken? Well, rents. Yeah. Yeah, well, you're talking about cow and chicken. But cow and chicken also was kind of perverted. I thought about cow and chicken forever. That was like kind of a nasty one. Well, we own the Java, right? We own like the source, quite literally the source code to cow and chicken. So, yeah, last night I was tooling around with it, and I think you're going to be in for a big surprise when the new Mission Impossible comes out. I want to think you're messing with me, but it's like I know in my heart you're telling me the truth. So I can't wait. Yeah, and I think it's the last Mission Impossible movie, so everybody's gonna go watch that one. Oh yeah. Oh, it's gonna go out. I'll put it this way. It's gonna go out with a real bang. And Tom Cruise is doing all the stunts as always. That guy's crazy. He's getting older. He's getting up there, and he's still doing all these stunts. Well, I think he's a stunt addict. Like I've met freaks of all kinds, and he's one of the oldest guys still working in show business. What is he, 70? Yeah, I think he's 70. And he's still jumping on trampolines. It's crazy. And yeah, trampolines, God. Were you allowed to do that when you were a little kid? Or were you ever around them as a little kid? Okay, I'm happy you asked, because I've been meaning to address this. One of the few luxuries I had as a child, among many other luxuries, was a trampoline. And I learned how to do a double backflip. Damn! So At once, I'm still in the air. And I can't even imagine. I flew too close to the sun. So I do the double backflip. I only knew how to do it for like a week. Scrape my nose real bad. About. Are we talking like a scorpion situation where you get your face and your legs go up behind your head? Yeah. And it left the unique injury that can only come to human skin from a trampoline. And it's like a burn. You never sure. So my whole nose, I almost lost the nose. Dr. Razmatazzi was my pediatrician. And he is not obviously I'm not judging anybody, but with that last name, that sounds like an Armenian person. Is he Armenian? No, he was a big Sublime fan, so he was like, he would do fire sticks. But he was like a white guy, I guess you would say. Well, speaking of Sublime, somebody is releasing these concert things on YouTube and somebody else is taking them off, and I want to watch them because apparently there's a live version of Santeria. Like old school Sublime? Yes, that I don't think ever existed. It's some song. I think it's maybe that one that's never existed in a live concert. And some dumbasses in the comments saying, oh, I own the copyright. I'm taking it down. He's taking it all down. And it's like, hold on, how does this... What do you mean you own the copyright to a Sublime? I just don't know. It's a random account saying that? Yes, but then apparently I get on the subreddit, the Sublime subreddit, and people are talking about it. Yeah, some guy who does have these tapes and stuff, but I don't know. It's fucked up. He needs to release them. Well, yeah, dude, release the Sublime cut. You can't hold that hostage. I want to see Sublime at their most raw. I want to see him living in a van with Blue Dog. I know. And it smelled like Blue Dog in my mouth. I know. And he put his finger in the butt. Was that part of it, Grant? Is that in the uncut version? Something you don't go for. You got me. This isn't Magic the Gathering. This is real life. Get it together. We're talking Sublime. I don't even know. By the way, I don't even know if I would see the new version of the Sun. I don't know. Maybe it sucks. Why don't you like it? I don't know. I haven't even seen it. I've only heard one song. Does it sound? He sounds pretty good. You know, it's funny you say that. I've only heard the one song, too. That's all I've heard. It's like, I think it may be fun. I don't know. I'd still maybe go see it. Well, I remember the first show. I remember the first show I did with the Sun, and the internet was like, history is correcting itself. This is how Sublime was meant to be. Yeah, Rome sounded now. Yeah, everybody's talking shit about the poor Rome guy. He toured with him for like 20 years. I know. Good riddance. They hated him for some reason. Well, he sounded just like Bradley. It must be a weird job to take someone, I can't think of a different example of this, in a band, and you're hired just because you sound like the lead singer who died. Queen does it. Do they still do music stuff? Right, Grant? With Freddie Gibbs? Yeah, can you put your windscreen down? Windscreen? The foam thing. Just push that down. Okay, so just push that down. It's just like a little... There you go. Yeah, it's sorry. You're going to have to roll a little higher for that. It costs a little more mana than you're ready for. I'm not talking to you guys anymore. I'm just going to be... Well, gee, I'm just ripping you. I haven't been here for Christ's sake. All right. Like you got a new camera. Look at that white camera. You see it, just the camera right there. Yeah, they got a new white camera. Wow, bragging my ass about that. That's like one of the rare ones, Grant. They only made 50. Yeah, they only made 50, and they're getting 10 of them here. Wow, did you win that in like an auction, or? It's like a 4th edition, revised edition Magic card kind of thing, like a Shion Dragon. Oh, if you know your Magic the Gathering. Did you ever play Yu-Gi-Oh? No, it was a little. With the age thing, it was a little. I wanted to like it, like Harry Potter. It was like a little too old or something. Even though I had a couple friends who liked it. Never got into Yu-Gi-Oh, but I'm familiar. Did you like Yu-Gi-Oh? Well, what Graham was blabbing about, pretty sure he was speaking a different freaking language. I felt like he was doing an incantation. I sure hope not. I don't need any kind of bad energy like that right now. Neither do I. Have all kinds of stuff going on. I told William I got a rash on my thumbs. And it got better, luckily, with the medicine. It was called a dermatologist. I'm one of the first patients in my clinic. You hearing this, Graham? You listen? Barely. Well, you can't hear me, but I can hear me good. So, but they sat me down. They said, "Son, you got two options. You lose the thighs." That's when they cut the thighs off, not the legs. The thighs. Or you lose the legs. So, take the thighs. Yeah. And they said, "Okay, we just wanted to see what kind of pain you were." What do you mean? Because they told you to take your pants down or something? It was like a test. Yeah. That's awkward. It was like kind of like hazing. And then, so I said, the thighs, right? And then the lights came on and everyone came in all clapping. And what a relief. I know. Thank God you're not going to cut my thighs off. I know. Wait, what were they going to do? Just, literally cut a big chunk out. Yeah, so they had one of those turkey carvers. And he said, it was, in hindsight, I should have known it was like a prank. Yeah. And he was like, we gotta take him quick because the infection's gonna spread. And he like presses the button, it makes a scary noise. Yeah. I said, okay. I said, if this is what God wants, I said, God hands down. Is it God in you? Yeah. And I noticed a little movement, and it went by. And everybody popped out, and they went, congratulations. That's good. That's like my fantasy or my best birthday party ever that I never had. I always wanted to have like a surprise party where like I walk in, somebody's walking in the front door with me, kind of getting my attention, and then I see it, and then I see someone behind the curtain, and I'm like, wait, it's my birthday. Who's that? Hold on, wait, it's a party for me. But it never happened, and it's fine, Casey, because sometimes I don't know. That's life. Here's the thing. You're what? 38, you're 31, 38. Okay. Let's say, Grant, what are you thinking? Tell me to stop if you think I'm wrong, Grant. Tell me when to stop, actually. So here's William. Seriously, Grant, no, it's not a freaking joke. All right, you might cut it out right now. Well, this is where William is now, right? 38. Tell me when to stop for how old he's going to be. Jesus Christ, dude. You're going to be over 110 years old, it seems like, according to Grant. So the technology, so why do you think that, Grant? Because most people don't live that long. What do you think that just the technology's going to get better? Yeah, just sheer good luck. Or I think so. Or just, sheer good luck. Like I never slip and fall, or I never, I never get food poisoning again. Just stuff like that. Good genes. A good pair of jeans, Levi's. Yeah, I need some good jeans. You and me both pounced on that roof. It's been crazy. Oh my gosh, it's been a while. We still got what's like right here, buddy. As soon as I walked in, I went, I'm not busted. Good. I started looking around. I started kicking some tires. Because you'll see in the footage, I was kind of shaking the camera. I went, God, here's how I remember it. Yeah, holy shit. Buddy. Then I checked under the table, sure enough. Still my signature carved into it. KC plus GG. And did you see my little piece of bubble gum I put up there one time? Yes, I did. And it looked like your gums have been bleeding, maybe. I know. Well, got red. It's these Zins. It's the Zins. Do you still do them despite the blood? Yeah. Why not? Keep going. I gotta stop doing it at some point, dude. I don't know. It's not good, Casey. I guess. I don't know. I don't know. It's not. It's something it's on my mind. Well, I think you do too. Because what do I need to do? You do doubles. Let me do doubles. No. Oh, I thought you did dubs. At one point in time, I did the 2 6s, which that was way too bad. Then after the Gators lost to Florida State, I finally looked at my gum because I was in such a horrible mood. I was like, oh, shit, what else is wrong with me? Yeah, the Gators lost. What the fuck? Let's see other problems I've got right now. You start taking a moral inventory. You go, you know what? I'm going to look at that ingrown toenail. Fuck, I should have went to the doctor. That's infected. I know. It's a work in progress, dude. That's what I'm calling it. It's a work in progress. We are all exactly where we're supposed to be, except for those of us who still have a little more work to do. I know. And some people just have a little more work, and that's okay. That's okay. And here's the thing about heaven needing a couple angels. They're full right now. You're not going to die anytime soon, I promise. Yeah, because that's, again, I think it's like 1 in, 1 out kind of deal, and heaven's filled with angels right now. Basically, from the intel, I have been sort of, they call it transdermal location. And it's when you're, it's from deep meditation, but I've been able to visit just glimpses, I'll get a glimpse of it. And it's basically like the line of like Studio 54. It's like, if you notice, fun. And it's, yeah, for sure. Like Mick Jagger's wife is there, and like, kind of like people you're like, oh, it's like I wish Mick was here, but his wife's like, that's cool, I guess. And that scares me so bad, Casey, because it's like, I'm so embarrassed to even say this. I'm worried I wouldn't even recognize her ass, dude. And then it's like, she's probably gonna be like, who's this new person? Like, yeah, there's like four people. there's four people in the Heaven nightclub. And you go, oh no. I'm one of 5 people to go to heaven. Yeah, and I don't really know these other people. The other people have to spend a lot of time. But it's like, it's you, it's Richard Jewell, who got wrongly accused of the Centennial. Oh my God. Bombing. Yes. And then it's probably Eddie Guerrero, the wrestler. Then Ozzy Osbourne. He's back. Ozzy. He's a new one. He's a new one. When the Lord saw him. Wait, well, not damn it, yeah, what do you think? I bet Ozzy, he could have had a relationship with God. I think so. Well, I don't know. I think here's the thing about God. If he makes jokers like us, he's got to have his own thing. So he must, Casey. He must. I agree. He simply must. Well, Black Sabbath, it was kind of satirical. I listened to like a book about it, and they didn't, really worship the devil, but they did do a lot of coke. So they were like, did you bite a bird's head off one time? You bit a dove's head off and a bat's head off. Yeah, separate day. It would have been a big day. It was one for breakfast, one for lunch. What am I gonna do for dinner? Yeah. Maybe a hot dog. Yeah, maybe some normal. Yeah. Yeah, after 2, maybe you can, where the 2 just really weird meals in a day. Especially because it's not like Ozzy's taking the time to take the little hairs off the bat or take the. Yeah, I want to. I think you have that grosses me out to the max. Here's the thing about I live my life so steady ground. I'm right down the middle. I'm not maxing anything. I'm not joke maxing. I'm not ice bathing. I'm eating Flintstones. Not maxing at the credit card. Hell no. My credit is perfect. What do you have Experian at? I got rocket money. So wait, you've been reading ads? Yeah, a couple times. Yeah, we did freaking. Yeah, you missed now 2. The first one what was the one last week? It was BetterHelp. That is okay. So that's pretty cool because that's one that I need again because I've been a little bit sad sometimes. So BetterHelp would be wonderful. And then today was what was today? HelloFresh. That's delicious. I know. Maybe they'll do that again. That would be good. Well, I'm on the road, so I imagine they would send it, and it's just turkey rotting in my hallway for a month and a half. It would be cool if they could deliver to hotels and stuff. Maybe they could take it to Cincinnati, but how would you cook it? There's, you gotta think about the kitchenette. And a lot of these places don't have anything. And if you're in Las Vegas, the rooms don't even have a freaking pasta pizza, dude. Vegas is going downhill. If you're anywhere but old Vegas, like, Grant, let me ask you this. If you see a couple of guys like us, you think we're a couple of Caesar's Palace guys, or you think we're a couple of MGM freaks? What do you think? We're walking off the plane and you're watching everybody walking off the plane at the Vegas airport. Where are we going? I hate to say it, but I would tell you MGM. Come on, man. And you already know that's the score, my man. We love going there. We love playing high stakes grabs. I just love that the building's green. Dude, I love that green building. You get lost in it and you start thinking, is it Christmas already? Because it's green and it's so dark in those hallways. It's like, what time is it? Where am I? Get me out of this fucking hallway, bitch. Yeah, whenever me and William go to the casino, we normally divide and conquer. So we'll split the room in half, right? Because we don't want to step on each other's toes. You start eating with the room. Oh my gosh, Casey, you know what I started doing? You should do it. I think the last one is coming up at Nadav. He has, Nadav guy, he has that poker thing, dude. Maybe. There's been rumblings. Look, it's been so fun, Casey. Last time I was going into my last thing, I was down $200, and then I won 500. So now I'm up 300. So now I can play one last time, and even if I lose everything, I was even. That's a lot of money. You guys are playing big. $300. Yeah, it's a hilarious podcast. You have to pay $300. I had a buddy, I won't say who it is, but he texted me and he was like, yo, dude, will you buy me in so I can do the podcast? What? I'm your dad. Why would I buy you in to do a poker podcast? You're kidding. What is it, $500? There's somebody there. Like texting like you was already there. No. I would have been like, freaking get your life together, nut job, because I'm actually coming over to kick your ass. Yeah. Get ready for an ass beating, dumbass. I would say, here, I actually got something for you. Open the door. Why? And I'd say, don't touch him. He brought this upon himself. And everybody just has their hands up like, what the fuck is this guy? I then take his car keys and I go, I'm hang on. Yeah. So he ain't driving no. Yeah, unless you got a spare somewhere, dumbass. Yeah. And then I got your Uber app canceled. I said something bad on there, and it, so you look like a bitch. Yeah, and kick your ass off so easy on that app. That's what I don't like about Lyft and Uber. And kicking your ass off, you gotta make all these fake accounts. It's like this nightmare. Well, it's like you get caught. Uber, they'll catch you in a lie, right? Oh yeah, when your story gets too complicated, they'll like double back like a good detective, and they go, wait, I thought you didn't take a ride yesterday morning. And you go, oh, yeah, wait, they got you, they caught you in a lie, and they're gonna come. I'm frankly, they'll kick your ass too. They beat the hell out of my buddy Brian. Really? Is that what happened to Brian? Yeah. I saw you have those two black eyes. Yeah, no, I mean, when I got in a literal car crash in an Uber, and I'm communicating with them, yeah, they pull the same shit. They're like, okay, so you claim you're going to the airport at 12:40 p.m. on this date. Is that correct? I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right. And they're like, wait, well, when I look at your app, it actually weren't there at that time. I'm like, I'm not lying that I just got in this car crash with one of your drivers, okay? What's going on? What are y'all doing? Put me through the ringer right now. Well, it's victim blaming, right? Like, which is not the term. Victim shaming, I think it's the term. But Gigi said I could mess with like making money. Well, it sounds about right because I was the victim in that situation. Well, it's the same concept. They're going, oh, are you sure you were in the car? I was just like, wait, what am I fucking getting nuts right now? Well, they're gaslighting you. They're trying to see if, well, maybe they'll luck out. Like, this is the company's position. Hey, maybe we'll look out. This dude's like fucking nuts. Yeah. They'll lock you up. They'll 5150 you. And then you're just trapped somewhere and you can't get out. And it's like fucking Bram Stoker's Dracula. Remember that guy's stuck in that padded cell with that lawn. He has that weird outfit on. The guy in the padded cell? You remember that? Talk about Count Orlok? Yeah, was it Count Orlok at the padded cell? Grant, help us, man. I'm looking it up. Yeah, okay, I hear his tippy tappy's coming. He's either riding on the road or he's riding his book while he helps us. Grant's on fucking Dexedrine, dude. He's on old school diet pills, just right. Damn. I thought you looked a little more slim, Grant. You're probably not eating shit all day, right? Is it Tom Waits? Boy, what are you getting at? Wait, it's what Tom Waits? That's the guy in the padded. That's the same? That's him? Oh, that is Tom Waits. Oh, I feel stupid. Never mind. It is Tom Waits. He was the guy in the padded cell. Sure enough. You know what they used to call me, Grant, at military school? You want to get up with Tom Waits? They used to call me the man in the iron mask. Whoa, what did they make your fucking ass like walk around in a mask or something? So they had their own unique system of punishment that was designed to both publicly shame and internally euthanize, to sort of euthanize their emotions while publicly breaking down the social structure. So yeah, if you set a cuss word or kicked a football or like anything fun, like yeah, or like playing the hallway, like playing tag or something, you have to wear this spike mask, and it hurt, and you couldn't blink, basically. God. So they would take the needles right here, and so if you blinked, it would kind of poke, so you're kind of stuck. Like, how do you sleep in that thing? That's what a lot of people have asked me, and the answer is you don't sleep too well. So, you don't get 8 hours, that's for sure. Well, I hate that. I'm so sorry that happened. I mean, that sounds great. Like, I've heard of corporal punishment, but I mean, that's like medieval punishment or something. That's like insane. Well, when I would, because I'm not afraid to speak up for myself. Around the second or third time, I started going, "You guys can't do this," and I said, "Oh, we can. We've been around for a long time. That's horrible, dude. That's like so scary. How do you even keep moving forward after shit like that? I try to make light of it, right? Like I go on podcasts and I try to be funny and I try to keep my friends close. Like I keep my inner circle close, right? But for sure, sometimes it creeps in. Well, the darkness. And that's where BetterHelp can help. Sometimes BetterHelp can totally help. Maybe sometimes it depends on the situation. Like a situation like that, that's like crazy. Well, that's what they said. BetterHelp. They said, look, we love helping. It's quite literally all we do. You should probably see, like, maybe you should go live somewhere and see something. They said I should go live at like the state hospital. And see, that's the last thing you probably want to hear, like a person trying to help your ass, and they're like, okay, you're a lost cause, so sorry, just check yourself in, there's no hope at all. They said, well, I started checking my damn watch, I go, yeah, you're already, you're on it right now. Well, they call it a 5150, and Grant, it's nothing to be scared of, right? Right, Grant, 5150? Yeah, they correct. So, that's correct. So, Baccarat, I was getting to that because I went to a really cool one where you can gamble in Pentonville. Oh my god! You can play Baccarat, you can play pig slots, they have Huff and Puff. We love Huff and Puff. Live in the house down, Nickname Bridge. Oh my gosh, yo, what is it? The wolf comes, right? Oh yeah, the glowing stuff. Well, you and me always had bad luck when we would play the pig one, but since then, I have come to grow as a gambler, and I've lost so much more money since then. So, are you still gambling some if you're in a place that if there's a casino? I haven't been in 2 months. Oh, damn. How about that? So, that's a pretty good amount of time. I know. Wait, what do you mean? Because, Casey, whenever I was with your ass, literally every time, and we were gambling together, you were always very lucky. So are you telling me that the luck ran out in regards to gambling? Yes. So here's what's funny, and this is my own. I mean, you always, I know, dude, it was luck. And I remember it would make you kind of feel bad because I could see it in your eyes that you thought you were winning because you were a bad guy. And I would go, it's not who's best and who's nicest. It's just like, it's kind of weird gambling with somebody, playing slot machines, and the person you're with is just continues to win. I could not stop winning. And, I'm not even kidding. I would put $1 in and it was like, congratulations, $81. Holy shit. But, okay, so when I was in Australia, they said I was losing money. I started losing money at like record speed. And I told this chap, I said, I'm having a tough night with the pokies. And that's what Australian people call the machines over there. Yeah, the pokies, they call it having a slap at the pokey. Oh, God, Australian people are so fun with their saying. I know. I wish American people could be a little more like that. That's so much better, so much more whimsical, mystical, kind of better than slot machine. You guys want to go slot machines? I know a gas station has one in the back, but it doesn't pay cash. Yeah, it's like that's what you get in America, but over there you're getting. Well, all the bars have like legit, like Huff and Puff, like real slots, and it's a real cool culture. Anyways, I was losing money, and this is the first time I'm coming off. Being you, I'm coming off. I didn't gamble really last year on the road, and I go. I'm so excited. It's the reason to fun night. I'm losing so much money. I'm losing money. And this guy pulled me aside and he said, listen, Mike, you can be lucky in life. You can be lucky in gambling. You seem like you're lucky in life. And I said, so it's one or the other? Yeah, one or the other. Yeah, but so what changed is now I'm on my own tour. And the headliner, he don't want no more. The feature. It's just the way the world works. You have figured it out, so you're not going to go chasing that anymore because he's right. Yes, I know, but I still do chase it. But I only do like maybe $200. I'll never play the dump. Do you like cards? See, I've had the funnest time playing cards, dude. I've had the most fun playing Okay, well, is it just poker? Yeah, it's the Texas Hold'em or whatever. Okay, well, I think I would do it for. I would probably, honestly, I'm a bit of a cut up. Like, I'd probably be somebody like Uncle Laser, who's being like funny as hell, but also like down to earth. Yeah, oh my gosh, dude, Casey, you'd be great at it. And just watch. All I've been doing is watching World Series of Poker. I bet, but you got the edge. You really like it now? I have been watching it on TV. I have been recording on my YouTube TV, so now I watch it every now and again. It's a little, but then it gets kind of boring, so then I turn it off. But I can watch it for like 30 minutes just to get a general idea of what the people are playing with. That's all I'm looking at. Like, okay, now I feel like I have a little better idea. I used to, if I had like a king and a 3 or something, I would play because I had a king. But now it's like, maybe you don't play that. Oh, so you're saying like the hands? Yeah, just literally we're good. You can put the Yeah, thanks, Grant. Did you hear that? That was on Casey's police radio. Yeah, that was on Kentucky. Actually, Grant, I was gonna take a picture and forget it. That was my personal one. So that's if I need to get right to G, if I need you have one too. Yeah, I think you forgot. But if I need Motorola. And you can do the noise. You can click the sign and makes it turn that noise. Yeah, sure. Well, it goes, hello, Mojo. You're right. Dude, I bust up good. Every debris, dude, it'll make me must think I'm about to take a nap or something. I hear that, and I just start laughing. I'm like, what the fuck is Casey about to fucking say on this goddamn thing? I'll go, hey, William, it's almost 4:30. Yeah, well, shut up. Dude, I'm trying to sleep over here. Erica's like, William, it's freaking 11 o'clock. Go to bed already, turn the beeper off. And I'm like, shut up, man. I'm gonna talk to you on the porch for a while. Yeah. So what are you doing? Are you looking at the moon? It's huge tonight. I know. I was so pretty recently. It was very big recently. What was the date? I'm trying to see if it aligns to something bad happening in my life. What is the date of today, Grant? Today's the 19th. 19th, so I'm gonna guess this was doing Rain Man math. That's why we're so good at PMT Grant. I'm gonna say maybe it was the 14th. Is that what it was? I'm guessing. Is that when their full moon was 5 days ago, Grant? Let me check that moon. Sure. Yeah, please. So go ahead and check that out. While you're at it, Grant, go ahead and pull up. Yeah, go ahead and pull up. Is the luckiest guy ever? Was that from money or from success? Yeah, Google that so I can get like a tangible idea of if that guy was right, I guess. Well, Casey's got success. Oh, I think he could be. Yeah, dude. Just have a little fun. Maybe play the card game some. Dude, it's a crazy place over there, Casey. And also, by the way, there's a place next door that I'm scared to walk into. And it looks like that has slot machines. Okay, well, that more piques my attention. Places where, even in Texas, you're in there, you're having a slap, right? And so he walks up, he just slides in an ashtray. And you go, you good, man? You can smoke with nobody in here. It's pretty cool, especially in Texas, because nobody can smoke in the English. Well, all the little slot places are all fronts for the CAR, TEL, and no, which one? Am I saying which one? No, I mean, no offense. And actually, I was just kidding. No, they're not. Yeah, we're kidding over here. Seriously, we're kid about these amount of stuff. We got some this. Bunch of comedians here, huh? I was just joking, and I didn't mean anything by it. Those are good places, and I should say, just stop talking about it. It's making me nervous even talking about it. Just even mentioning it at all is making me a little nervous. Like my hands are getting sweaty. Well, if I could say one parting word about it, then if it was up to me, there'd be one in every HEB. So you guys are doing great. And that's a really nice thing, Casey just said, too. Sure. It's like super nice. Well, HEB, what is HEB for us? Okay, good question. HEB for us is like basically like a water park. Yeah, I get my tortillas. Yeah. Dude, I lit an HEB candle last night that was warm tortilla with smell. And I kept forgetting, it was pretty small, and I kept forgetting that I lit it. So I'd go to a different room and I'd go, okay, damn, it's like, okay, good. And I kept thinking someone in my own home was making tortillas. So you would totally highly recommend the candle because it's really good tortillas. Well, I would recommend the candle if you have the type of mental faculties to separate the art from the artist and go, this is just a candle. Nobody's making. So if I get hungry later, I just gotta remember I need to make or get food because nobody's here making it for me. It kind of smells like somebody's making food right now. Well, I kept thinking there was an abuela in my kitchen. And if you know one thing about me, I want to be an abuela. Oh, for those that don't know, an abuela is a Spanish grandmother. Yes, grandmother. Or a grandfather. Those are called abuela too. It's both. Yeah, I knew some words in Spanish. But abuela, yes, grandma or grandpa. Yes, it's not give or to give wheat. So I think they're sweet tortillas probably. Yeah. So your grandparent wouldn't. It doesn't matter which one you're talking about. You're talking about the ones who make you eat stuff. Yeah. Interesting. Well, that's cool. I had no idea even a background. Again, I didn't even know if it was the grandma or grandpa. That's where I was lost at the very beginning. I didn't even know. And that looks like a grandmother and a grandfather. Yeah, what did you Google to find that? Is that your grandparents? It should be grandpa. Because that looks like a bigger you took on your phone. Grandparents? That's so weird. You got a picture on those. That's my abuelitos. Well, that's great when the grandma refused to wear a mask. And the grandma goes, I'm filming you. I'm filming you to be put it on. This is not right. Shut up. Oh, get lost, kid. Tell me something when you've lived in it for 40 years. I hate it when that little fucking old person says something like that. It's like, I didn't even fucking make it 40 years. What are you talking about, dumbass? How about I give you 40 spankings for all the years on your old ass life right now? Yeah, lean over, bitch. I'm about to spank your ass. Show me those bare cheeks, thick boy. Yup. Take the jeans off. Yes, bare butt cheek, HEB produce aisle. Yup, that's where it goes down sometimes. So it was butter tortilla, that's the flavor. Yeah, and I guess they bought it as like maybe a gag. Because I like this mama tortillas. I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you. Like I have a bleeding heart, I wear it on my sleeve, but I like fajitas. Me too, and it's such a performance. It's like so fun. If you're at the restaurant, you get them because it's like it takes the guy to get it. It takes him a couple times to bring out all your shit. It's like so sizzling, and then it's always right in the middle of like a story because it takes a while. And so you start telling a story to your guests that you're eating with, and then you go, oh, we're gonna have to hold that thought. Here comes trouble. Yes. It's just sizzling and smoking and God. I think I'm in my place, but I think it smoked the place out. Well, that would be, I could see that being a situation where now you have like 4 pans that you're heating up at the same time, and then you would just blow the place up, propane tank accident, which is a giant explosion for anybody that doesn't know, or at least maybe that's not propane, that's what natural gas. Oh, what happens when the house is almost gone? Water heaters, I think, too. And then, Grant, what was it where the team got stuck in the mountains? They had to eat each other for food alive. So those people, that was the water heater in the plane that made that happen. That made the plane crash. The Andes Mountains cannibal case. Oh, man. And you're with your soccer team. And you go, come on, this is our midfielder. I don't want to eat him. I know. It'd be better if a stranger. It's probably not just a soccer team you're on. Well, dude, could you imagine you're the one guy who's on standby? You get on the flight, everyone else is the rugby team or whatever, and they're looking at you just licking their chops. Yeah, they see you and see a big, like, fucking turkey. Yeah, and you start going, have I ever told you how I've given over $10,000 to charities? You start like making up stuff. Yeah. They're just staring at your ass. Yeah. Fork and knife. Drool. God, yeah, just seeing you and you look like a big old turkey leg or something. Just like a yummy thing full of mashed potatoes. that's my arm, you freak. I know. He goes, I'm sorry, man. I'm so out of it. I know. And then they're gonna get your ass when you're sleeping or something. Like, that'd be a bad spot to be in. Well, for sure, you don't have a friend in the world when your back is against the wall. Because rugby's more than friends, it's brothers, right? It's a brotherhood, for sure. And if you're alone, like, I don't have to, like, but rugby, God, what if it was two close teams? What if it was two teams that got stuck and they had to kind of out-eat each other? Like, they would turn into a whole nother, like, war. Yeah, it'd be like a war. Because it'd be one side versus the other, for sure. Oh, hell yeah, dude. And if you cross that picket line, if you ever escape, you're off the team for sure. Oh, yeah, you would never be allowed on the team if you end up going to the other side in this situation. Yeah, they're never letting your ass back, even if you really want to, and you were a pretty good player. And you were like a pretty good friend, but Benedict Arnold was a good guy too until he betrayed the United States of freaking A. I know. And it's so many out the English people. Grant, pull up Benedict Arnold naked. Yeah. He was, oh my God. Whoa. I don't like what came up there. Is there fan fiction for Benedict Arnold? Then is it like a cartoon or a real person you're looking at right now? It's like the fourth image is a dude in his mouth. Oh God, can you text me that? That's so funny. Yeah, that's funny. Can you text me that? Oh man, in his mouth. I have no idea why. Is that what they, you know how an Arnold Palmer is a sweet tea and lemonade, right? Yeah. The Benedict Arnold is when some dude at the quick stop just pisses in your mouth. And then he drops a Rico line in there. It's a Benedict Arnold. Yeah, I never will. It does feel like a betrayal. What's gonna be a close friend? Hey guys, I know you guys were, we had talked about going to Chili's for my birthday. I'm turning 31, I'm excited, but I'm actually was wondering if one of you guys could give me the Benedict Arnold this year. And you hope they say yes. You just hope somebody says yes. And then you start looking at it, it's like Miles Johnson left the group chat. Fuzzy Kilji left the group chat. People leaving. So maybe we are just going to have some dinner. You start pulling back. Yeah, and then they start popping back in. Miles Johnson has rejoined the group. Who told us? Miles, you can come back. We're just going to feed us. You must feed us. Wait, hey, Grant, hold on. And I did push you. You want to talk to a couple of people? You gonna go, G? Oh, yeah. In like 5 minutes. Okay. One call. Yeah, one call. Okay. I need to talk to some MFers, please. Are you guys able to see? You want to pick someone? Oh. Just, well, hold on. Let me tell you. Dude, can you see a line? That's small as an Easter egg on Harbor Day. That's smaller than a rotten egg in the steak factory. Alright. Whoa. Here, I'll just grab one. Do one we've never talked to. Alright, this one looks, I look nice thing. I swear if it's somebody that we couldn't see, if we just invented somebody, we couldn't see what those names were. Yeah, by the way, I couldn't read it. No. Let's see if this person pops up. Well, they've been waiting quite a while. If they're being a little patient, a little stinker. They had to go to the bathroom. Might have been very patient. Can you imagine one or both of your heroes is ready to talk to you, and then you go to take a big old dump, and then you fucking totally blow it. There's no take backs. Well, I'm gonna try another person here real quick. You blew it, my boy. Sorry, my boy. That's funny when people say that. What's up, fellas? Whoa, what is up? Oh my God. How's it going, dude? I can't believe it's right now. Wait, holy shit. Getting a little bit of feedback. We're in hog heaven too, Matt. We like you. Yeah, dude. Oh my God. Guys, I've been watching you for so long. Love it. Love the air. What are you doing? Where are you in Arizona, or you just got the Sedona hat? Here, wait, I'll show you. Try to guess where I'm at. Oh, okay. Because he probably remembers when I guessed Indianapolis, right? I was about to say, yeah. What was that, Indianapolis? You fucking guessed. I failed that. Are you in Massachusetts? Close. Oh, okay. I was about to be way off. So good to know. But that probably doesn't even help. We're in the region, Rhode Island. South below. Let's see. What's below? What's the geography? I'm trying to picture the map of America in my brain right now. And sing the song, right? Yeah, sing your state song. Yeah. State song. This one's for you. This one's for me. All of us together. Let's be happy here. Joni Mitchell. Wow. Oh my gosh, that is a great state song. I'm impressed you knew your state song. I wouldn't necessarily know Tennessee's, I don't think. I know Georgia. What Georgia's Georgia? Georgia? Yeah, that's a good Georgia. I know I might have given it away with that song. I apologize, but you actually didn't. Yeah. Here's the fun part. New Jersey. To the right of New Jersey. Yeah, to the left of New Jersey. Are you trying not to make too much noise? That's to the left. Pennsylvania. Yeah. He's a PA. PA. I knew it. Oh my God. The houses like that. Okay, but I was in the right area. Boston and Philly. Very similar house structure. I just bought my honeymoon, and that's why I have the Sedona hat on. Never been out west. I loved it. Yeah, it's cool out in the desert. It looks cool out there. I never heard of javelinas before. I never knew that javelinas were a thing, and they were like, "Oh, be careful when you're taking the trash out because of the javelinas." What is that? Was that like a Wendigo? Like well, I watched the video. They're kind of like a wild pig, but the video's never stopped. Like a wild pig. So just picture like a little wild pig with like little horns. Yep, there it is. They have horns. That was cute. I think some of them have horns. You don't want to mess with their kids, because if you mess with their kids, they'll squeal and they'll get you. Well, that's me too. I'm fiercely loyal. Wait, man, so how was the honeymoon? Were you in, you're like getting it on? Isn't that what people do on the honeymoon? Yeah. You had Sedona pockets there. Yeah. Oh, I love that. That's exciting. Well, we actually had to split an Airbnb. It was split down the middle, so. Wait, what do you mean? You and like another family, or you and your wife split it, or what do you mean? Was it like another breakup situation with Jennifer Aniston? Very similar to that, yes. But I think what the situation was is I think there's a lot of tourism out there, so people are just buying up property and literally just splitting places down in half and having somebody rent one side out and then the other side. And then what, so you couldn't have too loud? Yeah, so I had to keep it kind of quiet or something? Well, they also said not to do it too loud for the javelinas outside. Because the pigs were trying to get in. Good, and it's like a child's call, so, you know. Oh my gosh. That's kind of why that's kind of hot almost or something that you have to keep it a little quiet or the pigs are going to come get you. That's hot as fuck. Yeah, the pigs are going to come watch you if you're too loud. That's hilarious. Oh my gosh. I don't think I'd ever be able to do that. I would like my fantasy world. I'd like to think I could somebody would be real loud or something, but deep down I know that's probably not the case. So you're saying you couldn't rock someone's world? Is what you're saying? Yeah, I don't have the confidence right now, dude. I don't even want to talk about that. You don't have the confidence. I've been telling you. I'm not going to say it on the podcast, but look, you seem like a confident guy. You're 37 already. 38. Dude, you're 38 this month. Don't you think William could just wreck some shit? Like, just so I don't think you realize how attractive you are inside and out. So this is coming from
Man, stop it.
I don't even know this guy. I didn't even tell him that. I swear to God, I never met him. Yeah, did you pay that? No, they would call in and say this shit. Well, I was his hostess on his honeymoon, and he's a good guy, and so I kind of I was doing gigs that weekend. I couldn't go. Sedona, did you know they have portals there? Is that why you went there? You're trying to get a quartz portal with like crystals and stuff? Yeah, I think they have crystals and all kinds of stuff. UFOs. Crystals are big there. Crystals are big. I looked into a place called the Bradshaw Ranch. I never heard about it, but if you want to go down a little rabbit hole, look up the Frat Show, right? Well, that's a good one. It's like Skinwalker Ranch, right, where they have paranormal stuff. You can't sneak one past me, but some people you can. Scary? So what? It's like evil? Is it like evil stuff? Well, go ahead. You're good. You go. So apparently, from my little research that I did, there's some good vortexes out there in the desert, but there's also some bad vortexes out there with paranormal activity. So, oh, Grant, just put on the screen though. He's gotta go get a crunch wrap. Yeah, he's gotta pick up his kids. Well, Matt, congratulations on getting married. So exciting. Glad you had a fun time too. I love you guys so much. Thank you so much. I love you, dude. Thanks for calling in. That's awesome, dude. Congratulations. Congrats. Bye. Bye. See you, man. That's so weird. My voice. Grant, can we edit out? It just happened. Happened. Yeah, that's natural. And I think Nolan Void, Opalonia, Papa Coon, Patrick Casey, Coop Sickle Blood, Robert Bushel, Ruby Jewel Sparklers, Jenna Kai from the Big Island, Zarak, Sean King, Mark, Chiba, Skip Bomb, Gaming Critter, The Wizard, Vader, Reed, Vicious, McFisty, White Magic, William Casey, The Cats, William, Garrett, William, Ramsey, Worm, Tribe Show on YouTube, Choose Your Adventure, Zombie, Warlack, a team, Monty, Supleski. Yikes, that was hard. Anthony Woodrush, Markins, and Ashley Belfield, Aslan, Freezer, Super Bomb, I'm loving it, dude. Been hashing, right over good as my dad, Daniel Hunter, Danger Fox, Destiny A4, Devin Swing, Dingleberry Harry, Dova King, Dr. P. Dugan, Eli Slugworth, Goldie Bay Star, Grant's Horse, Nightmare, Juliet Tamiosta, LOL, I love Big Macs, Jets Rock Hall, Joe Goth, John Shaw, Justin Threckle, Captain Chaos, Kyle Heath, Larry, Lawyer Joe, Blue, Nesta, Alex, Nissan Pappy, Nolan, Boyd, Opalonia. Am I the coon? Am I the only one, Grant, that's the last thing I'll say. I don't get to do the podcast for a couple weeks. Suddenly, the mercenaries doubled inside. Everybody starts going, oh, thank God the freak's gone. Yeah, mercenaries doubled in size, but I told them we need Casey back, and so they're dealing with it. They're also with the child soldiers. They interment the child soldiers. I totally had your foot. Dude, here's the thing, and mercenaries, I love you guys. I'm not saying anything about that, but I'm like kind of a blue collar guy. Like, I'm like lower tier. Like, maybe they like me, like, because I was born in a farm. So y'all remember that kind of crap, okay? I'm serious. And I'm happy to be here with my friend William, and I don't think I should miss too many more episodes. And I just want to say I love doing the podcast. I love Grant and William. And if you guys are ever struggling, you can go to BetterHelp. Yes. And we love you, Casey. That's good. Let's get on. All right, bye. Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of The William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to The William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. And never miss an episode of The William Montgomery Show by subscribing to The William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube. And check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of The William Montgomery Show was recorded at Recorder ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. Thanks for joining us. See you next time. Shh, the fuck said that? I'm trying to have fun tonight. rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine of Memphis Strangler. Welcome, bud. Come on. Look at that. That's nice little fireworks. Grant, there was this one time I took acid, and I somehow on YouTube found a video where it was just I think it was on some Adult Swim. It was on some Adult Swim YouTube channel, and it was just the sounds of fireworks, like whistling and then popping. Like not giant fireworks. It was the funniest thing I've ever seen, and I don't even think there was any visual to it. I don't think. It's just the sounds of little firecrackers going off, flying, and then going off. It was the funniest thing to me. That's weird. Have you ever done that kind of stuff? No. Yeah, and you wouldn't even probably want to talk about it. Yeah, never. No. Oh, really? We could, maybe you and I could do it on a beach. I feel like I'd like to do it on a beach if I wouldn't know what you could pay me to do it right now. I'd have a full-fledged panic attack. Yeah, that'd be pretty fun on the beach. I think on the beach would be very nice. If I were to do it now, you wouldn't want to be around me because I would be begging you to call the ambulance.
Are pushing out live, and people are saying it's a little quiet, so I'm bringing up the volume.
Oh my gosh, what is it? This new? I apologize to anybody. Grant got some new camera, and it's all messed up. It's messed up around my shoulders.
All right, I'll tighten it up there, dude.
No, I'm kidding. I didn't. That doesn't bother me at all. It's a very cool looking camera. It's a white camera.
It's a little bit of an upgrade. It's a little sharper on the focus. Right now, I have it a little punched in, so it's probably still a little blurry. But no one cares about that technical stuff, do they?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, no, not at all. Yeah. Hold on. So do we have? So this is a very special episode. We actually have Casey returning. It's been a little bit. It's been after a bit.
Been busy guy.
It's been really busy. Running everywhere. So we're very excited about that. It's coming soon. And do we need to? Should we just go ahead and
You want to bring on the caller?
yeah, maybe just talk to somebody?
We can do that. Check and see what we're looking at here. We have actually quite a few people already on here.
But yes, it has been. How long has it been, Grant, since we've seen Casey in here?
Oh man, I think he was at like 4 or 5 episodes. I can actually pull up the.
So there should have been a playlist. Oh my gosh, I wonder if he'll remember what I look like. I wonder if I'll remember what he looks like. Do you think so? It's gonna be giant. Sometimes that happens where somebody hadn't seen somebody in a long time. I don't know. I feel like a lot of the time in that instance, you would be able to recognize like the family member,
Yeah.
long lost family member.
He was out for 5 weeks. That's like the longest you guys been apart.
Damn. And we'll see. Maybe he'll get cold feet. Maybe he won't even show up. I don't know.
Right. I think bringing on our first person here. Let me bring up the volume.
Hang on, bro.
Hello.
What's up?
I don't have you on screen yet. 1 second.
I like how you said bruh. That sounded cool. What's up?
What's up, man? Sorry, I was talking to my son.
Oh my gosh. Well, how's your son doing? What's his fucking ass up to?
He's not feeling real good. We're going to call the doctor.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I didn't know if he was like playing hooky from school or something. Oh, he's sick. Oh my god.
It's cool. It's virtual school anyway.
Oh, cool. What does that mean? It just zooms in, just kind of like how we are doing now?
Pretty much. Yeah, Monday through Thursday, he's got it easy, man. 2 hours a day.
Oh my gosh, 2 hours a day?
Yeah, stupid.
That seems pretty chill. And what, he doesn't even have it on Friday, or he has to go somewhere on Friday?
Friday, they just give you a free day to make up stuff.
Oh my gosh, well that's pretty sweet. Then you got the weekend, and then you got Saturday, Sunday.
Correct.
I wish I could have gone to a school like that. What grade is he in?
He's a senior, man, in high school. He does have cystic fibrosis, so once he left here, he didn't ever go back to school.
Oh, okay, I see.
And my other son's starting to move around. I don't want the fan messing with you.
It's fine, yeah, I blew my hair a little bit. Man, I had the worst tangle in my fucking hair. I took a shower earlier and I had the worst fucking tangle up in my hair. It was awful trying to get it out.
You're talking here, I just cut mine, and I shaved a line by accident, but
It looks good. Wait, you did that yourself?
yeah, my wife will clean it up, but she's not home from work yet.
Oh, I see.
Just sending over 2 cars on a go. All right, I was at your desk. Reported live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the Deans Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. The William Montgomery Show dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery. My favorite, I'm Frank Lloyd from Memphis, Tennessee. One of my favorite rappers, Project Bad. He had a wonderful line in a song that always stuck with me. It was, I've been eating so many shrimp, I've got iodine poisoning. And now that I think about it, Chloe, I'm lying to you. I don't think that's Project Bad. I think that is maybe E40. I think that's somebody else. Have you ever heard that line before about eating too much shrimp and then iodine poisoning?
It sounds oddly specific and also researched. You know, it feels like someone close to him that could have happened to.
I know. Was eating too much. I don't know, seafood restaurants or something. And yeah, you gotta be careful with also, I think, the other little canned fish. You can get mercury poison.
Yeah,
That's from 3-6 Mafia. Oh, what is 3-6 Mafia? UGK and Project That. Okay, excuse me. Okay, so it's UGK. Well, does it say give the full line? Because I feel like I'm missing, because that doesn't really rhyme when I said. Sipping on some syrup. The line, we ate so many shrimp, I got iodine poisoning.
Oh, okay, yes, from sipping on
Some syrup.
that doesn't even rhyme. I know, but no, they just wanted a way. They knew that they would hook their listeners by just starting with sipping on syrup. They're like, okay, in.
I know.
They're like relatable, and then he's like, they hit him with a fact.
I know. I ate so many shrimp, I got iodine poisoning. And then, yeah, the rest of sipping, also scissor.
She said. Stupid.
Oh my gosh, yeah, UGK. Did you ever do syrup?
Yeah, I tried.
Did you like it?
Yeah, well, I just liked it. I don't know what exactly syrup is, but I'm drinking a bottle of Robitussin.
Oh my gosh, was it exciting when you did that?
Well, actually, I have a friend who's from Mississippi, and she loves to robo trip. She said it was like a huge thing in their high school. They would robo trip and then go to cheerleading practice. She's like, there's nothing like tumbling when you're robo tripping.
Oh my god, down in Mississippi somewhere.
Yeah, Jackson, Mississippi.
Capital of Mississippi, for those that don't know that.
I didn't know.
Yeah,
I've learned so many things today.
I know, be careful eating shrimp because that really can give you poisoning. But I do think if you get that vein in the back of it, you're probably, you're maybe a little better.
Wait, so what type of syrup is it though? I know you mix it with Sprite.
So this is, I think,
I know it's purple drink.
yeah, it's purple drink stuff, and I think people get it. I think if you can't, yeah, it's drink, because I guess it can be different colors. I think maybe there can be orange sometimes, so it's not necessarily purple drink. But yeah, I think it's for people if you get a real bad cough and you can't go to sleep at night, then the doctors give it to you.
Yeah, I mean, I Delsum, that was like, people were doing Robitussin, and then the whole thing was you gotta drink a bottle of Delsum. I went to this rehab once, and well, not for purple drink, it was for alcoholism, crippling alcoholism. Well, I do pills and stuff.
Pills always scared me a little bit because I was always drinking so heavily that every now and again I take a pill and like it'd be so much fun. I remember the first time maybe in high school at some high school party taking a Loratab.
Oh, hell
A bunch of
yeah.
like Bud Lights or something and being like, what is this feeling? Dude, I love this.
Do you know that song? I can't remember who sings it. It's called Scarecrow. And it's like Percocet, it's like, what is it? Oxycontin, Xanax, Percocet, Loratab.
Valium's ecstasy.
It's all up for cash.
Oh my gosh, that's a little white. It was a Memphis rapper.
It's called Scarecrow. And I went to SMU in Dallas. And we were like, everyone was so into it. They call it farming school because everyone loves pharmaceuticals. And like,
I thought it was because farmers or something.
I thought you'd think it's pharmaceutical. You meet those boys, they have the softest hands you'll ever touch. They never worked a day. And they're feeling something that much. But, and I'll tell you more. So basically, we're like these like little preppy kids, and we're like just like taking Oxy and like stuff, just like listening to just like Percocet and Loratabs, and I'm like wearing like a Lily Pulitzer dress. I'm like Scarecrow.
Yeah, Scarecrow. What's that you're popping? A powerful pill they call Oxycontin.
Yes.
But, by the way, rest in peace, Scarecrow.
Did he die from Oxycontin?
He died from something.
Powerful. Rest in power.
Rest in power, Scarecrow.
Rest in powerful pills.
A.K.A. Soul Kaiser. A.K.A. That's all I remember. He had
Little
different
White.
aliases. I swear the song you were talking about, I swear is called Oxycontin. It's number 12
Okay.
on this album.
Yeah, that's it.
Scarecrow is in there.
It's in the corner. I just didn't know. I thought Lil White was gonna have more creativity.
I know. Look at Lil White. Just that white dude, and he's got the backwards. That used to be my look.
It's like he's doing the thing, from Superstar when he's like, that's what he's on to.
Oh, yeah, I was thinking for sure, right when I saw that, I would smell my fingers after having my hands like that. I mean, you have to. Would you smell your fingers? Do you smell your fingers after touching stuff?
No. He does it all the time. Not really. Ask me.
Yeah, I just love it.
Because I am a smoker, except for actually I quit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
An hour ago? Oh my gosh.
Thank you.
Well, that's wonderful. You gotta start somewhere.
I know.
Grant, can you believe this? We're at the beginning.
Is this true? Yeah.
Oh my god.
I quit one. It did once in your head. After I smoked it, I said, I am a happy non-smoker.
And that's it.
And then I practiced in my head, like, actually, I might have said that out loud. I was walking around my apartment, and people were like, want a cigarette? No, I don't smoke. I actually quit. And then I was like, I'm talking with them. No, I quit. Sorry, thanks for asking, but I'm not interested.
Yeah.
I'm alone.
Yeah. Well, that's good. You have to practice because then you'll be used to it. So when somebody really does say that to you, you will practice and you'll be
And here's the thing, I did quit smoking for 8 months recently, and nobody asked me for one cigarette, so.
Oh, really?
Yeah, nobody was like, you want to smoke? I was like, I'm not practicing for that big moment.
That's bullshit. That's life.
Yeah, it's kind of like, when that one person says something to you and you're ready for a comeback, and they just are nothing but nice.
I know that you can't, you've been preparing all day long. You're going to just get after this person, and then they're kind of nice.
Thinking about it in the shower, over the shower thoughts.
Gosh, I don't even know. I probably wasn't even thinking about anything yesterday in the shower, but I did this thing where I'm standing up and I'm totally fine. And then something happens.
This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp.
This is our first ad. It is the most important ad I think it could have been, and it's BetterHelp. Everybody, it could be since the .com bubble burst. It could be since COVID. People are not doing good anymore, and you get better by talking to people. Oh my gosh, I mean, I used to shut myself down. I didn't start talking until I was 3 years old. Just talked to a lot of people. But yeah, BetterHelp is there to help everybody. Please never forget that. It's there to help everybody. It's there to help little Gator. No, I'm kidding. Gator's a little dog, so she wouldn't understand probably what the people are saying. But yes, oh my gosh, it's the largest online therapy provider in the world. BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Talking out with BetterHelp. Listeners get 10% off their first month of BetterHelp.com/WMS. Okay, that's BetterHelp.com/WMS. 10% off. And you can start talking to people that can help you. And I feel like I'm falling over. And then I grab for something, and then I really almost fall over. But it didn't happen. I was able to catch myself. It's an incredible story. It's a little unfair. I know, because it's like I'm doing it to myself.
Were you joking yourself in the shower to come?
And then, yeah, I lost balance. And, it's embarrassing.
Wow, these are really quick. This guy, Grandma.
Has been doing it.
That's like what would happen if you fell go back.
I know, my head would get snapped backwards. And
Exorcism shit.
damn, yeah, Grant. So
That guy looks just like you.
I know it's weird. Every now and again, Grant, it really hits the ball out of the park on this thing. And sometimes it's extra scary, and this happens to be an extra scary one. Are you all right, Grant, today?
I'm good.
Oh, and we have a Delsum right there.
Wow. Was Delsum blue? Is that a thing? Why do I keep on thinking
Actually, it says that's green. No, you're thinking of Celsum blue.
Celsum blue.
Celsum blue.
Yes.
That's for dandruff.
Okay, that's a dandruff thing.
Uh-huh.
Celsum blue, not Delsum blue.
I think that you're supposed to be advertising certain things in it. Like your initial ads, and now you're really plugging a lot of products.
Delsum blue.
It took it sponsored. I don't know. Now they're looking in the woods. Suicide forest where she hears about it.
Would you ever step foot in that place?
I don't really know much about it. I just know it's in Japan, right?
Yeah, and I've seen pictures. Yeah, where the people are.
Can we see a picture? Or they were in?
Yeah, I'll pull up a picture. Not
Yeah, there's
None of my friends.
Right.
You're gonna dox her, give her the exact address.
it looks like this, I guess.
That's wait, nah.
I just be waiting for the Blair Witch to show up the whole time in there if I went in the suicide.
I thought it was really supposed to be really dark, and I thought we were gonna do it. So it was gonna be some Deathly Hallows shit.
It could be. It's probably really scary at night. It's probably real dark in there at night. Look at those trees. That's maybe daytime or something. I mean, I bet it.
I think a little darker.
It's like Daytona.
Oh my gosh, where they drive the cars on the beach.
Wait, you can't do that. You can't put make a filter on this. No.
That's scary.
You hang a body or two.
Yeah, like the trees from the branches.
Yes.
Yeah, like maybe somebody wrapped up in a sleeping bag. Because sometimes they go out there and I think to go to just sleep forever, and they bring their sleeping bag.
Look, this is getting dark.
I got a little dark.
I feel like you're not looking at the right spots.
Yeah. Is it like you want to do a speed here?
There must be other pictures.
I see.
God, thank God none of us were at the Target yesterday. They got shot up by the person.
By what person? Someone who should have just gone to the forest.
He should have gone to the forest. He should not.
I didn't know about this article, and I have a news show.
Oh my gosh, yeah, it happened yesterday at a Target here in Austin. It was scary guy.
Austin. North Austin. That's where I live. North Austin.
North Austin Target.
The one by the campus.
I have no idea.
How many people
3.
did anyone surrender?
3 and 2 guys surrendered in a garbage truck.
Wait,
Yeah, that's like the happy part. 3 people died, 2 people surrendered in a garbage truck, and then the main guy, surrendered.
What? How old were the people? Any association?
No, it was just some weird, they were like hanging out earlier that day or something.
They were friends?
Yeah, like old school friends.
So he didn't just walk in and just kill a bunch of strangers or something?
No. I don't know. I don't need to be talking about it.
Targeted attack.
Targeted.
He's like, you took the last song, did you, motherfucker?
In the truck. Oh, well, there's a picture. Did you take this one yesterday, Grant?
No, you called it innocence. That's right.
He's Grant dead. Chloe, I don't know if you're on suspect. Did you ever watch the movie Nightcrawler?
Yeah.
Jake Gyllenhaal, where the guy like follows the police and then eventually causes accidents.
Yes.
So what Grant was doing
You were causing problems?
in the mid 2010s, he was doing that before Nightcrawler came out.
It was a different time. It was less frowned upon back then.
Yeah, where you're just slitting women's throats and we have an accident.
I think it was more
on the scene.
I think it was a lot more slitting people's mess with their brake systems in their cars.
Oh my god. Do you have any casualties?
Well, I mean, that's kind of on them if they don't check the brakes when they get in the car every time.
Did you know them?
I don't know if he's I never even talked this much about it. I'm shocked you just said the thing about people need to be checking their brakes before they get in their cars.
That's just a general
at all of it.
I think people
I don't check my brakes before I get in my car. What are you talking about? Where can I even look at? What if I wanted to look at my brakes? I don't even know where I would begin to look at my brake. What do I do? Get one of those things with wheels on them and put my back on it and then pull myself out of the car and look somewhere? I don't even. Like, so I find one of those. Do I just go overalls? I don't even understand.
yeah, something like that. I think you just gotta check them.
Well, you're a real sick motherfucker.
No,
That's why we gotta stay in this conversation.
He's kind of a bad guy.
He's really nice. Yeah, seriously.
Okay, I don't have a car.
How'd you get here?
I took an Uber, which she could have also messed up.
I swear you didn't take me to the robot Ubers, did you?
No, I never did that. However, the other day, they're always driving around my little neighborhood, and the other day I was very bored. So I bored and thought to myself, what if I just walk in front of us right now and see how just fucking quick they are?
Walk in front of them, but make sure they're maybe not going too fast, and then you can probably get some money.
That's what I was thinking. Either I could test to see how good their brakes are, or I could get a little bit of money. I could call like Selena and Barnes.
Oh my god.
An injury attorney.
Thomas J. Henry.
Is that one?
And I think that's her. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think
Selena died in a plane crash.
Selena. I thought she got shot by like her person in the fan club or whatever.
Selena as in Selena and Barnes.
I thought you said Selena. Oh, I heard her name was Selena.
That would be the craziest fucking ADD transition.
Selena Barnes. My name is Selena Barnes.
Injury attorneys. 888.
Yeah, Thomas J. Henry's maybe 77777.
Selena and Barnes. Injury attorneys.
Oh my gosh, you can call the Navy and it's the numbers. How do those law firms even get those numbers? Does it cost a lot of money? Getting a number that is like 6666666. What? Get that one. Double set. I wouldn't do that one.
You know, one of my friends and I, we still fuck with Selena and Barnes because they didn't really care, so we would just be calling a lot with cases for them. We called once and they were crying and be like, I recently got herpes on a Bumble date. I need you to take me down. And they were like, ma'am? She's like, and they're like, she's like, and it hurts. And they're like, you should go to a doctor. Here they are. Wait, they broke up. Which, you know, tear in the middle.
Which one was Selena?
I don't know. One died in a plane crash. Like a little plane, huh? So Barnes is on the right.
Okay, Barnes is that guy right, and then poor Selena was on the left, and then Selena is above my head. I wonder if Selena and Selena would have been buddies, like in real time, like if their timelines had matched up. You think they would have maybe hit it off?
She could have used an injury attorney.
She could have used it. Maybe he could have helped with the fan club person. He could have looked at the books and stuff and seen. I don't know. Talking about them.
It's always a fan. It's always.
Oh my gosh, Grant! This is actually. I like this.
It's a rom-com. Wow, who's gonna write the screenplay?
Yeah.
Who's gonna deal with that screenplay? Who's calling it?
Salino and Selena. No, there could be a better name. I don't even know what it would be and what is it about. Falling in love or something. I don't know. And then getting in the plane crash and
It's
then
when
her
she-
dying on the same day, maybe.
She doesn't die, actually, so she has to hire him for the injury case.
Yeah.
So the lady only hurts her, doesn't kill her.
And they
This
fall
is a
in
different
love.
timeline.
Yep.
And then they fall in love when he's helping her ass down in.
Yeah, and she's really not interested. So first of all, she gets assigned with Barnes, and then she's really likes Barnes because she thinks Seleno's like a fucking asshole because she saw him rip off someone else out of a case.
I've heard that about him too. He's a fuck boy.
And then Barnes, which is part of the real story of life, dies in a plane accident. So then she's stuck with Selena, and she's like, "This I fucking hate this guy." And then slowly over time, he begins to woo her. And I was gonna say something more interesting, but I didn't have it.
But he starts to kind of they're around each other.
No, I know. What he does slowly over time is he hires Grant, and Grant starts doing little tricks on her, like breaking her brakes, so she has to keep getting an injury attorney, and little things like, going up behind her, and pouring boiling water on her back, and she doesn't know, and then she keeps having to go back, and then they fall in love, and then she finds out, wait, you're the one who poured the boiling water on me, and then he's like, it was before I loved you.
That's when I didn't really know what was up.
And she said,
Now I love
and then
you,
she
but
said,
before.
when she finds out, she goes, well, you know what, speaking of which, you're in hot water.
And then that's the end of episode 1.
And then,
Season 1.
and then he comes.
Oh my god!
I love this.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, some sandwich.
Huh? What did you say?
Some sandwiching.
Yeah, oh my gosh, no, I love that. I mean, that was just effortless.
And she's also in the movie industry.
I am me.
Yeah, she's a scream queen.
Yes, that I didn't get the role.
No,
What are you talking about?
My man,
What's happening?
so I was auditioning for a movie. Because my dream, I want to be in horror movies, and I can show you my scream sometime. But
Do you have a good screen?
I'm not really sure. That's why I was saying I could. Yes, I'll come in.
You can cry.
Would you like me to?
Yeah, hold on. I have really bad news. Grant cut the brakes of the Uber you came here in, so they're not going to be able to pick your ass back up. They're not going to pick your ass back up.
Got a fucking here.
That's amazing.
That was really quick. How did you get that tear
You're
out?
an actress.
Fucking good. I can cry on command. A lot of people can't do it.
No.
Wasn't that cool?
I'm so
Oh
impressed.
my gosh. So that would probably be good if you were in a horror movie. And people are, you gotta act messed up. Yeah.
I can just do it.
But she kind of auditioned for like the villain of the horror.
Yeah, so I'm sorry.
Hold on, what's a line of the Blair Witch Project? Hold on to something outside of the tent.
I've never been in anything, but I can cry. I have a lot of skills.
How do you do that? Can you teach me how to do it really quickly? Or how do I do it?
I don't really know.
Do you think, is this something physically you're doing, or you're literally thinking of something sad really quick?
No, I just am physically doing it.
It's something you can
No, I just go up and cry.
and then so you're not even thinking about some sad moment that happened in your life. You're not even thinking along those lines.
You basically act as if your water ducts are in your face or eye ducts. I just kind of act like they're
Water ducts.
like they're constipated or something, and I'm like holding it in.
Oh,
Sorry.
wait, you about to cry?
I don't want to do it again. I don't want to cry again. I don't want to picture that.
Clog your duck, William.
Clock my duck.
Don't. Oh, you have to keep your eyes shut. I mean, open. I mean, sorry. Don't close. Don't wink.
Okay, open.
Don't blink.
It's not working. I can't even do it. God. And you're doing it again. No, don't cry about me not being able to do it. It's not that sad. No, don't cry about that. Now you're gonna make me cry.
That was so bad. I'm very talented at crying. I need a tissue.
Okay.
I can get one. There's right here.
Oh my gosh, hold on. Did it look like there was a little, man, I swear. Wait, it didn't? It looked maybe like my eye poisoned up a
You
little.
will never beat me. And so I auditioned for the role, and
When was this? Recently?
very recently, actually, in fact, I was so far from getting the role that my manager said the self-tape was so bad I'm not even going to submit it.
No.
What do you mean? What are you doing on a self-tape? What do you have to do? Read lines or something?
Yeah, but the thing was, it was just too funny because my character was supposed to be a pregnant cop. Oh yeah, William definitely.
Yeah, thank you.
I was supposed to be a pregnant cop who gets possessed by a witch while she's brushing a child's hair.
Weird.
So I just started to feel like a pedophile. Like you're just setting up the lines, like, what a pretty girl. Like, you're so pretty, you know, this long hair won't last forever. And it's like, my pretty girl, I think you're so pretty. Like, get real weird.
That's kind of scary. Wait, so does your manager person give you any insights or just says, oh, this isn't going to work?
He just says, I don't know.
What do you say? Well, hold on, I'm crying in it. Or was it, no, you're right, you don't have to cry in this part.
I was like, kind of laughing. It was too funny.
Oh,
I was shooting it. Jenna Sparrow was filming it for me. And she was like, she was making you giggle. Yeah, because she kept laughing. And I was like, I am being serious. And she's like, I feel like you're not being serious. And I'm like, this is about as serious as I know how to get.
and then y'all both start laughing. And then sometimes it's hard to stop laughing if you're like with a friend or something, and then the other person starts laughing. And then it can be like a contagious laughter.
Especially if you're already embarrassed. If I'm like embarrassed by something, because of like, then I start laughing, and then they start laughing, and I'm already embarrassed. And it's like that. I have that extra embarrassment laugh because I don't act in anything. It was the second time I ever did a self tape. I've never acted in anything.
Oh my gosh, well keep on getting your name out there. Keep on putting your name in the hat. If you're gonna write something, yeah, somebody's gonna be like, hold on, we need somebody that matches your description, and we need somebody that cries. And then you're gonna walk up, and they're gonna be like, what?
Here's the fucking thing. People use tear sticks.
What are tear sticks?
I learned about it from a movie called Theater Camp. And what they do
Is
is,
that a documentary?
it was a narrative. Ben Platt. Yes. And
Who's that guy? I always see this picture. It's like, was he a soccer player or something? It's Jordan.
Michael Jordan.
So what, what's a deer stick? Barbecue real deers instantly.
Yeah, they just put them like under your eyes and it makes you just cry. So fuck you, tear sticks.
So it just makes you like think, so it makes you think of something really sad.
It's like AI tears. It's bullshit. You know, it's like they're stealing my job.
Oh my gosh, so you put that, so it looks like lipstick, but instead of putting it on your, probably don't put it on your lips or you're going to be drooling and stuff. I wonder if that's how that works.
Girls put them on their vagina.
And it's just like real wet down there. Oh my gosh, they put it on their things down there and then it gets, yeah, okay, tears instantly.
That's
Oh my gosh. Well, I'm so sorry to hear. Well, hopefully this is not going to get in your way of landing a role in something, okay? This is not going to get in your way.
Yeah, I just don't know what CEO I gotta take down to get this off the market.
To get this off the market, yeah, Grant, who is in charge of this stuff?
Yeah.
Can you look up Tier Stick?
You want to know like the brand?
I want to know the CE fucking O.
It could be like Procter.
I want to know the big guy.
Yeah, it could be under Coca-Cola or Procter & Gamble, or it could be like some random Doritos. No, I think Doritos is under somebody else.
I want to know the guy Luigi. Frito-Lay? They're in charge of this?
Do you like the Ruffles?
No. Yeah, huh? I don't like Ruffles. I like Ruffles.
Yeah, Ruffles are pretty good.
Ruffles still skin?
That was one of my favorite nursery rhymes growing up.
Yeah.
Still good.
Ruffles still skin, was it?
Yeah, what was his name again?
Rumble.
Yeah, Rumble. Still good. Yeah. Yeah, oh my gosh, he was one of my favorites. Was he the, no, I was wrong there. I was about to say the one that slept in the different beds or whatever.
I feel like he was very poor.
Yeah, Rumpelstiltskin, it's how they can rub the world. Person
And like Humpty Dumpty.
yeah, Humpty Dumpty sounds like some rich British
Yeah, I feel like
aristocrat.
it's a great fall. I wonder who did it. Somebody who wanted his money.
Yeah, because we were literally talking about Humpty Dumpty one day in the apartment about like, do you think that was some sort of scam? Because what do you do as an egg person sitting on a wall?
Yeah, it's true. I mean, somebody scamming his ass to even get him up on a wall.
Yeah, how could he wanted to get it? His tummy would get in the way.
I don't know, they just had little arms and legs. I don't even know how his ass got up there. I don't know.
And then like it's all just planned. Like they come in there, they're like, and he's like, what happened to Humpty Dumpty? And then someone's like, he had a great fall. You know?
Yeah.
Like, where was he? And they're just sitting on the wall. It's all bullshit. And all the king's horses and all the king's men.
Oh, couldn't put him together again.
Yeah, see, that's how I know he was connected. Because the king wouldn't fucking help him if he wasn't. If he was some sort of Rumpelstiltskin motherfucker.
They were all around him, it sounds like. Oh, they were refusing.
You think if Rumpelstiltskin fell off a wall, anyone would give a shit?
Nobody.
Really not a lot of people, maybe his mom.
What did Rumple wear? No, he was too old for a mom.
Was he the little guy? I forget about him.
Yeah, that's not Rumple.
That's kind of a classic. That actually is a really good one.
Where's Mr. Stillskin?
Let's see. I got him.
I love that. Humpty Dumpty. Look at that one. That's a really nice one.
Yeah.
Put up with the yellow boots.
He had a glow up.
He did have a glow up in that look. That's
Brows are. It's like he's using Lattes.
There's Rumpelstiltskin.
Yeah, that's one poor motherfucker.
Yeah, that's not my Rumpelstiltskin. What's another Rumpelstiltskin? I don't know. What's another one that's like a weird
Yeah.
Pixar?
He does, yeah, he's not even wealthy enough to have that type of.
This guy?
Yeah, that guy. That's him.
Yeah,
That guy's got a mom.
Fair enough.
I don't think he ever had a dad.
Just Rumpelstiltskin and Jesus. They didn't have.
No, he just never met his father.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Yeah, no, I mean, look at this guy. But there's another one. He looks a little dainty in this one. I like this one a lot. That's how I get when I'm hungry. I start, walking around.
Because I just heard Jean Valjean that fucking town.
Where is that? What is that?
Jean Valjean?
Yeah, what's that?
He's a guy from my mess who steals the bread.
Oh, well, that's the problem.
And he goes to prison forever.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Is that good? That's a musical, correct? All I really saw was Oklahoma.
I never saw that. But you could tell me something about it because I never saw it.
The main song is what? Oklahoma. And then there's other songs too. That's like the main song.
What is this? Passion of the Christ?
Yeah, what is this one? Is that
Jean Valjean, yes, but Wolverine.
Didn't he play?
Well, yeah, Wolverine did, but Hugh Jackman.
Hugh Jackman and John Valjean.
And then Anne Hathaway, that's why she got so thin.
For doing a role in John Valjean.
She would play.
How come?
Because she played the woman who's so thin.
No, there was just a character.
She had to get like anorexic.
Okay.
Can we see her?
Yeah.
Please?
Please, Graham, come on. Don't freeze up on us now. Like, he doesn't like words. Like, he doesn't like it when people talk for him. Move her to the side. Pop. Oh, we're gonna have to whack. Left her in Star Wars.
Like, yeah, she's on Star Wars.
Natalie Portman.
One time I saw, what's that fucking guy's name? Shit. Dennis Quaid. Not Randy Quaid. You know Dennis Quaid?
Yeah, Dennis Quaid. What is he in a bunch of, like, bunch of kind of family kind of movies?
He's in a Parent Trap, for sure.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I met him all coked out at the back of the Comedy Store one night. I had a picture with him, but it was when I was totally on one. I was wearing a wig that night, but I remember I was conversing with his ass back there that evening.
Yeah, he's so hot.
That's what I was just about to say. I couldn't believe it when I was standing right in front of him.
Really?
I was like, I remember, I was thinking the whole time, oh my gosh, I remember this guy growing up, different movies, different shows. Now he's right in front of me. I can't mess this up.
Yeah, because he will never forget it.
Yeah, I'll never forget. I'll never have any kind of chance to communicate with his ass again. And then I think I messed it up. How'd you get a picture of my ass at the back of the Comedy Store with him?
No, that's his son, and his son's the mom is Meg Ryan.
Oh, weird.
He looks like,
Listen, Seattle.
yeah, he looks a lot like Meg, right?
Yeah, more like Meg. He doesn't really
Yeah, he
look
looks
the
like a
guy
little
next to him. Yeah, it's Meg.
Wait, so what I was gonna say is, and then I met Randy Quaid when I was drunk at Telluride. I went to the film festival like a long time ago when I was drinking, and I saw him in a bar, and I was like, "Fucking love you and feel the dreams, man." He was like, that was Kevin Costner.
Yeah, it's just right.
Fucking love you and feel the dreams. And I was serious. God,
It's hilarious. He just said that to his ass.
yeah, I just walked up to him. I was like, man.
But he was pretty chill
I
about
was like,
it.
I'm watching that. I was like, I've seen that movie probably like 100 times. You're fucking fired. Like, not even me. You've seen this 100 times.
You built that baseball stadium in the cornfields. How'd you do that?
I was like, what a comeback. Actually, recently, as in over 3 days, I actually missed a couple spots due to it. I
Watching Field of Dreams.
to watch Eastbound and Down.
Nice.
I watched the entire 4 seasons in 2 days.
Oh my gosh, that was a good.
I decided at the end of it, he has so many comebacks. You know, have you seen it?
I need to watch it all the way through. I think I've seen the first season and maybe the second season. I don't think I've seen it.
He's just constantly having come back. And like by the end of it, I was just like, I'm turning my apartment into a fucking dojo. You know? Because he has dojo. And I moved around all my furniture. And then I got tired. And now it's all just mixed up. And there's stuff all over the floor. So I was like a quarter way through making my dojo. And then
Oh no.
and then I got too tired to finish cleaning it up, and it's a mess. And I switched to a show called The Outlander about, like, you know, the Scottish people in the Highlands, and their shit is a mess back in the day. So now I'm like,
Oh my gosh, so now it's cool.
yeah, no, I'm like, I'm on my new journey.
And then, well, after Highlander, you need to find another one where they're cleaning up and stuff so that you can clean back up. If you want to. Only if you want to.
Like good with one too. He's a janitor.
Oh my god.
But also a genius. So he's always cleaning at night.
I think you should watch that.
Oh, and then I could solve equations.
And then you'd be good at that. Are you good at math? I'm horrible at math.
Should we do an equation?
What, like test me and I test you or something?
Yeah.
6 times 4.
It is 24.
Okay.
What is 12 times 11?
That's a hard one. You're good. 6s. I was trying to be sweet doing a 6 because I remember 6 is going to be easy. 12 times 11? 122.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, 12s and 11s always scare me. I can do 10s, obviously. But I think I pretend like. And 11 because
It's like
no,
one of
11's
the,
easy.
it's like the second easiest.
So 12 always was hard.
This is
Okay, you guys
9.
What is it?
The correct answer is 9.
What do you mean?
I got that immediately.
I thought, so what do you do? What
So
was you
6
first?
divided by 2 is 3, and then 1 plus 2 is 3, and it's in the bracket, so you multiply 3 times 3 is 9.
I thought you do brackets for.
With the version of the rules which is taught in many schools, the answer would be 1, but the correct answer is 9. Controversy ensued because of the historical order of operations from before 1917 differs slightly. Because it's at
As I was taught, as I was taught that would be.
you're learning old math.
I'm learning old math to know this.
You're
That's probably my problem.
old school.
I'm an old school kind of guy.
Heck no.
I'm learning old. So you're telling me, Grant, the math I was learning was pre-1917?
I think so.
What?
Was every answer 1?
It got me bogged down if I tried to read this whole Business Insider.
Okay, do one more.
That's another one. Okay.
Rematch.
Yeah, William, they would teach it that way. It was called PEMDAS.
Yeah.
Please excuse my parents' style.
So parentheses, equations,
We did that too, but I don't follow the fucking rules.
and you were correct.
You're gonna do it.
Sometimes it pays to not.
Jam through this one.
Oh gosh.
I don't like a word problem.
God damn it.
That's too much dead air.
I'm just trying to reread this first sentence over again so I get the understand what's going on. So there's people on a train, okay? I do off the train. So people get on the train.
Now you're making it harder for me.
Now there are 63 on the train.
42.
People were in the train to begin with. So
There's 42.
hold on. Now there's. Wait,
Wait, 44.
Let's see. Calculate the answer.
say 32. I can't do these numbers.
There were 65 to begin with, but many are convinced the answer is 46.
Wait, what did you say?
I know what I did wrong. I'm a fucking idiot.
What did you say?
44. The answer
We were close.
The answer is 65.
was closer than you.
You're closer than me.
You said 1.
I said 32.
Did I say 1 again?
This
I
way I
don't
can
like
never
that
do
one.
this.
I was joking.
Yeah.
60. Wait, hold on 1 second. Let me do this really quick. 65.
Oh, wow. That's very good.
Can you?
What did you do?
I want him to cut that other part. So like I got it right away.
I see.
I said I was a genius early.
What was the right answer? 65.
I put Goodwill Hunting right next to it.
Oh, new equation.
Wait, hold on. What was that last one? The answer is 65.
It was 60.
Yeah, will you put it back up for 1 second?
Oh, so we didn't print it out of genius.
We're done.
Oh, we got yours. We got yours.
Oh, so now we're gonna. Oh, God.
Here's a question for you guys.
65. Whoa. Very good. Is that it? Yeah. Well, I still got it. Word problems always used to scare me, but now the better help.
Okay, good. Are we doing 2 out of 3?
If you guys are so good, what's this one right here?
Stop. We already did this.
It's 1.
We need one more because now
It's
one
a
more.
tiebreaker.
You said it was 65.
Oh yeah. So now it's So now we need a tiebreaker.
I know word problems are not like that.
Here, this has 2 solutions.
So it seems cool on the first line, and the second line seems off.
It gets in my head. Oh my God.
Okay,
Did you get it? Oh my
Wait,
God. It's confusing me. I don't want to play this.
yeah, I don't really like this one.
Yeah, I like
The
this.
idea is that you multiply
So it was
Oh, I get it. I knew that a lot.
what was it? So it'd be 96. Although,
Talk about pills.
yeah, I like talking about the syrup song, like an Oxycontin song, a lot better than the math stuff. I don't really like the math. I remember one time I had to go to tutoring. My parents made me go get math tutoring in high school. And I remember one time we get my
River?
yeah, in a fucking river. There's a big Wolf River.
You get math tutoring in a
In a
river.
river. And I remember one time going there, and I've been at my buddy David Nichols' house, smoking out of his bong and doing whippets. And then the lady was like, "Okay, turn to your homework." And I just looked at her, just the worst feeling of fear in my brain, thinking, I don't know what page to turn to. I've forgotten everything. It was like a disaster.
Do you ever have dreams where you're doing your homework and you forgot to do it, or you're late for school?
Yeah, I more totally have it. I can have it specifically with Kill Tony stuff sometimes.
Yeah, like you're late for Kill Tony, or
Or I can't find my crazy notebook, like crazy stuff like that. Or, yeah, I totally have stressful dreams. Thank God, not very often.
do you call it a notebook or a spell book?
He does say
Oh my
spell book.
Do you
God.
really?
In my dream, yeah,
You say spell book?
I say spell book.
That's so weird that I said that.
How'd you know that? What do you call it, a spell book?
No, I was thinking because you're like, you look crazy. So I was like, oh, this guy thinks he's a fucking wizard over here. Like, fucking.
It's my spell book. Yeah, I don't know what somebody would think if they ever picked it up. They would think, okay, these are just the ramblings of a crazy person or something. That's what I think would happen. Yeah, but but I realize that I'm kind of a wizard, so I don't care what the people think.
I was really at the phase where I was like trying to really write like my truth, you know? And
How's that going?
So like a diary.
no, well, I'd just be like in lists. I guess you know.
Oh my gosh, I picture you putting on the crying stick on your eyes, just making your list. I'm telling you.
No, but sometimes I was getting confused. I'd read it because I'd be drinking and then I'd read it and I'd be like, oh, this is a to-do list or set list. And one time it said abortion, and I was like, abortion. I was like, I couldn't get real confused.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, William would write all his crazy ideas when he was drinking.
All kinds of them.
And did you end up using any of them?
Sometimes.
Oh yeah, every now and again.
I never.
It wouldn't always work. Sometimes it would work. Sometimes it'd be a disaster.
I would always think I was a genius when I was drunk and writing. I'd be like, I'm gonna go drink and write, and then I'd go sit and have a glass of wine, and I'd like write a tiny bit, and then I'd just get another, and then I'd picture more and more and more scribbles. And then by the end, I would just be ready to just sit poop really big, and then I'd be like, all right, time to get coke. You know, I'd be like, good day of writing.
That's how I would be too, for sure. Oh my gosh, I'd start drinking, I'd write something, and sometimes I'd wake up the next day and just look at my scribblings and just think, dear, what is going on?
Yeah.
This seems crazy. But that's life, I guess. I mean, I'm sure Lil White thought that. I mean, I think a lot of different...
Little White's dead.
He was in the airplane, I think, drinking Soul Kaiser.
No, I don't know where to take any pages out of his spell book.
No. Yeah, Soul Kaiser. See, that would be a good name for either a Memphis rapper, like it was for Scarecrow, or also maybe a wizard, Soul Kaiser. But that's also kind of a little evil sounding or something. I don't actually, the more I think about it, the more that I wonder if that's like evil or something.
Kaiser?
Soul Kaiser. I don't know. That just has like kind of almost German connotation.
Yeah.
It almost can have like World War II connotation. And that's why.
And then it's like, okay, I don't know, who are you supporting in the Gaza war?
Yeah, who knows? Well, if I wish Lord Infamous was still with us, because I would like to, and again, that's what a scarecrow.
Dumbledore?
That's what a scarecrow's other names. That's his main name, Lord Infamous. His scarecrow's main name. Soul Kaiser, Lord Infamous.
You big Harry Potter kind of guy?
No, it was it kind of came along a little after my time where I was thinking, like, 2 ghouls per school, ain't no way.
I forgot that you went through elementary school pre-1917. It's like, how do I get it? Before your time.
Yeah, I mean, it was literally...
Oregon Trail before it was a game.
For sure. Yeah, so...
Would you even have been allowed to read witch stuff? Or wizard
What, the
stuff?
school that I went to?
I'm back
Or just
home.
with my parents?
Yeah.
Yeah, Francis.
Are you religious?
Am I religious? Yes.
Excuse me.
Yeah, oh my gosh, was I? Yeah, I still am. I try to pray at night.
Do you go to church?
No.
Well, I went to church on Sunday, so
I used to, yeah, we used to always go to church every Sunday.
I didn't because I wasn't baptized.
Oh, really? You're not baptized? No. You didn't tell me this.
Is that a precursor?
Whoa, yeah, for coming one way, you're not baptized? Get confirmed.
This is a Christian recording studio.
My first ever concert I went to was DC Talk. Do you remember DC Talk?
Before my time.
It was, really? Yeah, I get it. Yeah, DC Talk. It was some Christian rock band, so that was very exciting at the time.
Surprised knowing you it's not PC talk.
Yeah, tell me about it. God, with my blood. Wait, BC, like BC Powder.
That's them.
BC Talk, yeah, there they are.
They're kind of cool.
Oh, they were so cool.
I loved Kirk Franklin.
Who's that? Kirk Franklin. He was like
Wonderful
a
Christian rapper.
He was like a Christian rapper. Yeah, I used to have to get the edited versions of CDs at like the Kmart. Kmart always sold the edited versions because I wasn't allowed to get the unedited, the parental advisory CDs.
Wow.
Yeah, this kind of life I grew up. Yeah.
Throughout the Mad TV or the Mad magazine.
You know, I threw out all my magazines. The first CD I ever got was the Presidents of the United States of America. And the first song, Kitties, is what fucking and my mom immediately
Do they sing the Peaches song?
Yes, it's on that same album. Yeah, that was a great song.
Yeah, it's their only banger, I thought.
And then Lump. That was kind of a classic one. Weird Al Yankovic did Gump, about Forrest Gump.
Oh.
It's kind of like
I also liked 311.
oh, yeah. You said you liked. Does that mean you do not?
I just lost touch.
I know, fair enough. Me too. I don't really listen to them that much anymore. Oh, I love 311.
And then, obviously, Aqua was real hot for a minute.
Oh my god, the Barbie Girl song.
I had that CD. I remember I went and I got Britney Spears CD.
Where were you getting them?
CD store.
Oh, CD store. Is it not like a Kmart?
They didn't really have any near my house.
Oh, really?
Just CD stores.
Well, that's cool. Yeah, we just had the Kmart around my house. And just go to the Kmart, get little toys, and get a 20-ounce Coca-Cola. And if I get a free Coca-Cola on the bottle cap, there were a lot of those going, what's
Is
this?
that your dream? That's the music video. But I did watch a lot of TRL.
Oh, yeah, that was fun. I enjoyed doing that one.
Of course, in early got a eating disorder.
Is he still with us now?
They would call him Manorexic. Yeah, he's not dead.
He just got real skinny.
I remember seeing him on the cover of a magazine, like Us Weekly or something. I was like, oh, he's so sad.
Where were you getting them? CD store. Go to CD store. Is it like a Kmart?
They don't really have any near my house.
Oh, really? Just CD stores. Well, that's cool. Yeah, we just had the Kmart around my house.
Your CD.
Where were you
And it's simply not realistic to try and convince them all to convert to Islam or to persecute them out of existence. But formally, only Jews and Christians had dhimmi status. I believe so. I believe so. Not positive. Okay. I said no hard questions, okay? So, all right, let's go on. So anyways, that's how Jews are living. We'll see that playing out in Saadia's life. So let's look at Saadia in particular now. His name was Saadia ben Yosef al-Fayyumi. Fayyumi was one of the regions where he came from. He came out from very humble origins. This is something that came up again and again as he was proposed for high academic posts. A lot of the nobility, the Jewish nobility of these towns, felt that he came from humble origins, and that really they should only be appointing scholars who came from really significant backgrounds with rabbis as fathers going back far back, that kind of thing. But there was no question that his intellectual brilliance was so far and above his competition that he inevitably won all of these contests without really trying. He wrote his first book at a remarkably young age. According to tradition, he wrote it at the age of 11. Probably wrote it a little bit later when he was closer to 20. But at any rate, it was like an extremely complex rhyming dictionary in Hebrew, modeled on Arabic poetry, because at this time the Jews are all reading Arabic, appreciating Arabic culture, appreciating in particular Arabic literature. And so he wrote a Hebrew poetry manual based on a similar Arabic manual. It is a work really of haunting genius to see exactly how he works with the Hebrew grammar to evoke all kinds of interesting meanings. We don't know why he left Egypt. It's simply lost. But he spent some time in Israel. It could be that the reason he left was because he was in an extended conflict with the Karaite sect. And let's take just a minute to mention the Karaites were, because ironic, much of what we know about Saadia comes from the Karaites. Saadia was lost in a long decades writing all kinds of fulminous, invective against them and responded in kind. So a lot of Saadia's own have been lost. They're quoted in the Karaite writings which survive. So we're able to mine Karaite texts to see what Saadia actually believed in many places. Obviously, that's a difficult kind of source because it comes from a questionable, origin, and they represent their own bias. But if we assume that they're quoting him correctly, then we get quite a sense of him. So who are the Karaites, very briefly? The Karaites were followers of one Anan ben David, who came to the fore not much longer before Saadia, and he essentially argued that the Torah Shabbal Peh, the oral Torah that we spent so much time talking about last week, was in fact an invention of the rabbis and did not have any valid theological origins. The only thing that the Karaites believed was valid was in fact the written Torah, the first 5 books of Moses, and so they argued for a very strict observance of the written Torah without any layering of additional meaning. As it turns out, that's a very, very hard thing to do because the oral Torah has a tremendous degree of omissions inherent within the text, as we discussed last week. It has some extremely onerous legal impositions, like an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, or for example, one of the classics, the Karaites would never eat cholent. Now, does anyone know why they wouldn't eat cholent? Right, because it says in the pasuk very clearly, "Lo savaru eish b'chol moshvosechem." You shall not burn fires in all of your inhabitants. So, for the rabbinic Jews following the oral Torah, they understand it to mean essentially, you shall not light new fires on Shabbos. You can't strike a match, but if you have a fire already going, you may make use of it under certain circumstances with a covering, a black, and things like that. But you may make use of it, and so therefore, the rabbinic Jews were able to enjoy cholent on Shabbos, which contributed tremendously to their survival. Not alone, cholesterol intake, but the Karaites would eat only cold food on Shabbos. If I'm not mistaken, I think there are some poskim who even say it is a mitzvah to eat hot food on Shabbat, specifically to show that we're not Karaites. That's a very hard mitzvah to keep, but I try every week. I really do. So they spread quite dramatically, and they had a major pocket here in Egypt. We know from the Geniza findings, the tremendous number of documents that was discovered in the region that covers several hundred years of Jewish life in the Eastern Mediterranean, that the Karaites were actually a huge population, and surprisingly, especially because if you're looking at these kind of documents with Sadia, they got along fairly well with rabbis, with the rabbinic community. The Geniza documents indicates a tremendous degree of intermarriage between rabbinic families and Karaite families, of business organizations were, working between each other. And although most of the accepted historiography shows, two communities that are really fighting tooth and nail over all kinds of theological points, the actual, social documentation indicates that Karaites and Rabbinites had all kinds of ways to get along with each other. That was not the case, however, when you get to the level of the rabbinic leadership. People like Sadia, who are constantly assailing the Karaites for their heterodox views. The Karaites still exist today, but only tiny numbers spread out throughout Turkey and places like that. So that's how we know a lot about Sadia, and probably why he had to leave Egypt. Especially, it makes sense that, if Sadia was constantly getting in trouble with wealthy individuals because he had a mind of his own, and though he would have wealthy patrons who would support him in various positions of authority, that ended whenever Sadia would take a position that was unfavorable to their interests. And that seems to be a kind of a trope in his life, that he would recognize no man. He would only recognize what the Torah said, no matter whose influences, whose interests it affected. One of those conflicts, one that actually first brought him to sort of international fame, was the calendar controversy of 921 through 924. Yes, Ms. Abramson.
And so
older crowd because I don't know, I imagine it's
so then I came back to Austin and smoked
It's a good question. I do not know the answer. I would just have to guess. When I say following, it probably means, you have to think of it in terms of the Abramson rule of history, right? When you don't know the answer, what is it probably? Money, right? It's probably about money. So, people, when they're in their midlife and towards the as they're working in their careers and their business and things like that, they don't have the same kind of leisure time to be able to dedicate themselves in a discipleship relationship. That's something that really, it's reserved for bachelors, at a certain, or maybe when they just have a very small family. That's when you can really devote yourself to following anyone. When you're older, then you're following your family, trying to just pick up after them and make sure that they're supported. So I would guess it was young people, based simply on a kind of an economic analysis, but I don't really know. Good question, though. So let's talk about the calendar controversy. Historically, in ancient times, the calendar was set every month by sighting of the moon. It's described in the Mishnah people would witness the new moon. They would come to Jerusalem. They would testify before the court, and the court would make a calculation and declare that the month would, begin on such and such a day, and so on. There's always, the reason is because the lunar months are not precisely 30 days. They're slightly off, and so therefore, as we know, sometimes you have a 30-day month, and the next day is Rosh Chodesh, the new moon, or you have a 29-day month, and the next 2 days are Rosh Chodesh, that kind of thing. And it was always set in Jerusalem. Then we entered a period really around the 1st and 2nd centuries where there was a lot of conflict with the Samaritans, and this system became no longer viable. They used to communicate using smoke signals, which is, where the American Indians, of course, got it from us. Like everything, but they would light these smoke signals, and you would be able to see them from mountain peak to mountain peak. And then the Samaritans, Dafka, just to make it a little more difficult for the Jews, they would light their own smoke signals on the wrong day, just to confuse people who saw the signals and say, it was Rosh Chodesh already, and it would throw things off. So that by the 4th century, the Jewish world, also the Jews are spread out tremendously by the 4th century. They're living in Iraq. They're living all over the North African coast. So they set a fixed calendar based on mathematical, astronomical tables. They set a calendar, which is the calendar we use today. So in the year 921, a very important rabbi in Jerusalem named Aaron ben Meir declared that he was changing the rules, and declared that they were going to announce the sighting of the moon based on a certain time of day when it was visited, when it was seen. And according to his proposal, it meant that Rosh Hashanah would fall out on a Tuesday instead of on a Thursday, as anticipated by the Rit calendar. So this threw the Jewish world into quite a bit of tumult, because off one holiday of the year, all the holidays are off. And what happens if, you get to Passover, if you celebrate Passover early, so, all right, it's not such a terrible thing if you eat the Seder early, but that means you're going to start eating chametz before Passover is over, which is a very serious transgression. And so there had to be agreement on the calendar. Sadia Gaon wrote some initially very polite letters to Aaron ben Meir, indicating why his calculation should not be upheld. But it was clear that this was not just a demonstration of, rabbinical prowess. This was a little bit of a power contest, because Babylon had, for several hundred years since the close of the Talmud in the 5th century, they had demonstrated that Babylon was the new center of the Jewish world. And Jerusalem, even though it was clearly the spirit and historical center, was the intellectual center where, the entire Jewish world would be ruled. And so there was a desire on the part of the Jerusalem Jews to try and wrest that authority from the Babylonian academy. So Sadia persuaded him. He was unsuccessful. And ultimately, he wrote some very powerful invective challenge against Aaron ben Meir. They did through at least 1 year where Aaron ben Meir's calculations were observed in Jerusalem, and in the Jewish world, they followed Babylon. This only lasted a little while until it was very clear Jewish people could not tolerate calendars. As it was really expensive. At the time, it was ridiculous. All the gifts you had to give for people far away. I'm in that kind of mood again. So what ended up happening is that Sadia got won out, and the calendar controversy was resolved in his favor, which clearly demonstrated the authority of Babylon once and for all. And so Sadia emerged victorious, and this had tremendous repercussions for his life. So he was appointed initially the leader of the great yeshiva of Pumbedita in 922, and he signed his name at that time in some of the documents we have with the title Aluf that is associated there. But there were many people who felt that he should be appointed to the neighboring rival city of Sura because it had been going into significant decline, and they looked for someone as strong as Sadia and his personality to bring it back to life. Now, one more thing that we have to explain about the nature of Jews living in Islamic lands, is particularly in this region of Iraq. The Iraqis, or the Babylonians, recognized a head of the Jewish community who is called in English the exilarch, ark meaning leader, and exil, of course, the exile, or in Aramaic, the Reish Galuta, the head of the exile. We even pray for the Reish Galuta's welfare on Shabbat and the Yakum Purkan and places like that, so it still survives in our liturgy. But this was kind of like a quasi-political appointee, and there was always this kind of tension between who's really the head of the Jewish community. Is it the political head, the Reish Galuta, who was a descendant of King David that was appointed and recognized by the Babylonian Muslim authorities, or was it the head of the academy? Was that really the head of a community? So in this context, the Reish Galuta named David ben Zakkai, also a very strong-minded person, decided that Sadia should be brought from Pumbedita to restore Sura. And as I mentioned earlier, he had a lot of opponents to his candidacy because many people said, who is this guy from Egypt? He doesn't have any yichus, he doesn't have any family background. Why are we making him the head? But nevertheless, his brilliance, and in particular his performance during the calendar controversy, was undeniable, and his patron, the wealthy and powerful David ben Zakkai, was able to make him the Gaon. The only thing is that when he accepted the position, he did so explicitly on the condition, and we have this from Sharira Gaon and Natan Abavli, who are chroniclers of the period, who said that that David ben Zakkai made him swear that he will not disobey me or plot against me or regard anyone but me as the Reish Galuta or associate with any of my opponents, which is kind of like dramatic foreshadowing that these things would not happen. The contemporary authority says, and I quote here, that he was not afraid of any man and does not show to anyone because of his great knowledge. And it came a time when Nadia and David ben Zakkai ended up at cross purposes.
There he is.
It was specifically over the issue of probate.
Pimp, how you living, baby? What's wrong, big man? Okay. Yes, sir.
Let's check the rankings.
All right, go for it, big dog.
Number 10.
Dude, you've been letting her down, dog. What's she gonna do? Oh, I don't know about that, dog. All right, are you ready? Okay, just a moment. Dude, are you obsessed with pornography?
Yeah. What do you think?
Are you really?
What do you think is wrong? Yeah.
Like, you have a problem?
It's only a problem if it gets in the way of daily living.
Of what?
Only a problem if it gets in the way of daily living.
Okay. So you really are into your pornography.
It's not the pop.
All right, dog.
The other problem with the interviews with social relationships.
Okay. Did you know that you have an invitation?
Yeah. I'm playing the game.
I sent you an invitation for Match Monster, son.
Oh, I'm playing Connect.
Oh, hold on. Oh, dude, it's not fair. Dude, this doesn't count. I didn't know we were playing.
I mean, brother,
Yo, pimp.
how long has pornography addiction existed for?
As long as print. I mean, there's an argument to be made that, like, even like cave walls. Have you like? There's some cave painting graphic of like a dude, a woman, doggy style. So I'm sure people have jerked off to that. All right, you have an invitation. You have an invitation to Match Monsters. Are you gonna utilize it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
what you're telling me, what you telling me is there was a caveman that just didn't go hunting and he just sat in the cave all day looking at those drawings.
Yeah. I mean, I don't exactly know how it went down, but I could see it being like a situation where some guy wrote like a really accurate drawing of like. I mean, like the one that I've seen is very accurate. Like, I could see masturbating to it, and somebody was probably like to their friend, like, "Hey, dog, did you know that like I did this inside this cave?" And they showed their friend, and they're like, "Dude, that's amazing." And then they went and they just beat off to it. It's kind of like I think of it. So back before porn was a thing on the internet, there were magazines, but as a young boy, you couldn't get your hands on a magazine. So a lot of times, what would happen is they would somebody would have like a porn magazine in the middle of the woods, and they would just like leave it, or it would just be there, and then people would find out about it and then go and beat off to it. Then I've heard of people beating off to trees though. There's a comedian, Theo Vaughn, who said that there was this tree that looked like it had boobs where he lived, and because they didn't have any porn, people would just go out there and beat off to this tree. So, to answer your question regarding um, the use of, like, for how long people have been doing, probably even before cave drawings, for as long as humans have had a sex drive, and that's probably before even humans existed.
All animals masturbate.
I don't know if that's true.
I said I was asking the question.
Yeah, that's a good question. We'll have to look it up.
I know dogs and cats do because I witnessed both. I've walked in on my dog many times.
All right.
What's the other animal?
Oh, like monkeys do it. Dude, I'm looking up your fucking question. It's a good question, though. not all. No, not all animals masturbate. Dude, I missed a turn because of your question. Um, it's in primates, cetaceans like dolphins and whales, elephants, horses, rodents, bats, lizards, turtles, penguins, and even birds and reptiles. And primates. Okay. However, the behavior is observed in all animal groups. It is less common in birds, and there's no evidence it occurs in all species. The prevalence of masturbation is linked to the presence of brain circuitry, like stimulating sexual rewarding, which is evolved early in the mammalian and reptilian lineages. But primate evolution concluded that masturbation is an ancient behavior, suggesting that the common ancestor of all monkeys and apes, including humans, probably engaged. This is that while masturbation is widespread, it is not a trait shared by every single animal species. Dude, I fucking lost another point again because I'm looking up your questions.
Okay.
This is your secret strategy, isn't it? I just missed another turn. I missed a full on turn, dog.
I just want to know what animals masturbate and what animals don't masturbate.
I know, it's a good question. I don't know. I don't think fish do. Well, it didn't seem like they do, but I'm sure there's some fish that does. It's a good question.
Just think about it, right? How much you would accomplish if you were an animal that couldn't masturbate? Like, I wonder if masturbate accomplish more than animals do.
I wonder if the animals that don't masturbate accomplish. Um, I mean, it could go either way. It could be like masturbation stimulates them.
I mean, it probably you look at humans and you go, well, we're the most accomplished species, so it does have benefits, right?
Not necessarily.
So,
I mean, you could. It'd be hard, but like you'd need like two twins, or like a set of twins, one who masturbates and one who never masturbates. But even then, their experiences are different. So it's a tough thing to. It's a tough thing to
the only way you can,
quantify.
the only way you can do that, the only way you can do that, really, I believe it is illustration, which is good.
No, I don't think that's the only way.
I mean, it's the most guaranteed way.
Not necessarily. There are ways to orgasm without a sexual organ.
So what you're saying, you get an escort from someone who's 13,
No.
which is a bit weird.
No, you could cut off a person's penis, but still stimulate their prostate and get them to orgasm.
That's cool.
I mean, you're the one talking about castration, dog.
So castration doesn't work.
No, it does. It means that somebody generally cannot reproduce anymore. Dog, I just evolved. Even with losing all these turns, I'm whooping you. Zoot, you're up, son.
Do you believe in castration for people who commit certain
No.
Why not?
Ideally, and I think we're pretty close, I think those people can be quote unquote cured using things like Neuralink, perhaps. Like basically changing the computer interface. So there may be a way to change their behavior so that they don't do that kind of stuff. And also have their victims be able to forget about it if they want.
Okay, that's good.
That's a bit what?
I don't know, man. There could be a little side effects if you delay the paper from.
I understand. Good for you, dog. Are you proud of yourself?
Trying to think for guys.
All right. Well, that's more than you had been doing.
How long before the full improvement is like just leaving your mind completely?
That's a great question. Um, the first 36 hours is the most difficult. I mean, really, every minute that you're not smoking is difficult, but the longer you move away from that, the easier it is. So the key is to get through the first 24 hours. And then I think the first 36 hours is really important. Then the first 48 hours, then the first 72 hours. So you're at the 72-hour mark, which is important. You can continue that. That is the key. Then you get to the 100-hour mark. Once you get there, you want to get to the 172-hour mark, which is a week. Once you're able to get a week, that's key. The true key, though, is getting 2 weeks. Actually, 3 weeks. If you can get 21 days of doing anything, it no longer becomes a task. It can become habitual. Now, I'm not saying you won't get cravings and pangs, but if you can go 3 weeks doing anything, whether it's positive, like running, or negative, like um, not doing something, there's a.
One more process for because I'm smoking.
What'd you say?
Abandoning one more processed food and just garbage for young next week.
Okay.
Oh fuck! That's not the move I wanted to do.
Dude, it doesn't matter. You're done and it's over. That's all that does matter. Dude, even with losing all of those, I did well. All right, let's play that game that you have wanted to play, Dungeon Tales.
Yeah.
Okay, so campaign is all easy, medium, or hard. We'll do all. Let's try easy. Let's just try to. I mean, we did already beat it once, though. Let's just try all. Let's try all. I don't really know what this means.
This is just Dungeons and Dragons, but like.
Welcome, adventurers. Please remember to stay online. Your party needs you. All right. Do you want Terror Beneath the Red Hill? Okay, so let's do. Let's start with Drums of War, which is easy.
Have you ever played Dungeons and Dragons?
I can't say that I have.
Maybe, but I'm autism.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's necessary. I can tell you that, dude. I don't want to play this game. I want to play like something where we're actually doing something. Because I'm
No, pick the same person. This is not good.
okay. I didn't pick anybody. We're gonna play something else where I have time because I'm multitasking right now. So we're gonna go back to Brawl Bots for the time being, or not Brawl Bots, but whatever we play. Match Monsters. Match Monsters.
It's like,
No, Match Monsters because I'm doing something right now.
we'll go back to Dungeons. So,
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna destroy you though. Well, it's interesting that we get the same stage as last time.
what the fuck did I do? Oh my god.
What's that, pimp?
Look at this man.
I'm ready for it. 5. That was very good, dude. Oh, dude.
Oh,
Oh, man.
I didn't know you could have. I didn't know you could have multiple extra moves. You shouldn't have a feature on where you can have multiple extra moves.
Yeah, no, I didn't turn that on. I didn't know that either. Sometimes it seems like it doesn't work though.
I feel like you turn on multiple extra moves.
Well, I feel like you're just making up rules because that's not an option. If it were an option, I would because I think that's cool.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go about it.
Why not?
Because
Dog, I'm gonna blow your mind with how good this move is. Psych, it's not that good. I'm just doing this the old-fashioned way. I don't need your fancy stuff. Oh, dude, look at this one. I got. Oh, wait, it fucked me up. What are your thoughts on evolving? Are you proud of that move? So I just did an extra move. Okay. Maybe you maybe you can do multiple extra moves. I mean, I know you can. We saw you do it. Dude, I just helped you so much. Yo, pimp.
Jubilee. If you figure out, no, I don't even want to say symptoms, but like, if you figure out like things that you do wrong, like do wrong, and then you improve on those things, you can get better and completely get rid of the symptoms of that.
What do you mean?
You believe that you can get, if you look up symptoms of mental illness or neurodivergency that you're diagnosed for, and you like improve on all, you can get rid of your symptoms and just improve your quality of life.
Oh, I think that's a possibility.
But not what the pharmaceutical companies want you to believe.
That's true. I made a mistake. Dude, give me extra moves. I'll take it. Yeah, dude, that's true. I mean, if you ask pharmaceutical companies, they'll tell you all the things that their drug does, but they'll never admit what it does badly, like bad things. And I think that's an important discussion to have. Like, okay, all that stuff is really cool, all the good stuff, but what about the bad stuff?
I mean, the person who diagnosed me for ADHD, they didn't suggest, they just made a recommendation. Have you thought about going over the medication route?
Dude, Not good, dude.
Well,
My
oh,
I just gave you really good spots. Oh, really good move, Zoot. Zoot, you might win.
therefore, there's like, have you thought about going medication route? I didn't say that I missed it this time. I just said, maybe I should try and pay more. And I'm thinking now, maybe I should just try and pay more attention before I go to the medication route.
Right.
But I did try medication legally.
And what?
I did try medication. I tried with it legally. I didn't attain legally.
Oh, Zoot, what a comeback I've just had. Dog. Maybe one of the greatest comebacks in the history of this game. Oh, look at this move. Dude. Could I beat you? No. Oh man, I could come really close to beating you though. Oh Zoot. I wasn't paying attention. Zoot, are you excited for the paper, the television show? Are you excited for the television show, The Paper?
Malcolm in the Middle would be better.
Malcolm in the Middle sucks so much cock, I can't even put it into words.
I think they should redo Malcolm in the Middle, set it in Australia, and instead of him being a genius, they should put him in special ed class.
Oh, dude, I fucked up. I'm not paying attention. You're gonna win.
That would be so much better if they remade Malcolm in the Middle, set it in Australia, instead of him being a genius, they put him in special ed class.
Doug, isn't that just like a different show?
Yeah. But it'll be better.
Why would it be better?
Because people find it hard to relate to genius. People find it very more relatable to just stupid. More people relate to stupid than genius.
Dog, did you know that you lost? What are your thoughts on losing? All right, dude.
There are two ways to master comedy, right?
That's incorrect. There are many.
No, three.
There are many ways to skin a cat.
Okay, the biggest like way comedy being interpreted is observation and relatability. And more people relate than trying to there are jokes that you like. There are jokes. A lot of people don't like the Big Bang Theory, right?
Yeah, because that should suck.
Because that show sucks. A lot of the jokes being told, in that series, like, are jokes that you need to be like intelligent to fucking understand, so that really irritate people.
Yeah, I can't stand the laugh track on that show.
Yeah, it sucks. And then
I can stand it on some shows, but not on that show. And I think one of the reasons why is because some of the jokes are so highbrow or so intelligent, not that many people would think they were funny. Like, the people just generally wouldn't always think they were that funny. So you can tell it's just a laugh track. It's not filmed in front of a live studio audience.
yeah, what's Friends?
No. Now there
What
was.
show was Friends?
They used to be Cheers, The Cosby Show, and they used to say,
Jim?
yeah, they used to say Cheers was filmed in front of a live studio audience. So, like, you knew.
Doug Lucas is fucking right?
Word.
Did you know that Bill Cosby paid for the microphone and stage that Martin Luther King did his I Had a Dream speech on?
Yeah, I heard that.
Did you hear that from Dave Chappelle?
I don't know if I heard it from Dave Chappelle.
So I was watching Dave Chappelle before, and he said Bill Cosby did a lot for African Americans, and he wouldn't have a career if it wasn't for Bill Cosby. He does some bad things, but he rapes, but he also does some really good things.
I made a mistake. Yeah, that's true. Dog, I'm a big Bill Cosby fan. I mean, again, I think you have to separate the art from the artist.
I'm a Kanye West fan.
There you go.
Do I agree with his anti-Semitic views? No. also believe that maybe about 20, 25 years from now, that some of his anti-Semitic songs will be cultural moments and more appreciated than they are now. Right now, it's just a time that it's shock because no one has done what he has done before. And it's very controversial and shocking. And over time, that song will be more appreciated, either controversially or just a moment in time. I don't know. But I can't really explain. I'm not explaining myself in finishing sentences right now, but I'm saying that over time, Kanye's art will be more appreciated even in its more controversial moments.
Dude, I remember the first time I recognized that he was going to be controversial was during the Katrina telethon when he said George Bush doesn't care about blacks. I was watching it with my friend, and it was like, dog, that was not supposed to happen. And then they quickly cut to, like, Mike Myers, his face was like in shock. And then they quickly cut to Chris Tucker. They cut to Chris Tucker, and that was very controversial. Dude, WTF, my man. There we go.
Do you feel like Kanye was right?
I think that George Bush didn't care about a lot of people, not just black people.
There's only one way to know his thing, besides George Bush just said. But I think he does. I feel like he cared about getting the black people vote.
Yeah, but he really didn't get that.
Think Donald Trump cares about black people?
Some wealthy ones.
The ones that voted for him. You care? No.
Do I care about black people?
Yes.
Very much so. Yeah, I think there can be arguments that I've made that I care more about black people than I do white people at times. I'm not saying. I can say this: when I was a little kid, I cared about black people so much. Not that I still don't, but it was like overly. I was and still am just an advocate for black culture, black people, black society, black music, black media.
I'll tell you, when I was 5 years old, I was put into this. I had a really old teacher. She was a old school teacher. She was old, she was old. This is back in 2001, right? And she still, I don't. This is in Australia. I can't believe what I'm saying this. She hit kids that were Aboriginal.
Oh, that's
She would
terrible.
tug at Aboriginal kids, hit them, and she made us yeah. I feel like at the time she made us scared. That dark is scared. Like 5 years old, being scared of dark skinned people. Then I eventually got over it. But yeah, because of that. Yeah, I feel she was fucking scared. She hit Aboriginal kids and she hit black kids.
Did you have Aboriginal kids in your school?
Yeah. In my classroom, she picked one out of the classroom and just started hitting him. We were playing peg.
That's terrible.
No sport.
What sport?
I was running or something. Now I was like 5 years old watching it, but
Yeah, that's
if I
terrible.
knew what I knew now, I would have done something. But I was only 5 years old. Can't blame myself.
Right.
So what would you do if you were 5 years old and you saw your teacher start hitting another kid?
Tell my mom. Tell my dad.
I'm surprised no one in the classroom told me. Yeah, I'm surprised. None of us told me.
Yeah, why do you think that is? I mean, you were little kids, so you can't really blame anybody.
Why?
Word, dog.
I feel like maybe if we told, I think a lot of us thought maybe if we told on her that she would get away with it, nothing would be done, she would start hitting us.
Yeah, I understand that.
You don't know how powerful you are as a child to achieve, how powerful an accusation is as a child to an adult. You don't realise that until later on in life. You don't know how much power you have as a child.
That's true.
woman went to court. You know, she got in trouble for something later on, fired.
Well, it's good that she didn't work around children anymore.
Oh, she died not long after. Probably burning in hell. I'll tell you something. There is a hell of that burning in the fucking markets.
Zoot, you won. I wasn't even paying attention. I don't even know how you won so quickly.
Because I had a good team. Do I stutter off?
Sometimes.
I feel like not that often.
Yeah, not like someone with a major stuttering issue.
I feel like there's nothing wrong with my speech, just sometimes I forget to finish my sentence. Bye-bye.
What up, pimp?
Do you think I'm going to win?
No, I'm going to destroy you. That was maybe the best round that I've ever had.
You ready?
Yeah.
Correct. How big is your company when you grow up? When you're growing up?
Giant. Biggest person on television.
Really?
Yep.
In the 80s?
Yep.
And that's why he was doing it right.
Yeah, but he did those before. I mean, I'm not saying he also didn't do them during them too, but
Why do you think he got away with it so long?
he was very powerful. He was literally called America's dad. So he,
No one would have believed him.
yeah,
No one would believe him.
right. And he paid off a lot of people. So, like, I know one girl who said he drugged her. He paid for her college, and like, I bet you, this is a sad state of the United States, but there are people in the United States who would accept being drugged and raped if you would pay for their college.
I feel like that anywhere in the world.
That's true.
I feel like there are people that would let their children get drugged and raped to get out of countries to go to a first world country, some of these first world countries.
100%. It's really sad, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Oh, I fucked up.
Over in some of the countries, it's not as viewed as that. Half the stuff isn't as viewed as bill as it is here. In some countries. In other countries, they'll stone you to death.
Yeah. Dude, that was a big move, Zoot. What are you gonna do? You chose to heal? Oh no.
No, church.
Dude. Yeah, on this one, evolving restores 10 hit points.
You won.
I don't know if I won. Is it help? It's hit points, isn't it? Pretty sure it's hit points.
Yeah, I space that's
Hit points, dog. No. Pretty sure that's not right. Oh, Zoot, that was really good. That was really good. That was really good, Zoot. Yo, pimp.
You know what my real name is?
Yeah.
What is it?
Well, it's a Scottish name that's longer than this, but you go by Lochi. Okay, Lucky. What's going on, Pim?
You know what?
Do you really think?
You just think you chip me. Oh, Rabbi, you fucked up.
Yeah, I did.
You could have got an answer, man.
I know. That's okay.
I don't know if the extra man would help with that.
We'll never know.
I don't think you need it.
I don't think I need it.
Rabbi,
Yo, Pimp.
do you like Bill Cosby?
I said I separate the art from the artist. I think he's very funny. He had an amazing show. But I don't condone rape. It's dude, you got so fortunate. Zoo.
Bill Cosby's gonna die soon.
Yeah.
That's gonna be like one of the most controversial deaths where people like, do we like celebrate this death and honor his legacy, or do we ignore him because what he did?
Yeah. I have to pee. It's over, baby. All right, Zoo. I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back. Don't leave.
Bring me water.
Zoot. Zoot. Are you there, big dog?
Yeah.
Thank you for your patience. Oh, whichever person goes first has a huge advantage. Not necessarily, actually. Well, that's a good move.
And I don't even.
I don't think so, son.
They're coasting.
Fuck. Oh, I wasted so much time.
All right. All right. All right, Mom, I got to city.
Okay. Finish this game. Then you do whatever the fuck you want, son.
There's women in this city, there's not women in this chat.
Yeah, there are.
They're close by, they haven't even had that Australia, do they?
No.
They South Australia.
I had somebody, a very famous influencer today. Her name is Chopsticks. Yeah, she's on Word Dog.
She's on Kick.
Yep.
She had Instagram.
Yeah, it's Chopsticks, I believe. With CHOPSTIX.
She gonna be back.
Oh, I don't know. I've got messages with her.
Say, oh,
I would say that most any man would think this woman is hot.
Well, I'm saying the most beautiful woman that people think are ugly.
No, this chick is banging.
How old you?
Dog, I don't fucking know. Maybe like 25?
That's close to my age.
Alright, you think I'm setting you up?
Yep.
Alright, that's cool, dog.
Oh, fuck. That was the worst move in history of moves you could make.
Is it really?
I mean, I guess I can do that. It'll just help you. Maybe I won. Maybe I didn't want to help you. Maybe just help. What was conflict? Instead of walking to my
What are you going to be doing? Zoot, what are you going to be doing?
mess.
That's not work, son.
Should be. Alright, what's this woman's name?
Chopstick, Chopstix.
C-H-O-K-S-T-I-X.
Chopstix.
Is that?
On Kick, she is. She has like followers on Kick. Yeah, she's famous.
That's decent amount, but it's not.
I mean,
Oh, like,
dude, I didn't stalk this woman. She came in here, and I don't know, I was doing something, and then she came in my YouTube and said hi, and I don't pay attention to what people say on YouTube.
does she on Kick does Kick and watch the live stream?
Yeah.
That's like what?
Yeah, it saves it for 30 days.
Okay. Do you think she'll be back?
Zoot, you are asking me so many questions about this woman, and I have no idea about her. I'm just telling you what happened earlier today.
Cool.
Very cool, dog. When are you gonna get pictures for?
What?
When are you gonna get pictures for your
Dating profile?
dating profile?
When I get drunk.
Okay, what are your thoughts? I thought you started a job in 2 weeks.
100% I'll do.
Okay, I didn't doubt you. So, don't you already have a job? You mean once you get paid? What are you going to be doing? That's not a job.
It's a business.
Seriously, Zoot, what are you going to be doing?
Start a business.
Okay, what business are you starting?
Starting a cult.
Zoot, you're not making sense, son.
I'm starting a cult. Starting a business that's a cult, which is pretty much a cult.
Zoot, did you know it's over for you?
Why do all lottery winners go broke in the first 5 years?
They don't.
Why do the majority of lottery winners go broke?
They don't.
This court. Installing kick right now on my phone.
Do you have a username? Zoot, I dare you to any person on Kick create a throwaway account and ask them what they think about Rabbi Rothschild. Ask anybody. They will throw you out. They will ban you.
Of a will. He had gone on to do tremendous things for Surah. He immediately communicated with the surrounding communities and asserted the authority of Surah as the greatest of the academies and so on. But what ended up happening is there was a will that was placed in probate, and David Ben Zakkai, the exilarch, stood to gain a tremendous advantage if the will was adjudicated in his favor. Sadia Gaon, looking at the will, saw that it really would not go in David Ben Zakkai's favor, that the law really favored another claimant for the monies in the will. And so therefore, he demurred and said he would only sign off on this will if another particular rabbi would sign off on it. The other rabbi signed off on it, giving the money to David Ben Zakkai, and so then it went right back to Sadia, and at this point Sadia said he was hoping that the other rabbi would be the first refusal, and therefore Sadia would not take the blame, but Sadia refused to give in, and he said he would not sign off, and that the will would not go to David Ben Zakkai. David Ben Zakkai was furious, and he fired Sadia Gaon. Sadia Gaon says, "You can't fire me. I'm going to fire you." And so he fired David Ben Zakkai. And you had this really strange situation where both people of great authority disavowed the other, and they were kind of arm wrestling, so to speak, over who was going to be the true head of the people of Surah, and really the Jews of Babylon, and really the Jews of the world. It was quite a long standoff where David Ben Zakkai, the Reish Galuta, appointed another Gaon of Surah, and Sadia Ben Gaon, reciprocated by appointing a rival exilarch, and they're all kind of like in this strange kind of family dynamic with the four of them there, and no one's recognizing anyone. In the end, the Muslim authorities stepped in, and they said in Arabic, "Ganuk shoin," it's enough already, and they demanded an end to the fight. This also was, Sadia's position was weakened when his candidate for the Reishka had passed away, and so ultimately Sadia was forced to resign and to accept the loss of his academy. And so he stepped down, and David Ben Zakkai temporarily was ascendant. And this was the time when Sadia actually went into a kind of like his own space, and that's when he began writing a tremendously prolific and powerful amount of literature. So it's really a blessing for the Jewish people as a whole. So I pause for any questions now. I'm giving a long history and the Reish Galuta stuff. Ms. Abramson, you're okay? Okay, good. You're still singing about that driving comment, huh? Okay. Now, yes, please. It's a big machlokus. I appreciate your question. It gives me faith that the Jewish people are going to survive, because this is, as they say in Yiddish, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. I mean, how often do you have, for example, a rabbi in conflict with his board? Right? I think pretty much any time you have a synagogue, you will have a rabbi in conflict with his board, right? And that's exactly what we see with David Ben Zakkai and Sadia Gaon. That David Ben Zakkai represented, so to speak, the board and the sponsorship and things like that. And Sadia Gaon was doing his own thing, and the two of them were in conflict. So it's really part of the Jewish tradition. It's not so bad. We got used to it. Yes, Ms. Abramson, I knew you'd come up with something. The sources do not give us a really good perspective of that. I would hazard a guess that people favored Sadia because he's kind of like the Lahavdil, he's like the cowboy here. He's like the man standing up for his principles, and he's representing the Torah, whereas really David Ben Zakkai is upset because the will didn't go his way. But as many of us know, that Jews often have tremendous conflicts over wills afterwards. Families break up over these things, so we can understand that too. But that's a tangent. So I'm just guessing, but I would say Sadia probably had the upper hand. He certainly comes out better in the end. Who remembers David Ben Zakkai except people who come to a class like this, right? But people know Sadia Gaon. Okay, so let's go on a little weiter. Now, what was special about his writings? Perhaps the most significant thing was not so much the content, but the style. One of the things that Sadia innovated was he borrowed very heavily from the dominant Muslim style of theological writing of the time, a style of writing which is known to experts as kalam, and specifically the Mutazilite style. I don't really know much about the Muslim styles, but what I can tell you about it in this short period of time is that they were very particular when it comes to essentially creating numbered lists. They're very big on numbering their paragraphs, on starting with general topics and slowly winnowing them down to more and more specific ideas, and putting in their terms to purify silver from dross, right? That you have a big hunk of metal and you have to heat it up and you have to slowly take the silver away and separate it from the rest of the metals. And so Sadia Gaon really instituted this whole idea of creating treatises on specific halakhic topics, and then breaking it down logically into a sort of a Greek way of thinking that the Arabs had inherited, of the larger point first, and then the sub-point, and then a sub-sub-point, and then the corollary, and so on. Everything numbered 1.2, 1.3, all the way down, and a very, very logical sequence that was deeply appealing to the Jewish mind. This is in contrast to the traditional, what was then traditional way of writing, which was essentially to follow the kind of meandering and apparently chaotic trajectory of the Talmud, which is more like a conversation, a stream of consciousness conversation, that it does have its own internal logic, but it's not a simple, straightforward logic. And, simply to look up a particular halakha is a very difficult thing in the Talmud because the information is scattered so broadly over a wide amount of material and not easily indexed. So on taking this Mutazilite style and imposing that kind of rigor of thought, and just made his writing way more popular, and style essentially became Jewish style after that. Anyone who's read, for example, Maimonides' Mishnah Torah, and Maimonides disagreed with Saadia on a lot of very important points, but he adopted exactly the same kind of style that Saadia did, with breaking up the whole Torah into sections, and then into books, and then into chapters, and then into individual sentences, and everything's numbered. Everything is organized and easy to find. This was a major innovation of Saadia. Saadia was really, let me drop my microphone. Saadia was really excellent at adapting to the zeitgeist, or there's a good word for the undergraduates here. Zeitgeist is spirit of the times, like the way people felt about things, the way people reacted to the world as a whole. That was the zeitgeist, and he found it, and he said, we can do this in Judaism, and he plopped it right in, and it worked. Rabbi Wunsch. Absolutely. He's completely fluent in Arabic. He's writing in Arabic. The variety of literature is limited. I'm not an expert enough in Saadia's writings to know who he cites from, Muslim writers, but there's no question that he is completely at home in the world of Arabic literature. And the world of Arabic literature is overwhelmingly religious literature at this time. So, and that's true of many of the Jews in Muslim lands, which is not the case in Christian lands. Like we started this discussion a little earlier, one of the kind of oversimplified differences between the experience of Jews in Muslim lands and those in Christian lands is, especially after the Crusades, Jews in Christian lands, with a few exceptions, let's say Italy, for example, they tended to become much more insular. It's more inward-looking, regarding the outside world as toxic, as dangerous, as something to be avoided, and so on. And that held true really until the Enlightenment, 18th century, let's say. In Muslim land, that bifurcation really didn't exist. And it was perfectly normal, for example, for Shmuel Ibn Nagrela to, be a high officer in the Spanish government and write Arabic love poetry and write a Pirush on the Gemara at the same time. It was not considered a stira, a contradiction, to be involved in both worlds. Whereas in the Christian world, you don't see Jews really doing that kind of thing. Writing Latin. Maybe a big exception would be, let's say, the Ramchal, the great Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, who did write, Hebrew plays. He wrote dramas in Hebrew based on Italian styles of the 18th century. As well as, phenomenal works of Kabbalah and Musa at the same time. But that's already quite a bit later. Excellent question. Okay. Let's look at some of the kinds of books that he wrote. So the earliest ones we discussed a little earlier, the rhyming dictionary in Hebrew. So he wrote quite a bit on Hebrew grammar, which was really significant because it was that well codified in the 9th century. The Karaites, ironically, were making a lot of progress in this area because, again, they disregarded the oral Torah, so they spent a lot more research on written Torah and on Hebrew grammar. So in many ways, this is kind of like competing work. He wrote a very famous biblical commentary, which exists to this day. And it's noted for its very, very areas where Maimonides, and he comes to some odds, and he avoids all anthropomorphisms, any kind of, the uses a lot of human image. Saadia shied away from that very heavily. Like, for example, even the phrase Vayomar or Vayomer, and God spoke. Speaking, of course, involves some kind of speech and involves, articulation of breath and of your tongue and your teeth and things like that, and that's an anthropomorphism, even a fairly mild one. So he would render that as, and he willed. as God willed as opposed to as God spoke, because he wanted to avoid even those anthropomorphisms. Yes, Abramson.
It's extra scary in this house. Extra scary. Is there a whole right grant today?
No, but will is kind of like a pure intellectual phenomenon. Speech is a physical phenomenon. You have to say something. You have to like breathe, and you have to like form things with your body. But will can happen, just by some kind of consciousness floating in the ether. Yeah, well, God, I think they would fair to say, can have consciousness without being anthropomorphic. Okay, don't argue with me later. Okay, yes, Rabbi. Absolutely, it's mutazilite. Exactly, that's another good proof for your question earlier. The mutazilites were very much like this, and he rendered it similarly. Good point. Okay. Third, polemical literature. We've got a lot of things he wrote against the Karaites, and as I mentioned, we have a lot of the Karaite responses to it. Fourth, halachic literature. Of course, as the Gaon of Surah, he's writing teshuvot, he's writing responses all the time, and he's writing treatises on individual halachic topics as well. We saw that, for example, in the calendar controversy. One of his treatises was on defending the traditional method of calculating the calendar that we use to this day. He wrote liturgy, including one of the earliest siddurs that we have in existence today, still in use in some communities. And finally, and perhaps most famously, he wrote philosophy. And perhaps his most important work is the so-called Book of Beliefs and Opinions, in which he really subjects Judaism to a searching and penetrating analysis of what really is it that we believe. Now, I know I started by talking about how Judaism is so orthopractic, but I don't want to overemphasize that point. We do have books that argue about what is Jewish belief as opposed to Jewish practice. And this is one in a great chain of works that would include, for example, Samson Raphael Hirsch's Chorev, that are kind of overarching philosophical statements of why do we do these things? What are our fundamental beliefs? Among the many innovations that Saadia describes, or his kind of analytical categories, is he describes rational versus revealed commandments, meaning commandments that we can derive as being sensible, that you don't really have to be Jewish even to recognize the value of, for example, honor your father and mother, Ms. Abramson, or, I'm sorry, yeah, and, but there are revealed commandments, like, what is the point of not wearing wool and linen in the same garment? So that has to be a revealed commandment. And there's logic to it as well, but it's not the same logic as rational. A huge philosophical English translation I have is about inches thick, and there's far more for us that we can possibly analyze in this short biographical class. So, in the end, return to his story, he did achieve a reconciliation with his nemesis, David ben Zakkai. It happened when this feud had been going on for quite a long time, and you can imagine David ben Zakkai had tremendous resources, both financial in terms of his personal and political capital. He ultimately came out victorious, exhausted, and was right there in Surah, and he's busily writing all these great works, and everyone recognizes him as the greatest scholar of the world at the time, but he's not holding this position of authority. So the exile, David ben Zakkai's father-in-law gets involved. His father-in-law was always a big supporter of Saadia, and he says, again in Arabic, "Shoin Genug, it's enough already," and he manages to effect a reconciliation between these two. Saadia is returned to his post as the head of the Academy of Surah, and the placeholder Gaon that had been hired during the conflict was allowed to remain and keep his salary, but Saadia was really considered the ultimate authority there. The exilarch, exhausted by the struggle, died soon afterwards, and to indicate how complete their reconciliation was, Saadia adopted his son the son of his erstwhile enemy and raised him in his own home out of love for him. Tells you something about his character as well. So the legacy of Satyagrahan, again, this is not a picture of Satyagrahan. The legacy of Satyagrahan is a fascinating one that illustrates a lot about the nature of the Jewish life in Muslim lands, of internal Jewish life, the conflict between the so-called secular and the religious powers, and of course describes the life of a phenomenal individual with a very strong character who made tremendous contributions to the Jewish people as a whole. Next week, I have an amazingly bizarre topic to discuss. I hope you'll be able to join me. We're going to talk about the very strange story of the Jews of Khazaria, which is a small territory, actually at the time it was a very large in the Caspian region. In the 8th century, as well tested by multiple authorities, the entire kingdom converted to Judaism. So we have to figure out what was all this about. Where did they go? If there's so many Khazarians converted to Judaism, where are they now? What kind of Judaism did they practice? So we'll talk about that, God willing, next week. In the meantime, thank you very much for your attention and your indulgence.
That would be the craziest fucking ADD transition. That was Selena Barnes. My name is Selena Barnes. Oh, yeah. Injury attorneys. Anthony Thomas Chambers, maybe 77777. Selena and Barnes, injury attorneys. Oh my gosh, you could call them maybe it's the numbers. How do those law firms even get those numbers? Does it cost a lot of money? Getting a number that's like
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another issue of This Week in Jewish History. On August 1st, we commemorate the birthday of a fascinating figure in 17th century Jewish history, the notorious Tisha B'Av, the 9th day of Av, which fell out in August of 1626. But that date is somewhat under dispute because it was promulgated by his followers who wished to advance the notion of he was in fact the Messiah. And that is his claim to fame. He was perhaps the most famous false Messiah or pseudo-Messiah of modern times. Let's have a look at a few images that illustrate his life, and I'll tell you a little bit about the bizarre life story. Here is one of the iconic representations of Shabbos. You see this from a lot of different sources. It's unlikely to be an accurate rendition of his features. You can see it was probably done by a Christian artist because over on the right and the column in the back end you see some attempt to demonstrate Hebrew letters. Here's a couple other images of Shabtai Tzvi commissioned because there was quite a bit of interest in the general world about what was going on with Shabtai Tzvi and why was he getting such a phenomenal following of Jews. Here's my favorite here, maybe Christopher Columbus, I think, Nancy Ray, and up on the top left and top right you see a couple other vignettes from his life history, which will go over shortly. The context was a very difficult one for Jewish history. In the middle of the 17th century, there was a tremendous uprising in Ukraine, led by Bogdan Khmelnytsky, primarily against Polish overlords and their Jewish leaseholders. This was also known as the Cossack Rebellion. They struck fear in the hearts of Jewish communities throughout the western region of Ukraine and Poland as they attacked Jewish populations mercilessly, resulting in thousands of Jewish deaths. So Jews felt that it was really time for the Messiah. And so Shabtai Tzvi was in the right place at the right time. He was an interesting individual, a very popular young man as a youth, known for his pleasant appearance and his beautiful voice. He was quite a child prodigy. At age 15, they could no longer find a Rebbe in his hometown Smyrna who could teach him. And so he was given to wander alone in the forest and to contemplate. His behavior was increasingly erratic, and he was prone to what he called illuminations, moments where, on the one hand, he would be drawn to so-called ma'asim zarim, or antinomian acts that were challenges to traditional halakha or Jewish practice, and on the other hand, He would have visions of God. He claimed to have learned how to levitate. These were regarded as idiosyncrasies, all eccentricities, and in fact, too early to miss that, both of which failed, until he began to actively promote himself as a Messiah. When the residents of Smyrna asked him kindly back to leave, he wandered about for a while, going to the large cities of Salonika and Constantinople, and then finally, when he met this man, Nathan of Gaza, he found a believer and a propagandist that would promote his vision throughout the entire Mediterranean basin. And it was either through Nathan of Gaza's efforts that Shabtai Tzvi's messiahship became known to the larger world. At this point, his behavior became even more erratic, especially upon arrival in Jerusalem, where those behaviors that were considered somewhat strange or perhaps excessive compulsive were seen in the highly spiritually charged environment of Jerusalem as perhaps being signs of a very elevated spiritual nature. And he garnered some supporters, particularly from Egypt, and his message spread far and wide. Ultimately, he engaged in some very strange activities. For example, he celebrated a wedding between himself and Torah scroll. He ordered major changes and innovations in Jewish practice. He abolished fast days that he felt were no longer relevant in the time of Messiah. He famously married a young orphan from the Khmelnytsky rebellion named Sarah of dubious virtue. There's some question as to whether or not that marriage was ever consummated. In fact, they divorced and then remarried someone later. But ultimately, all of his exploits led him to the conclusion that it was time to claim Israel from the Ottoman Sultan, Mehmed IV, who controlled the region at the time, and he would present his demands to the Sultan and say, all right, and here it's time now to begin the Messianic era, and I would like to take control of Jerusalem. The Sultan thought about it for a while and ultimately decided to imprison him while he contemplated his fate. In prison, Shabtai Tzvi garnered even more of a following initially, but ultimately the Sultan said to him, all right, I'm going to give you a choice. You may either persist in your attitude that you are in fact the Messiah, and we will end your life and see what's what, or you may convert to Islam, which, to the surprise of his followers, Shabtai Tzvi elected to do. His followers were completely devastated by the idea that Shabtai Tzvi was a Muslim and correct his Jewish heritage, and many of them simply left. The vast majority simply left and returned to their homes all throughout Europe. Many of them were impoverished because they had stolen all of their possessions in their pursuit of this Messianic idea. There in Europe, the Shabtai Tzvi followers engaged in various acts of extreme penance, including self-flagellation and burning with hot water in an attempt to expiate their sin of following a false Messiah. However, some Jews reasoned that perhaps his conversion to Islam was in fact part of the divine plan, and they also followed him into the Muslim faith, and they formed a small group known as the Dunna, who practiced endogamy, marrying within themselves all the way up until the 20th century. So Shabtai Tzvi's personal life ended kind of on an up note. He died very young at age 49, but ultimately, towards the end of his life, he began to seek a reconciliation with Judaism. He asked some of his followers to acquire for him a Matzor, a prayer book, and a mezuzah, and ultimately he had a very lasting legacy in two principal areas. The first was, of course, in the history of pseudo-messiahs. Jacob Frank, shown here, perhaps the second most famous pseudo-messiah in Jewish history, took more than a single page out of Shabtai Tzvi's book as he instituted his 18th century false messiahship. And there are many scholars who would argue that the larger ideas of Shabtai Tzvi, he was a noted scholar, and even his detractors have to admit his brilliance, particularly in Kabbalistic studies, indicate that his ideas had a larger influence on other mystical movements, even mainstream movements within Judaism. That's about it for this week in Jewish history. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you have a fantastic week.
Yeah, but the thing was just too funny because my character was supposed to be a pregnant cop. Oh yeah, William definitely did. Thank you. I was supposed to be a pregnant cop. It's possessed by a witch. While she's brushing a child's hair.
Weird.
So I just started feeling pedophile. Like, you're just up the lines with, what a pretty girl. Like, you're so pretty. You know, this long hair will last forever. And I was like, my pretty girl. I think you're so pretty. Get real weird.
It's kind of scary. Wait, so does your manager person give you any insights or just
Hello,
says,
everyone.
oh, this is
I'm glad people have been responding so nicely to the This Week in Jewish History series. This is the third installment. We're going to talk about the Palestine Mandate, also known as the British Mandate for Palestine. In July of 1922, according to the Jewish calendar, in the 28th of Tammuz, that same year, the British formally took control of the region of Israel as part of a mandate from the League of Nations, commemorating that by discussing the word Israel in 20th. Let me shift over here to the present and let's have a look at the maps, which are really so crucial to understand this. So, first of all, when the Ottoman Empire fell in the context of World War I, England was given the entire region to deal with, and the League of Nations, which was formed in the wake of World War I, decided to give the entire region of what we call today modern Israel and Jordan were held under control. You can see in this map that it's quite a huge territory. Within a few months, however, it was decided by the British to give a significant chunk of it to Trans-Jordan as a result of some military alliances, and the remaining part, which was on the west side of the Jordan River, that was given to the future Jewish state, as explained in the 1917 Balfour Declaration, which promised the Jews a national homeland in the region, so long as it did not prejudice the rights of the local inhabitants. If we move forward from there, oh, we're sorry. So you've got Jordan gets the right section, Golan Heights gets the rest, as you see. Okay, let's jump ahead to the UN petition plan. So during the period of the British mandate, that is the period when Israel was under the control of the British, kind of holding out, waiting to determine final settlement for the British proved incapable of containing various stressors within this multinational environment, particularly after World War II, when world pressure on England increased to allow Arab tensions rose significantly as they resented the large influx of British. So the British backed the United Nations and they said, you figure this out. The UN came up with a rather bizarre plan in 1947 which divided the territory into 7 distinct sections. And they are as follows. 3 Jewish zones, you can see here in the north, the west, and the south of the country. 3 Arab zones, which were in the Galil region, in what would become the West Bank region, and in the Gaza, Ashkelon region. And then a 7th zone, Jerusalem, was to be international. It was to be held somehow by the entire world by the strange idea. This plan was rejected by the Arab nations, but it was accepted by the Jews, which led to the 1948-49 War of Independence, which resulted in Israel actually consolidating its territory. They actually increased the size of its waste significantly, and the Jews were able to try and make their territory a little bit more significant overall. So there was a tremendous human losses, huge casualties during this war. But by the time the armistice was determined, that is not a formal peace treaty, but at least a ceasefire. The region in the center here was under Israel's control. The region on the left here, Gaza, was under Egyptian control. And the region on the west was under Jordanian control. The West Bank here, so-called because on the west side of the Jordan River, was known by its biblical names as well, Yehuda and Shomron. Gaza, known by its biblical name as Gaza, was over here on the coast. And Jerusalem was unfortunately divided between Israel and Jordan, with the Jewish quarter of the old city falling on the Jordanian side of the border. This changed dramatically in 1967 when, after a dramatic preemptive strike in June of that year, Israel was not able to actually protect itself from the threats of Egypt and Syria in particular. They were actually able to conquer a huge amount of territory as well in an amazing 6 days of fighting. So the regions they conquered were the Golan Heights, strategically very important in the north because whoever stands on the Golan either looks into the Galilee basin or looks straight over into Syria, into the very capital city of Damascus. They conquered the West Bank regions from Jordan, and they conquered the Sinai Peninsula. Of these territories, Israel only annexed Jerusalem, which was united under a single Jewish leadership at this point, and the Golan Heights, meaning these regions were made part of Israel proper, and the people who lived there were given citizenship, which is a requirement of annexing a territory under conventional national law. The other territories, the larger West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and the Sinai Peninsula, were not annexed to Israel, and the people living there, who later became known as Palestinians, or actually in the 60s, that's when this term was becoming much more in use, they were left temporarily stateless, or at least for the time being. The Sinai Peninsula was actually back to Egypt after the Camp David Accords in 1999, which meant that Israel had boundaries something like this afterwards. This is basically what Israel looks like today. As you can see, the region in north of the Golan Heights annexed to Israel and is part of Israel proper. Gaza, on the other hand, was abandoned by Israel in 2005 for complicated reasons, primarily demographic. Israel felt it was more advantageous to reduce the military threat and the cost of maintaining small Jewish populations in Gaza, and they simply retreated to these boundaries. Israel still maintains control over the boundaries of Gaza as a whole, but the interior is simply left without Israeli rule. This was an issue of great controversy in Israel at the time and remains controversial as well. This region here, the West Bank, is home to the so-called Palestinian Authority, which has limited self-rule but not status, does not have the status of being a country or a state right now. But many Jews, hundreds of thousands in fact, live just within the green line here. That is on the east side of the 1949 armistice line known as the Green Line. So these maps give us a sense of the changes of the Israeli borders over the 20th century, beginning with the Palestine Mandate in Tammuz of 1922. Thank you for listening.
The period from Rosh Hashanah through Yom Kippur. Aseret equals Hebrew for 10. Yehud equals Hebrew for days of Teshuvah equals Hebrew for repentance return. 10th of Tebet, 10th of Tebet, a fast day commemorating the Babylonian siege of Jerusalem. Asara equals Hebrew for 10.
Ready to go? Okay. Thank you for coming. It's a nice turnout for the. Oh, it's my pleasure. So it's nice to have a reasonable turnout in the off season. We'd like to welcome the Mayor of Surfside, Mr. Teitra, is here to join us. A big round of applause. Okay. And we've got a fascinating presentation for tonight. I really was hoping to be able to use my new clicker thing, but unfortunately the batteries are dead, so we're just going to have to deal without the batteries. But our topic tonight is Menachem Begin and the subtitle New Israel, because his 1977 revolution, when he came to power, represented a tremendous change in a lot of the thinking about Israel, the thinking within Israel, and as I hope to demonstrate in the next 48 minutes or so, really represents a tremendous step forward in terms of the maturation of Israel as a state. Many people feel it was not such a positive degree in direction in which to mature, but nevertheless, we'll explore that in the next hour. I'd like to start with the joke, which I did receive from a member of the audience. I'm just going to adapt it a little bit. And Elia at TorahCafe.com is going to edit it out before we put it on the web, but the joke goes like this. There's this great rabbi who spends a lot of his life studying the Torah and teaching the Torah and counseling people and offering sermons and things like that. And after a long, well-lived life, he goes up to heaven. And the angels are very happy to see him. They say, "Welcome, Rabbi," and they take him into the anteroom, the vestibule, beautiful decor and big curtains and things like that. Angels moving back and forth, and they say, "Please have a seat here while we process your admission." And put him down on a nice sofa, give him a little cup of tea. And he's sitting there waiting, very pleased with himself, because this is the culmination of a life well lived. And all of a sudden, he hears in the distance a shofar blowing. And then, angels start flying back and forth with great rapidity. And then they come out with these long trumpets, and they're blowing all kinds of sounds, and like everyone was in a tizzy. And he says, "What's going on?" And one of the angels say, Didn't you hear? Shloimi, the Egged bus driver is here. Shloimi, the Egged bus driver. Egged, of course, is the Israeli bus company, which is known for their some interpretation of the rules of the road. So, anyways, he's saying, "Oh my gosh, it must be some tzaddik. It must be a hidden tzaddik, a tzaddik nistar, something like that." And he waits to see who's this Shloimi. And the angels bring in Shloimi, and he's wearing like a grimy pair of khaki pants and one of those white beater shirts that's stained, and he's smoking, and he's spitting out sunflower seed shells, and he's swearing in Hebrew and things like that. And the angels just guide him in straight into the pearly gates, so to speak. I don't know if we have pearly gates, but you get the image. So the rabbi is saying, "Wow, that was quite a show," but I'm wondering, who was this Shloimi? Did not look like such a tzaddik that he should be rushed into heaven so much. And me, I really did dedicate my life to Torah and tefillah and to avoda. How come I'm sitting on the sofa? So he goes up to one of the angels and he says, "Was tutzach? How come he got ahead of me?" And they said to him, "Rabbi, you don't understand. When you get up and you give a sermon, everyone falls asleep. But when Shloimi drives his Egged bus, everyone starts davening." Okay. All right, that's it for the joke. It will be cut out of the online version. So tonight's topic, Menachem Begin, 1913 to 1992. This is actually the centennial of his birth. I believe his birthday is right around this time of year as well. I'm sorry I didn't look up the specific date, but we are at the centennial of his birth. How appropriate we should speak about him tonight. He is, of course, most famous for being the 6th Prime Minister of Israel, the first who did not come from the left-wing Mapai or Labor Party, as we shall see, a very important change in Israel. He is associated with a group called the Irgun, a very important pre-state British resistance movement, or resistance to the British movement, controversial, as we shall discuss. But despite his very right-wing credentials, he definitely was a hawk, very warlike, with a sense of unease with regards peace treaties and accommodation with the Arabs. He was, ironically, the first Israeli prime minister to sign a peace treaty with any of the neighboring Arab states. So he was quite literally the hawk who made peace, and that peace, although it is not without some tension, nevertheless has maintained stability since 1978 when it first began. So he's an unusual figure, a figure with contradictions, a figure with internal turmoil, great tragedy in his own personal life and great victory at the same time, a man of incredible tenacity and a man of great achievement, as we shall discuss. So he was born in Brest-Litovsk, which was then in Poland. His father came from a long line of rabbis, although he himself was not practicing as a rabbi. He was working in the lumber business. The family was also very Zionistic. In many ways, that kind of like my grandmother, her sort of orientation with pro-Hebraic, pro-Zionist, Eastern European orientation. As a youth, he first enrolled in a group called the Hashomer Hatzair youth group. The Hashomer Hatzair is a very left-wing, really communist Zionist group, but he left after 2 years, and at the age of 14, joined a much more right-wing group called Beitar. Shomer Hatzair means the young guard, and that is sort of communist sounding, like Komsomol, communist youth, things like that. Beitar, on the other hand, is a reference to a place name in Israel, the Great Battle of Beitar, in the associated with the rebellion against the Romans in ancient times, which is a site of great victory for the Romans and tragedy for the Jews, but nevertheless to occupation. And that's really the motivating principle of Beitar, was to train youth in Israel, in Poland, for an eventual paramilitary role in Israel in the forthcoming Zionist state. He went to law school at the University of Warsaw. He gained his law degree, but he never practiced law, although his expertise in language was well noted even as a young man. He was fluent in classic languages, in many European languages. He wrote and spoke in English and, of course, in classical Hebrew as well, and he was famous for being a great orator. His critics called him a demagogue, but nevertheless, he was definitely a master of the spoken word, something that he attributed to his training in Warsaw. But his principal influence, without a doubt, was a man that he frequently called Mori Urebi, my master and teacher, Vladimir Zev Jabotinsky. Jabotinsky is a fascinating, very important character. Perhaps in later classes we'll look at his life in detail. But basically, he swam in the opposite direction of much of the secular Jewish movements of the day. Communism, socialism, the idea of druzhba narodov, we explored in previous classes, the idea that the Jews should participate in a proletarian world in which there's no more criticism between nationalities, there's no more racism, no more hatred. That's where most Jews were kind of voting. And if they were Zionists as well, they were voting with their feet to create that kind of reality in the state of Israel, what would be the state of Israel. We discussed it last week with Golda Meir. It was typical for much of the youth of Poland at the time. Jabotinsky, on the other hand, had a radically different approach. Jabotinsky felt that fundamentally the Jews had to go it alone. The idea of all the nations setting aside their differences once they recognized that their true enemies were not national enemies, they were class enemies. He felt that was all garbage. It was all, just hogwash that people were lovingly drinking up, but it was meaningless. He felt that ultimately the Jews had to stand on their own 2 feet, and they had to take responsibility for their own survival and not trust to the general goodwill of society as a whole. This is also in great contrast to Herzl, who, although Herzl was not a socialist by any means, his vision of Israel was something like, Vienna on the Mediterranean. If you've ever seen Haifa, for example, that's really kind of Herzl's city. People get along, they're polite, they say hello to each other in the streets, and, there's not too much fighting going on. That's really what Herzl had in mind. So Herzl was spending most of his time going from world power to world power with the early shuttle diplomacy, trying to convince, the head of England, the head of Germany, and so on to support the Zionist venture. Jabotinsky said that's all a waste of time. We can't anybody. We must on our own. The critics of Jabotinsky said he was an early integral nationalist. That's kind of like the nice technical term for fascist, meaning they were very into typical things that were associated with the fascists. A chauvinistic attitude, the idea that the Jews are better than everybody else. A militaristic bent, very much into parades and insignia and paramilitary drills. Less of a democratic structure, of a charismatic leadership structure. These kinds of ideas were definitely associated with Jabotinsky. At the same time, I think it's unfair to be in this kind of camp because he had a very broad-minded approach to the national struggle of many other peoples. And in contradistinction to many of his peers, for example, he felt very positively about the Ukrainian national movement, which was excoriated by many Jews at that time. So he was a really complicated character. Begin encountered him at an early age and became his right-hand man. By the age of 22, he was already appearing beside him at the World Congress of Revisionists, which was the name of Jabotinsky's party, as we shall see. And Jabotinsky's perhaps greatest claim to fame was his backing of Jewish self-defense. Recall that during this period, there are ongoing waves of pogroms against Jews in Eastern Europe, most notably the beginning of the 1880s, and then with increasing rapidity and ferocity in the first decade of the 20th century, the second decade of the century, just incredible numbers of attacks on Jews in small villages. So Jabotinsky knew that Jews should organize their own self-defense societies, where typically young Jews would get together, train themselves, and be prepared for the attacks of hooligans that would typically come on the railroads. He was beloved by the youth. He was mistrusted by the older generation, who felt that these self-defense units would just exacerbate the problem, and it would look like a provocation, whereas the older Jews were saying, you know what, we should just keep things calm, we should follow what the Torah says, pray for the welfare of the government so that, they alone. Jabotinsky wrote a radical new type of thinking that was ultimately very influential. What I'm going to here today, I'm very proud of. My daughter, Danit Malka, helped put this slide together. Most of my slides are very simple with no animation or things like this. Is going to be animations because, and I just have to give you a little lesson. Most of you in this remember the old teaching technology called chalkboards. Remember? So my wife actually, many years ago, she bought me a little metal sleeve to hold the chalk in, because otherwise I would come home, my right side was just covered in chalk from teaching. And I used to teach this particular class on a blackboard, not even a green board. And then, I started going to transparencies. Remember those plastic clear sheets you would write on them? So then I used that. And then when I went to PowerPoint, I couldn't do it. And now finally, with my Mac, I figured out how to do it with my daughter's help. And so I'm going to go back to old style teaching, but it's very complicated. Get ready. Okay, so an important moment for me. So this is the thing, the political spectrum. So for the rest of the world, the political spectrum only has two ends to it, right? Left and right. That's very simple. It's, towards the socialist end and towards the capitalist end. And that's push it. That's obvious. Jews can't leave it alone. It has to be more complicated. We have two axes for our political spectrum, a left to right and an up and down. So here we go. Let me label these. There are four cardinal points. The first is Zionism. The second is something called Doikite, which I'll explain to you what that means in a second. The third is capitalism. The fourth is socialism. So what are these four elements in the Jewish political spectrum? So let's put Zionism up here. And by Zionism, obviously, we understand the movement to create a Jewish homeland in the land of Palestine. We've spoken about it in a few different lectures, but that's going to be at the top, the y-axis of the spectrum. Doikite, the word do in Yiddish means here. So Doikite means here-ness. And it's the opposite of Zionism, in that some Jews, let's say in Poland, would say, we should be striving to create a Jewish polity over there, Dortikite if you want, there in Israel. But other Jews would say, no, let's reorganize ourselves here in Poland, a diaspora nationalism. So Jews would separate along this y-axis, some more towards Dorkite, more towards Zionism. Then, of course, on the right wing, we have capitalism. I think it's unfair to really call Jews fascists for reasons that are obvious, but there are some that definitely go further to the right, as we shall see. But capitalism is essentially, in favor of the free market economy. John Smith, the idea that, as long as you give people as much freedom so they do not impinge on others' freedoms, then the society will prosper as a whole, and so on. And that's contrasted with socialism, which is the idea that, no, you have to have a command economy controlled from the top that regulates how, income is generated and spent and shared and so on. Those are our 4 points. Any questions so far about it? It says sun at noonday, but wait, it was confusing. So let's look at some of the main political parties of the day. And by the way, right now I'm talking the period between, say, 1905, when the Tsarist Empire first allowed political parties to actively work, until 1912, which is the foundation of one of the last parties we'll talk about. So this is what the complexion of Jews politically were at the first 2 decades of the 20th century. The so-called Allgemeine Zionisten, or general Zionists, so called because they had to distinguish from about 7 other kinds of Zionists. This is basically Herzl's party. They were the largest single Zionist party, and they were obviously on the top end of this scale. In capitalism, they felt that, you know, the new Jewish land Palestine should be basically a Western economy. These are contrasted with the Bundists, and this was basically a communist-style party. They were social democrats who were both socialist and very much not in favor of Zionism. They felt that Zionism was moving backwards against the tide of history, which tried to minimize national differences. The Bundists said we should try to the Zionists, the trend of history is to minimize national differences. They wanted to be down here with Dorokite. Then the third group would be the Poale Zion. We spoke about them last week with Golda Meir. This is her party. The Workers of Zion, who believe in Zionism, and at the same time, they are socialists. They want Israel to exist, to be the Jewish homeland, but they want it to be a socialist country. And then finally, the last group, which is the Volkspartei, very small group. This is Shimon Dubnov's party that we spoke about many weeks ago. That believe we should work on Jewish politics here in the diaspora, and it should be fundamentally capitalist. Okay. Any questions so far? Yes, go ahead.
Is that the correct spelling?
That's a Yiddish transliteration. Yeah, it's these.
I was getting a little crazy.
You could call it, yeah, it's the Volkspartei in Yiddish, because it's a Yiddishist party. Okay, we're all right with this? Now, here's an important party for us. These are the revisionists. The revisionists, this is Jabotin's party. This is the intellectual origins of Menachem Begin policies. The revisionists, so-called because they wanted to revise things. They took their cue from the revisionist parties after World War I as well. That parties are unhappy with the status quo and want to change everything. They are ultra-Zionist and ultra-capitalist in the sense that they want no truck with other peoples. They really believed in the toxicity of non-Jews, and they were untrustworthy, and they had to be handled kind of like, you know, at a full arm's length, and essentially the Jews had to stand on their own 2 feet and just take it. They believed in much more aggressive, even violent means to achieve this end, very militaristic, and very kind of pessimistic about the possibility of a flourishing of peace in the region. Now, we'll see how that plays out in Menachem Begin's life in a moment. So far, have you really enjoyed the animation? Did you like the... Yeah. So, now here, I normally don't like this, but since I learned how to do it, I started having fun. Let me tell you what happened to these parties, just to jump ahead in our lecture a little bit. What happened to these parties since then? So I'm going to take you up to the present day. What happens to these parties? So first of all, what happened to the Bund? Boom. Isn't that cool? Did you like that? It came dropping down and made like this. Okay. They became, in the Soviet Union, they became communists, and then Stalin killed them all. So that was it for them. In the United States, they became a group called the Workmen's Circle, which some of you may have some familiar with. It was very popular in the first half of the 20th century, a kind of a quasi-socialist Jewish group, very active in New York City in particular. Now here goes. All right. Now here's another animation. That's nice. Kind of the star that goes by like that. The Volkspartei had a major influence on the structure of the Jewish Federation movement. Obviously, the Federation is not a party, but the philosophy of Volkspartei influenced the Federation, and they essentially observe its teachings. Here's a third one, the Poale Zion. Wow, that's the flashing bulbs. They became the Labor Party, and the general Zionists and the revisionists joined and formed this party, Flames, right? Likud. So that's where we are today. Sort of the major orientations of like, as they say in Yiddish, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. Right? Nothing changes. It's always the same. It's not actually Yiddish, but I think at least one of you knows that. Okay, so that's basically where we're looking at now. Begin, Jabotinsky are way over here in the revisionist corner, and they've got all these other parties that disagree with them.
for small coin. Shaman and Shavuos Festival of Wheat. Shaman and Shavuos funerals Hebrew for wheat. Shechina the divine presence. Shechina equals Hebrew for dwelling, presence. Shechina Shechina kosher ritual slaughter. Shechina equals Hebrew for slaughter. Shehek chak that time of pressure leniency in militia. Shehek equals Hebrew for time. Ha equals the. Chak equals Hebrew for pressure, the rest. Sheila mathematic question, or the act of asking. Sheila equals Hebrew for frustrating. Shekachem, blessing of gratitude for reaching that occasion. Shekachem equals Hebrew for who has kept us alive. Shekel unit of currency. Shekel equals for weight.
So back to his life, he was very, very active in Beitar, the youth wing of Jabotinsky's revisionist movement, and he actually would travel around Europe, garnering support and encouraging young people to join this movement. And while he was traveling around, would stay, of course, in the homes of various wealthy supporters. It was at one of these homes that he met a young woman named Eliza Arnold, and 1 month later they married. They had an incredible relationship that lasted until her death. I guess it would be about, I can't do the math off the top of my head, but they had a very, very strong relationship that lasted to the end of her life. And in fact, when she eventually passed away, he was devastated, and it really represented the end of his career and ultimately his life as well. She was a retiring figure who really stood in the background whenever possible. In fact, when she was honored, when Begin was invited to speak with Jimmy Carter after he became prime minister, she was honored at a dinner of that nature, and the audience was shocked that she refused to speak. She just got up and said thank you, and they said, aren't you going to make a speech about politics or Israel? And she said, my husband is the speaker, and she sat down. So she really was a kind of stay in the background kind of person, but she endured tremendous suffering on behalf of her husband. That was really quite remarkable. She is, of course, shown with their oldest son, Benny. They had 3 children. Benny later went into politics, Benny Begin. In this particular picture, it's taken from when he was in hiding in Israel. He was on the hunt. He was hunted by the British, and so he pretended to be an Orthodox rabbi named Sassover, I think, living in a regular neighborhood where even Irgun members, and he was the leader of Irgun, had no idea who he was. And they were like inviting him into their secrets, things like that, when he was really... No, yeah, that's true. We'll get to that. But still in Poland. So he's in Poland in the late 1930s, and he has to be work primarily on organizing legal immigration to Palestine. He's organizing Jews, organizing boats, trying to get them into the land of Israel. War breaks out. He had to be in Lithuania at the outbreak of the war, and Lithuania had kind of a tragic moment at the beginning of the war because Stalin and Hitler had not completely worked who was going to over a portion of that territory. It happened that once it was settled, Begin found himself on the Soviet side, and since he was a prominent Zionist activist, he was arrested by the Soviets before he could be arrested by the Nazis, who would, of course, invade Lithuania a couple of years later. He was sent out to the Gulag, where he was tortured and imprisoned for several years for his activity with the party. This is his Soviet mugshot from the time. But then what happened, as we discussed in previous classes, is that in June 22nd of 1941, the Nazis double-crossed Stalin, and they invaded the Soviet Union. And all of a sudden, the Soviet Union looked to their prisoners in the various gulags to see if they could dig up some allies to fight the Nazis. So Begin was released to join the Polish army, which was then fighting on the Eastern Front with the Nazis. And ultimately, from the Polish army, he was transferred to Israel in May of 1942. Well, because the division of the Polish army, the Jewish Polish soldiers, they set up a special unit in Palestine to fight alongside the British. Because remember, the British and the Polish are allies at this point, and that's kind of circuitous route. Ironically, he wanted to stay in Eastern Europe and continue fighting against the Nazis. He was urged by his followers to go take the fight to Israel, which wasn't the same kind of fight at all, because there was no hostilities, active hostilities, no front line in Israel itself. But of course, that was the homeland, and ultimately he was had much more of an impact there in Israel. This time, if we move to Israel and understand what's going on, we skipped over this a little bit last week because it's more relevant to us in our lecture today. The Arab-Israeli relationship is going south very rapidly. There's a lot of debate over the demographics about how many people actually lived in Palestine at the beginning of the 20th century, but there's no question that the Jewish population and the Arab population grew proportionately, which leads many Israeli interpreters to say that as more Jews moved to Israel and created more of an economic infrastructure, bringing a lot of Western support with them, a lot of Western know-how, draining the swamps, that kind of image, a lot of Arabs were also attracted from Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan for the economic opportunities that this new population represented. And that was going fine until the 1920s, because the Poale Zion, which you recall, they are like the more socialist, more dovish orientation, which dominated Israeli politics for so long. They discovered that some of their socialist ideologies were counterproductive in the land of Israel. Specifically, they had two values that came into conflict with one another. On the one hand, they wanted to have, obviously, peaceful, harmonious relations with the indigenous Arab population or the new Arab populations. That was to be sure. But on the other hand, they valued, as socialists, the notion that Jews should get their fingers in the dirt. They should work with their backs with the land. They really wanted to get away from the kind of Eastern European mentality of Jews as accountants or Jews as indoor people, pasty, scholarly, weaklings. They wanted to have strong new Jews who are farmers, who work the land. So the Arabs loved the economic opportunities, the manual labor, picking ridges and tending crops and things like that. But that meant that a lot of the Jews ended up being like kind of small businessmen, managing these farms or managing commercial relations with the Arabs, and they were not creating the new Jew that they so hoped to do. So the Poale Zion instituted a policy of Jewish labor that was intended to get regular Jews off their butts in their offices and into the fields working. Excuse my language. Can we cut that out, Elia, please, when you do the Torah Cafe version? Get them into the fields, muscular and tanned, and that's the kind of idea. But that meant that the Arabs didn't have work because they had to let go of the Arabs in order to hire the Jew fields. And this sparked a significant amount of economic protest because a lot of Arabs said, what's this? We came here, you need work, you're not hiring us, that's discrimination. And so you had an increasing level of economic tension that, eventually morphed into a violent conflict. There's several major riots of this nature. They were tied to other elements as well. I'm making it very simplistic by looking just at the economic aspect of it. But the rioting, it kind of mirrored the Eastern Europe, and it was escalating rather than getting better. So this is the environment into which Jabotinsky found himself with the Arabs. Added to that was the fact that the British had just published a very anti-Zionist position paper called the White Paper that was an attempt to deal with the violence that was increasing between Arabs. The White Paper, compared by this thing called Peel Commission, that argued for essentially a separation of Jews and Arabs with some internalization of certain zones like Jerusalem and so on. But on the whole, it benefited the Arab position. And many Jews felt that they had been betrayed by the British, who had in 1917 made that fantastic Balfour Declaration to include in their goals the idea of a homeland for Jews in Palestine. The worst part of it, of course, was the the World War, and especially the constriction on immigration. You recall that, we're moving quickly through the period, but Britain is in control of Israel at this time. Britain is obviously fighting against the Nazis. The Arabs decide to join with the Axis powers. So the Arab nations surrounding Israel become pro-German, and England here has a little foothold in the Middle East. They are obviously pro-Allies. So the Palestinian Jews, like Begin at this time, decide that they're going to throw in their lot with the British against the Arabs, because even though they don't want the British there and they feel that the British are persecuting them and not allowing enough Jews to live there and so on, at the same time, the enemy that they share, the Nazis, was far more grievous than their temporary difficulties. And so therefore, the various Jewish underground movements said at this point, you know what, we're complaining about the British, we don't like the restrictions they placed on us, but we are going to suspend that, and we are going to cooperate with the British in our attempt to rid the world of Nazism. Shortly after the war, which of course ends positively in terms of the major conflict, the Brits immediately return to that very restrictive immigration policy, which is disastrous because after the Holocaust, you have an incredible number of displaced Jews. Somewhere, I'm just guessing now, but there has to be at least 3 or 4 million displaced Jews who cannot go to their homes, either because of the political situation, a lot of these homes have been overrun by the communists now, or because of the hostility that's still regnant there, or even more basically, the notion that they're not wanted back home. The notorious pogrom in Kielce in 1946, in which Jews were accused after the Holocaust of drinking the blood of Christian children, was just a clarion call for Jews to get out of the graveyard of Europe and go to Israel. So you have all these Jews who are amassing in displaced persons camps, and they want to go to Israel. World opinion looks upon this with favor after the news of the tremendous devastation of the Holocaust gets out, and Britain is increasingly beleaguered trying to keep these Jews out of Israel because that antagonizes the Arabs when they're really losing this major opinion poll in the world in terms of public opinion. So Begin, again, is involved in smuggling Jews into Palestine. And as we discussed that last week, so I won't go into detail here, the United Nations decides to partition Israel. The Jews accept the partition plan. The Arabs reject, and you have a massive war that lasts over a year, which ultimately Israel emerges from successfully. Yes, Ms. Weiser.
It was in high Nazi colony or a lot of German Haifa at that time, at the same time, and there were riots against, they make riots against the Jews coming into Palestine also.
Oh, that's fascinating. I've never heard Nazi colony in. There are definitely Germans there. I did not know was that.
But on the
television. Wow. And my grandmother, she always used to say that the jails are full in Israel. That was a bit of wisdom.
It's inclusive, even in a tour of Haifa, they take you to German history, but they were really acting as being part of the Nazi campaign.
Incredible.
So I wonder what was the reaction from the British people.
Your question exceeds my ability to answer. It's fascinating. I'll have to look it up. Okay, shall we go on a little bit? I've got more stuff on Begin we got to go to. Okay, so what was Begin doing at this time? Again, the Irgun was the collective name for his new movement in Israel. He rapidly became the leader of the Irgun, which was for most something called the Haganah. Haganah literally means defense, and the Haganah was basically the military wing of the Mapan Labor Party, the socialist, Coalition Party had its own, and they implemented policies that were consistent with the idea of socialism. The IRGUN, which means essentially the organization, was based on revisionist principles, and not surprisingly, these two military forces came to severe disagreement and even moves. Very significant on a number of occasions. The most significant question: how do we deal with the Haganah wanted to adopt a much more diplomatic approach, while clearly the British and wanting them to lift their restrictions on immigration, civilized people, perhaps work things out. The Irgun, again, consistent with revisionist principles, felt that was just, a pipe dream and not worth thinking about at all. The only way to get the British out of, and they implemented policies that were much more aggressive towards the British. Importantly, the notorious bombing of the King David Hotel in July of 1946. This was the headquarters of the British in Israel, and the warnings were issued. The Irgun placed several bombs in the basement of this hotel, which of course still stands in Israel today. It was rebuilt. And they issued several warnings in several different media, including phone calls to the switchboard itself. And the British ignored those warnings. There was a major investigation afterwards, and the British, although definitely holding the Irgun to blame for this attack, they also took some responsibility themselves for not heeding those warnings. Part of the reason perhaps for not heeding the warnings was because bomb threats were very common, and they were typically ignored, like fire drills in condominiums here in Surfside, that kind of thing. But the bombs did in fact go off in the middle of the day when the building was at its peak capacity. 91 people were killed and 46 were hurt, and that includes British citizens, Jews, and Arabs as well. And this represented a major turning point in the escalation of violence between the Israeli underground and the British. And a bounty was placed on Begin's head. I'll show you the picture of it in a minute, where he was. They would offer £10,000 for anyone who could bring him back dead or alive, because he was the leader and mastermind of this movement. There was also very, very harsh criticism from the Jewish Haganah, who wanted to call off this entire episode. And Ben Gurion, who was the leader of the Mapai party, he was later the first prime minister of Israel, he felt that Begin was a type of terrorist that was harming the Jewish cause with these kinds of intemperate actions. And in some cases, the Haganah even captured the Irgun fighters and gave them over to the British. So the Haganah is at the same time fighting the British, but the Jews have not got their act together either. The Haganah and the Irgun are fighting bitterly as well. Yes, Mr. Lax. Well, I don't think that the Irgun's intent was to kill. Their intent was to send a message that, you're not safe anywhere. And by the way, we should realize that this is happening to the British at the same time in India. They're having a miserable time with Mahatma Gandhi, with Jinnah and the Muslim Brotherhood, Muslim Party, I forget what they call it over there. And the British essentially give up on India at the same time too. They're just taking a beat from their colonial powers because they're no longer wanted. So the idea was to send a clear message: we don't want you here, and the message was certainly received. Yes.
Well, I think that it proved out that the Irgun was right as far as the British was concerned, because in most instances, most of the people that were British that were in Palestine at the time really didn't give much of a hoot for the Jews or their position.
I'm not going to. I don't want to pass judgment. My goal here is to just try and present the facts in as neutral a position as way, and of course you interpret them any way you like. But I'm doing my best to maintain objectivity. I have students who are on the other end of that camera that have to hear this. Okay, so here's a kind of a cool bounty picture, and it's circled for us too. Okay, another context of the Arab-Israeli war, important for understanding Begin's policies and Israeli politics afterwards, is the massacre at an Arab village called Deir Yassin. It really deserves a far more detailed treatment than I can provide in the short time I've allotted. But basically what happened was Irgun and allied Lehi forces attacked an Arab village that was significant for strategic reasons. And although Begin himself was not involved in the operation, he was not present at the time, he argued for restraint. Something went wrong. There's a lot of debate over what went wrong exactly, but there was a horrible massacre of men, women, and children in this little village. Numbers differ. Some bring it as 100 people, others place it as high as 300, but it's universally recognized that this was a massacre of civilians by a resistant movement that had become part of Israeli defense forces, and the Israelis were roundly criticized for this atrocity. Again, if we had more time, we can go into the back and forth as to how it went wrong. The warnings were issued, speakers weren't working, they were fired upon first. There are all kinds of things around, but the bottom line is there were 200 dead civilians at the hands of a force of this nature. What is especially important for our purposes, though, is that Deir Yassin was a major point for the beginning of the Palestinian refugee problem, because many Arabs in Israel said, my gosh, these people are savages, and fled Israel. They fled the zone. Now, many Arabs felt that they would soon be returning with victorious Arab armies and claiming property from the Jews who had been driven into the sea. But any way you look at it, there was this fear generated that the Arabs were not safe in the new Israel and that they had to leave simply for the safety of their own families. And again, you can politicize the event, but it is a turning point in the Arab-Israeli relationship early on in the war. And at the same time, once again, while the Arabs and the Israelis are fighting, the Israelis and the Israelis are fighting. And perhaps the worst moment is the so-called Altalena affair, which was in June 1948. The Altalena was the name of a boat that was commissioned to bring immigrants making aliyah to Israel from Europe, from the displaced person camp, along with a large container load or a large cargo of weapons, including tanks, machine guns, large weaponry. And the agreement was that since this was a boat that was to be that was entirely financed by Irgun supporters, and there were Irgun members on board, that these weapons would go to the new Irgun units of the Israeli Defense Forces. Remember that when the state was declared, you had all these kind of ragtag militia with various degrees of organization, with different political complexions. They were not a unified army with uniforms and chain of command and things like that. They had to kind of patch together these various groups into a unified fighting force. So the Irgun said, sure, we're going to cooperate with Ben Gurion's Haganah, but we have our own guns, thank you, and we have all our own people, and we're going to work this way. So they hammered out an agreement about how to divide the arms, and they came to disagreement once this boat reached Israeli shores. It went up and down the coast a little while, with the Irgun demanding more of a share of the weapons, the Haganah demanding their share of the weapons, and ultimately, again, it may be a whole series of missed radio communications, but the Haganah fired on the Irgun ship and actually set it ablaze, and it was eventually scuttled, as you can see here, within view of the Tel Aviv beach. So this is, more left-wing Ben Gurion Haganah forces firing on a ship full of Irgun Jews and weapons, losing all of the weapons in the process, killing a handful, it'd be about 16 people were killed. Begin was on the ship, and there's a large supposition that perhaps they were hoping to assassinate Begin personally because he was such a thorn in their side. Ultimately, Begin did make it ashore. There was a gunfight between these various forces on shore as well, and they managed to get a ceasefire and patch it together, but it showed a great moment of betrayal the Irgun cause by the more left-wing Haganah. Mr. Lax. I don't remember what Rabin's role in it, but I'm sure he was involved. It was Ben Gurion for sure. Yes, Ms. Abramson. Oh my gosh. Okay, there you go. Thank you, Ms. Abramson. You're destined to be a historian one day, unless you can find a better Parnassa. Okay. No kidding. You were involved in this as well?
Yes, I was.
That's amazing. Do you want to share anything with us?
No,
Mr. Rodriguez, good. Now, I have students who would like to hear something. I give you the microphone. Just tell us something about your experience.
Well, we were called out. I was in a brigade with Yitzhak Rabin, and we were called out to Kfar Vitkin. It was a settlement on the ocean, not far from Tel Aviv, not to let the people from the Altalena to come ashore.
Oh my gosh, that's phenomenal.
And they were right, because Begin had just a fight with the British. He didn't had no history of building up the country or anything.
Yeah.
So they didn't let them. They didn't let them to come ashore.
So did you actually see the events of the picture?
Yeah, I saw the whole thing.
Wow, that's amazing. Look at that. See, this is where else are you going to get history lectures like this? I'm telling you, that's great. Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's move on. We've got about 10 minutes. Now, immediately after the War of Independence ends, Begin joins the loyal opposition, which, as I saw in one interesting online article, he was probably in the opposition longer than any other political figure in Western history. He was in the opposition from 1948 until he came to power in 1977. An amazingly strong record of tenacity. He was an incredibly strong critic of the left and Ben Gurion in particular, and the Altalena affair was, his moment of clarity for all those things. And he stood in great contrast to these leftist figures, whereas, the socialist kind of ideal was very working class proletarian. They would walk in shirt sleeves and no tie and very casual. Whereas Begin was always seen only in a suit and tie, always, speaking very carefully. He had this concept of hadar, which means like kind of glory or beauty that he took from Jabotinsky, the idea that you have to look like a mensch at all times. And his critique of the leftist government was very strong, including a major 1952 demonstration that turned into a riot in Israel because Begin felt that they should not accept any of the reparation money coming from Germany in Israel. He felt that it was a travesty to the memory of those who were killed in the Holocaust. And he had quite a few supporters, led to a major riot, even though they ended up continuing this. Now, it's interesting to note that the name of his party was Cherut, which means freedom, Cherut. And I heard from Simi Schreiber that he quoted someone, I can't remember, that Begin led us from Avoda to Cherut, from slavery to freedom. Right? Okay, well, anyways. Yes, please. Abdus Lacherus, thank you.
He was a member of the Unity government in 1967. A very interesting account in the Prime Minister by the UNA. It's a fascinating account.
It's an excellent book, amazing book.
Some news people question him, but he was a member of the...
That's true. He joined the National Unity government during the Six-Day War. Right, absolutely. By the loyal opposition, did not lead the government, but he was a minister without portfolio in that government of 6-7. Now here, I know what I'm going to present to most of you in this room is going to be obvious and old. Remember, I have 19, 24-year-olds who are watching online, so I'm going to give them some information that may be shocking to them. And that is something about how the Israeli government works. It's very important to understand this in order to get a sense of it. So here's a picture of what our current American government looks like, which, according to some opinions, is, not entirely functional. But so here's the Senate. We have two bodies, of course. The Senate, we have 35% of the membership is Republican, 50% is Democrat, with 2% who are independent. These are rough numbers. The actual numbers of seats are different. I rounded it out. Here in the House of Representatives, we have 53% Republican, 46% Democratic, and of course 0% who are independent or vacant right now. And this is, it's hard to get politics done when you have a pretty evenly divided situation like this. But look at what Israel looks like by contrast. Okay, so you've got, let's see, I've got 3, 6, 9, 12 parties dividing up 120 seats. And there are about 7 parties that didn't get enough votes to get a seat, but they're still in the elections. So how are you supposed to get any politics done when you have this kind of situation? So the very important thing you have to realize about Israeli politics, and again, I apologize to those of you for whom this is obvious, is everything in Israeli politics is about coalitions. Whenever they have an election, the president, which is largely a ceremonial figure, it's not a president like here where they're elected and so on. The president there is more of a figurehead for the state. The president invites the leader of the bloc that has large, in this case right now, that would be Likud, joined with Yisrael Beitenu, who has 26% of the seats, and says, okay, you have 26% of the seats, you have to get 51%, so go out, you have 2 weeks to make deals with the smaller party, join your coalition so you can have 51%. So they've never had, except for the time when they have national unity governments, when the two largest blocs come together, only in the case of war, really, to deal with external threat, they never had one party that controls 51% of the seats in the Senate. There's always these very complicated arrangements between various parties trying to agree on a common cause. And it makes Israeli politics in many ways very fragile and easily toppled over. So in this case, we have, in Israeli history, the labor movement had controlled the government, largely because of their coalitions with other parties from its inception in 1948 until the 1977 rebellion, or revolution, when suddenly Begin won the election. Now, he had been slowly gaining in popularity, but and here I mentioned, here's the national unity government. In 1969, it should be 1967, I'm sorry. It was a difficult time for him to be in the government. He had a lot of disagreements with his co-members in the cabinet. But there were two populations in Israel, two large demographics that had felt largely disenfranchised by Israeli politics. Those were specifically the Sephardim, large numbers of Jews from Arab lands who had come to Israel after its establishment. In many cases, they were refugees because the Arabs, displaced them, expelled them once Israel was established, and they felt alienated from the very Ashkenazi, Eastern European approach of the traditional leadership of Israel. And secondly, religious voters, because the Israeli polity was led primarily by socialists who were anti-clerical, who were anti-religious, unfriendly to religion. And so you have all these Orthodox Jews, or even in the case of many Sephardim, let's say, Orthodox friendly, even though not especially observant, but they affiliated themselves as Orthodox, and they find themselves shut out of a government that's largely socialist and Ashkenazi. So these two large demographic bubbles began to grow, and their resentment was eventually sparked by Begin's standing for election. And he, although he himself was not strictly observant by contemporary standards, he was definitely very religious friendly, and he definitely knew how to speak to the Sephardim. And so these two groups really propelled him into the position of authority in 1977. Now, if you recall this wonderful slide, I want to make it more complicated because we can't forget about these guys. Remember that we have these four axes. Okay, I'm gonna have to go through the whole thing. Now this part, I wish my clicker ran out of batteries. Torah Cafe, will you send me a regular supply of batteries so that I can keep this going? Okay, I'm joking. I'll get some batteries. So here's our four groups, and here's our parties. Come on. All right, we saw them before. Here's my favorite one. Oh, no, not this one. Here's my favorite one. Ready? Wow, that's great. We should have some sound that go with it. Can I put sound on this? Okay, great. Okay, now. These are all our parties. We saw them before. But Jews can't leave this alone. There's not only two axes, there's a third axis, a cube, a z-axis. It looks like this. So as it were, you've got a political spectrum that's doubled up, but now it has depth as well. And who's on this axis? The religious parties. We didn't talk about those guys at all. But now there are also religious parties that are active since 1912. One of them that's very important is the National Religious Party, which feels that the expansion of Israel is a religious imperative. Much more in line with Jabotinsky's ideal that, the land of Israel has to expand to incorporate all the immigrants that will come in the time of Messiah. And they see this aggressive attitude towards the Arabs, a religious idea. Now, that's obviously not the only position held by religious Jews. Another one that dates from before the war, called the Agudat Yisrael, also very popular and strong here in America today. They were religious, but they did not believe in Zionism as a political desideratum. They felt that Zionism had to wait for the Messiah. But have you heard that the Agudat Yisrael, they have a presence in Israel as well? That's because after the Holocaust, oh no, I'm not going to do through the whole thing. Oh my gosh, that would be terrible. But basically what happened, this is my favorite part too. I pushed the wrong button. Okay, come on, fast forward. We'll go through these. Come on. I know, this is tedious. I'm not going to do this again. Bang, that's my favorite one. Okay, there we go. Here we go. Israeli politics. Oh my gosh. Republicans and Democrats. This lecture would be over if we were only doing that. Okay, here we go. And here's the here's the Agudat Yisrael. And after the Holocaust, because there was really no Jews left in Eastern Europe, they moved to the Zionist position. And so you got these two parties over here who are significant, major power brokers in contemporary Israel as well, like Shas and so on. They join with the Likud, and they give Begin that bump that puts him over the edge and gives him the election. I'm going to have to skip on a little bit because I'm almost done. The most dramatic moment in Begin's premiership, without a doubt, is his remarkable peace with Egypt. Now, as Yehuda Avner points out very effectively in his book, Begin did do a lot of the groundwork to allow it to happen. He knew Sadat's travel itinerary. Anwar Sadat, of course, the president of Egypt, and Begin, Shah of Tehran, for example, Shah of Iran, and he met with him before Sadat would. And he would tell him, listen, Sadat ever makes any overtures, we'd love to talk with Israel. And Sadat would visit Shah of Iran. The Shah would say, you just met with Menachem Begin, and he said nice things about you. Kind of like Aharon, making peace, ironically. Static speech in Egypt about the possibility of bilateral talks with Israel, which was something that was in both Israel and Egypt's interest, because Jimmy Carter was trying to push multilateral talks in Geneva that had some disadvantages for them. Then Sadat said he would be open to the idea of talking with anyone, even Israel, about peace. So right away, Begin initiated a conversation, and dramatically, Sadat took a plane to Israel to meet. A phenomenal sea change in Middle East politics. I happen to remember it. I was only 2 years old at the time, but I do remember seeing it on TV. Not quite 2, but this is a picture of them greeting at the airport. Begin, again, consistent with his pro-religious attitude, insisted that his plane only arrived well after Shabbat on Saturday night, so that people could, observe the Shabbat and then hear about this and so on. And of course, as we know, they were able to hammer out a peace treaty. I don't have time to go into the details of it, but one of the more difficult things was that essentially Begin gave the entire Sinai Peninsula back to Egypt. They had conquered it in 1967. They surrendered it in 1979 Accords. That was basically accepted by the Israeli population, but some very, very difficult moments as they dismantled the settlement of Yamit, in particular in 1982. Here you can see Israeli soldiers actually dragging children out of their homes in Yamit to give the land back to the Egyptians. But ultimately, as I mentioned earlier, even though Begin had a very hawkish personality, He nevertheless saw the opportunity for peace with Egypt, and it's ironic that he, of all the prime ministers, should be the one to actually seal that deal. I'm going to have to skip over the last couple things to stay on schedule, but his wife died in 1982, and Begin was never the same after that. She died when he was out of town. He was in Washington, and he retreated from public life, and he found that he did not have the heart to engage in political struggle anymore. So he eventually resigned shortly thereafterwards, and essentially led a life of very deep seclusion. He had a heart attack in 1984 and ultimately passed away. I forgot to mention, by the way, that he was also a Nobel laureate for his signing of the peace treaty with Sadat. And Sadat, who also won the Nobel Prize, was later assassinated by his own bodyguard, who had become close with the Muslim Brotherhood. But when we look at the overall legacy of Menachem Begin, we see an individual of tremendous intellectual resolve, willing to grow incredible motivation for his vision of the Jewish people, enduring torture and imprisonment under the Soviets, subject to a massive manhunt by the British, excoriated by the political establishment in his own country. Yet at the same time, it was only under his watch that we were able to establish basically lasted with Egypt. Fascinating character of many contradictions. And with this, I want to thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to speaking with you next week.
Thank you very much.
Shisha Sidrei I Mishnah 6 orders of the Mishnah. Shisha is Hebrew for 6. Sidrei I is Hebrew for orders. Mishnah is Hebrew for teaching repetition. Shesh mitzvah 10 minute 6 constant mitzvah. Shesh is Hebrew for 6. Mitzvah is Hebrew for commandments. 10 minute is Hebrew for constant.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're right on time. Why don't we get started? So today's lecture is on a fascinating topic, Golda Meir, the fourth Prime Minister of Israel. And I'm hoping, as you know, this is a thinly veiled attempt to give a survey of Jewish history course in general. We use the figures that we do little biographic studies of as a sort of a foil to understand the larger patterns of history. As it happens, Golda Meir is herself history, so we'll be interweaving a lot of this, the early statehood period, right up until the Yom Kippur War, into this class, along with her life. I want to mention that this is in many ways really a two-part lecture that overlaps, because next week we're going to speak, God willing, about Menachem Begin, and of course they are contemporaries and erstwhile opponents in their political viewpoints, although they had tremendous respect for each other off the political stage. So a lot of the material that we'll discuss today will be very useful for us when we return next week and look at the life of Menachem Begin, who represents more of the right wing of the political spectrum, whereas Golda Meir is on the left wing. So the opening joke, I delayed a couple of minutes because, you know, the Torah Cafe people, once they get this video, they edit out the joke at the beginning, and I'm trying to fool them this time. Maybe the editor isn't watching Tokosi Elia. Okay, here it comes. So the joke goes like this. I do this thing with my students who are taking this class online. I have a few students in LA and New York who are taking this for credit, and I put in these secret biometric questions where, for example, I ask them, tell me something unique about yourself, like you enjoy zombie fiction, or you like to balance the spoon on the end of your nose. And then they tell me that. And then later on, when I send them an online test, I stick that question in the test. And that way I know it's the same person answering as the first time. There are other devices as well, but I can't give them away because they're watching this. Okay, so one of them is I asked my students, tell me a joke because I'm running out. And I heard this one today from one of my students out in LA. She writes, so a woman is washing dishes by the sink, and her 8-year-old daughter is standing on a chair, or 6-year-old daughter is standing on a chair helping her. And the daughter looks at her mother and says, Mommy, how come some of your hairs are white? And the mommy says, well, You know, every time you make me upset or make me cry, one of my hairs goes white. And the daughter thinks about it for a while and says, Mommy, now I know why Safta's hair is all white. Okay. It was better online, but okay. So let's talk about Golda Meir. Her years are 1898 to 1978. Her contemporary Ben Gurion, the first prime minister of Israel, called her, quote unquote, the best man in government, which was an interesting kind of compliment. She was known as the Iron Lady before that term was applied to Margaret Thatcher, because she was a very tough character. She was capable of tremendous acts of courage and kindness simultaneously, and she really was a very worthy leader of the early state of Israel. She comes originally from Kiev, and she emigrated to America as a child, growing up in Milwaukee, where the school that she went to is named after her, Golda Meir Public School. And then she moved to a young woman, where she immediately sought her CA in and she rose through the ranks of the labor ministries until she finally became the prime minister in 1969. She served ably in that position until 1974, when, in the wake of tremendous controversies, especially after the disastrous Yom Kippur War, she elected to resign, and ultimately she succumbed to lymphomatic cancer a few years later. But we're going to study, God willing, her life in the next 56 minutes, and along with it, I hope to give you some of the basics of the history of the Yishuv and the early statehood period. I know for many of you, this is basic review. Many of you lived through these events, either here or in Israel itself, and I apologize for the redundancy, but I think it's very important to review these things, especially because the videos go on the web, and younger people have not necessarily the same level of familiarity with this history, and I hope that they will appreciate it for ongoing generations. So, as I mentioned, she was born in Kiev. Her father was a simple person, a carpenter. When he eventually moved to Milwaukee, he ended up getting a job working in railway yards, sort of blue-collar kind of background. She had 7 siblings, of only 2 survived childhood. One of them, her sister Shana, she was especially close with. Shana had a strong influence on her politics, and eventually emigrated to Israel, made Aliyah with her in the 1920s. Living in Kiev, as we discussed in previous classes, time of Jewish history was very difficult. There was an increasing level of anti-Semitism. The last Tsar, Nicholas II, was a notorious supporter of the Black Hundreds. He also underwrote the publication of the horrible forgery, the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, and there was notably a whole series of pogroms that was affecting the scale of settlement. Since 1881, there were ongoing, comparatively small when viewed from the lens of the mid-20th century. We're talking about murders of Jews in the numbers of tens and hundreds at the most, but nevertheless, the constant pressure and fear of attack was significant. And when the gates of emigration to America were opened, then many Jews from the Pale of Settlement, specifically about 1.750 million Jews, left the Pale of Settlement to come to this country. As I think we mentioned in previous classes, about 75,000 went north to Canada for the health insurance plans. Another 75,000 went down to South America, and so on. But her father was part of that great emigration between 1881 and 1917, when the Soviet Union fell. He worked there for 7 years until finally he had enough money and stability to be able to bring the family over, and she came over at the tender age of, let's see, she would be 8 in 1906. His photograph of her when she was years old. She was a student. She entered primary school with no English whatsoever, and she ultimately emerged as its valedictorian. Her leadership skills were evident right from the very beginning. Many children were impoverished immigrants themselves who lacked textbooks, and so she, at a very young age, we're talking about primary school, organized a charity fund drive to be able to purchase textbooks for her peers. She was so successful at this that the teachers loved her so much, and ultimately it's a great honor that the school was named after her, as I mentioned. At age 14, she bought a train ticket and headed out to Denver, where her older sister Shayna was then living. And it was in her sister Shayna's living room that she was first acquainted with politics. Shayna had a wide variety of friends who were from all walks of political persuasion, specifically Jews who were socialists, who were Zionists, communists, atheists, the whole range, all packed into this one living room. And around her dining room table is where she cut her teeth on the major political issues of the day. She ultimately married one of the men that she met there, a man named Meyerson. Her name was, by the way, Hebraicized later in 1956 to Meir, because Moshe Sharet felt it was inappropriate that members of the government should have these European-sounding names. He asked all members of government to Hebraicize their names, so she shortened Meyerson, which essentially means son of Meir, to simply Golda Meir, a more Hebraic sound. But at any rate, that's after her husband's name. So after some time with her sister in Denver, she moved back to Milwaukee, and she occupied a lot of her time specifically with a Jewish movement named the Poale Zion. She ended up, maybe I should mention Poale, well, I'll mention that in the next slide. Here's a picture of her with her husband, Morris Meyerson. They had a somewhat tumultuous marriage. They remained dedicated to each other throughout their entire life. He passed away in 1951, although ultimately Meyerson could not handle her political agenda and her political activity. He was a socialist himself, and he went to Israel because Golda made it a prerequisite for their marriage, but he was uncomfortable with the kind of rough and tumble world of politics as it's actually lived in the street in Israel. And I'm sure many of you, having been to Israel, you know that unlike America, where politics are so tame, I can't believe I actually said that, in Israel, politics are immediate and relevant and matters of life and death. And so people have quite literally arguments in the street over political positions. If you're standing at a bus stop and someone mentions a particular political figure, you're guaranteed an argument right there on the spot because people care deeply about their politics. This was not Morris Meyerson's personality, and ultimately they separated in 1932. He remained in Tel Aviv, and she went on to a very lively political career that I will describe shortly. They maintained an amicable separation. They never remarried, and they jointly raised their 2 children to adulthood. But moving back to her move to Israel, she affiliated with a party called Poale Zion, which is a translation of the term Workers of Zion. Workers, of course, is a very, very socialist-sounding word. That's a code word for those who are on the left wing of the spectrum. It was actually part of the Social Democrat Party, the exact same umbrella group that included, for example, the communists, both the Bolsheviks and then the more moderate Mensheviks. And it was a political party originally founded by Ber Borochov with the aim of creating a socialist state in Israel. That is, it was a marriage of both Zionism, hence the Zion in the name, and communism or socialism, hence the Poale, meaning the Workers of Zion movement. The kind of ideals that they had were a hostility to religion. Although they valued the concept of the Jewish people, they valued the notion that religion keep the Jewish people intact and whole. They nevertheless felt Marx taught religion for the masses and kept people from realizing true class enemies rather than focusing on their class enemies, they focused on national or religious enemies. They also believed in this concept of Druzhba Narodov, which means the friendship of peoples. They believed that if all peoples would only adopt socialist values and socialist economics, then there would be no reason for them to have any disputes whatsoever. And they attempted, to some degree, to apply this to their relationship with the Arabs, which, for various reasons, which we will explore more next week when we look at the critic of the Poale Zion movement, primarily Menachem Begin, we'll see there are several reasons why this never actually came to pass in the 1920s. But ultimately, this is the kind of philosophy that they espoused. The institution with which the Poale Zion was most prominently associated was, of course, the kibbutz. The word kibbutz comes from the verb to gather, lekabetz, and it really is it's a Hebrew translation of the Russian term kolkhoz, or collective. It was an amazingly creative experiment in socialist living in which everything was held collectively by the members of this small society. That means all property was held in common, all work was distributed in an equitable fashion based on each person's ability to do so. Any income gathered by the kibbutz, of course they were farming communities, agrarian communities, was distributed equally. And in fact, in the early years, we're talking about the first decade of the 20th century, a little bit before Golda Meir came, they even shared spouses. They believed in free love and the idea marriage was theft. It's another interesting quote from Marx. The idea that if one thinks one owns one's spouse, then that's clearly a violation of socialist principles, and so on. The more radical forms of the kibbutz died off fairly quickly. They tended to have an abundance of males and a surfeit of females, as you might expect with that kind of free love policy. And ultimately, they settled down to a more moderate forms, which did persist in still fairly radical, by our terms, existence well into the 1960s, where, for example, spouses would live together as monogamous couples, but their children would be raised from a very early age in a collective environment called the gan. The children who were raised in these collective environments, there's some interesting studies done on them. For example, they tend to be very much overrepresented in war casualties and heroes. They seem to be much more likely to defend the collective, even at risk of their own personal selves. So it's a fascinating experiment. At one time, kibbutzim were about 4% of the Israeli workforce, or the Israeli, the agrarian area, the arable area in Israel were occupied by kibbutzim, and they produced about 40% of its agricultural output. So they're really quite productive, and they did a lot for building the state of Israel. So she went to this Poale Zion kibbutz called Merchavia. Ironically, she was rejected first, but she reapplied, and then she was accepted. And as I mentioned, her husband Morris, who was perhaps a little less enthusiastic about the entire project, nevertheless did follow Israel, and they lived for 7 years there in the kibbutz. He loved it tremendously. He loved the being working with the almond groves and things like that. But she loved even more her activity in the Histadrut, which was the collective unionized body of all the kibbutzim. She was, her leadership skills were recognized quite early, and she was elected as the kibbutz representative to this organization. This brought her more and more into national politics, and ultimately she had to leave the kibbutz in order to pursue that passion, which was to organize and delegate and lead this new country. She ultimately became the head of the political department of the Histadrut, which was an important stepping stone to being active in labor politics overall in Israel. Okay, I think at this point I'd like to pause and take a couple of questions, because I want to step back and talk a little bit about Israel as a whole. Yes, please. Yes, she also spent some time teaching immediately after graduation. She was a those who can. Yes. I didn't follow up on that. I will have to check Wikipedia later, where I got most of this stuff anyways. What happened to her children? Yes. Mabovich. Okay. All right. So let's talk about Israel now. Amazingly, even though the vast majority of the students I currently teach at Thurl College South come from full-time Jewish day schools, they actually have quite a lacuna of knowledge about what is the state of Israel. There's a lot missing, and some schools do a better job of giving them some basic Israel education than others, but Israel advocacy is actually very low, even among those students who have the best Jewish education in this country. And ironically, I'll put in a little plug. My eldest daughter, Raphael, many of you might know, she was this week quoted in both the Wall Street Journal and the Canadian Jewish News. Pretty good for a 20-year-old, and the 21-year-old. The Canadian Jewish News article was interesting because, they have on college campuses is a fair amount of anti-Semitism that is thinly disguised as anti-Zionism. And so they interviewed Rafaela because she's one of the heads of the Israel advocacy group at Tura College. And they figured if the college is full of Jews, where's the anti-Semitism? But she says the problem is there's a lot of Israel apathy, which is a kind of internal anti-Semitism we bring upon ourselves in that part. But at any rate, check it out, Rafaela Abramson, Canadian Jewish News, or Wall Street Journal. You see the quotes up there. What date? It was this week. It was this week was Wednesday, right? So I think it was Monday. Okay. But what I usually say to students when I'm talking about Israel is that there's a general pattern, a Kulturkampf, a cultural struggle in Israel that is incredibly deep-rooted in that society, and it is a struggle to maintain equilibrium between two poles. On the one hand, Israel is a Jewish state. It wants to maintain its Jewish character. Everything Jewish has to be associated with Israel.
Central category in Petra. That goalkeeper. That equals. Halachic agonic concept of divine communication outside prophecy. Rabbi Hebrew. Out. Used halachically for one temple in compartments. Rabbi Sheni equals second temple. Rabbi variant of Beit in rabbinical form. Bashah Hebrew. Between the suns. Twilight period between sunset and nightfall. Halachically uncertain status, often treated stringently. B category Hebrew. Between the strings. The 3 weeks mourning period between 17th of Tammuz and 9th of Ab. Based in Hebrew. House of Judgment. Rabbinical court that rules on halachic matters. Beit Dash Hebrew. House of Holiness. The temple in Jerusalem. Central place of halachic worship in biblical times. Beit Midrash Hebrew.
Israel should be associated with Judaism. That's one key value, core value in that society. The other core value, anyone guess what the other one is? Abramson? Any guess? Democratic, brilliant. Oh my gosh. Good. Israel also believes very deeply in democracy. It wants to be a society of equality, of human rights, of freedom. The problem is these two values, like a Venn diagram, tend to coalesce in certain areas, but they're quite far apart in others. So, for example, what do you do with the non-Jewish minority in Israel? Especially, as we shall see later, when they're so numerous that they threaten to demographically dilute the Jewish majority of the population. If you give them democratic equal rights, then they could theoretically vote out the Jewish policies of the state. And in fact, it could simply revert to being another Arab nation in the Middle East. And on the other hand, if you trample on commonly accepted democratic principles and you restrict the rights of non-Jews in Israel, then Israel sacrifices a core value that they feel very deeply about. And so as a society, Israel is always vacillating between these 2 points, more Jewish or more democratic. And sometimes one or the other will suffer. We can also see this coming, see this at the fore, even within the Jewish world, because Orthodox Jews in particular will tend to view a definition of Jewish as being more Torah oriented. And so therefore they will want Israel to be more observant, less movie theaters on the Sabbath, less buses running on the Sabbath, less non-kosher butchers, and less general Dizengoff activity in Israel. But on the other hand, if we move in that direction, then we limit the democratic rights of the secular Israelis, who are the majority of the population. So this struggle between these 2 opposing centers of gravity, that is being Israel being Jewish and Israel being democratic, affects the end of this policy in the modern world. This both today and later. I'm a little worried about my timing, so let's just move straight to the period when So there's a period in 1917 where there's a settlement in Israel. It's called at this point Shuv, which means simply the settlement, because it's not, of course, a state. It's known as Palestine in general parlance. It will be officially known as Palestine after the Turkish Empire falls. But in the context of World War I, which of course ran from 1914 to 1918, the British sought to, gain Jewish support, and especially the support of influential Jews like Chaim Weizmann, very important early Zionists living in Manchester, I believe. And so, with a lot of lobbying, eventually Lord Balfour, the foreign minister, issued this declaration in 1917, which led to worldwide jubilation among Jews. It was overwhelming. And the text reads, it's worth seeing it in the original, His Majesty's government views with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. At this point, the Jews stopped reading because that's all they needed to hear. Break out the Manischewitz because it's time to party. I mean, it says, look at this. The first time a modern European state actually voted or indicated that this was a great idea. Establish the state of Israel. If you want, you can go online and see a picture on Herzl. There's a lot more talking there about how we got to this point. However, the Arabs rest the statement, which goes, "Shall be done," which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities. On one hand, the British are saying, we want to give this area to the Jews for the national homeland. On the other hand, they're saying, as long as the people living there right now aren't too upset about it. And it turned out to be impossible to actually bring this to fruition because there was no way the indigenous population was going to stand for a Jewish state there. Ultimately, what happened after the Turkish Empire, known as the Sick Man of Europe, collapsed, the British were given control of the region in what the United Nations called a mandate. It was actually the League of Nations. At this point, it would later be reincarnated as the United Nations. And this region they called Palestine actually encompassed all of contemporary Israel and Jordan over here. There was no real distinction between the two regions whatsoever. Some ongoing negotiations went on, and ultimately Jordan was established, and the British mandate was reduced to what we understand as Israel today. I'm going to skip quickly through the 1920s and 1930s. Important those 2 decades were ongoing pressure for Jewish immigration. You have tens of thousands of Jews landing in Israel, and you have ongoing Arab protests. Major riots in Hebron in 1929, massacres in yeshivas, and the British are getting increasingly frustrated trying to maintain the principles of this Balfour Declaration. On the one hand, they promise the state to the Jews. On the other hand, they have to placate the Arabs. They have a very significant demographic and political advantage because they are so numerous in the Middle East, controlling regions with a lot of oil. And this comes to an incredible head immediately after the Holocaust, when Jews are striving to make immigration to Israel. England should let them in because they've suffered so badly. It was a baptism when, for about 15 years, Jews had a certain amount of world sympathy, and England was trying to hold desperately onto the mandate. Ultimately, and next week we'll talk more about the particulars of what happened in this time, because Menachem Begin was very involved in driving the British out. Ultimately, they handed it back to the League of Nations, and now the United Nations, and they said, here, you guys take care of it. And the United Nations came up, which was probably the stupidest plan you could possibly think of if someone challenged you to do so. They divided the territory into 7 non-contiguous areas. 3 of them were to be designated as Arab zones. That is this gray area here, which is the Gaza Strip, and a little bit down into Negev. This area here, which would be known as the West Bank, roughly, or Shomron, Yehuda, and this region in the Galilee, which would be Arab zones. The Jewish zones were to be this eastern part, of the Galil, around the Yam Kinneret, the coastal region from Haifa down below Tel Aviv, and then this largely uninhabited region of the south, the Negev. And Jerusalem was to be an international zone. So divide up this tiny territory into 7 parts and hope that everyone would get along. As I'm sure you all know, how it turned out is that the Jews accepted the plan. They were happy to have even a crazy, patchwork kind of demographic outline like this in order to just have a state. The Arab nations, of course, universally rejected the plan, and the War of Independence ensued immediately thereafter. A very brutal struggle in which ultimately the Jews were able to amazingly consolidate their territory and actually enlarge it in a few places. So we'll return to that, but let me pause for a couple of questions before we go back to Golda Meir. Well, I'm just talking so fast, like a blue streak here. Does anyone know any good jokes I could repeat at this point? I used to know a lot of jokes about living in Israel, but yes, please. Uh, oh, there's definitely, I mean, it's the same problem as always. The Tau law is definitely jumping far. This, by the way, has to deal with the compromise that was put in place by Ben Gurion on the establishment of the state in order to garner support of all Jews living in this demographically threatened region. You know, it's not good for Jews to be divided when they're fighting with the Arabs, and that compromise, the so-called status quo law, well, it's not really a law, it was just an accepted practice, was that, for example, yeshiva students received an exemption from serving in the armed forces. Orthodox women had an exemption, or they could volunteer for civil service, that kind of thing. And that has been challenged and ultimately defeated with the Tal law, which I believe was passed in the late 90s or early 2000s. Something about. So the Tau law is really of that resentment. That why is that these guys are exempt from the army? So it is jumping ahead quite a bit. Why don't we come back to it next week when we talk about Menachem Begin, because it deals very much with the revisionist perspective on the appropriate posture of Jews in the state. But excellent question. Any others? Okay, I'm on my own. All right. So she had an important role, obviously, in these early years. Specifically, her fluency in English and her powerful reputation as a speaker had her sent to America, where the young state was desperately seeking aid from Americans. She blew past all of their expectations. The government thought that perhaps they would collect $7 million from America for support of the war effort. Golda Meir came back home with $50 million. So it was amazing how she was able to really generate support. We would see this again in Moscow. I'll show you in the next slide. Ben Gurion actually said of her that she was the Jewish woman who got the money which made the state possible. I mean, really, this is the bottom line. She made the state possible through her fundraising. She was also active in international politics, including a rather bizarre and courageous trip to Jordan when she disguised herself as an Arab woman to negotiate with King Abdullah to try to persuade him not to participate in the Bush decline. But he said to her, listen, why don't you wait? Why are you rushing this? Don't you realize, that maybe we can solve this diplomatically? Why are you rushing to have a state? And she famously responded, we've waited for 2,000 years. Isn't that long enough? So she went back home unsuccessful with King Abdullah, but ultimately the Jews were able to defend their borders. This is what the new state looked like, drawn back, because of Sinai here. So if you'll recall, the UN partition plan, and this is, if they had this in 1948, this is what the state of Israel would have looked like, just these orange colors here. But after the War of Independence, they were able to consolidate a little bit wider waist by the Mediterranean. They were able to penetrate up through the Judea-Samaria region to Jerusalem, although unfortunately they were not able to conquer all of Jerusalem, and the Jewish quarter of the old city remained on the Jordanian side. They were also able to take over the entire Galil and consolidate a little bit of the Negev, which was an amazing achievement, that they actually were able to increase their boundaries, although at great cost. And Golda Meir, of course, was very active. She was one of the earliest, she was one of the signatories to the Israeli Declaration of Independence. She wrote at that time that she was educated in America, and she knows the respect that Americans have for the founding fathers. And she says, reflecting on the idea that I myself was a signatory to the Declaration of Independence of Israel, was something that she openly cried when she put her name to the paper. She also had a liberal approach, which is consistent really with her socialist politics, to the Palestinian refugee problem, which began really in the 48-49 war. Specifically, there was a large population of Arabs living in Israel, or living in what would be Israel, who fled the war zone for neighboring countries. Ultimately, in most of those countries, Egypt, Jordan, and Syria, and Lebanon, would keep these Palestinians and their children and their grandchildren in refugee camps for decades, something that I felt terrible about, resented deeply. But she also felt that the fact that these Arabs left Israel was a tragedy of incredible proportions. She even compared it to the suffering of the Jews in the Holocaust. It's a rather large comparison in the 1940s. The reasons for that Arab exodus were complex. And again, that's something I would like to push off a little more to next week's discussion of Menachem Begin, because he personally was involved in several of the most key incidents. We're running low on battery, or are we okay? Running low on battery? Time? Right, time or battery? Okay, this is okay. This happens all the time. We're just going to quickly plug it in. This is how. And we're recording. We are back now. Okay, so we'll talk about it more next week when we get to Menachem Begin, because he was very much involved in it. But there are very different narratives of this exodus. Jews and Israelis generally have one version of describing why the Arabs left. Arabs, as you might not be surprised, have a totally different version. And it's really an ongoing problem that affects Israel today, and is an extremely important element in the determination of, God willing, someday a lasting peace in the region. Now, shortly after the state was established, she was sent to be an envoy to Moscow, which was an early supporter of the State of Israel, actually voting for its establishment in the United Nations, amazingly so, because later they would change that position. And she was issued passport number 1 from the new state. They didn't do it in alphabetical order. They just gave her passport number 1. And she went to Moscow, where she was very successful in her mission. But there was one event that had a tremendous impact on her personally, and she spoke about it and wrote about it endlessly. She went to Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur services at the Moscow Choral Synagogue, and she was surrounded by literally tens of thousands of Jews chanting her name and chanting the word Israel. Here's a photograph that shows her. You can just see that she is, oh, you know what I totally forgot? My gosh. Yeah, here it is. I've gone through 40 minutes, and we have... This is why we need more professional. I have this remote clicker that the Torah Cafe people sent me. Thank you. And let's put it up here. And it has this nifty little red thing here, which is great if you have a cat, because they like to chase it. And this circle here circles Golda Meir, surrounded by a sea of Soviet Jews. And she was so overwhelmed with the support she received there that she felt that the mission that she was engaged in by establishing the State of Israel was something that was of cosmic proportions, because it affected all of the Jews worldwide. And she came back to Israel with renewed vigor and renewed strength to endure the challenges of leadership. This actually put on Israeli stamps, and I believe even some currency, this famous photograph of Golda Meir in Moscow. Okay, listen. Oops. Oops. Torah Cafe people, what's going on with this? Okay, this was 1949, I believe. Okay, I guess I should have started it earlier. Wait, it's the wrong plug. Oh well. So much for the clicker. Okay, jumping ahead a little bit, major events. Militarily, she was not the leader of the country at the time, but it's impossible to discuss the later events without looking at the Six-Day War, which is one of the most phenomenal victories Israel had ever achieved, and in fact, it is still a victory when it's. I'll tell you a quick story of my yeshiva, or Sameach. This is a story often described there, whereas a young man in the yeshiva, and there's Or Sameach because the yeshiva Bali Tshuva, people who come to Judaism with a limited training and background. And there was, and you ask about where people are from. Some are from Harvard, some are from Yale, whatever. And one guy said he was from West Point. So they said, "What are you doing here from West Point? I mean, what a trip coming from West Point to a yeshiva in Jerusalem. How did that happen?" So he said, the story goes, that he was participating in a class on military strategy. And they had, a highly decorated general teaching this class with like 25 stars and things like that. And they went through many of the great battles of history. Waterloo, Battle of the Bulge, invasion of Normandy, things like that. And they studied what happened, why a certain general was victorious, what strategy was used, and so on. And they analyzed all these battles. And at the end of the course, this young man went up to the general and said, "Yes, sir, I'm very curious, why did we not study any of the Israeli wars? I mean, certainly they must have some merit. They're all quite different and so on. Why didn't we look at them?" And apparently the general said to him, "Young man, the reason we don't study the Israeli wars is because those victories are completely unexplained by any strategy known to man. They are miraculous, and I have no way to explain how the Jews won." So, at any rate, the 6-Day War certainly, and that's how we end in yeshiva. Of course, what am I doing in West Point, if I can go to the West Bank? No. Anyways, so again, short form, because I want to discuss this again in more detail with Menachem Begin. Egypt in particular and Syria, the nation state once again. They've had several issues. The 1950 Sinai campaign in particular. At this point, Egypt is ready to completely obliterate Israel, particularly with its allies Syria. June of 1967, it's absolutely clear this is. They threatened the United and its leader, Uthman, stated that it was for the UN peacekeeping forces to maintain the border zone. Therefore, Uthman removed all of the UN peacekeepers on the borders, completely exposing Israel to Egyptians. And so the entire world knew that Israel was about to be driven into the sea. My uncle Leon, he should live and be well, he describes me, he was a young man at the time, and he describes how he and his friends, they immediately got, dropped out of medical school to buy their tickets to get to Israel and to support the new state. And then by the time, they came to the airport, the war was already over. It's an amazing overnight victory. Essentially what Israel did was it launched a controversial now preemptive strike where they attacked the Egyptians and the Syrians before they could attack Israel, relying on it. When someone comes to kill you, get up earlier than him and kill him first. It's a very basic Talmudic idea, and largely through the overwhelming air superiority, through the tremendously courageous, they were able to destroy much of the Egyptian Air Force before it even got off the tarmac. There are photographs of exploded planes and Egyptian soldiers lying on the runways, not even having the chance to take off. Within short order, all armies were defeated. The outcome of this, however, was huge territorial expansion for Israel, which proved to be advantageous in obvious ways, but at the same time, a great boon for Israel to bear, one that they still struggle with several decades later. Specifically, they conquered the entire Sinai Peninsula here, right up to the banks of Cairo and the Nile River here. They conquered all of the Gaza Strip, of course, which was attached to the Sinai Peninsula. They conquered all of what would be called the West Bank, so-called because it is on the west side of the Jordan mountain region up in Syria known as the Golan Heights. Now, they had to decide what they were going to do with these territories. They basically had three options. One was exchange it immediately for peace, meaning just release that territory and sign a peace treaty with the country that had lost that territory. And many Israelis felt that, of course, that's what's going to happen. In the next 6 months or so, we'll sit down, they'll realize we're here to stay, and we'll have peace. We'll get our land back, and then we'll have peace. But ultimately, none of the Arab nations stepped forward being willing to get that land back for peace. So Israel had to make one of two other decisions. One is to annex the territory, which means to completely own it, to declare it permanently part of Israel, which sounds like a reasonable thing to do. It was won fair and square in war. But at the same time, because you'll recall, Israel wants to be a democratic nation, annexing a territory means you have to give its citizens, give its residents citizenship. You cannot, under international law, take over a country and then literally enslave the people there or consider them second-class citizens. If you want to claim that territory as your own real estate, you have to give them citizenship, which is precisely what Israel did in the region of the Golan Heights, which was sparsely populated, also ironically by a population of Arabs known as the Druze, who are traditionally friendly to the states in which they inhabit. So the Druze actually have a supportive role towards Israel. And because it's a mountain region that overlooks Damascus on one side, or the Galil lowlands on the other side, it has high strategic value. And they said, we're just going to keep the Golan Heights. Thank you very much. They also agreed to annex East Jerusalem, which has high symbolic value for Israel. Jerusalem is, of course, the 3,000-year capital of Israel. The old city with the temple in it is beyond value for Jews and Jewish history. And so they said, we are taking East Jerusalem, we're making it part of Israel. And in fact, all the Arabs living there were given citizenship, given full Israeli citizenship, passports, the whole deal, in accordance with the democratic principles of international law. However, the larger population of what would be called Yehuda and Shomron and Gaza here, or the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, there was a large number of Arabs living there, and the Israelis were not willing to simply annex those territories and give the Arabs living there citizenship, so they simply declared them administered territories. And this is a kind of a neutral, some prefer the term occupied, which is decidedly derogatory towards the occupier, in this case Israel. But that's essentially the status quo that was held in place until 2003, when the Gaza Strip was actually abandoned in a very controversial disengagement process. The West Bank, of course, is still administered by Israel, where the Arabs living there do not have the full access to rights and privileges that Israeli citizens do, which is an ongoing sore point for Palestinians, obviously, and for Israeli administer these territories, but there is no lasting solution in immediate proximity. God willing, next week we will address this in greater detail as well, because Begin had a plan that was attempted in some parts, and we'll discuss how that worked out. Okay, so this is the status just before she comes to power. Oh, here's a picture of East Jerusalem, which gives you a sense of how it was annexed, as well as regions immediately to the north and the south as well. So she comes into Knesset. I love this photograph, which I think gives you a real sense of her personality, right? She's got muscle, and she's a powerful orator. She had an uninterrupted reign in Knesset in various ministries, labor, foreign affairs, internal affairs, from 1949 to 1966. As I mentioned, her name changed in 1956 to Mayor, but she ultimately retired in 1966 because she was diagnosed with lymphomatic cancer. So lymphomatic or lymphatic? Lymphomatic. It's bad any way you look at it, but it's lymphomatic. How does that joke go? They're at a funeral, and someone says to the other one, look at this, 90 years old, never had a cold, and now this. All right. She, in her tenure as prime minister, she was an outspoken individual. I think in many ways a lot like Bibi Netanyahu, because she had, a very effective command of the English language, and she could play a role on the world stage on a lot of issues. Unfortunately, part of her tenure was marred by the growth of Arab terrorism in this period, realizing that that Israel could not be shaken with conventional military methods, particularly after the Six-Day War. The Arabs under the newly founded Palestinian Liberation Organization headed by Yasser Arafat, launched a large series of attacks on more vulnerable Israeli targets throughout the world. Most egregiously, the 1972 massacre of athletes at the Olympics, several bombings of El Al ticketing ranges in airports throughout Europe, and time and time again, she was faced with the challenges of dealing with international terrorism outside of Israeli borders.
Pascal, can you hear me? How's your day going, big dog? I can't really hear what you're saying. I hope you're doing well, big dog. Oh boy, I can't hear you. Maybe you want to leave and come back or check the microphone. Oh yeah, now I can hear you. I'm doing well, my friend. What's on your agenda for this weekend?
Say what?
What are you doing this weekend?
Nothing much. Not doing anything about playing football.
Okay, very well. Well, that's cool. Are you excited for the weekend?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Excellent. Well, that's wonderful.
So what do you do for the weekend?
I'm gonna watch Jewish lectures. I'm gonna study a little, just some vocabulary, and I'm gonna create robots for a platform that I spam. Aside from that, I'm gonna just do my best to be a good person. How does that sound?
Sound nice.
Absolutely. I've got a do you know what fantasy football is? Yeah, I do. Do you know what fantasy football is?
What? You know what?
Do you know what fantasy football is?
Not really. Really?
Okay, it's like.
I know them.
Have you ever heard of it?
Yeah.
Okay, well I've got a draft that's coming up, so I'm gonna prepare for that. I've been doing some mock drafts, and I'm doing my best to be as prepared for it as possible. But I feel nothing's gonna prepare me. I have no idea what's gonna happen in it, so just excited to have that start. And we've got football coming up in the United States, which is cool. I'm excited for that. So I'm just chilling.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah. So what are you watching?
Jewish history lectures. Feel free to watch, my friend. This is Professor.
Oh, okay.
This is Professor Henry Abramson.
Borders, as well as attacks within Israel, although they would not get to really the most terrible points until the 1990s. She had a well-known showdown with Austria that was really telling of the world mood.
I'm here. I'm
and
just
also
adjusting one of my
her own
devices.
leadership skills when the Austria, of course, being in East Central Europe, had a transit camp that was reserved primarily for Soviet Jews. There was a trickle of Jews that were allowed out of the Soviet Union in the 1970s, and they primarily went through this one camp. The name of it escapes me right now, but this one camp in Austria. The Palestinian movement threatened Austria with terrorist attacks if they were to keep this camp open, because the Palestinians wanted to the immigration of Jews from Russia into Israel, which they felt was a great demographic threat to their ambitions to take over the land of Israel. So Austria caved in. The minister, who was ironically prime minister, was Jewish. He closed the transit camp, and at that time, Golda Meir was speaking to the Council of Europe, which I believe was in Brussels at the time, and she bitterly lashed out at Austria for its cowardice. She went to meet with Austrian Prime Minister, I think his name was Kreisky. Afterwards, she sat down with him, and she told him that if he really refuses to you know, if he actually he was yielding to the Palestinians, he does yield to them, and end to terrorism for Austria whatsoever. And he ultimately said that they're not going to reach an agreement. So she left the room, and the first thing she said to journalists was that he did not even offer her a glass of water. And so Kreisky ultimately was shamed into creating an alternate transit camp for Soviet Jews to come through Austria, but ultimately she lost the overall battle on that particular site. But this is a kind of indicative of the leadership role that she played on an international level. Domestically, the end of her tenure as prime minister was marred by a horrible event, the awful Yom Kippur War of 1973. At this time, the young general Anwar Sadat was in charge, and he had some taste of battling with the Israelis, and he disagreed with the prevalent mood that Israel was unbeatable. Using a strategy that combined a lot of secrecy, once again with the allies in Syria, Sadat planned an attack on Israel that flew largely under the radar for much of the year 1973. The attack was planned specifically for Yom Kippur, holiest day of the Jewish calendar, when most Jews would be fasting. Although ironically, even though Jews call it Yom Kippur, the Yom Kippur War, Arabs call it the Ramadan War because it occurred during their month of Ramadan, and secular historians prefer the more neutral term October War. At any rate, Meir was the prime minister at the time, and her ministers advised her that, in fact, the troops were massing and it looked like an attack was imminent. However, there was a big dispute among her advisors as to what to do about it. Certain contingent of advisors said, launch another preemptive attack, just like in 1967. That's the only way that we are going to win. Others, including the famous General Moshe Dayan, said that a preemptive strike was inappropriate, that it's not conclusive that they will attack.
What's up, big dog?
Okay. Bad enough. But a little bit busy. What do you do for a living?
I'm a certified project management professional.
That's nice. You get paid for streaming live 24/7.
Some.
Later folklore associates it with mystical pelagic debates.
Nice.
You
always watch things concerning Israel. You from Israel?
No, I'm from the United States.
Okay. Currently, you're in the United States.
You're coming to the United States?
Not really. You want to see me?
Sure, if you want.
Are we on date? Are we? Not really. Stay on the, play football, become a footballer one day, if possible.
All right, big dog.
Actually,
refers to preparing utensils for kosher use or the process by which food becomes susceptible to impurity. Hadam Hebrew for beauty. Intelligent refers to the requirement of inner wisdom. Unifying a commandment e.g. a beautiful Mulan or Edred. Hadbaka Hebrew for raising of the Torah scroll during synagogue service. Logically requires visibility to the congregation. Another Hebrew foretelling narrative refers to the pass-on text used at the Seder. Logically required for the mitzvah of recounting the Exodus. Having a Hebrew for festival offering. Sacrificial offerings brought on the pilgrimage festivals.
Maybe just saber rattling. Ultimately, she decided to take a moderate course. She did not order a preemptive strike, but she did order a full mobilization of the army. So she ordered the country on high alert immediately, and the attack came within 6 hours. So ultimately, Israel was able to beat them back and even push the boundaries further onto the other side of the Nile River in the case of Egypt after they had significant American support. But it was a devastating blow to Israel. They suffered very high casualties, and that, you know, the glow of the David versus Goliath that came after 1967 was definitely diminished because people saw that Israel could lead as well. This ultimately catapulted Anwar Sadat as a general to the prime ministership or the presidency of Egypt later, because he was a great hero in Egypt for having bloodied the Jews' noses. And we'll talk again with Begin next week about how, ironically, he was able, even once he had defeated Israel in battle, he was able to then turn around and make peace. Although that would earn him an assassination at the hands of the current movement controlling Egypt, the Muslim Brotherhood. Again, more for next week's material. One strong opinion in defense of Meir's decision to not launch that preemptive strike came from Henry Kissinger, who, after the was over, that in fact, if Meir strike, which again was controversial in the international world, then Kissinger said that America would not even have contributed a single nail to the war effort. And that American support in munitions and political support was incredibly important. So ultimately, it seems that her decision was, although costly, the wisest one possible. This was the determination of the Agranat Commission, which looked at the war and conducted an extensive postmortem to try and determine what could have been done better. And it ultimately cleared Golda Meir of any blame for not deciding that preemptive strike.
Yes, sir. All right, Pascal. We'll see you, my friend. Have a wonderful day. Thank you, my friend.
May appear in discussion and moderation. Hansa Hebrew Arabic for fire. Code object and shape charm. Not Halachic but present in Jewish culture. Handsome Hebrew for conduct practice. Intelligence often means highest customs beyond strict law. Arabic Hebrew for excommunications bands. Halachic sanctions imposed by rabbinic courts. Har Sinai Hebrew for Mount Sinai. Central to Halacha as the place where Torah was given. Haredi Hebrew for one who trembles before God. Refers to strictly observant Jews. Not itself halachic, but describes halachic lifestyle. Parsha Hebrew for authorization. In halacha, refers to appointing an agent or granting legal power. Havdalah Hebrew for separation. Ritual marking the end of Shabbat or festivals. Halachic requirement includes wine, spices, and candle. Hazan Chezan Hebrew for tender. Leader of prayer in synagogue. Halachic qualifications required proper pronunciation, moral standing.
Her party went into an election immediately thereafter. Her party won the re-election, but several months later, she was simply too exhausted from the infighting and the recriminations over the results of the war that she decided she would resign, which she did in 1974. She died several years later in 1978 of that cancer, which was first diagnosed already in 1966, causing her first retreat from politics. So looking at her legacy, she's a fascinating woman, tremendously powerful speaker, tremendously motivated ideologue. In large part, she sacrificed her personal life, her family life with her husband and her children for the needs of this nascent country, this great experiment in Jewish hood. And as the signatory of the Declaration of Independence, her name is permanently inscribed in the history of this country, and her character and her leadership continue to motivate and inspire us all. Thank you, as always, for your intelligent attention and indulgence, and I look forward to speaking to you next week about Menachem Begin.
Performing mitzvah with extra beauty and effort. Hilchot Hebrew for Lawson. Prefix used in Halachic codes, e.g. Hilchot Shabbat. Similar Aramaic Hebrew for celebration. In Jewish custom, refers to commemorations of Tzitzit
For coming.
anniversaries.
I think we've got a fantastic class planned for tonight. I have to say a couple of thank yous to begin with. First of all, thank you to the Rav for that unexpected and very welcome word of greeting, and I especially appreciate the mention of my father, Yaakov David Tava. He should live you well. We're waiting for a date on surgery, and it's still kind of up in the air, but it may, I hope it won't interfere with this class, but if necessary, I may have to go to Canada for the surgery. In the meantime, other thank yous. Do you notice how wonderful this screen looks now? This is all Steve Schwartz's idea, but you didn't realize we had a screen last week, but he wanted it raised, and so it's come up to the heights, and hopefully that will be more visible to those of you in the bleachers in the back row there. Also, thanks to Joe and Zohara Weiss for sponsoring this week. The classes are free and open to the community. I really like the idea that it's just available to everyone, but the shul did incur some costs to get the equipment and put things together, and to have videos filmed, the pictures filmed, and to have that beautiful greeter back door. They don't come cheap. So, if we get sponsors to offset the cost, it's really wonderful. We're asking for $200 to sponsor a lecture. Obviously, you can give half, give part, whatever you like, or just come, and your participation is a sponsorship in itself. And by the way, I hope you all had a chance to view last week's lecture, which did go live last Friday. It's at jewishhistorylectures.org. You can get to it straight through that URL, or you can go straight to the youngisraelph.org website, the shul website, and click on Jewish History Classes, and it'll take you there as well. Very lightly edited. Okay, so with that said, today's class is on a fascinating character, what Gershom Scholem, the principal student of this period of history, called the most documented Jewish life in the 17th century, which is a truly amazing statement, but in reality, it's quite correct. Even though he plays a somewhat minor role in the overall scope of Jewish history and the arc of our progress through the Middle Ages, he was quite notorious, and especially he was one of those Jewish figures who crossed the religious divide and was of great fascination to Jews and Muslims alike. He mingled with kings, and so we have official state documents, and we have a tremendous amount of popular documents written by Christians and Muslims who are fascinated with.
Are you ready for me?
Yeah.
All right. What up, Pam? Big dog, I'm listening. What's up?
You take my neighbor from when I was a baby, feels bad that she got me on my head when she was 15.
For sure, dog. And you can't even really blame her. You can't even really blame her. She was quite young.
Yeah.
And I don't even think it did anything wrong to you. Dog, aside from Tourette syndrome, you basically are pretty normal, and you keep blaming other people for all the shit that happens to you.
I feel like putting milk on my head did something.
All right, you're allowed to think that. Zoot, did you know you have an invitation? Zoot, I'm going to beat you 5 games in a row. What is normal? I don't know. What is normal?
Neurotypical?
What are you saying, Zoot? Did you go into the city and get some poontang?
No.
Why not?
My phone's already dead.
Dude, charge it. Okay, well, you need to charge your phone, dog. Zoot, are you going to go? Why not?
I didn't trust my phone's best friend.
Okay, well, then take a fucking charger and put it in your phone. Guy,
the possibility that the Jewish Messiah had arrived, and so we have multiple valences to look at this individual character and see a lot about who he was and what he did. His dates are 1626 to 1676. He died just a few months shy of his 50th birthday. And of course, for those of you who are completely new to Jewish history, his claim to fame was that in the year 1665, he claimed that he was in fact proclaimed himself the Jewish Messiah, Mashiach, and entered a huge following all across Asia Minor and Europe. And many Jews were held in thrall by his teachings, the force of his personality, and his impacts on the world. And many very significant Jewish leaders were actually bound to his cause. They were severely disappointed when, only about a year later, he confronted the Sultan of the Turkish Empire, and he requested politely that he be given Jerusalem to initiate the Messianic period. The Sultan made a counter: you can either convert to Islam or I will decapitate you. And he decided to convert to Islam, leaving his followers tremendously dejected, a huge mark on Jewish self-consciousness for the next several hundred years, and we will explore the ramifications of that decision. But I want to start with a little joke, and I have to tell you, this is a joke that when I first heard it, I thought it was very, very funny, but it was just a little bit off color. And I was thinking, could I possibly tell this joke? Maybe I could tell it in this situation, but I couldn't put it on the internet. And I thought about it, so I edited it very lightly, so it would be guaranteed not to offend. So the joke goes like this, or at least it's not guaranteed not to offend, but hopefully it'll pass. And if not, I'll just edit it out of the video. You'll never know. So the joke goes like this, and it deals, of course, we're talking about conversion, so it's in that vein. Reuven and Shimon, two Jewish guys, are walking down the street one day, and they pass by a religious institution of another faith. That's the part that I'm going to use. Oh, Fred heard the original. So I'm going to use the version that doesn't identify the religious institution, and therefore hopefully we will avoid any calumnies from other faiths watching this video on the internet. So they pass this institution of another faith, and there's a big sign outside that institution that says, Jews convert to this religion, $500, today only. So Reuven says to Shimon, what do you think of that? Isn't that amazing? And Shimon says, come on, just ignore it. We're proud Jews. We're never going to give up our faith. This is just a ploy. And Reuven says, but $500? I mean, it's a mitzvah. Why not? I'll tell you what, Shimon, I'm going to go in. I'll mumble a few words. I'll pretend, whatever. I'll collect the $500. We'll go. We'll have an amazing lunch, and who knows what. So Shimon says, "You're crazy, Reuven, but do whatever you want." So Reuven goes in. It was Reuven, right? Reuven goes in, and Shimon's outside waiting in the park, and he's waiting, and finally Reuven comes back out, and Shimon says, "Hey, Reuven." And Reuven says, "Oh, there you are." And Shimon says, "So, did they give you the money?" And Reuven says to him, "What is it with you people?" I think we can just make that past the internet censorship. Okay. So there are two principal historical Grundlage would be the German term, like the foundations of the Sabbatean movement that we have to consider before we look at Shabbatai Tzvi's life itself. Firstly, we have to understand the impact of the Safed circle, the Tzfat circle, that we discussed in some detail last week when we looked at Rabbi Yosef Karo. This is the gathering of mystics and halachas that were very, very active in northern Israel in the beginning of the 16th, 17th century. And they had a tremendous impact, in particular, Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, known as the Arizal. The ZL at the end of the name stands for Zichrono Livracha, of blessed memory. The Ari is an acronym of his name, means the lion of blessed memory. So the Arizal in particular created or wrote about a new approach to Kabbalistic studies that was tremendously influential. And in particular, there was one element of Lurianic Kabbalah, as it's known, that distinguished it from earlier forms of Kabbalistic studies. Primarily, for our purposes, earlier Kabbalistic studies were primarily theoretical in nature, meaning there was a lot of contemplation of the nature of the soul, the universe, the process of creation, a lot of things which are much more theory than anything else. In the Lurianic period, however, there's a lot more emphasis placed on what is known as theurgic Kabbalah. It means Kabbalah that is designed to affect change in the universe. As opposed to earlier thought, which emphasized just understanding the structure of the universe, this is about altering the structure of the universe. Through various prayers, through various kavanot or intentions during mitzvot, all kinds of things like that, where people were under the Ali's Kabbalah much more involved in actually shaping the world in which they live. And of course, one of the biggest questions that Jews had on their mind was, when will Mashiach come? When will Messiah come? And one of the taboo subjects, which persists, by the way, right up into the 20th and even the 21st century, were groups of individuals who attempted through Lurianic Kabbalah to urge God to send the Messiah immediately. So there are a lot of people who are doing this kind of Kabbalistic thinking, and it was fairly new and widespread in the Jewish world in the 17th century. This is the element, the intellectual milieu in which Shabbatai Tzvi began to explore his Jewish identity as, in particular, besides these kavanot, these yichidim, these ways of unifying the Godhead, so to speak, there was this idea of tikkun, of repair. We have a term very popular today, tikkun olam, the repair of the world, which is sometimes understood as social action. The Kabbalistic sense of the 17th century, a tikkun meant some kind of fundamental repair to a rift in the universe. Something was wrong with the universe, and the tikkunim of the Jews who practiced this Kabbalah would bring about its amelioration. This is especially so after the Spanish expulsion, which we discussed last term, which was such a huge in the Weltanschauung of Jews, that understood Spain to be ultimate, in many ways, the ultimate golden age of the Jewish post-biblical era, and to get crushed in just a matter of months. And the persecution followed in Spain and in Portugal, and the suffering of the Jews who had to wander to Turkey and points elsewhere. The idea of affecting tikkun was much more profound than it ever had been, perhaps since the destruction of the Second Temple. So these are the kinds of intellectual ideas that are circulating. Young Kabbalists are feeling like through their studies they can actually alter the shape of history, and they took it very seriously. Yeah, any questions about the intellectual?
In reference to almost every Jewish crash with the history, will be regarded as Shalom, we have now in the same, almost the same way, like the same Lubavitch and Mashiach, exactly the same way.
I'm not going. I don't.
I know that there is an we have
at least 15 lectures before we get up to the 20th century and 21st century. There are,
because they have to escape.
What do you mean they? I mean, we really need.
Welcome.
We need Mashiach. There's so much
Hello.
Jewish surahs. So many people are inverting, and it would be, shine sight, as they say.
Yes.
So that's the Tzvat circle and its influence. There's also a very important social and political element to the development of Shabbatai Tzvi's activity, and he himself was personally motivated by hearing about the pogroms of 1648-49. In fact, one of his most profound mental breakdowns was specifically related to the day that he heard about the events of what is known in Hebrew literature as the Gzerat Tachvatat. Tachvatat is the Hebrew acronym of the year 1648-49. To give you this in brief, we will, God willing, in another year return to this and understand it in much more profound detail, but our task for today is to understand Shabbatai Tzvi. For approximately 400 years, Jews had been moving into Poland, Ukraine, certain parts of Lithuania. Russia itself, Russia proper, was actually closed off to Jews from the year 1479, but Jews were very heavily populated in the borderlands to the west of the Russian Empire. And in those areas, they were principally active as middlemen between the peasants and the landlords. There was an ethnic divide between those three groups, and in many ways there was a profoundly triangular conflict between the Polish landlords, who often lived in the cities in the north, the Ukrainian peasants, who lived in these large tracts of lands called latifundia, and their Jewish leaseholders. where the Poles would hire the Jews as a community as a whole, would be given the task of collecting a whole slew of taxes from the Ukrainian peasants. These taxes would include, of course, a tax on produce, grain being the principal output of the breadbasket of Europe, but it would also be a tax on tolls if you wanted to cross a bridge, if you wanted to go fishing, if you wanted to go hunting, if you wanted to apples, you name it. And there's even some evidence that Jews even collected taxes for the use of the village church, meaning that if you wanted to have your child baptized, you would have to go through the humiliation, paying the Jew to get
So you live in Pale.
open up the church.
What's
Very,
good, son?
very limited instances of this, but even one instance of that, the news of it spreads like wildfire.
Sure, go ahead. Sure.
That's to upgrade to. It's like, are you able to upgrade speeds? Like, you know anything about finding out what motherboards capable of?
Yeah, what? Our best bet is going to use AI.
Just trying to, yeah, I mean, I tried to like figure out what the best compatibility website is, but I'm looking for a laptop. I'm trying to like upgrade. That's all.
Okay, so you want a laptop.
I have a laptop. I can send you the specs.
Just put them into. Did you put
I
them?
don't know how to ask AI the right way.
Okay, so what you do is you take the specs, you go to chatgpt.com, you put it in there, and you ask, what's the best way to upgrade my RAM? And let's see what it says. I'm here to help you along the way.
Yeah, I'm not.
You're good, Tim. So you have your specs?
Yeah.
So what's it saying?
It's giving me three decent and help me determine if there's any details that I need to do or worried about which one. Because it's like SDIM or something like that. It's probably the same laptop stuff.
Is it giving you an answer? Is it giving you an answer?
Yeah, just figuring it doesn't matter if I get faster or see more of it.
That's a good possibility. How much more are you going to get?
I'm just gonna double it and it's gonna be maxed out for the money's worth.
Okay.
16.
You said it'll be at 16 RAM then?
No, 32.
Oh, dude, that'll be fast as fuck then.
I mean, it'll play whatever it is. It's just got 16 right now.
So did it clarify what you need to do?
Yeah, I got me.
All right. Well, as they say, that's that, right?
Yeah, the pretty much just have to buy a screwdriver and get the.
Have you ever done it before?
Yeah. Just not all that tech savvy for like the other person and make sure. Holy crap.
What's wrong?
The shop value when you're like regular full price, but it's like the Best Buy price was like the first one. So like realistically, I'm not gonna buy Best Buy. I'm gonna look on Facebook Marketplace or
How much is it?
somewhere that's new. Make sure that I'm getting the right. I'm pretty sure I had 2 sticks of 16 gig. Pretty sure that's how I remember it. Yeah, I don't think it's.
I get that. How much? How much is the RAM? Well, that's not bad. How much did you think it was going to be? Oh, so twice that. So it'd be $200, right?
Yeah, probably.
So it's going to be like $200, right?
For what? No, it's gonna be no one stick of 32 is
I gotcha. Did you order it?
because that's like one o'clock, right? It's not just regular, right?
Are you sure that it's going to work once you install it?
Yeah, I just gotta figure out which I went to fucking one of the very places nearby. That's just been like buy those online work jobs. It's definitely looking for that stuff. Trying to keep me up for I've been put both my laptops up for sale or trade. I've been looking at other laptops for so
Why are you putting your laptops up for sale?
mostly because like people want crazy amounts for their laptops, like they're like nearly brand new prices. So I figured I put mine up for brand new and then took 30% off of the price just to see like how crazy it is to try to sell laptops.
Is anybody
treats me like a being doesn't offer any cash money or like a partial trade. I do love it a little bit.
have you looked at Amazon?
What, for buying used laptops?
Yeah. Or refurbished?
Not really too much on laptops. Mostly just because I don't really have cash. And I'm looking for local meetups. Because like the laptop that I'm talking on is like brand new right now. It goes for like $650. And the laptop that I'm playing my games on, it goes for like $300, and I got it for like $700. But considering that you can get a brand new like 5080 laptop with like a really good Ryzen 9 in it for like 2200 right now, and like, It's very good.
Gathering with CK often spiritual but not strictly halachic. Lashon hair, lashon is Hebrew for not, or a Hebrew for the evil. Together. Evil speech. Halachic prohibition against gossip and slander. Spell Chachula El is Arabic for from. Chachula is Arabic for the beginning. Evening. From the outset. Halachic principle of what should ideally be done. Lashon Hebrew for bread. Central intelligent regarding meals and blessings.
Have you had any streaming with people lately?
Oh yeah, definitely. You just had somebody right before you. That my friend came in from Australia. I get people over the course of a day, so that's good. Refers to the halachic mitzvah of accompanying the deceased to burial or attached joy. Member of the tribe of Levi with halachic duties and temple service, which may be for its sake. Halachic requirement for intent e.g. for a study, writing again. Lo mashmim lo is Hebrew for not, ra equals shmim equals heaven, I equals it is. Together. It is not in heaven. Halachic principle that Torah interpretation rests with earthly sages. Lo is Hebrew for it, plug is Aramaic for distinguished divide. Principle. Rabbinic law applies universally, without exceptions. Lo comma lo is never for not, comma equals, you shall do. Refers to negative commandment. Welcome. Lo did not, lo equals not. Yo, what up, Joe? How you living, Pam? Halachic prohibition of the Ten Commandments. Lo turns out lo equals not, turns out equals you shall murder. Halachic prohibition. How's your day going? Lo crosser lo equals not, crosser equals you shall turn aside. Yo, Joe, you gotta be 18 to be in here. Lo Yaakov lo equals not, Yaakov equals from faith, Demaro equals his word. Together. He shall not profane his word. Halachic ban on graven vows. Layla Seder Hebrew Layla equals night, Seder equals order. Refers to the Passover Seder night, structured by Elijah with symbolic foods, blessings, and repelling of the Exodus. Lashon Hera Seder Lashon equals sun, Hera equals evil. Halachic prohibition against gossip or harmful speech. Google AI sucks. Black Spanish Latin equals pancake. Fries, potatoes, pancakes eaten on Hanukkah commemorating the miracle of the oil. Or Minite custom and halachic obligation. Bel Chachula Aramaic Hebrew phrase meaning from the outset. Halachic principle. What one should idealize before resorting to exceptions. Lashon Hebrew lashon equals bread. Central to halachic regarding blessing shamatzi and meals. Lashon Mishnah Hebrew phrase double bread. 2 loaves required at each Shabbat meal, commemorating the double measure. Lecha Hebrew left equals so, lecha equals for yourself. Name a Torah portion. Significant in halachic studies covenantal means. Mining Yiddish term from German lesson equals to read. Refers to chanting the Torah reading according to halachic ventilation. Lumah Hebrew Lumah equals palm branch. One of the 4 species used in halachic mitzvah masifot. Based on Aramaic phrase meaning in the end eventual discussions in the Talmud. Levi Hebrew Levi equals S4. Halachic mitzvah to accompany the next burial. Levi Hebrew Levi equals attached joints. Tribe of roles in temple service. Yo, Joe, what's up? How old are you, Joe? Joe, how old are you? Hey, Joe. Hey, take care, man. Joe, you're getting banned, big dog.
Sometimes refers to the mitzvah of the four species as a whole. Often it's the Hebrew phrase the mitzvah of the lumah. Specific halachic rulings regarding shaping of the lumah. Bel the Yuval Shomer Hebrew to work in and garden. Biblical phrase describing the nefes meaning, interpreted halachically as stewardship obligations. Lo bashkanim by Hebrew it is not in heaven. Halachic principle. Torah law is interpreted by earthly sages, not by miraculous signs. Both love Aramaic Hebrew principle meaning do not distinguish. Halachic rule to maintain uniform application of laws without exceptions. Lo comma Hebrew lo equals not, comma equals we shall do. Refers to prohibitions among the 613 mitzvah. Lo not Hebrew phrase we shall not steal. Halachic prohibition is the Ten Commandments. Lo that Hebrew phrase we shall not murder. Halachic prohibition is the Ten Commandments. Lo Kosser Hebrew phrase we shall not turn aside. Halachic principle the following rabbinic authority. Lo Yomel Demarel Hebrew shall not profane his word. Halachic prohibition on breaking vows. Officer Hebrew. On equals from. Officer equals 10 of 10. Refers to the tithe 10% of produce, foreign income, separated for Levites or poor. Officer behind of Hebrew. Officer equals 10. Behind of equals animal tithe. Every 10th kosher animal was consecrated as holy. Officer Kesapim Hebrew. Officer equals 10. Kesapim equals money tithing of money. The practice of giving 10% of income to charity. Officer Risen Hebrew. Risen equals first tithe. Given to Levites. Officer Sheni Hebrew. Sheni equals second tithe.
And it's very well known in Ukrainian literature and is in fact a profound element in their folk culture, the idea of the oppressive Jew who would prevent Christians from engaging in their religious activities. At any rate, the way the economic structure of Ukraine was so situated, the Polish landlord could increase the levies on the Ukrainian peasants, but the Jews were given the task of actually collecting it. So the Ukrainian peasants were upset with the economic oppression of the Poles, who, by the way, were a different faith. The Ukrainians were Orthodox, the Poles were Catholics, and they saw the Jews as the leading edge of the hammer that the Poles held. So there was a terrible uprising in the year 1648-49, led by a man named Bogdan Khmelnytsky. You may have seen his name in the literature spelled with a CH, a Polish spelling, Chmielnicki, but it's pronounced Khmelnytsky. And he led a band of disaffected Ukrainian Cossacks in a violent uprising against the Polish landlords. That attack on the Polish landlords was directed principally at the the Jewish leaseholders, because they were living nearby. Meaning the Ukrainian anger was Poles, but the Poles far away, the Jews are right here. And so there are absolutely horrific pogroms. The true scope of the disaster is a matter of some debate among historians. The certainly exaggerated claims put the number of Jewish dead at 250,000, which is rather absurd because less than 100,000 Jews living in most of those areas at the time. It would not be to say perhaps as many as 5,000 were killed, which is a tremendous amount of dead for a pre-modern of this nature. The specific nature of the attacks were unusually cruel. I won't repeat some of the examples of cruelty in Shul, but suffice it to say that if you read some of the martyrologies of the period, you'll be shocked. And even we, living after the Holocaust, can't read these kind of descriptions of violence with equanimity. So there was a huge displacement of this massive Jewish center in the middle of the 17th century, tremendous amount of poverty, tremendous amount of dislocation, so many widows, so many orphans, and this was kind of like following up on the Spanish expulsion. It was the next worst tragedy. And the Jews were intellectually saying to themselves, what will be next? Isn't it already time for Mashiach? It's absolutely intolerable that we are living through this period. So with the intellectual foundations of the thought of the Tzfat circle, and with the political and social ramifications of the Gzerat Tachbatat, then we can turn specifically to the life of Shabtai Tzvi. Let me pause and ask if there are any questions to this point. Steve, no questions? No? Okay. It's good, right? Yeah, thank you. All right. So you can see what kind of person Stephen is, because when it comes to davening, he sits right up here. He's right up front with a Kadosh Baruch Hu. And when it comes like sitting with the crowd, sits in the back, you know? All right. Who was Shabbatai Tzvi? He was an Ashkenazi who was born in Izmir, also known as Smyrna, which is Asia Minor. He was either actually born on Tisha B'Av, 1626, or it could be that it was fabricated by his followers, because there is a midrash that the Messiah would be born on the 9th of Av. It would be that's the, of course, the horrible fast day that commemorates the various tragedies that befell the Jewish people, and of course he should be born on the day that corresponds with the midrash. One of the difficulties of understanding the details of Shabbatai Tzvi's life is that a lot of his life story was written by his followers, specifically with an eye to conforming to the various midrashim that assert that he is Mashiach. Nevertheless, in the pre-modern period, printing is now available, and it will actually play a dramatic role in Shabbatai Tzvi's revelation as Mashiach. This material disseminates very fast. Jews are avid readers in the 17th century, and they are scooping up these books, and they're really digesting them well. His father dealt in poultry. He sold chickens, and he was a struggling businessman, but his brothers, there were three sons in the Tzvi family, Eliyahu and Yosef, actually ended up becoming very successful merchants. They ended up following their brother Shabbatai into in his movement, and as we shall see how that develops later. But he came from a fairly humble background that was upwardly mobile. These are Ashkenazim living in Asia Minor, and he was the scholar of the family. He was the baby of the family, and even his detractors are very happy to admit that Shabbatai Tzvi was quite a learned young man. Apparently, at the age of 15, he had run out of teachers. There was no one in Smyrna who could educate him, and so he studied on his own. And at the age of 18, a very precocious age, he was ordained as a chacham, which is the regional equivalent of what we could call a rabbi. He did, however, have a very profound ascetic sense. He was a loner. He, like Muhammad, ironically, he liked to go for long walks in the wilderness. He liked to be by himself. There's one dramatic episode where he went for a swim by himself and nearly drowned, and his rescue from that incident helped propel him into a sense of grandeur, that he in fact might be the Mashiach. He had a deep attachment to his mother, but otherwise he had very few friends as an adolescent. His reputation as a scholar, he was, by the way, also reputed by, again, his detractors and his admirers alike to be an exceptionally good-looking man, and he had an extremely fine singing voice. When he was in his up phases, and we'll talk about those momentarily, he was wont to sing publicly, and his voice was extremely pleasing to everyone. So the fact that he was good looking and that he had a good voice actually did make a big difference with regards how people dealt with his other eccentricities. His reputation as a young scholar prompted two early marriages, both of them. In both cases, he was married for several months, and his young wife complained to their fathers that the marriage had not been consummated. And this was twice. Later, we'll talk about his more long-term wife, Sarah. He was ultimately married 4 times, 5 times if you include the time he remarried his third wife. But this is an ongoing issue. This particular picture here, I don't know what to make of these pictures. A lot of them are pictures of Shabtai Tzvi, as I mentioned earlier. He is regarded well documented Jews of the 17th century. Occasionally you have under here captions that almost always say, the great portrait of Shabtai Tzvi, right? The only French is like, now I have to be well pronouncing it because if someone French, you'll know if I forgot. Roi des Juifs, né à la ville de Chine en Asie. This is he was born in the city of Smyrna, and this is the picture of a picture drawn of him when he was 40 years old. And it says it's a great portrait, it's a true portrait. This is the way he's supposed to look like. Several of the other ones that look very different also say it's a true portrait. So he had these two early marriages, and he seemed to have a difficulty with intimacy on a personal level and even in a marital level, and this took him through his life. The most profound psychological aspect of Shabtai Tzvi's life is that he seems to have been again, I'm a lay person, I don't know anything about psychology, but he seems to have been a manic depressive. He would go through periods of tremendous elation and euphoria that could last several weeks at a time, and then he would, fall into the pit of despair. Or as my eldest daughter, who was about 10 years old, once said, "I'm in the depth of despair." She won't like it if she can see. Hi, Rafi. She's watching us from college now. She's very smart. She's in the honors program, things like that. But she was in the depth. So he would go through these periods of like tremendous euphoria, happiness, and he would be expressive and he would be dramatic, and then he would be catatonic, refuse to speak, remain shut in a room. No one could talk to him at all. Went through clearly, maybe a bipolar kind of existence. He called the periods of euphoria illuminations. He felt he was receiving some kind of revelation and that he was like directly connected to God. And the opposite, when he was melancholy, he called that tikranim, which is a theological term meaning the hiding of the face, God's face. He was in the shadow of God. He was no longer receiving the direct light from him. During his periods of melancholy, he would repeatedly be tempted to do what he called ma'asim zarim, strange actions. And believe me, they are very strange, and they're going to get even stranger. But I will describe some of them for you as we go through the story of his life. He was especially, we don't know exactly what his relationship with women was, but there are several examples where he seems to have been, it definitely involves something to do with his relationship to women. As we see, he was conflicted with these things with his own life. Is the camera going okay? Right, it's on the wrist, right? He was also fascinated with the tetragrammaton, which is the Greek term for the four-letter name of God, the Shem HaMeforash, the name that Jews do not pronounce. For background, for those who may not be so familiar with the way we do these things, for example, we pronounce God's name when we pray, when we recite blessings, and so on. But the name that we actually say today is only a placeholder for the way it's spelled in the prayer books. The placeholder simply means our Lord. And it's a euphemism for the name which we are not allowed to pronounce. The name that we are not allowed to pronounce was only recited on Yom Kippur in the temple during the time that it was standing, and since then it's been totally off limits. We only pronounce, the word that I'm sure you're familiar with. He was fascinated with the Tetragrammaton, and he would walk around Smyrna pronouncing the name of God. And he did all kinds of strange things like this. He would occasionally call himself Mashiach, Messiah, even in his early years, but people basically tolerated him. He was regarded as some kind of eccentric, to put it mildly. Others considered him a bit of a harmless lunatic. He was just, the village fool. It's true that he was very learned, but But obviously he couldn't pull his life together properly, so people basically tolerated him. Again, he was good looking, he was a great cousin, people really enjoyed that was geschmack, and they figured, Russell Schlecht, this is our Shabbatai. Every town has someone like this, so this is our Shabbatai Tzvi. This is, by the way, another great portrait of Shabbatai Tzvi, another example of it. Any questions so far? I've been talking a lot. Nobody likes to ask the first question? Anybody have the second question? I'm amazed that joke always works. Okay, so, there came a point where even in Smyrna, he was no longer welcome because he was simply too disruptive in the services. His disruptions will come to a peak later in Egypt. And with his periods of euphoria increasing and the oscillation between the positive and the negative increased so much that eventually the rabbis in Smyrna got together and they asked him to leave. He began a period of wandering. By the way, the kinds of things he was claiming was that he could fly, and that when people would say, okay, sure, so show me how do you fly, he says, you're not worthy. I can't show you because you have to be at a certain level. He claimed regularly to have various visions, and ultimately they said, it's time for you to go. In the 50s, again, he's in his early 20s now, a single man. His first teacher and the other rabbis of town got together and unanimously voted that it was time for him to leave. He began a period of significant wandering. Here is Smyrna here, and this is my mouse. I can't find my mouse. Smyrna is over here, and the resolution isn't very good, but basically he makes his way through Asia Minor for a while, wanders around. He eventually is going to make his way down to Egypt, and this is where he'll begin his fame in Cairo, and he'll cross over into Gaza and Jerusalem, make another trip back to Cairo, and then ultimately he will go through Jerusalem up to Aleppo, Damascus, and then all the way back to Smyrna, and eventually he's going to die here in exile. And part of the Balkans, as we shall see shortly. That period of wandering sent him from town to town, and he hit the heights. He saw all of the great Jewish cities of the time. In 1658, he had been living in Saloniki, which is very important Greek Jewish center. He publicly held a marriage ceremony between himself and the Torah. He got a chuppah and a Sefer Torah, and he referred to himself as Chatan Torah, a term that he would occasionally use when he was signing letters to his followers. He liked to call himself Chatan Torah, Mashiach Hashem, the Messiah of Hashem, and occasionally even God signed his letters to God. There's a joke that I'm not going to put on here for sure, but ask me later. He was asked to leave from Salonika, so they made it to Constantinople at the time, which was a large Jewish center, and he was feeling a little bit guilty, so he decided to use theurgic Kabbalah to rid himself of his period of melancholy. There are a few examples of this where he did have what the psychiatrist. He realized that he was mentally disturbed. However, he went to really the colleges you can imagine. We'll see who that person was. He was banished from Constantinople because he celebrated publicly the 3 pilgrimage festivals in 1 week. Of course, they're spread out over the year, Pesach, Shavuot, and Sukkot. He would probably save on groceries to do them all in 1 week, but he decided to, and that was obviously antinomian. He also banished the festival of the 10th of Teves. He said, we no longer need the 10th of Teves. Now that I am here, we're entering the Messianic period, and therefore no more fasting on the 10th of Teves. That was a little more popular. But he was asked to leave Constantinople as well, and he made his way to Jerusalem. In Jerusalem, he did fairly well. He kept to himself, and he didn't, do any strange kind of demonstrations of his messianic identity and so on. And the rabbis there tolerated him. And in this context, I think it's fascinating to point out that if you want to have certain types of mental illnesses, Orthodox Judaism is definitely the best religion for you. I mean it actually seriously. For example, obsessive compulsive disorder. You think it's funny, but I'm serious. There's a book that's written by two psychiatrists in Jerusalem, Greenberg and Whitstone, published by Yale, in which they say that one of the problems with the mentally ill in the Orthodox community is that their problems go undiagnosed so long. Because when a person, let's say, for example, is very, very careful about the mitzvah of netilat yadayim, washing your hands, and everyone else says, oh, look how fruity he is. He washes his hands 18 times. The rest of us do it maybe 2 or 3 times. 18 times, what a fruit guy. So ironically, a person like this gets praised for their OCD behavior, and that just pushes them even further into that direction. Furthermore, as last week with Rabbi Caro, it's also Shabbat Shvi, if someone, do believe in our prophecy, we do believe that under certain circumstances, God does speak directly to people, perhaps through dreams, things like that. So the person walks around saying, I had a nevuah katana, I had a small prophecy, I felt like God was speaking. We say, oh wow, you must be a very spiritually elevated person. In reality, the person is, a few dimes short of $1. But the fact is that in Orthodox Judaism, this kind of behavior may actually be not recognized for what it is until it's too late. And this is exactly the kind of thing that happened in Jerusalem to Shabtai Tzvi. His erratic behavior, his extreme seclusion, his meditative silences, these were looked on as acts of piety, when in fact they were acts of lunacy. So what happens is, in Jerusalem in 1662, he got his first real job. The elders of Jerusalem needed to carry an important message to Egypt. Shabtai Tzvi had just come from Egypt, and so they entrusted him with this task of carrying an important message to Egypt, and he carried out the task beautifully. It was not such a difficult thing, but he had the appearance and he had the mannerisms and he knew the way. So he was briefly a hero for legitimate reasons. Luckily for him, he met the head of the Egyptian Jewish community, who was very much taken with him, and ultimately became one of his primes, both morally and financially, which have a signal impact later in life as he publicly proclaimed his Messianic identity. He needed to keep his movement going, and was the head of the Egyptian Jewish community who, in fact, supported him. It was at this time that he was Bashir, someone who was just as unbalanced as he was. A woman named Sarah, who had an uncertain checkered past. There was a lot of rumors about her libertine behavior that apparently, although she claimed to have been saving herself for her husband, there is significant evidence that she saved herself for several husbands. But she was undoubtedly someone who had suffered greatly. She was an orphan of the pogroms of 1648-49. And she had been taken in by some of her family and was living in Amsterdam. But she also was slightly eccentric, and she had long from her childhood claimed that she was going to be the bride of Mashiach. And of course, how perfect when she found out that this was in Cairo, can't be Mashiach. So she packed up and she brought the whole show down to Egypt to meet Shabtai Tzvi. Shabtai Tzvi was just delighted to meet her, especially when he heard about her background, primarily because there is a midrashic allusion to the wife of Hosea. Actually, it's not a midrashic allusion, it's explicit in Tanakh that the prophet Hosea married a woman of ill repute, and of course, one of the most powerful haftorahs that we read discuss Hosea's tribulations marrying a woman of this nature, and how he could not bear to send her away. So to God cannot send us away, even though we may betray him. So he ended up sort of like the picture. So and he went into a period of relative stability that lasted for approximately a year, with few illuminations and with no melancholy. It seems that sorrow is taka for him, and that was very. However, there's some doubt that he consummated the marriage. This was revealed in a bit of absolutely bizarre theater several years later, when in the context of his proclamation of Mashiach, he divorced Sarah and then remarried her. And then the next morning, Sarah proudly displayed the tokens of her virginity. And that was, I mean, as if to say that all these years they had been married. Oh my God, it's right. It just gets weird. Should I cut that part out of the video? But, you know, all these years they've been married and nothing doing, and then all of a sudden they get remarried. So it was a kind of political theater, but it certainly worked, and his followers were taken in by it tremendously. Now, here's the turning point for Shabtai Tzvi, if it wasn't enough already. On his way back from Egypt, he passes through Gaza, and he meets the person who would change his life forever, Nathan of Gaza. Oh, look what it says over here. Great portrait, Didi Prophet Natan Levi de Gaza. It has also a German up here. So that's apparently Nathan of Gaza. Nathan of Gaza was also a learned individual. He was somewhat of a mystic. He claimed later to have prophesied that Shabtai Tzvi would be coming to visit him and was in fact the Mashiach. Of course, we don't hear about those things until later, but when they met, the reason for their meeting was ironically because Shabtai Tzvi went to Nathan of Gaza for advice on how to avoid the effects of his bipolar personality. You know, talk about going to the wrong person. Because Nathan of Gaza saw Shabtai Tzvi and said, "This is amazing. You know, you are Mashiach, or maybe cynically, I believe you could be Mashiach and we can make a lot of money out of this. Who knows?" But he encouraged him in his messianic pretensions and created all kinds of venues for him to demonstrate still further. On the eve of Shavuot, the night of the anniversary of the giving of the Torah in our tradition, in an all-night learning study session, Nathan of Gaza fell into a deep trance and began speaking tongues. And in the context of his trance, he revealed to the onlookers that in fact Shabtai Tzvi was the Mashiach, and this was the first prominent and public demonstration of his identity as such. Then shortly thereafter, after he came to, he says, "Oh my gosh, it's so amazing. You won't believe it, but for years now I've been studying this book that I discovered called The Vision of Reb Avraham HaChassid, and it's this book about who Mashiach will be like, and it was written in the year 1200. But as I read this book, I see it's identical to Shabtai Tzvi. The details in the book correspond to his details. Of course, Nathan of Gaza actually wrote the visions of Reb Avraham, but he portrayed it to a gullible and you know a desperate audience of Jews that this in fact would be Mashiach. So you know it just got crazier at that point. You know, at this point, Shabtai totally. He's being encouraged by Nathan. So the first thing he does is he turns to his friends and he makes them kings of major countries. He says, you know, do this. You're the king of Turkey and you're the France. Everybody's happy. They get these big tracts of land. He names people the head of various tribes. You're the head of Shevet Levi, head of Yehuda, and he's like going around just handing out these honorariums left and right. And he's basically doing this unopposed by any major rabbis. The elders of Jerusalem were not pleased with this, and they denounced his antinomia and his strange behavior, but they did not take any more profound action. Because at the back of their minds, perhaps, they're thinking, you know what? It is time for Mashiach. We really could have Mashiach. Let's see what happens with this guy. I mean, but nevertheless, they did in fact denounce him and distance themselves from him. Here's where it crosses the line to the rest of the world. There were several emissaries from various countries who were in Jerusalem, later in Turkey, who heard about these things, and they carried these things back to England, France, Turkey, elsewhere, and began publishing very, very popular accounts of the rise of the Jewish Messiah, principally in English, French, and German. And we have these contemporary accounts by Christians of it. They were especially nervous about one rumor, and these rumors just built one upon another. that the 10 lost tribes were coming out of hiding to begin the Messianic War, the Armageddon. According to this thought, the 10 lost tribes, of course, that we haven't seen since the year 722, before the Common Era, they have been in hiding. They have been living, according to some accounts, in the deep recesses of a cave called the Red Mountain, somewhere in Asia Minor. And they've been training there, for hundreds of years. And now that the Jewish Messiah has come, they're all being released from these mountains. This is perhaps influenced by the invasion of the Tatars or the Mongols. And they are going to overrun all of Europe, and they're going to make it one big Jewish kingdom. Here's one of the many woodcuts that depicts, is a Christian woodcut showing Shabbatai Tzvi with his bands of armies in the background. It's a very fanciful thing. I've never read anything like this kind of following, at least not in the military sense. And a lot of people are fascinated and nervous at the same time. So Shabbatai Tzvi becomes immediately a world celebrity for his craziness. And during this time, he just goes wild with the antinomian behavior. Antinomian is a term referring to a nomos in Greek means law. So antinomian means counter halakhic, behaving in ways that is not appreciated by us. So, for example, I already mentioned he eradicated the 10th of Teves. He also eradicated the fast of the 17th of Tammuz, which is much better actually, because it's in the summertime. It's a lot longer fast. In one synagogue, he was criticized publicly in one particular synagogue, and he was there at the time. So when he heard about it, it was on the Shabbat. He ran over to that synagogue with several of his followers and wanted to enter to rebut their claims. They locked the doors on him, so he got axe and he started chopping at the violation of the laws of Shabbat. And so when they see that he's trying to chop down the door, he's a crazy man, they let him in so he wouldn't destroy. He came in and he took over the service. He proclaimed himself rabbi. He called all of the local dignitaries that were in that existing shul various unkosher animals, or the anatomy of various unkosher animals. And then he completely redid the Torah service, in which he disdained the actual Torah scroll, said to put it back in the ark, and he picked up a printed chumash. These were relatively new at the time. They'd only been printed for about 100 years. And he said that this is our new Torah. Interesting kind of thought. Moving forward with technology, be something like the rabbi pulling out iPads, saying, we are going to now read the Torah from this. He ignored the Kohanim and the Leviim, and he called up the women to the Torah. Again, very antinomian. The egalitarian nature of it is fascinating. And they read the Torah that Shabbat from the Chumash itself. And then, just to top it off, after the Torah reading was done, he sung a Castilian love poem, like a popular song. That would be equivalent to the rabbi singing a song by Madonna or something. And he said that this song possesses great secrets, and it should be incorporated into the liturgy. Amazingly, people went with him. People felt that he must really be what he says he is. And in fact, at that point, he asked that everyone should call him Amira, which is an acronym for the phrase Adonenu Malkeno Yaron Hodo. Our master and king, may his glory be elevated. So among Sabbatians, that's the code name for Shabbatai Tzvi is Amira. It reminds me, I'll tell you a little sweet thing about my second daughter. She's, let's put this on pause for a second here. So, now, sadly, a lot of Jews were taken in by this charade, and Jews from all over Europe, Ashkenazi Jews, Sephardic Jews, everywhere there were Jewish communities, there were followers of Shabbatai Tzvi. Many literally sold all of their possessions, converted to some liquid assets in order to be able to make the trek to Jerusalem, because they anticipated that, in fact, this would be the onset of the Messianic era. This is another Christian woodcut showing, probably fanciful, but it's not too much of an exaggeration, trains of Jews making their way to Jerusalem in order to anticipate the onset of the end of time on the Messiah. we don't have a good sense of exactly how many Jews did this. It is a debate between Gershom Scholem, the principal scholar of this period, and several of his opponents. But to say it was in the tens of thousands would certainly not be an exaggeration. There were many, many Jews who were deeply moved by this, and they bought into it completely, sold all their possessions, and so on. So at this point, Shabtai Tzvi is just riding a huge wave of popularity. He says, okay, now it's time to do it. He took himself to Constantinople to meet with the Sultan of Turkey and say, all right, now it's time for me to take over Jerusalem. He met first with the Grand Vizier, who's shown here. His name was Ahmed something or other, I'm sorry, I forgot him. And he seems to have been quite a statesman, and Shabtai Tzvi is really quite fortunate because he was dealt with some delicacy. He was met at sea. There were some storms that kept him from arriving, and many of his followers felt the fact that he eventually arrived was in itself a miracle. But there were some storms that kept him from sea, and then the vizier sent ships out to meet him, and they promptly arrested him, and they brought him back to Constantinople in chains. He was imprisoned, but the prison experience was really not so bad. He was eventually given a private chef and a private secretary, and he was allowed to receive visitors. So he was not exactly in a deep dungeon. He was, in fact, treated as something of an eccentricity, and while the Sultan thought about what he was going to do with him. While he spent several weeks in this constraint, his popularity still further, and he still implemented doing anti-Roman things, such as, for example, when Passover came, he sacrificed a Paschal lamb, just like they would in the temple times, because he wanted to demonstrate that, in fact, the Messianic period had begun. And his correspondence at this time displays that he's completely out of the closet on this. He's referring to himself as Mashiach, Katan Torah, even God. He would sign his letters God. Not so many people can actually do that with a straight face, but he was clearly just waiting for the moment to meet with the Sultan. The Sultan, several weeks later, eventually arranged to meet with him. The Sultan actually didn't dignify him with a face-to-face meeting. He viewed it from a balcony while Shabtai Tzvi was interrogated. And the Sultan had very little patience for him. In 1666, he said, okay, listen, this is ridiculous. You're here. That's very nice. I tell you what, how about you convert to Islam or I cut off your head, as I mentioned earlier. And Shabtai Tzvi did, in fact, convert. The tone of his conversion is debated among scholars. His followers tend to portray it as a very grudging and sort of a disappointed course of events for Shabtai Tzvi. His opponents indicate that it's opportunistic and simply a way of launching himself further in his career. In fact, the Sultan did have other motivation. He felt that by converting a very prominent Jew, probably the most prominent Jew at the time, would convert into Islam. Not only did he allow him to convert, but he actually gave him a royal stipend of 150 coins every month. So he was paid to be Muslim by the Sultan. Sarah converted with him, and approximately 200 families followed him into apostasy. Nathan of Gaza, who was not there at the time, although he did visit Shabtai Tzvi several times later, felt that his conversion was a great mystery, but ultimately they worked out a new theology where Shabtai Tzvi's conversion to Islam was part of the gathering of sparks. He had to go to every religion, and he had to go and collect up all of the holiness from all religions, and then eventually it would be the Messianic period. And of course, if he converted to Islam, then he has to also deal with Christianity as well. So in fact, at one point, Shabtai Tzvi sent Nathan of Gaza to Rome to meet with the Pope, perhaps to convert to Christianity there, but nothing came of that in the end. What ends up happening is that Shabtai Tzvi kind of fades into obscurity after this. He's living at this point as a Muslim for almost 10 years, but he seems to be some kind of crypto Jew as well. He's still practicing some Jewish rituals, and he has a circle of approximately 2 shuls worth of people who are staying, 200 families who are staying with them. And they are also, officially Muslim, but still practicing essential Jewish rituals. I mentioned earlier the divorce of Sarah and the remarriage, and we really don't know exactly what was going on in that little community, but the Grand Vizier felt that there was a lot of crazy things going on, and Shabtai Tzvi, as a Muslim, was no longer an asset, so he expelled him from the capital city of Constantinople to a tiny village in Albania, where he would live to the end of his life. His grave is still there. Fascinatingly, his followers continued to practice a form of Sabbatean Muslim Judaism. They were called the, and they were actually right up until the 20th century. A profound role. These are the descendants of Shabtai Tzvi's original followers who converted to Islam. They played a very important role in the Young Turk Rebellion at the beginning of the 20th century. But then they were largely endogamous, meaning they married within each other's families for several hundred years. But by the 1960s, oh look, here's another very close girl. He doesn't have to say that. It does call him King of the Jews, 1666. At any rate, by the 1960s, there were only a handful of Dumne left in Turkey, although several ethnographers have tried to study their unique way of life. Yes, question. Good.
It's very difficult to make a fossil. When you think about our, quote-unquote fossil record, it's really weird because it's hard to get a fossil. So we're dealing with a very small amount of beings that can turn into a fossil. And that's what we're using as our understanding of life. It's weird.
Yeah, that's an interesting observation. The British certainly were. They did have an exaggerated sense of how important the Jews would be to World War I. And part of the motivation for the Balfour Declaration was they would hope that all of these German Jews who were fighting as German patriots would then throw down their weapons and refuse to fight for Germany and Austria. It didn't turn out that way because Jews tend to be patriotic wherever they are. The Balfour Declaration. But it's interesting to see the connection to the Dinah. I never made that connection. That's good. They were very prominent among them. So let's look at the conclusion tonight. Interestingly, 6 weeks before his death, Shabtai Tzvi wrote to some of his followers and asked them if they would send him a regular Jewish matzah that he could use in Albania. Apparently, very few matzah in Albania. And then he received it, and then shortly afterwards, Yom Kippur, another auspicious day, 1676, at the age of 49. By the time he passed away, he had already made his major impact on the Jewish world. He was a largely deleterious impact in so many ways. The Jews were still further deflated. It's just 200 years after the Spanish expulsion and 50-odd years after the horrible pogroms of 1648-49. And many scholars have tied these successive disappointments to other movements that would arise in Eastern Europe and elsewhere. Nevertheless, the intellectual impact of his Kabbalistic studies are only now being discovered by scholars, and there's a lot of fascinating connections that I myself was shocked to read about in recent scholarship. For example, the influence of Shabtai Tzvi on the Ramchal, on Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. Many other scholars in the 18th century were persecuted because of their supposed or real connection to Sabbatean Kabbalah, but you can't take away from him that he was quite a Talmud Chacham, he was quite a brilliant scholar of Jewish sources, and he left behind many teachings that were studied for another 200 years by more mainstream Jews. Nevertheless, his name goes down in history as one of disgrace, and perhaps we should pity him for his obvious mental instability, but nevertheless, it's a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. And with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to seeing you next week. Mucho. Have an excellent night. Sure.
So if you go back far enough, dinosaurs living in that part of the world as well. What's that one image you just saw right there with the mouth open? Yeah, that one. That's crazy. Prehistoric whale ancestors.
That's the video that I recorded earlier on Aurora did not work out. For the barrel video. It was great for about 5 minutes, and then the audio dies, so we're going to have to record it again, and I'll post it this way. I thought it was a really good lecture. I enjoyed it myself. I'm kind of sad that the rest of you do it, but who knows? Maybe the beginning will make it better. I'm not going to have an audience for this lecture. Steve, my children who grew up here in Florida for a long time couldn't figure out what they thought it was a massive airfall. That's not what it is. It still makes me happy. Anyways, we're going to talk today about loving most of Porter Barrel. So that way we can see the actual power plant here. The figure that we're going to be speaking about tonight is one of the refugees, possibly third generation refugees. The Spanish following these expulsion began here due to expels in 1492. Many of them went to Portugal, where they were given respite for about 5 years, and then from there they went up to northern Europe, where they had a much more liberal environment. Spanish people pushed up the families going after as well, and still a larger number in North Africa, Italy, and to Turkey as well. And in our case, going to Israel, to the holy city of Spain. That's what we're going to focus on. When we look at the author, his name, of course, is Moshe Cordovero. The dates are 1522. The dates are significant in 2 reasons. First of all, if the expulsion was in 1492, let's say the Portuguese expulsion in 1497, this is roughly 30 years later. That means that he is most likely the child or the grandchild of the expellees. And in many ways, given the dramatic nature of the Spanish expulsion, and the huge rift that represented for so many Jews of the period, in many ways he was like a child of Holocaust survivors. There's definitely a lot of parallels between the experience of the first and second generations after the Holocaust to the experience of Jews who had undergone such a dramatic change in their lifestyle. Obviously not with the same loss of life as we have in the bloody 20th century, but at the same time with the demographic upheaval and displacement, the end of an era that the 20th century represented. Secondly, you note that his life was rather short. This is something that is quite common among Kabbalists. For various reasons, many of them die at a very young age, and many point to the danger of studying this mystical information with Bala as a reason for their short lives, and qualified to address that, nevertheless, the remarks like today, I will be basing much of my book on my own research, because I'm working on a book on this topic as well, and also I'm relying quite heavily on the work of Dr. Zohar Raviv, who is a fascinating scholar who's written, without doubt, the definitive biography of the Ramak. The title is Decoding the Dogma Within the Enigma, The Life, Works, Mystical Piety, Systematic Thought of Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, aka Cordovero Safed is between 22 to 57. That in itself is sophistication, but the book is great with tremendous amount of information, and I'm really grateful to this as a resource for this topic. I highly recommend it. The name Cordovero that is typically used is of Spanish derivation, although the Ramak itself prefers the spelling Cordoero, which is Portuguese spelling. He also was associated with Portuguese community in Scott, which leads the Dr. Ortiz to believe, and I think his analysis is perceptive and accurate, that the Ramak was most likely of Portuguese derivation. Why do we associate it with a Spanish name from Cordova or Cordova, I think it's supposed to pronounce? That's because when it comes to surnames, typically one only gets a surname when one leaves a place and lives somewhere else. So, for example, I live here in Florida, but no one here would call me, let's say, Henry, Florida. It would be a strange surname because no one here is from Florida, so you wouldn't be able to tell them apart. But since I come from Canada, people could easily call me Canada surname. And if I pass that surname to my children and grandchildren and so on, they would be called whatever Floyd Canada because they originally had roots in Canada, even though now they're in Florida. So probably what happened to the Cordovero family is they had roots in Spain, in Cordova, and then they probably moved to Portugal, probably sometime before the expulsion in 1497, most likely not with the expulsion of 1492. And then from Portugal, they made their way to Israel. We know very little about his parents. We know remarkably little about his wife as well. We know a tiny bit about his son, Vidalia, because his son was the literary executive of his works and brought them to press later on. The Ramak is one of the most important figures in the history of thought. Oh, by the way, look at that. Or maybe I'll just. Well, I'll let you have a look at it because you might be curious. So there, that's what I do. That, right? This is a picture from many years ago with my son Alexander, with kind of, joking around with the camera, Ilana, and Boaz, with Rafaela, Lisa, baby Arya with California, but this was Niagara Falls, and they're all having this is why we do these.
What evidence there is, and then you think about, well, there's no one left except a few thousand people 70,000 years ago. So possible that there is some sort of a civilization.
Right. So he's a prominent. Phenomenal explosion of Jewish talent in amazing figures in modern Jewish history, early modern Jewish history, in Rabbi Yosef Karo, author of the Shulchan Aruch Jewish Law, teacher of Rabbi Melo, and Rabbi Yitzchak, the noted was known as the Ari Zal, meaning the Holy Lord, his mystic work, who was of the Ramak. In fact, he was in Egypt, specifically come to learn at the Ramak, and then moved on, specifically through his own student, Rabbi Chaim Vital, who also studied with the Ramak, to go on and publish this tremendous amount of work. He is about a very creative and fascinating material. to give you a sense of how important this very brief effervescence of Jewish thought was, I'll tell you a little bit about this fascinating little footnote in Jewish history called the Smicha renewal, which occurred under Rabbi Yaakov Beirav in the 16th century. Basically, Smicha refers to the ordination of rabbis. The word Smicha comes from so many which means to lean upon, and it comes from the idea that Moshe Rabbeinu, he passed on his authority to his student, Joshua, by laying on the hands onto his head. And Joshua then gave the smicha to his students. And actually, he gave that smicha to his students, and they to their students, and so on and so forth. However, sometime during the period of destruction of most likely the second temple, the smicha chain was broken. And after that, with the demographic upheaval and Jews moving all over the place, the political chaos and so on, it was simply lost. And so the title rabbi, although that was retained, no longer reflected the legitimate change Moses all the way forward as a person handing on authority. There is, however, some discussion in the rabbinic literature of how to restart that ordination if there is a forum of the great Jewish minds all gathered together and agreement on how this should be done. This apparently happened in 1538 when a rabbi, Yaakov Beirav, gathered together Rabbi Yosef Karo, others in Tzfat, and said, listen, it's time, let's do it. Let us renew the smicha. He received agreement, and so they gave him smicha, and then he turned around and gave them smicha. Recently, the smicha movement was not without controversy, like everything in Jewish history. And after a period of time, it became more of them, and we no longer have this continuous same smicha widely publicized and so on. But nevertheless, it gives you a sense of just how brilliant the rabbis were in Islam at that time, the audacity to consider a record for this like this. Another small footnote, Dr. Aviv points out, and I think it is probably quite true, that although it is widely reported that the Ramak, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, was himself given smicha at the same time, this is probably not true. He was only 16 years old at the time, and there's very little supporting evidence to indicate he was among that close circle. And in fact, it only appears in 19th century accounts of the smicha ordination renewal, so it's probably something that was added much later. That is not to undermine in any way the Ramak's authority and prestige in Tzfat in the 16th century. In reality, he often sat on the Beit Din of Moshe Karo himself, and that's pretty impressive. Now, the seat on the Beit Din run by the Code of Jewish Law author, and he is widely regarded as a halakhic authority, although he himself has in his particular style of Jewish work, he tended to prefer to be more of a lone Kabbalist working with smaller groups of people. So, nevertheless, you get a sense of how special the Tzfat moment was in Jewish history. There's very important reasons for this effervescence of Jewish history, Jewish creativity in Tzfat at the time. Let's refer to a couple of aspects of it. So we agree with the others in front of you myself. Although I enjoy talking myself, it's not the same as anyway, Tzfat is not mentioned anywhere in biblical literature. It's not a famous town whatsoever. How is it that all of a sudden in the 16th century we had this explosion? So there are several key reasons. The first one is, of course, money. Tzfat became a place of very brief but very powerful economic development, largely through the government tax policies of the time. Jerusalem was recently conquered by the Ottomans, and they wished to foster development, so they gave a lot of significant tax breaks to people who were living there, Jews, Arabs, and others. Jerusalem was in a period of decline, and suddenly, because of the attraction of new settlement and new industry, there was a significant amount of disposable income. And with that disposable income, you suddenly have the flexibility for scholarship and development and culture. This is something that many undergraduates don't necessarily grasp, that you can only have high levels of culture concentrated in the region when you have the sufficient economic resources to support it. There has to be enough people who are making enough money, who are contributing to centers of intellectual activity, universities, yeshivot, things like that, in order for them to flourish. Everyone is overwhelmed with their daily chores. Working in particular, there's simply no leisure time and no resources to allow for creative activity. So it's not allow that brief moment of communal activity to flourish. Furthermore, the spot is a very important for spiritual tourism time. It's a very beautiful place located 800 meters above sea level, overlooking the hill, the Galilee, and it led to many graves of tzaddikim, of righteous leaders, of spiritual tourism that was always attracted to the spot. And you put this together with the economic incentive, with the dispersal of the Spanish and Portuguese exiles, and suddenly you have a recipe for success. There are a few significant downsides to living in spots. First of all, it was a place with frequent plagues, and that was made it very difficult. And in fact, that's what the Ramat himself sometimes was. And also, it's a place with frequent earthquakes as well. So once you toss away the plagues, look at this and see that's all. Hopefully on Wednesday I'll have this microphone fine, so people can hear right now, and we won't have this issue. Plagues, earthquakes also. Back to our election. Here we are. What do we know about the Ramak family? As I mentioned earlier, not terribly much. We know, however, a lot about his teacher and his brother-in-law. At the age of 20, he studied Kabbalah under Rav Shlomo Alkabetz, who was most known for being the author of the Lachad Dodi, again, we said on Friday nights. A noted Kabbalist, he was devoted to him for the entirety of his Greek life, so much so that he joined Rabbi Alkabetz as a family member because he married his sister. So Moshe Cordevero's brother-in-law was also his principal teacher in Kabbalah. We don't know terribly, we don't have a lot of information about the Ramak's family. We know that one of his sons, Gedalia, was 8 years old at the time that Ramak passed away, and later Gedalia, as I mentioned earlier, took the manuscripts that Ramak had left to his mother and found an appropriate publisher for them, and none other than the Maharav Tano, a very important Italian rabbi, which of course led to their widespread dissemination and publication. With Rabbi Alkabetz, one of the most fascinating things that the Ramak did engage in was the so-called gerushin, which means literally divorces. And what this referred to was a form of self-imposed exile, brief trips where they would simply leave the spot, either together or later the Ramak would do this alone, and they would just wander the countryside around spot, and kind of like using a dowsing rod, they didn't actually use a dowsing rod, but it was similar kind of feel to it. They would simply wander around until they felt the sanctity of the place, and they would identify those places off as the graves of those. So when they were at these various holy places. They would engage in all kinds of spiritual activities, recitation of some strange kind of like meditative exercises that are really quite fascinating. And all of these are recorded in a book the author titled Sacred Gerushin, a very unusual kind of personal spiritual journal that catalogs his experience as he moves through the countryside. The concept of the Gerushin was they were trying to imitate the experience of the Shekhinah, of the divine presence, which in rabbinic tradition is also, as it were, exiled when the Jews were exiled from Jerusalem. So they were like imitating the pain that the Shekhinah feels at its exile from its chosen home. Fascinating book unto its own, but not the one that we're going to concentrate on today. We should think a little bit about, what was the Ramach's primary contribution to Jewish literature thought. So the most significant way in which the Ramach contributed to Jewish thought was in his systemization of Kabbalah. The Kabbalah, which comes from the verb lekabel, to receive Hebrew, is basically the name used to describe the Jewish mystical tradition. There are mystical passages that go all the way back to the very deepest roots of Jewish tradition. Passages in the Bible, for example, where, Abraham has a mystical vision of the future, and Restream and Sarim, and a few other places like that. And there's a tremendous amount of material in the Mishnah, Talmud, much of the extra Talmudic literature throughout the centuries. And sometimes this is referred to as Choshmat Emet, the wisdom of truth, or something which is Nistar, something which is hidden. But until you get to the 16th century with Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, there is no systemization of this information. Even the voluminous Zohar, which first appears in the 13th century, although many attribute it to a much earlier period of authorship, the Zohar itself is scattered in terms of its information dispensation. That's kind of a weird note that my bill from FDL shows up with that FDL. I shouldn't do this on the computer. It's just too weird to see these emails pop up. But at any rate, the Zohar is basically follows the order of the Bible with some fascinating but bizarre and very difficult passages. It doesn't kind of like start at the beginning of saying, for example, what is Kabbalah? How does it work? All these kinds of things. This is really what the Ramach did. He took all of this literature, he wrote a magisterial commentary on much of it, including the Zohar, and then he systematized it in a very important work called the Pardes Vivimonim, the Orchard of Pomegranates, in which he said, okay, let's describe what Kabbalah is from the beginning to the end. This was an incredibly popular service, and so much so that there were two abbreviated works of that Pardes Vivimonim that appeared, one of which that the Ramach himself authored under the name Or Ne'arav, the Pleasant Light, translated to English, by the way, by Dr. Ira Robin. And it was suddenly like Kabbalah made sense to a much larger audience. And this really energized the study of Kabbalah and pushed it forward tremendously. And one can see why the Yitzhak Luria, the Rizal, would want to come to Tzfat specifically to study Kabbalah under a very rigorous, disciplined mind like that of the Ramach. Just looking briefly at, what is the principal idea in the Ramach's vision of Kabbalah, the most significant thing, and this is going to be relevant for our discussion of the Tomer Devorah momentarily, is the concept of the Sfirot. The Sfirot are the emanations of the God connected to the universe. Basically, like any monotheistic religion, has a philosophical conundrum. How does an infinite being, i.e. God, communicate with a finite universe? If something is infinite, there can be no boundaries to it, and yet we perceive quite clearly that the world is a finite place with edges and borders and things. Something stops here and continues there and so on. How does that work? So, in Cordovero Kabbalah, also emphasized Lurianic Kabbalah. By the way, by way of caveat, I have no idea what I'm talking about here. I come from a traditional Lithuanian background. I've never studied Kabbalah systematically. I've just dipped into it in approved textbooks like Nefesh Chaim and so on, or in thoroughly unapproved English materials, which I don't know how reliable they are. So don't take any that I say here seriously. I have no idea what I'm talking about. But in my humble opinion, what I think is wrong is that God, as it were, shrunk himself through a process called insert, shrinking, or contraction, and then released into the vacuum created by his absence 10 successive emanations of his essence, which then created the physical world that we live in. Do this thing up. So how does that work? Like this, the traditional metaphor that's used in much of this literature is that imagine God is like a vat of boiling oil. And you take that oil and you pour it into a clay vessel. The clay vessel can't handle the heat and energy of the boiling hot oil, and so the vessel shatters. The mixture of the oil and the shattered vessel falls into a second second vessel, which also shatters. And then this continues all the way down for 10 successive shatterings until finally it's cool enough that the God's light or oil, as it were, mixed with the shards of the broken vessels, make up the physical universe as we understand it. That's the traditional Kabbalistic description in Greek called Shvirat HaKelim, the destruction of the vessel. Another metaphor, which I think makes more sense, at least the way I look at it, is if you imagine God as the sun, let's say, for the metaphor, it's impossible to look directly at the sun. You burn out your eyes if you try to do that. But if you take a mirror and you look in the mirror, you can glance at the sun for a little bit longer because the mirror itself, the mirror, how do you work like this? The light from the sun, as it goes to the mirror absorbs some of the radiation and also distorts it. It's not a perfect surface. It has, whatever little interruptions or patches, things like that. The vacuum is not consistent. And take that light and you put another mirror over here, so you reflect the sun's light into this mirror. And then into this mirror, you can look at it even longer because the two mirrors together certainly, dilute the power of the light. So if you have 10 of these mirrors going all the way down,
good morning, Mr. Aquarius. How are you?
Look at the sun quite comfortably. It's still the light of
how'd you sleep?
Light has reduced. However, through the
great to hear. Are you ready to take on the day?
It's possible for us to somehow complement it. This is a very basic
God willing, we'll play tonight, okay?
Kabbalah, that we'll do these 10 emanations from over here, Keter, which is actually not.
God willing, have a wonderful day.
The Cordovera diagram, but we'll use it sort of colorful. Keter down to Kaf Mabina and so on, all the way down until you get to Malchut, which is the world in which we live. That is an introduction, very briefly, to a limited understanding of Zero. It also addresses a very difficult problem, and this is something that separates the Cordoveran Kabbalah from the Lurianic Kabbalah, and that is the concept of theodicy. Monotheistic religions have a very difficult issue to address. In my humble opinion, it is a far more significant issue to address than, for example, the question of the existence of God. And if you look at the great arc of Jewish thought, you'll see that very little time spent discussing whether God exists, but there's a significant amount of material devoted to the subject of whether or not God is just. From the book of Job and onward, actually from Genesis, Hashem Kol Haaretz Lo Aseh Mishpat, we're the judge of the whole earth, not do justice. Rough quotation. from Abraham's negotiations with God over the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. The concept of theodicy, which comes from the Greek term theos, meaning God, and dike, meaning justice, is God's justice. So you have a monotheistic religion that has three basic statements that have to somehow fit what they are. God exists. You can't have a monotheistic religion without all powerful. You have God that is not all powerful. That's not our working definition of God at all. And that would imply also ipso facto polytheism, because if God does not have power over everything and there must be something else that takes up the slack, it undercuts the whole idea of God existing. And then finally, we have a visceral experience of the reality of evil. Particularly in the bloody 20th century, we know that there is such thing as evil. We also, even, not for shalom, not for people, right? Even in our own lives, the people around us, our communities, we experience things that are difficult to understand. So how can these three statements coexist? How is it possible that we can have an existent God, an extant God, who is all-powerful, and yet tolerates evil? So usually the Jewish thinkers concentrate on working with this statement, there is evil. That evil has to be redefined somehow to make it more compatible with the environment. For Rabbi Moshe Barrow, the concept of evil is basically the notion that evil is a natural byproduct of emanation from God. That as God is diluted in the universe, as God is shrunk further and further through those sefirot, evil somehow naturally is created. According to the Arizal, however, and this is the one area where really there's a very small difference between the Ramak and the Arizal, evil is a result of a cosmic accident, of some kind of something went awry in the creation of the universe. And this is in many ways what more appealing, popular, and certainly eclipsed Cordoveran Kabbalah in its later influence, because for Cordoveran Kabbalah, evil is, that's just the way it happened. The world turned out this way. This, by the way, my comments are based very heavily on the analysis of Joseph Dunn, a very important Kabbalistic scholar. The notion that evil just sort of happened, and it's inevitable, whereas for Yitzhak Luria, for Rabbi Luria, the concept is, no, we are living in a time of crisis, of perpetual crisis, and that humans must address this wrong with every action that we take. It's a much more kind of energizing, motivating, and empowering form of Kabbalistic analysis. In my humble opinion, I don't really understand either of them. Both approaches seem to me quite theologically problematic, but I certainly don't have any better suggestions to deal with that great problem of those those statements that coexist. I will reiterate, however, that according to the research of Dr. Russell Sachs, there's also some phenomenal materials on the Kabbalah of the Ramak, most of which is awaiting translation to English. She emphasizes that the vast majority of Lurianic Kabbalah is identical to Cordoveran Kabbalah, and they should not be seen in any way as being in competition with one another. The reality is Lurianic Kabbalah is highly derivative of Cordoveran Kabbalah. Okay, let's go on. There we go, next slide. One other detail that maybe you picked up on earlier is association with the Ramak enthusiastic supporter of early study and studying Kabbalah at 20, and he felt that this is something really positive all years. And he argued quite forcefully for it. For example, in his more popular account of the party's the Or Mera, he huge amounts of criticism on unqualified teachers, and felt that if one could not get a qualified teacher, one should not recommended the study of Kabbalah. Rather, one should study it alone, because even studying alone and not understanding what you're reading is better than studying with a teacher who will definitely give you incorrect reading of the Kabbalah. Hence, don't learn anything from me because I'm totally unqualified in this area. Just in the historical area, maybe I have something useful to say here. Nevertheless, the Ramak was quite exceptional in his advocacy of ignoring the ban on the study of Kabbalah for individuals under 40 who did not necessarily have full training in other subjects. Now, I'd like to spend some time talking about what is probably the Ramak's most famous work, most famous work, known as the Tomer Torah, the Palm Tree of Deborah. The title is somewhat mysterious. There's no indication in this slim book itself, which was first published in 1588 from 38 closely typed pages. There's no indication in the book itself as to the reason for the title. There is a reference to a palm tree under which the judge Deborah sat, the book of the Judges, I believe. And it definitely bears some close resemblance to a similar section in one of his earlier works, the Elima Abati, but it is distinct from that work as well. It's not part of that book, but it clearly borrows some of the material from that book. Dr. Bracha Sack has opined, I think quite convincingly, that somehow the title refers to the unification of the genders, perhaps on a mystical level, certainly on a mystical level, an association of the Yichud Hashem, the unity of God, masculine and feminine at the same time. But that's more complex than our topic today. The principal task of the Tomer Torah is the concept of imitatio Dei, a Latin term used by Christian theologians for a concept known as the imitation of God. Basically, we do have a mitzvah in the Torah to imitate God. It's recorded in the Sefer Achinuch, for example, and elsewhere, that one should try to absorb the attributes of God. And the Gemara, the Talmud says, how do we do this? Well, we imitate God by following His ways. Just as God clothed the naked, so we should clothe the naked. Just as God fed the hungry, so should we feed the hungry, and so on and so forth. The Tomer Torah, however, says that while that is sort of true, on a more profound level, what we really should be doing is we should look at who God is, what is God's identity, that which is accessible to us, and we should imitate that identity. The actions for sure, but the identity is even more primary. And how do we experience God? We experience God through the Sefirot, earlier mentioned. The idea God emanated in 10 distinct Sefirot, these 10 directions, or the 10 vessels, and something about each of those 10 through the Kabbalah. One understand what those things are. We should also that same energy in ourselves, which will create a so-called Hisaruta Vilotata, an awakening from below, or an arousal from below, and God will also energize that corresponding sphere in the world as well. That's possible, I know. So if you look at this little book, The Palm Tree of Deborah, what he basically does is he goes through each of the 10 spheres, describes what they mean, what they signify, and then translates that into human attitudes of behavior. Now, in my own work, which I'm currently engaged in, and hopefully by the end of this year I'll submit to publication. It's a translation and commentary of Tomer Torah. I've done taken a few liberties. For example, I've divided the work into 2 sections. This division is not present in the original manuscript. The first section is what I call the Kabbalah of Forgiveness. It refers to the first chapter of the work, which takes up 1/3 of the entire word space of the book, and is clearly a work of soaring genius. Something that is easily on the level of anything published in world spirituality in the 16th century or I think much earlier or much later. And basically, the Kabbalah of Forgiveness, which is going to be, God willing, the title of my book, is the reader's guide to the Torah. The Kabbalah of Forgiveness refers to the very first sphira, known as Keter, or the crown, and describes essentially the concept of mercy. How God has mercy on us, and how we should have mercy on others. And it's a phenomenal work. I'll discuss it more in the next slide. The next 9 chapters deal with the following sphirot, also quite fascinating and deep and so on, but they feel quite distinct from the first large chapter, so therefore I kind of split them up, and I feel that many people could benefit, and they're also, by the way, far more Kabbalistic in nature than the first chapter, which is much more accessible to those not necessarily well versed in the concept as a whole. So that's basically what the Talmud Torah deals with. Let's look at a little bit more closely. That first section is on, as I mentioned, mercy or Keter, and so Keter is the crown. And what is fundamentally in Keter? The Yud Gimel Midos of Racham, the 13 attributes of mercy or forgiveness. He takes a verse from Micha, from the prophet Micha, that is in fact used in the Tashlit ritual of Rosh Hashanah, and lists the 13 higher levels of mercy. And here they are. This is the entire 3 verses from Micha. Each one of these phrases refers to a different level of mercy. And then not only does it describe what that means for God, God's mercy, he also gives us an insight into how we should behave. Like, I'll give you an example. If you look at number 6, which is one of my favorites, for he desires kindness. So in the Talmud Torah, we describe God will be angry with the Jewish people, and to as it were, a lot of anthropomorphism here. He will be tempted to punish the Jewish people in order to mitigate against his own anger. Again, it's very difficult to speak about God's emotions, things like that, but this is also part of Kabbalistic discourse in which the Godhead is very embodied. God, as it were, in order to mitigate against his anger, he will remember some detail that the Jewish people have that is causing some behavior or some character trait. In this particular case, he describes the character trait of generosity. That even though the Jews may be rebellious or stiff-necked or what have you, nevertheless they are very generous, helping the poor, and so that, as it were, blunts the force of his anger. Then what the Ramak will do is he will say that you should do that in a human level as well. So, for example, let's say a couple, a married couple, has significant arguments from time to time, and one member of the couple, let's say the husband, maybe. This is so hard because this is going to be well. So let's say, for example, theoretically, there's a couple that occasionally had arguments. My wife and I, it's hard to even talk about it because we only have arguments once every 6 or 7 years or so. But let's say, for example, the husband becomes frustrated with a wife, let's say, one wife, right? I'm tempted to get angry and I'm tempted to say something which I certainly rather later regret. So what I try to do, following this he does, I try to remember one thing that my wife does that is a positive characteristic, and if I can remember that, then even though I don't want to let loose and be angry and raise my voice or something, well, And remember this one small characteristic, it's going to be a very small one, that soothes my anger a little bit, just enough to kind of let me grab hold of it and control it. So, for example, my wife always makes my lunch. No matter what, always makes sure I have lunch. And so, even though I might be angry with one thing or another, if I remember, she always makes my lunch, cares for me, makes sure I eat properly, makes my lunch, ooh, I can't be angry because I just can't let it go. I just can't, give myself over to anger. So it's an amazing book. And although I can't say that I mastered it in any way, even though I've read it many, many times. It has definitely changed my life personally, and I think that this first chapter is something that every thinking person should definitely read. It's a soaring work of genius, and it's really a transformational book. So he does this for 13 levels of forgiveness, and it really is something that if internalize from our different ways. Okay, let's go on. The book, Tomer Dvorah, was immediately a huge, very popular in the Jewish world. Basically, this is one of the early books that his son Gedalia offered to Menachem Azariah Defano, who is known as the famous Maharam Nipano, a significant Kabbalist and a very, very devoted student of the work of the Ramak, and he immediately put it to press. The book gained rapid traction with Jewish readership when Rabbi Yeshayahu Horowitz, known as the Shalach Kodesh, a very important Polish rabbi, included much of this small in his much larger Jewish thought. He is named for the Shalach Kodesh. A great devotee, and that a lot of people studied the Tomer Dvorah fairly on in its publications. Small and interesting. The book is obviously valuable for everyone to read, although when you get later on in the chapters, there are a few references that indicate that he was most probably writing primarily for a male audience. It's very clear as you go further on, here and there, that comes up. Nevertheless, the Tomer Dvorah has been widely accepted by women, and quite often you'll find that there are editions published like this one here that my wife and daughter prefer to use, which has a distinctive kind of feminine feel to it. As we shall see later, the Rabbi Yisrael Salanter recommended the study, in particular during the month of Elul, which is the month of forgiveness, and many times the editions of Tomer Dvorah that are published today have little numbers on the side, breaking the text up into manageable sizes for daily study over the course of a month. Now let's go straight to them. Now, the Tomer Dvorah is clearly a deeply Kabbalistic work, and the Lithuanian movement, unlike the Hasidic movement, they were at odds with each other. My background about more material on that. The Lithuanian movement was very hesitant to approve texts that were so deeply Kabbalistic in nature. Kabbalah was like the Holy of Holies, reserved primarily for those individuals who were really adept enough to master the Talmud. And Dvorah received an unusual exemption from the typical ban on Kabbalistic study, primarily through the activity of Rabbi Yisrael Salanter, shown here in the PowerPoint. He felt that the Tomer Dvorah was of such phenomenal ethical value that it needed to be incorporated within the burgeoning Musar movement of the 19th century. I'd like to spend more time in another lecture talking about this movement, but essentially it was an attempt, a successful attempt, to revive a formal study of the ethical literature in the Jewish tradition. At the time, books like the Chovos HaLevavos, the Duties of the Hearts, Silat Yesharim, Ramchal, and others were not widely studied in a formal manner in yeshivot, which concentrated almost exclusively on Talmud. And Rabbi Yisrael Salanter bucked considerable controversy to bring the Musar literature to the fore and demand that it really be incorporated into the regular curriculum. And included in that was Tomer Dvorah, which he felt, even though it had a highly Kabbalistic content, was nevertheless
Welcome.
of such phenomenal value that it really had.
How are you, Breaking Bad fan?
Well, let's just put that in greater context, and I'm going to refer here to one of the most profound and prolific promulgators of Musar today, my colleague Dr. Alan Marinis, who's done some phenomenal work in his Musar Institute in promoting Musar among people who are really first-time newcomers to the topic. And he's divided Musar into four basic categories. The first is traditional Talmudic Musar, which essentially anthologizes teachings in the Talmud, perhaps reorganizes them, such as Orchot Tzadikim, an anonymous 15th century book that goes through a large number of so-called dates, personality traits, and behaviors, and describes the Talmudic approach to these traits. Other Musar strains include the philosophical, which is perhaps Maimonides is the most profound explicator, explainer. If I know how to edit, I'll probably remove all that. But Maimonides is perhaps the greatest example of that. It's still Dea, is literally laws of opinions. There is the ascetic version, such as the Sefer Hasidim by the 13th century Yehuda Chassid from the Hasidic Ashkenaz movement that argues for, self-flagellation, figuratively and perhaps even literally, to atone for sin. And then there is the fourth strain, the Kabbalistic, which Tomer Dvorah is clearly the seminal work, the first major work of Kabbalistic Musar, and as a result, it's had a phenomenal impact. Now, the Tomer Dvorah achieved popularity outside the Lithuanian world as well. Many Hasidic endorsements of the work of Ramak, although the Hasidic world is probably much more heavily indebted to the Arizal more directly for their Kabbalistic view of the world. Nevertheless, the work of Ramak is considered holy of holies as well. And the Tanya, for example, authored by the Alter Rebbe shown here, has frequent references to the work of the Ramak. And by way of conclusion, in terms of endorsements, there is the rather amazing endorsement by Rabbi Chaim Halberstam, known as the Divrei Chaim, who argued that the Tomer Dvorah was of such value, it even had, and I with some caution, didn't include it, the Divrei Chaim even asserted that the regular study of Tomer Dvorah was effective as a treatment against Yena Machala, which is a Yiddish term meaning that disease, i.e. cancer. A phenomenal statement that one has to have very broad shoulders to make such a
What up, Breaking Bad fan? How are you?
assertion like that, but nevertheless, I present it to you as an indication of how valued this text is in the Hasidic community as well. So, by the Ramak, this is his grave in Tzfat. He passed away at the early age of 48 as a result of one of the plagues that passed through Tzfat at the time. He left behind a great corpus of literary works, including Tomer Dvorah, Pardes Rimanim, and commentary on the Zohar and so others. And he also left behind some extremely influential students. Those who are familiar with the names of this period will be unduly impressed. Rabbi Eliyahu Davidas, the author of the Reit Chachma, is one of his principal students. Of course, the Arizal, Rabbi Chaim Vital, who's the author of the Chaim, and also a major student of the Arizal, and so on and so forth. Really a phenomenal contribution to Jewish thought, and hopefully with the increased popularity of Tomer Dvorah in English translation to world spirituality as a whole. So thank you for sitting through this unusual home-based lecture. I hope that my technology will work fine next week. We won't have to do it again. But sign off, all worked okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it's so nice to see you here tonight. I have actually a really interesting lecture tonight. I spent a certain amount of time preparing, and I think it's good material. It's okay. This is just like at home. And but I will say, I was talking to one of my students who's watching these videos from New York State, and he said to me, Dr. Abramson, I love the lectures. He said really nice things, but he says, it just feels really bad for me because he says nobody ever laughs at my jokes. And I tell him it's just the microphone, which is facing forward, and all of you, of course, you're on the floor, belly laughs and things like that. But just for my student, Mr. Newman, when I tell this joke, laugh a little harder, please, and I'll do my part. I went and I got out a joke book, Joseph Kalishkin's Jewish Humor, what the best Jewish jokes say about the Jews, because I realized I'm really using my 6 jokes over and over again, and you're being very polite, so I have to do a new joke. So this is a joke from page 31. It goes like this. So Goldstein has been in analysis for 25 years. He's been seeing the same psychiatrist for the longest time. And the psychologist says to him, Mr. Goldstein, we've had a long relationship, and I feel like it's really time for you to move on. You've been in my office twice a week now for 25 years. Showing sight. It's time for you to move on with your life. And Goldstein says, but I'm not sure I can do that. I mean, you've become a part of my life, my routine, my week. How am I supposed to just separate? And he says, listen, here's my card. I'm going to put my phone number on it. Here's right here. I want you to call me anytime you feel the need. I'm confident that our relationship and your therapy has been so effective that call me anytime. So sure enough, Sunday morning, 6 a.m., the psychologist gets a call, and the Goldstein says, "Oh, doctor, I had this terrible nightmare, and I woke up, I couldn't sleep any longer, and I tried to analyze it, and I just can't get to the bottom of it." And he says, "Well, what was the dream?" He says, "I had this dream that you were my mother." And it was overwhelming. And Goldstein says, "Well, what did you do after that?" He says, "Well, I sat down, I wrote it out. He used Freudian techniques." He says, "Then what did you do after that?" He says, "Then I had some breakfast." "What did you have for breakfast?" "A bagel." "That you call breakfast?" All right, it's not that funny. It's funny on page 31, but try. Okay, I'm trying, Mr. Newman. Okay, tonight's lecture is actually a fascinating lecture. I did a little bit new research for this lecture, new for myself at any rate, and I found some interesting things that I think you'll enjoy. And I know that I enjoyed doing the research. It's about a woman named Ruchsha that broke her. The first is a guttural. As Billy Crystal says, Yiddish is basically German with phlegm. So you just have to pronounce Ruchsha like the Yiddish ches, that's a word. And the topic is that for me? Thank you so much. My daughter gave me a cup of coffee, which is really nice. So it's about Jewish women in the medieval economy, and her life is actually fascinating. We have a few scattered documents about her in the Cairo Geniza. I'm looking forward to sharing with you what her life says about the life of Jews in the medieval economy. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by the Kula brothers. We have a good representation of the Kula brothers here, right? We have 80% of them here. Great. And so, in memory of their parents, I had the school of knowing Kazan Morton. He was really a very special individual. He lived in our Kahila. He lived in the Waverly, 92nd and Surfside, and he was very, very talented and spiritual individual that touched the lives of so many people. I know this is a little bit of a departure from our tradition, but I wonder if one of the Kula brothers would like to take no more than 30 seconds just to say something about your parents. Say one story. Come on up. This will be on YouTube forever.
My parents were people who were dedicated to loving human beings. No matter who they were, where they were in the spectrum of life, they loved knowledge, Torah, anything to keep learning, and they were master teachers. And they always imparted to us, everyone around them, that they could make the world a better place. We believed it, who made it happen. So with that in mind, we look forward to learning tonight because it shows there's always a future. The future will be good. Thank you for your time.
So it's actually, it's not even out of tradition for the shul. It's one of the nicest minhagim they have at this shul is many people sponsor shalshudas for a parent who passed away, something like that. And whoever sponsors the shalshudas usually takes that time, 15 minutes, so just to tell stories about their parents. And it's really quite moving. But let's move along. So who was the amazing Musha? We know about her solely from the documentation that comes from the Cairo Geniza. I will take a few moments to describe what that treasure trove of documents is. Just so you can place it in context, those of you who haven't attended before. But basically, she is a woman who lived in the late 11th and early 20th century in Cairo. 12th century, what did I say? Late 11th, early 12th century in Cairo, right? This is actually an authentic picture from the Cairo Geniza. We don't know how they invented photography 700 years before Europe got it, but I just picked that photograph off the web. Obviously, we don't know what she looked like. Actually, we have a sense of what she looked like. You'll see by the end of the lecture what she probably looked like. At any rate, she was a woman of phenomenal wealth, hugely wealthy woman, hugely charitable woman at the same time, really an exceptional woman, and her very exceptionality says a lot about the nature of women in the economy at that time. She also was likely never married. The sources indicate that no evidence of a husband, but she did bear a child out of wedlock. Also not so usual for an extremely prominent woman, but as we shall see, the social insult that she suffered as a result of her personal dalliance did not in any way impugn her sense of responsibility to the community, and she continued to give tzedakah even to those institutions that were most egregious in their ostracism of her for her life. So what I'd like to do tonight is I'm going to have kind of an overview of women in the medieval economy. There's a lot to say there in terms of the Torah and the reality, and these are not always the same things we should see shortly. I'd also like to spend a little bit of time getting into the deeper elements of historiography. And we have Ms. Herman, who is a senior in the history program at Torah with us, and she's got to take this course next semester where we'll get into historiography, what that is, so we'll touch on it a little bit. And then I'd like to focus specifically on the three key documents that survived regarding Wufsha's life from the Cairo Geniza. One is a court document in which she was ordered to appear before the court regarding a very small debt, and she behaved in a rather imperious manner, which is quite unusual, you think, for a woman of the age. The second is her last will and testament, which is a brilliant document to give us so much insight into both her personal life and the overall structure of women's roles in the economy. And thirdly, a very fascinating document that was used to establish the paternity of her illegitimate son. And so these three documents allow us to give us kind of a triangulation of her life, a GPS or a GWS, I guess. No, that's not funny. And we'll see a lot about women in the economy and this exceptional woman in particular. So let's get started. One of the most difficult things about studying social history, meaning as opposed to the lives of the kings and as opposed to the lives of the great religious figures and the wars and so on, social history looks at how people actually live, or as Herder put it, wie es eigentlich gewesen war, how it actually was for people. How do people actually live? And the massive lacunae we have in our sources is where are the women? The vast majority of people who create the documents from which history is understood were men. And men tended to write mainly about things that were important to men, like medieval, baseball, politics. No, I don't know. Funny mood. It's because I picked up the joke book. But men tend to write about other men and about things that are important to men. Women had less access to education. They tend to be far less literate. They left far less of a literary record for us to create the kind of archaeological finds that would tell us about what their lives were like. So the only way we can really get access to women's lives for much of human history is to try to reconstruct their lives out of what men say about them. And that's just one of the challenges of working in this discipline, is trying to understand a vacuum from, how that vacuum affects the outside world, so to speak. So we have two basic types of information that we'll use today, two types of sources that will inform our discussion. The first is traditional rabbinic literature. That is pious literature, sometimes legal, sometimes philosophical, that is written by rabbis, obviously, who are trying to promote a particular religious agenda, trying to promote greater attachment to the values of Judaism and so on. And their reflection on women and the roles of women are often idealized and kind of placed in the utopian view that may not conform to reality. The other type of source, and we'll be looking, for example, at the Mishnah Torah, one of the classic works of the great Maimonides, who writes down very hard-nosed legislation about how men and women should comport themselves with each other, which often, was kind of stating an ideal without necessarily reflecting what women actually did. We'll also look at the Sefer Hasidim, which we talked about a couple of weeks ago when we looked at Yehuda Chassid. There's one interesting reference in there because it's very rich in terms of folk literature. The second major source that we have for the lives of women are social and economic documentation. Things like, for example, the find of the Cairo Geniza. I apologize for those who have been here in previous classes where we talked about this all-important treasure trove of documentation, but basically the Geniza was a storehouse of documents that was kept in a particular synagogue not too far from Cairo. The Ben Ezra synagogue, you can see here, this is actually the doorway to the Geniza. It was up on a second floor, kind of an attic, into a crawl space. I have another recreation later on in this lecture where it shows people actually putting things in period costume. But this Geniza stored, normally Genizas stored any holy writings. Obviously, a Sefer Torah, Tumashim, or, we have, for example, in the Cairo Geniza, actual autographs of Maimonides himself, all kinds of fantastic things like that. But what made this Geniza unique is that the people of this small town believed that anything written in Hebrew belonged in the Geniza. So anything written in Hebrew letters, actually. So even if it was written in the Judeo-Arabic language, very common statements, business contracts, personal correspondence. We know, for example, that Maimonides had a sister because one of her letters to her illustrious brother was found in the Cairo Geniza. Love letters, poems, shopping lists. Honey, pick up some hummus on the way home from the shuk. Things like that's Cairo Geniza because anything written in Hebrew letters was stored away. And as a result of some interesting circumstances, the Geniza was shut up for approximately 600 years. No one went in there. And then it was reopened at the end of the 19th century. And scholars discovered approximately 250,000 documents, which dwarfs every other source for the Mediterranean basin, covering approximately the year 900 to about the year 50. An incredible trove of information that scholars are still poring over in 3 major universities around the world. Now, in the Cairo Geniza, we have lots of documentation that people loathe to throw away. So there are thousands of marriage contracts. And unlike the ones people generally use today, well, maybe I shouldn't say that. People do personalize them. But there are unique stipulations made in marriage contracts, not just the standard Aramaic text. People would add in, and if he yells at her, then she has to give him 2 chickens or whatever. They would add in all kinds of details. So we know a lot about their social lives from this documentation. And finally, one last element of social literature is the so-called responsa literature, which is a genre that still persists to this day, and it goes back to the Gaonic period in the 8th century, where petitioners will ask rabbis questions in Jewish law and practice. And the questions themselves are lost, they're not preserved, but the answers of the rabbis are preserved. and often, collected and reprinted and recopied to serve as precedent in Jewish law. So the types of responsa that we have reflect the kind of problems that average people experienced, and this is the rabbinic attempt to address them. So with these two major types of sources, both the rabbinic literature, the formal literature like the codes of Jewish law and so on, and the social literature like the detritus of people's correspondence with each other, as well as the response. These things we can sort of fix who this woman Luksha was and what women were doing in the economy as a whole. Any questions or arguments to this point? Did I tell you the joke about the Hadassah and Market that bought the F-15 for the Israeli? I did. Well, Judith, you've been to all my classes, so forgive me if I say this one over again. It's a good one. I'll tell very quickly. So the Hadassah and Margate, they get together and they raise $2 billion to buy the latest jet fighter for the Israeli army. And they purchase it, and they have a big ceremony at Fort Lauderdale Airport where they have the bleachers set up, and all the members of the Hadassah group are sitting on the bleachers. And the pilot, gets out, and he has his helmet under his arm. He salutes the women. He gets into the cockpit, pulls down the cowling, and then fires up these massive jet engines and shoots down the runway, and then stops. Remember, right? Then he turns it around, fires up again, shoots down the runway, and stops. So he does this a few times. Finally, he taxis up to the bleachers again. He opens up the cowling, and he says, "Ladies, the plane will not take off. We have to remove some of the plaques." Okay. Now, I'm going to be painting with very broad strokes tonight because we're speaking about the medieval economy, which we're talking about, 700 years of history. So it's going to be fairly rough in many areas. But one major distinction that we have to be aware of is that, with the exception of Spain, which is always unusual since it was that triangular society with both Christians and Muslims and Jews all interacting, the vast majority of Europe was either Muslim or Christian. Muslims, of course, conquered all of North Africa, Middle East, heading out to Persia, and then further, but we're going to really leave it at the Caucasus Mountains. And the Christians were in control of Europe. And they had very, very different relationships to Jews, and the lives of women were similarly different. And a couple of factors really should be borne in mind. One of the factors is that Jewish women in Muslim lands suffered under a more repressive standard of living vis-a-vis public sphere. For example, Maimonides writes in the Codes of Jewish Law that it's appropriate for women to go out maybe twice a month. They can go out of their home maybe twice a month. Otherwise, they should really be living totally in the home. And this is not at all the kind of standard you see with Rashi writing in France, for example, or Germany. So Maimonides is reflecting a social reality where, even though there's nothing in the Torah that would specifically say a woman has to stay in home, there is definitely some encouragement of the private sphere and its association with women, but the idea that she would be restricted to the home was really not at all a value that Jews had in Christian Europe, but it was one that they absorbed in Muslim North Africa. Ironically, at the same time, Muslim law has a couple of leniencies that are not present in Jewish law, and women would take a veil of these leniencies to their benefit. Society tended to be somewhat more repressive in terms of women's activity in the public sphere. Muslim law gave women a little bit more control over their own income within marriage. As we shall see, women often exploited this dichotomy between what the Jewish law allowed and what Muslim law tolerated for their own benefit. And the rabbis were forced to simply go along with it. In fact, it was affirmed by several important rabbis, including the Radbaz, saying that, look, this is the custom of the people in which they live. The women have more rights over this income, and therefore we should respect the custom of the Jews living there. And the last thing that's kind of relevant is that After 1492, with the Spanish expulsion, and then shortly thereafter the Portuguese expulsion, then you have this unusual mixture of all of these very educated and much more cosmopolitan Jews coming in large numbers out of Spain and Portugal and populating many of the important cities of the region. Istanbul, for example, North Africa, sports in Greece, and so on. So that also changes a lot of the intellectual dynamic as many of them come into contact with customs that they were not familiar with at all. So that's a really important thing to bear in mind. I'm going to be speaking in gross generalities, but I can't go on without discussing that. Let's return to this concept of this public sphere. Judaism, like Islam, definitely promotes the notion of the woman's dignity being located within the sphere of the home. It's related to this concept of tzniut, tznius, which means basically, it's often translated as modesty, but a better translation, a more close translation would be hiddenness, the value of remaining hidden, of not standing out. Like, for example, the metaphor of the Torah scroll, the holiest object in a synagogue. The Torah scroll is not simply left out on display for everybody to watch. It's, within its own mantle, and it's behind a curtain, inside a box, behind another curtain. Because of its value, it is hidden away and only taken out under very restrictive and highly protocol-infused situations. So this is a metaphor for the value of tzniut, and it is associated more with the feminine than with the masculine in much of rabbinic literature. Yes, Ms. Abramson. Good. Excellent observation. I see you're headed for greatness. The Aron, the ark, does stand out. But the Aron is there as a protection for the Torah scroll. Okay, let's move on to the next question. Okay. No, I think that the idea is you have to put it somewhere, right? I mean, and in many you can hide it in the closet, but in many it has to have a place of dignity as well. I mean, it's there, but it should be dignified, covered up, and so on. That's so what this meant for women in Muslim lands in particular is that they had very little opportunity to engage in business outside their home. We will see that, especially after the 12th century, there is a relative explosion of women in that area willy-nilly. There are women involved in commerce and so on, but it is definitely considered a lower status activity for a woman to be involved in public haggling in the marketplace. On the contrary, the kinds of professions that women especially chose in the Muslim world were associated with the textile industry. And it's important for us to bear in mind, particularly because we live in the post-industrial revolution, where we have one of the hugest, most huge, is hugest the word, Mr. Rodriguez? No. One of the largest, one of the most significant changes in women's reality after the industrialization is that they were freed from the incredibly burdensome task of making clothing, which, don't forget, began with the raw wool or the flax. It was a hugely time task to process that flax or that wool into thread and then make that thread into cloth and then tailor cloth into clothing. It took hours and hours of an average woman's day to do this. And so this was a task that needed to be done. And it was considered kind of an ideal job. Maimonides even explicitly states that sinning, that is, take raw wool and with making it into thread. It says in Kappa, what does that say? Oh, and now you have to say it from the beginning because it's an acrostic and I would place no threads. Yada Shabba Kishore, how's it go? Yada Shabba Kishore. Now I sound like an idiot. I can't remember that. The Nasata, Kapet Tampu Palech, right? Her hands grab the Palech. And what's the next part of this? And then something afterwards. The Palech is the part, I think it's called the distaff. that holds the wall, right? And the other part that she's holding, the second out of the pasta, is the other end with the thread. And nowadays, I've tried it many times in my classes. None of the women in my classes ever know what a distaff is. They've never even heard of it. And yet, for the vast majority of human history, women would go up from the earliest age that they could balance to be moving on to these things because it took up so much women's energy. Yes? Excellent point. I think retro is an excellent word. I'm definitely using it a few times. Intelligent. I once took a personality test, and it specifically knew that I like using words because it makes me feel. Yeah, but I think you're absolutely right. If you look at Aisha Skayel as a description of the ideal biblical woman, she's out there in real estate. She's got ships coming and going. She's international commerce. She employs all kinds of people. Meanwhile, what is her husband doing? No, he's sitting at the gates. What's he sitting around the gates? And she's doing all the work. Let's return to this because it will be relevant, very relevant. The reality is that women were still very involved in all kinds of activities, including simply going out into the street and engaging in the marketplace. Here's a text from Europe, from the Rhineland, the state proceeding we talked about 2 weeks ago. And here's an amazing little piece of folk history you can read about what it must be like for women. A woman who was traveling, first of all, there's a woman traveling, presumably on her own, heard that a group of Gentiles was approaching her and she feared they might rape her. In such a case, rules the Sefer Chassidim, she is permitted to dress in nun's clothing so that they will think she is a nun and not attack her sexually. That's an amazing thing. I mean, the woman's traveling alone, and she can dress in nun's clothing. It would be a tremendous prohibition in many other areas, but it gives you a sense of what must have been like for women to this thing. And when traveling, here's that a group of Jewish ruffians, this is like mind-boggling, is approaching her, and presumably the Jewish ruffians would not be put off by a woman in a nun's costume. I can't believe this. She is permitted to dress in non-Jewish dress and say she is a Gentile. Right? Say, I'm Jewish. You may not rape me because I'm not Jewish. And then she may warn them that she will cry out and report them, and she may also cry out at once in order that Gentiles will come to help her, even if they kill the Jewish ruffians. I mean, just this one passage from this book, 13th century book, gives you a whole bizarre outlook of what must life have been like for Jewish businesswomen at the time. But let us return to some of the gender-related aspects of it. And the most significant economic step in a woman's life is the institution of marriage. So economically, it was hugely balanced in favor of the male. In fact, the term that the Talmud uses for marriage is kinyan, which means to acquire. It can't be understood in the same way of acquiring chattel. I think that's the distortion of Talmudic thought, but it definitely is a one-way relationship. The husband, as it were, acquires a wife. The wife allows herself acquired. She may not be acquired without her permission, so to speak. She may not be married against her will. And in fact, women have in some degrees far more autonomy than men on a level of personal status. For example, in Jewish law, a Jewish man may be enslaved. A Jewish woman may not be enslaved. It is illegal to hold her as a slave once she reaches the age of majority, 12 years old. Before that is a different story, but at 12 years old and on, she may not be a slave. So when it comes to marriage, there's property that goes from the woman into the marriage, the woman's family, and property that goes into the family from the husband. The woman contributes a dowry, obviously with her parents' help, and the dowry is far larger than anything that the husband brings into marriage. The dowry is kind of like, to look at it cynically, is kind of an incentive for marriage. Last year we spoke about Gluckle of Hamon, and this amazing 17th century woman writes 70 notebooks of her own reflections, and I would say at least 30% of them are worrying about marrying off her children, and in particular collecting the dowries and having enough dowry to attract this kind of a mate and so on and so forth. But it's a deal how much money or property, it could be things like linens and bedposts, things like that, a woman will bring into the marriage. Bridegroom, on the other hand, gives 3 gifts. The first is the unofficial yet mandatory prenuptial gift, which today would be something like an engagement ring. It's not actually a sign of marriage, but it is a token of, yeah, I'm tempted to say it's a deposit, but that really doesn't sound right. It's like, but it's really, he has to give some object, it's a gift. It's far less valuable than dowry. And then there is the marriage price, which is the actual gift given typically to the parents of the bride for the marriage. Again, so it's a small thing compared to the dowry. And finally, there is the so-called delayed installment, which is really the promise of a gift in the case of divorce or the death of the husband. That by entering into this marriage, should the marriage be dissolved, then the husband or his estate, because it devolves on his heirs, would have to pay the wife or ex-wife a large sum of money, and this is intended as a deterrent to divorce and also a reasonable protection that's put in place for the woman. A so-called pilegesh, or a concubine, is essentially a wife, and concubines up until the 11th century was still permitted, and in Sephardic lands really up until the 20th century. A concubine is a full wife in every respect, except she does not have the protection of the delayed installment, the divorce penalty. So these things really favor the husband because he can acquire not only a spouse and a life partner and all those things, but he also acquires a big chunk of money in the form of the dowry. The woman may also bring into the marriage property from her father's estate, for example, and under certain circumstances, she may retain ownership of that property, but in traditional Talmudic law, she does not retain the right to control that property or to gather the interest from that property. So let's say, for example, her father gives her a field. The husband can't sell the field, it belongs to her, but he has the right to decide whether to plant corn on it or build a hotel on it or whatever he wants from that. That's traditional Talmudic law. Finally, and this is perhaps the most difficult thing, I've had a lot of arguments with my 14-year-old son who's learning this right now, and he's a real feminist. He won't let me go on anything. Maaseh yadeha, the work of her hands. A woman is expected, not demanded, but a woman is expected to work in marriage and to earn some income. That income is controlled by the husband. Yeah, well, yeah. I have my own daughter listening to this here. So this is the economic marriage, at least as per traditional law. Now, as I mentioned earlier, there is Torah and there is reality. There's a difference sometimes between what the rabbis say the way it's supposed to be and is anyway. As I'm sure we see around us even today. The rabbi says some things, people do a totally different thing if they so desire. And we shall see that the way actually it's built into the very structure of halacha, if enough people sort of vote with their feet, the rabbis have to catch up to social pressures. And the rabbis, on many occasions, including rabbis as prominent as Rav Yaro, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, they will validate in harmony with traditional the Talmud if that is the minhag hamakom, the custom of the community, and what the circumstances under which a woman would be married. So, for example, let's just skip this thing here. So, what do we see from the Geniza period? First of all, the Geniza documents, as opposed to the rabbinic documents, indicate that women, yes, they're working, and you know what? They're not letting their husbands control the income. They're refusing to let their husbands over and over again. It is one of the most common causes of domestic dispute recorded in the Geniza. These cases come to court, and the husband says one thing, and the wife says another, and the court has to decide what they're going to do. Quite often, husbands complain that their wives are making money and they're not declaring it properly. Like they're making $100 a week, and they're saying, "I made $50 a week," and what happens to the other $50? It's like a massive mahjong game every 2 weeks or something. But so we have husbands complaining that their wives are hiding their income from them and controlling it willy-nilly. Secondly, we find wives telling their husbands, "Hey, sweetheart, if you insist on taking my paycheck, then I'm going to go to the Muslim courts." Because the Muslim courts, as we mentioned earlier, were far more lenient with regards to women's control of her own income. And this was considered, to use the Latin term, ashanta, if a woman would take her case to the Muslim courts, where she would be vindicated, and that would be a humiliation for the Jewish family, for the husband, and even for the rabbinic courts. So in many cases, rabbis would counsel their parishioners, the husbands, just let her have it. And this became kind of enshrined in practice. Dowries as well, as opposed to Maseh Adeha, the work of her hands. Dowries were often a cause of dispute because, her father would give her a certain amount of money into the marriage, and the husband would want to, sell a piece of property, which he's only allowed to do with her permission. She refuses to allow it, and they have a dispute over it. And ultimately, overwhelmingly, says S.D. Goitai, the premier scholar of the Geniza treasures, that the rabbis overwhelmingly gave in to the wife's demands. And they simply said, let the wife control the dowry whenever they have these kinds of disputes. Fascinating kind of dichotomy between what the codes say and what people do. Yes, please. Drinking in Muslim lands would be difficult. I don't know how much they would do. I don't know if it would be legal, but there's lots. It's hard to imagine reasons. Hard not to imagine. I can give you one right now here. Let me jump ahead a little bit. For example, one case that came actually before Maimonides, shortly before his death. This case goes on that a man goes on a long business trip, 4 years, and he's gone on business, and he does not leave anything for his wife to support herself and her children. So what the wife does is she takes a job teaching Torah, which is also an interesting thing. Here's a woman teaching Torah in her brother's yeshiva. So here she is, apparently even Talmud, not clear from the sources. Anyway, so she's an independent woman teaching, and her husband shows up. "Hi, honey, I'm home." And he says, "You're what? My wife is walking through the streets every day to yeshiva and then teaching boys?" Das Fashnish, that's what they say in Arabic. "And you have to quit this job. Forget it." And she says, "What are you talking about? I love being a career woman. I can have it all. And I don't want to I don't get this job." So the husband goes to Maimonides and says that my wife is a moredes. My wife is a rebellious woman, and I want to coerce her to leave this job, or I'm going to divorce her. And the halacha is, if a woman is considered a moredet, a rebellious woman, then she loses her ketubah payment. So in other words, he could divorce her and not have to pay the delayed instrument. So Maimonides says, "Wow, taka." He didn't say taka. My grandfather didn't say taka. He says, I don't know what they say in Arabic for taka. It's such an impoverished language. How could they possibly speak without saying taka? So the husband, Maimonides says, "I guess I have to agree with you." Then the wife comes and saying, "What are you saying? Did you know that my husband left me for 4 years with no income whatsoever, and he expects me to just, what am I supposed to do, beg?" And for in Talmudic law, for a woman to beg is a far more serious thing for a man to beg. Men are almost expected to have to, but it goes to great lengths to prevent the dignity of begging for women. So anyway, Rambam, when he hears this, the woman's absolutely right, and he takes back his sack. he says you can keep your job and you're not considered a moredet. If your husband wants to divorce you, he has to full payment. So he reaffirms everything that the woman said, and that's like kind of an example, perhaps, of what they're fighting about with the money. I don't have any other specifics, but it's an interesting question. I refer you to Goldstein's massive work, huge magnum, 7 volumes, called A Mediterranean Society, which he spent his entire life analyzing these documents. Has a huge trove of information there. So let me just get to what kind of work are they doing. This, by the way, this is the Paulette, and I forget what the other thing over here that you got. Here's a woman spinning, right, making thread. So what kind of work were women typically involved in? Goitein identifies 7 different classes of laborers that women were engaged in. The most significant, the largest one was textiles, as I mentioned. You also see a significant number of small-scale commerce. You see a small amount of trades. In Christian Europe, you see a lot more trades, especially silversmithing. That's metalworking, and especially working with silver. All of our Kiddush cups and bekers and things like that. That comes from a very long tradition of Jews working with silver. And in some cases, Jewish women were even allowed to join medieval guilds, which is truly an amazing thing. Women were also involved in money lending, which I'm going to explore in the next 2 slides, and also some in professions. Jewish women working as midwives, as doctors, professional mourners. You can find women to mourn at not your funeral, but someone else's funeral, because they just set the tone. With that kind of the strange things they say, and clapping and stuff like that. Fortune tellers, psychics, all kinds of things like that. Jewish women were engaged in these occupations. The Geniz tells all. The Geniz describes all these different things that Jewish women were involved in, and it really is a very rich economy as a whole. Yes?
You said that it wouldn't be much in Muslim society, they would be drinking and alcohol. Would that make a Kiddush?
So that's a great question. I don't know if Jews were allowed alcohol in Muslim societies or not. I know that in Saudi Arabia, the American army can't have Budweiser, and that's, I don't know what we're doing there, but
in countries like Iran, they allow the Christians and sometimes Jews. I think even the Jews too.
So maybe that makes sense. Maybe that's
because I had Muslim teachers, and they were telling me that's where they would buy alcohol from was Jews.
That's great. There's a great influence on society. Okay. That in Iran, Jews and Christians were allowed to, I guess, produce and sell alcohol and consume alcohol. Okay, so let's talk for a second about usury, because it's impossible to talk about Jews in the medieval economy without talking about usury, which is kind of like the nasty term for money lending. And Jews were very involved in money lending. It was one of the most important professions, particularly in Christian Europe, because Christians developed this canon law called the law of Gratian, which prohibited Christians from charging interest on loans to other Christians, which basically shut down the medieval economy, because in an agricultural society where you have an ebb and flow of income and expense, it's very hard, to ride out the year when you're waiting for your harvest to grow. The Jews were the only minority for about 500 years who were legally allowed to lend money on interest. At one point, the Italian Christians said, this is ridiculous, there's so much money to be made, and they ignored the law of Gratian, and then it broke open, and they forgot about it. But for about 500 years, Jews were the only source of credit in the medieval world. Yes. Correct. So Jewish laws, where they get the idea. Jews are not allowed to charge interest to other Jews. I've tried calling MasterCard and Visa to see who the CEO is. They won't answer my calls. But the idea is Jews are allowed to charge to non-Jews and vice versa. I mean, theoretically, Christians could charge interest to Jews, but the market differential is so huge that it was not profitable. So skip over that. Here's a picture, by the way, of a Jewish moneylender. This is, I think, 14th century Germany. You can got Hebrew on the head of his robe here, at least what the Christians thought Hebrew looked like. He's got a big bag of money. Here's a nobleman with an empty purse asking for money. And does anyone recognize this thing on his desk here?
Like an abacus?
Yes, an abacus. Yeah, it's a very primitive Apple computer. The calculation. So Jews actually really enjoyed practicing usury because although there are some risks, like for example, there's a risk of non-payment, to a large degree that risk was moderated by the fact that the king relied on the taxes that Jews paid for money lending, and the king would lend his own enforcement to make sure that debts were paid. The only time it was really dangerous was if they became so large that the king would feel it was more expedient to simply sacrifice the debt and get rid of the Jews, as happened several times. York in 1290, for example, where in France they expelled the Jews 3 times in 1 century because they owed them too much money, so they kicked them out. Then they realized they wanted credit again, so they brought them back in. They owed them a lot of money, so they kicked them out 3 times. I think it was the 14th century. And there's sometimes the risk of violence, and sometimes there's always probably the risk of popular resentment. As you can see from this woodcut, here's a rather penniless Christian nobleman. You tell that he's Christian because he's bareheaded. Simply he's penniless because he doesn't even have a pair of pants. And that's a joke. These are language. There's the Jewish moneylender again with the back, finger pointing. In medieval art, it's like this is an aggressive gesture. It's usually a pedagogic gesture, like I'm teaching you something, and this would be perceived as a very kind of, corrosive relationship. But the benefits were huge. If you were money lending, first of all, this is an urban profession. It allows Jews to live in close confines. Jews are a very gregarious people. They like to live within walking distance of synagogue, the ritual bath, the Chinese restaurant, so it's very hard to live far away. It's a clean profession. It does not involve digging in the dirt for potatoes. It's one that you can do with your mind as opposed to with your back. It's a portable profession. It deals with cash. So if the environment becomes a little too difficult for Jews, it's very easy to pick up and move someplace else. And it allows time for study. If you're a banker, you can set banker's hours, and you can spend the rest of the time learning Talmud. So in the words, banker's hours, that shouldn't lose people, right? That's like 10 to 3. Remember that time? When banks used to be open like that, 10 till 3? Now they drive through banks. That's amazing. One kind of misconception, it's kind of an apologetic that was developed in Jewish historiography in the 19th century, that the reason Jews engaged in this distasteful occupation was because they were prohibited from owning land. That's partially true, but it really misses the point. In many areas, Jews were allowed to own land, first of all. But much more important is the fact that this is a much better land meant that you could build, and then where was your investment? Gone. If you had liquid that you could transfer, then it allowed for Jews to move place to place, and it had all these other benefits. So the Jews didn't want to be farmers. The Jews did not want to, maybe buying and selling real estate, that's something different. But to be a farmer, it's not really a Jewish value, at least in the medieval period. And the apologetic to say, the reason we were money lenders is because we couldn't farm like all those other farmers, that's kind of an idea that develops out of the late 19th century, the socialist ideas that farming is the most natural and healthy occupation and so on, but it really doesn't conform to historical reality. Yes, Judy. Absolutely. Absolutely. So it's very rare that you find Jews engaged in agriculture. I think from Russia, which I know best, in 1897, there were like 3% of Jews listed agriculture as their occupation. Democrat, we were. Okay, so let's look at Wuksha for the remaining time we have. Wuksha, let's return to her specific life story. And we're going to look at 3 specific documents. I actually have this 1967 article here from Goitain himself, in which he first reveals the woman that he discovered in the Giza to the rest of the world. And the 3 documents that I'm going to share with you, the first is this record of a small claims dispute. The second is her last will and testament. And third, this unusual document that was used to prove the identity of her illegitimate son. So, and this is it's brilliant history, and this is how history is really done. We've never heard of this woman before, and Goitain comes across these tiny scraps of paper and pieces them together and creates a picture of who this woman was. So here is the only document which is actually dated April 19th, 1098 in the Western calendar. And the document reads as follows. On the same day, Mr. Ula Halevi, son of Joseph, presented Mr. David, son of the late Judge Yair, to the court. And the latter witnessed for the former that he was in the synagogue on Wednesday, the 10th of this month, when Karima, the daughter of Amar, known as Wuksha, I'll tell you about what these names mean in a second, the broker, appeared in the synagogue and said to him and to Moses, the teacher, the Malamed, and to Mali HaKohen, the brother of the sexton sons. Okay, so what's happening? This document is some kind of court document, and this person is testifying that he was in shul, and this woman comes into shul, and she talks to these 2 other named individuals, so they can testify to the validity of the story. And she says, I want to see the Dayan, I want to see the judge. For I was informed that he summoned me. Meaning she shows up at shul because the judge, the Dayan, religious judge, called for her to appear. Now, for what reason did he do this to me? You can hear even the translation kind of like, what does he want from me? You know, like, there's not a lot of like self-abnegation coming out of this document. One of those present answered her, because Ula Halevi appealed against you to the president of the court, the Av Beit Din, meaning this guy is suing you. Wherefore he sent after you, asking you to appear with him before the court. Meaning this other guy is summoning her to appear in court over a dispute. But you refrained from appearing with him in court. And she ignored an earlier summons. So now she's called to the carpet. Hey, how come you didn't show up when we called you to court? And thus you deserved a public notification and a warning. Said she, and I heard it. I love the way it reads. It's like, you're not going to believe this. She actually said this. What do I owe Mr. Ula that he should make such a claim against me? All that is due to him from me is 5 kirats, which, as I'll tell you later, basically works out to about $20. All she wants from me is $20, 1967. Well, actually, it's $10. And he calls me to court over $20 for 5 kirats. He makes such a fuss. At the same time, also Mali, the brother of the sexton, was present and made the same deposition as the aforementioned David. We have written down what has been said before us and have signed so that it may serve as a document conveying rights and as a proof. So, what do you make of this? Just quick, vision of who this person is. What do you think, Judith? You work with these documents all the time.
Well, first of all, it sounds like you have some
Yep.
What I find it interesting is that there is no mention of whether or not the judge was even present.
Right, it just happened like in the anteroom or something.
Something of that nature. But the idea of being called to appear seems to carry with us some kind of stigma.
Yes, I think so. Well, you get summoned to court. Someone is suing you. You say, "Oh, he's based here," right? And if the court says, it sounds to me, I don't know these terms are all. It sounds like she's being contemptuous of the court.
Unfortunately, nobody speaks that there have been no advocacy where we do know that advocacy was not unknown.
Interesting. perspective I wasn't thinking about. What the kind of things that Goitain points out are fascinating. First of all, her name. Her actual name was Karima, and she's referred to as the daughter of Amar, who is known as the head of the community. Very wealthy and impressive individual. His father apparently was also a very important individual. And she's called Wuksha, which apparently means, he translates the Arabic, I'm not familiar with the language, means one without whom one cannot live. It's a kind of an endearment, and people would simply call her Wuksha, which is, meaning, I don't know, Mon Chéri or something like that. The father, as I mentioned, was a very major. It's interesting that normally when women are called to court in the documents, there has to be someone there to prove who they are. Because women are without identity. You can't say it's the shopkeeper from such and such a street. You have to say a woman who is the wife of so and so, the daughter of so and so, and there are people here who testify to that. She doesn't need any independent verification. Everybody knows her. Just give her name. That's it. Yes. Well, this is like kind of before the bet-in. She was called to appear the bet-in. We don't know what happened about the $20 or anything. We just have this little piece of documents, like 150, 200 words, and that's all we got. But let's go on to her will, which is fascinating. Okay, so this is her will. The main points of the will of Wuksha the broker. She's called the broker. To my brother shall be given 100 dinars from the objects given to me as security. Note, by the way, Goitain figures out that 2 dinars was about the monthly income of a middle-class family. So if you take the American median income as that same marker, and that would be about $50,000. If you say white, non-Hispanics, it's a little bit higher, for example, $55,000. And so that would mean if we used $50,000 as a middle-class income, which is kind of hard to believe, but let's say that is, then that would mean her total wealth was 689 dinars, worth about $1.4 million in today's dollars. Or looking at it a different way, 28 years of retirement at a middle-class salary. That's probably an easier way to think of it. She could live at a middle-class rate for 28 years on her income alone, on her wealth alone. So incredibly wealthy. So she gives her brother 100 dinars, well as 5 rings, etc. So to my sister, 50 dinars, as well as a mourning dress. The daughter of my maternal uncle, 5 dinars. All these family distributions. Then she says, for the cemetery, 25 dinars. For the synagogues in Old Cairo, 20 dinars. Remember, 20 dinars would be the equivalent of about $50,000, I think. For the synagogues of Dam, which is oil for study. To the poor of Old Cairo, 20 dinars. To Joseph's wife, 5 dinars. To each of her 2 brothers, 5 dinars. To the orphan girl in Cairo, a relative of mine, 2 dinars. All this shall be paid from the debts against which security has been given. Let me skip a little bit here. The remaining securities shall be added to the cash in gold which I possess, namely 300 dinars, meaning she's got 300 dinars in cash, again, about $500,000 by this calculation, liquid cash, which are already with me, and the 67 dinars deposited with Lady Ikhtiar, meaning she actually had another woman who held 67 dinars for her. That's interesting as well. In addition to all I possess in cash and kind and rugs and carpets, all this shall be kept for my son on conditions I shall mention. If he remains alive and attains maturity, it shall be handed over to him. If, however, God forbid, death overtakes him before he reaches bar mitzvah, 1/2 of all this shall be given to the synagogues in Old Cairo and the poor in equal halves. The other half shall be divided between my heirs in equal shares, my brother, etc., to his father, the boy's father, Chasun of Ashkelon, she names him. Not 1 penny shall be given. Goitain remarks that he used the Latin term. This is I think he calls it verba isissima, her very own words. You can read it to herself. She's writing it. Not 1 penny shall be given, except that 2 promissory notes, meaning that he gave her 2 IOUs. She's holding on to debts from him concerning a debt of 80 dinars, which he owes me, will be handed over to him. Meaning she'll forgive 80. She doesn't want his money. Give him the 80 dinars. and so on and so forth. And then there's a lot of description about her pearl and so on. And then there's a beautiful little description of how she wants her son educated. She clearly loved him dearly and devoted a tremendous amount of money to make sure that her son would get a proper education. And the rest I'm going to over. Still, the second big takeaway message you get, this was a colossally wealthy woman with a very charitable heart. And she had an illegitimate son. And she's definitely estranged from the boy's father. And this doesn't sound like your typical Basiakov kind of girl in the 12th century. What's going on with it? So let's turn, I'm sorry we're a little bit late. Let's turn to the paternity document. And let's read this, because this is the most fascinating part, I think. So this document was probably written after her death to record an earlier event that was designed specifically when her son wanted to marry to prove that he was legitimate to marry. Again, I use the term illegitimate. Judaism doesn't recognize illegitimacy per se, except that a child born from a forbidden relationship on a biblical level, for example, a married woman having an extramarital affair or an incestuous affair, would create a child known as a mamzer, which is a terrible stigma. That child would not be allowed to marry anyone else except a mamzer or a convert who comes with zero yichus, with zero kind of lineage, and then that status would continue for their children as well. So it's a huge stigma. So this document reads, the elder Abu Allah Yafeth, something wrong here, the son of the elder Mashiach, may he rest in Masliach, may he rest in Eden, appeared before us and made the following position while we were constituted as a court of three. So another court document, a formal deposition to the court. He said, I was with the cantor, may God accept him with favor, when Wuksha, the broker, came in and, do you not have an advice for me? I had an affair with Chassun and conceived from him. Goitein says the phrase I had an affair is really literally I slept with. I slept with Chassun and now I'm pregnant. We contracted a marriage before a Muslim notary. It gets worse. She apparently went to a Muslim and had a civil marriage. So she married this Jewish guy from Ashkelon and she got pregnant. Why did she get married in a mosque or in an office instead of a shul? Goitein presumes that because her lover was a refugee from the Crusader attacks on Ashkelon, perhaps he was already married to a woman in Ashkelon, and the rabbis would not allow him to marry a second wife. There's a ban on that. But the Muslims didn't have such a ban, and so therefore she went. We can only imagine she fell madly in love with this guy, and he hit her up for 80 dinars, so who knows what kind of a guy he is. But she went and she got married to a Muslim. Perhaps they were thinking eventually he'd be able to divorce his wife. Maybe she died, then they could have a normal wedding. But at any rate, she got pregnant. We contrast, but I'm afraid that he may deny being the father of my child. This is a monster, right? This is a guy who, well, they're worried he'll have the baby and he won't say that he's the father. She then lived in the house of whatever on the uppermost floor. So the cantor gives her a piece of advice. This is really Yiddish chachma. He says to her, okay, go and gather some people and let them surprise you with chassun so that your assertion might be confirmed. In other words, she arranged a tryst with her lover, and she arranged for people to interrupt them in freglante delecto, how do you say that, something like that, so that people would say, aha, they definitely have a relationship, stands to reason that he is the father. She did so, gathering to her, surprised her with him, and confirmed her assertion. She was then pregnant with this Abu Sa'ad, her son, whom she had conceived in her illicit relationship with Rasul. Now, here's another fascinating thing. I also know the person who's giving testimony says that she went on the fast of atonement, Yom Kippur, to the synagogue of the Iraqians, but when the Nasi of blessed memory noticed her, he expelled her from the synagogue. Can you imagine? Because she has this child out of wedlock, she goes on Yom Kippur, and the head of the shul kicks her out of shul. I know this all for sure and deposit herewith my testimony to this effect. And goes on a little bit more detail. What is, I think, fascinating is that even though she suffered such a huge embarrassment by being driven out of Shul on Yom Kippur, if you look at her will, you see that she left a huge amount of money to that very shul that nevertheless denied her services on Yom Kippur. So I apologize for going a little later tonight. The conclusions that I want to present are that we talked a little bit about historiography, about source bias between the traditional rabbinic formal documents and then the social documents and the responsa that sometimes paint a different picture of the reality of Jewish lives at this time. They portray a very broad swath of Jewish female economic activity, despite the fact that they may have suffered some handicaps as a result of the unique nature of Jewish law. Jewish women were extremely adept at leveraging their circumstances, even if it meant threats of going to Muslim courts, in order to ensure that their economic well-being was satisfied. And we see this specifically in the unfortunate story of Ukhsha, who endured personal tragedy and still retained her sense of Jewish responsibility, her sense of Jewish identity, and supported even those causes that sought to deny her dignity. Thank you very much for your attention. I appreciate your extrication tonight. Joke. This is not such a funny joke, though, but okay, but we're desperate.
So we turn it off?
No, he keeps the joke. Okay, so thank you all for coming. I apologize for the rain-soaked entry to the building. We'll have to figure out what we can do about that. Maybe we'll just plan the class around the weather a little better. But the joke goes like this. So there's a guy who walks into a tailor shop to buy a suit. And the tailor looks at him and asks him how much he wants to spend. He gives him a number. He says, I have the suit for you. You got to try this on. So he goes into the change. They like this suit. It's beautiful. The color, I like the material, and so on. And it feels great. The only thing is, he says, I noticed that one sleeve is a few inches longer than the other sleeve. So the other says, no problem. All you have to do is just sort of tilt shoulders a little bit like this. It takes care of it. Look at that. Then he says, only one more thing that I noticed that one pant leg is also a little bit longer than the other. And the tailor says, no problem. Stand with one leg sort of, bent like this. And he says, Taco, that takes care of it. So he pays for the suit and he walks up. He's walking Quasimodo down the street. And across the street, Sam says to Blanche, look at that guy walking down the street. Funny. And Blanche says, yeah, but the suit fits. Okay, tonight's class, we're going to talk about a very famous individual, Yehuda Halevi, the poet of Sefarad, a very amazing figure who encapsulates really the best of the golden age of spell. He also has kind of a connection to the our people, which is something we should discourse. We had an entire lecture on it last slides to remind you about it because it is a fascinating little interlude in Jewish history. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by the Shul. We're very grateful to them for giving us this space and giving us some equipment to put the videos online and things like that. And one last personal detail that you might find interesting: my son Alexander. The picture doesn't come out quite as nice. He's a little bit better looking than you see here, but he's kind of an interesting kid. He's 14 years old and he's planning to run a full marathon this January. We really tried to stop him, but he's run 2 half marathons already. He raised $4,000 for Joe DiMaggio children a couple of years ago, and raised some money last year for Team Friendship. And this year he got the green light from his pediatrician. And we also took him to a pediatric heart specialist. and also to a nutritionist, and everybody, and made sure he's okay. They all said he's okay with it. So he's running for an organization called Friendship Circle, which specializes in developing social relationships for children with various disabilities, especially developmental disabilities, autism, and things like that. If you want to support his run, just go to his website, friendship.org/Alexander, and contribute whatever you like to this worthy cause. He is going to run it anyways, so we're proud of him. I think he's a pretty good guy. He's 14 going on, and he's definitely he's a tough kid. You know, he's like really motivated to do his thing, and I have to be able to stand in his way. He's very determined, and I think he'll do great things in his life. Like all my kids, God willing. Okay, so tonight, back to our topic, we're going to talk about Yehuda Levi. This is an interesting kind of modernist impression of this physician, poet, and philosopher, who is again an exemplar of the golden age of Sepharad, golden Sephardic period, which extends primarily from the 10th through the 13th, early 13th century at the most in Spain. Really a fascinating period in Jewish history, which has become emblematic for many as an ideal state for Jews in the modern world. I'll explore this in just a moment, but let's understand what makes Spain so special. So the term Sepharad, which sounds like Spain, is actually occurs in the book of Obadiah. There's a pasuk there that says the Galut Yerushalayim Asher Sepharad. Already in biblical times, there was an exile of Jews living in an area called Sepharad, which the Jews later associated with the far western region of Europe, known as the Iberian Peninsula. There's no real, definitive connection between the passage in Obadiah and the region we call Spain today, as best I know. Similarly, we have other regions like Ashkenaz, which is associated with Germany, even though there's no real connection between that biblical name and the region of the Rhineland. Nevertheless, this has become the historical association for centuries. The Jews who lived there in the 10th and 11th centuries in particular had an unusual amount of political power, cultural power, and Jewish learning. A combination that is really quite rare for any point in Jewish history. Very rarely do you have Jews who were at once highly learned in their traditional Jewish sources and quite adept at making their way through the byways of modern culture. In America, for example, and there's some comparisons with America, you often have, figures, Jewish figures who are exceptionally renowned for their cultural data that they provide for the society, comedians, literati, scientists, and politicians even, and so on. And you also have Jews who are really expert in the Talmud, the Bible, and so on, but rarely are those two groups combined in a single person or people. These are highly distinct categories of human activity, and they really don't intersect very much. You have a little bit of that perhaps in 19th century Germany. People like Moses Mendelssohn perhaps would encapsulate some of these values. Even that's a debatable point. God willing, we'll talk about him in a few months. But in Spain did have that. You had individuals who were politically very powerful and religiously very observant and Jewishly very knowledgeable at the same time. And these were the people that the common Jewish population looked up to as their exemplars, which is really quite different than we have in most other periods of Jewish history, particularly since the in the 18th and 19th centuries in Europe. It's interesting to note that the Jews identified themselves as Sephardic even before there was a unified non-Jewish concept known as Spain. The Jews developed an identity, a Sephardic identity, before even what we would call today Spaniards so called themselves. As Jane Gerber, a noted Sephardic specialist, puts it, no other instances in Jewish history of such a close and enduring identification of the Jews with a land outside the Holy Land. Meaning Sephardic Jews are really Sephardic. They're really into that part of the world that they come from. And this, I think you could say that today, and you could certainly say it 900 years ago in the Golden Era. So it's a very special period of time. Oh, this picture, by the way, is a statue of Maimonides in Cordoba. He looked exactly like that, by the way. Or just joking, don't. Okay. So let's just look at Spain for a few moments. The Jews who have been in Spain, recorded Jewish populations have been in Spain that go back to the 4th and 5th century even. And we know of them most significantly from the Visigothic era. The Visigoths were kings who ruled Spain before the Muslim conquest of 711. These were Christian kings, albeit what the Catholics would call heretical Christian kings. They were Arians, Arian, which was a form of Christianity of the time that viewed Jesus as less than a god, more like a man who was a prophet. This was denounced as a heresy, and the Arians eventually moved on. But at any rate, one of the ways in which, and this is a pattern that recurs, unfortunately, through Spanish history, one of the ways in which they demonstrated their bona fides, meaning their attachment to Christianity, was by persecuting Jews. And so we had really awful, persecutions of Jews during the Visigothic period, burnings of synagogues with Jews inside them, really nasty things that you wouldn't see until much later in other parts of Europe. This seems to have a correlation, political viability. So, for example, even the kings of Visigoth Spain, Spaniards were invaded by the Muslims, and the bars, if they were invaded, and they ever passed anti-Semitic decrees. So you see, there's a correlation here. All those kings that passed anti-Semitic decrees did not end their reign through assassination or other forms of deposition, whereas if they failed to enact anti-Semitic decrees, it meant that their reign as a king was very short-lived. So it clearly seemed to be a siman tov for leadership if you passed a few anti-Semitic decrees every now and then. Yes, Ms. Abrams. These last three were actually Jewish. No, I made that up. Okay, sorry. No, yes, so he's trying anything. He rules for 15 years. I mean, that's quite a bit. I can't, what can I do? This is just a joke. Probably not. This is such a tough audience, Mr. Rodriguez. Make sure we rewind over this. Let's go back. Okay. Anyways, what happens in 711, easy to remember that date, is that the Muslims come across the causeway here, and they conquer Spain. This is a map that shows you the very rapid expansion of Islam from 632 in the Arabian Peninsula here. Islam just expands with tremendous speed throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, extending all the way out here to the east. It's actually going to go into Afghanistan and northern India, what would be today Pakistan, Bangladesh. And it expands also into the Byzantine Empire through Asia Minor and the Balkan region, and of course right across North Africa. And then in this key year of 711, they make the jump over the little body of water, Straits of Gibraltar, if I'm not mistaken, into Spain proper. Jews were probably quite helpful to the Muslims in making this conquest. We know of their experience under the Visigothic kings, that the Muslim promise of egalitarian treatment, and particularly the extension of dhimmi status to the Jews, meaning that the Jews would be a protected minority, allowing them to practice their religion within the confines of the Muslim state, was very appealing to Jews. And it's quite likely that they were, at the time, really quite open to the idea and assisted the Muslims with their conquest of this erstwhile Christian kingdom. At this time, we have really several main people who are in Sfarad. We have Christians, of course, the early Visigoths. Later we'll have Catholics. We have Arabs. Arab, of course, is an ethnic designation, not a Muslim, not a religious designation, although in this context, all the Arabs are Muslims. Berbers from North Africa, even some Slavs, especially who came as slaves, and Jews. The three most important populations were the Christians, Arabs, and Jews. Spain is often referred to as a tripartite region because these three cultures interacted in a way which was unlike any other part of Europe. The Jews are always a minority, usually the only minority of any significance in Western Europe. That was within a Christian society. And in North Africa, they were largely the only minority of any significance within a Muslim environment. But in Spain, they were they were always one of two minorities. They were either a minority alongside the Christians in a Muslim region, or a minority with the Muslims in a Christian region. And this triangular relationship creates a wholly different culture in Spain than we have elsewhere in Europe. And to a certain degree, three legs of this tripod gives the society a much better balance in some ways and allows the Jews to really extend themselves politically, because the ruling faction often sees the Jews as a useful ally against the other minority that they may have to contend with in the future. The Muslims and the Christians were always vying for authority. The Jews never vied for political rule, so therefore they made very loyal minions in many cases. Okay. Portugal in this map. Portugal is, I think, cut off this map because well, here's Lisbon. Is Lisbon in Portugal? Yes. Yes, so there we go. So Portugal is probably, you have to use your imagination a little bit. You just, pick it with the web. Okay, let's go on. Of course, the other end of Spanish Jewish history is 1492, the horrific expulsions in the 15th century, which created such havoc in Jewish demography and Jewish self-image, Jewish philosophy, and we're going to get to that today. We're going to talk about it more. We'll get to the end of this term in a few weeks. But this period of the 10th and the 11th century in particular is that high point of Spanish Jewish civilization. Okay, so let me pause. Well, actually, I'll say one more thing and then I'll pause for questions. A few of the famous names, some of them we've talked about in the past. Kastai Brut, very important Jewish politician who was extremely active as an ambassador for the Spaniards, very involved in exchanging letters, traveling between Christian regions and Muslim regions. Jews, being a protected minority, had much more freedom of travel, ironically, between these two large global populations. And furthermore, Jews had such a far-flung network of connections because of the nature of Jewish society that they could walk into a synagogue really anywhere in the world and say, I'm from such and such a place, and do you know where I could go to get a good egg roll, that kind of thing. So Kastai ibn Shaprut was one of these early Spanish Jewish politicians. Shmuel Halevi ibn Agrela, also known as Shmuel Hanagid, an extremely important politician. He rose to the rank of vizier, which is essentially second in command in all of Spain. And he was also well known as a Talmudist, authoring the famous Mavo, which is an introduction to the Talmud itself that is currently printed in all traditional editions of the Talmud, even to this day. Yehuda Halevi, who is squarely in the middle of this period, we'll talk about him today. And then at the end of the Golden Age, the famous Rambam, Moses ben Maimon, or Maimonides, who of course is very well known, not only to Jews, important world philosopher as well. Okay, let me pause and take a couple of questions before we talk about Yehuda Halevi in particular. Ibn means Ben, son of. You see it quite often with Jewish names from Arabic regions. Just like our last name, Abraham's son, right? At some point, I suppose, in distant history, we would have been called Ben Abraham. Or like when I was almost your age and I went to Israel as like an 18-year-old, all fired up, and I tried to use my name. I changed my name Abramson to Ben Abraham, and I walked around saying, Adi Hillel Ben Abraham, Canada, right? And everyone in English, and they insisted on saying, how do you spell your name? Right? And there's no familial connection. Yeah, just
And
by.
the other thing is, was Maimonides acted in Europa Yehuda, he didn't answer any cover. I mean, it wasn't part of an interaction.
Now, it's interesting. That's a great question. I do not recall ever reading anything that Maimonides wrote about Yehuda Halevi. It's impossible that he would not have known him or of him, especially because Yehuda Halevi spent quite a bit of time in Egypt, where the Rambam spent most of his years as well. But I've never seen. I know that the Rambam was diametrically opposed to Halevi's philosophy. So perhaps there's some references in the more in the Nevuchim, the Guide for the Perplexed, that talks about Yehuda Halevi, but I'm not familiar with it. I don't think it ever occurs in any of the codes. I don't remember it in the Mishnah Torah. Yeah, it's true. I have a poem about that from Yehuda Halevi coming up too. Okay, so who was he? His family background was, again, one of these classic Spanish Jewish families, very wealthy and very learned. The traditional biographies place him in Toledo, but new research that emerged from the Geniza in recent years have indicated that it's more likely Tudela. But at any rate, around the year 1075, born in Spain. His family gave him a very well-rounded education, similar to the kinds of educations that people of his class would receive in Spain, which was at once, essentially a good day school education with a very solid Judaic component, where they would learn classical Hebrew, learn the traditional texts, including the Mishnah, the Talmud, and of course Tanakh. And at the same time, he was also receiving a very well-rounded secular training, which would, in that space and time, would have included mathematics, astronomy, geography, 11th century science, and especially the Arabic language. So in many ways, the kind of educational pattern that he got was probably like the ideal day school that we all want to send our kid and our grandchildren to today. Maybe they'll all. Maybe we'll have Aliza Halevi, some point, writing code. Maybe not. Okay, she's shaking off. But maybe a doctor, right? So he lived, as we shall see, in both Christian and Muslim Spain for a while. He had experience living in both regions. The entire peninsula really, the borders between Christian and Muslim were quite fluid, and also in various types of Muslims were quite fluid as well, something that Maimonides would experience later when the Almohads took over the region and expelled the Jews as well. So he came of age on a visit to Granada when he participated in an Arabic language poetry slam. That was not the term they used at the time, but it was a competition. Actually, it might have been a Hebrew language poetry slam this time. Excuse me. It was a competition to see who could dictate a particular poem, which I believe was authored by one of the Ibn Ezras in Hebrew. And we have to understand the role of poetry in Spanish Jewish life in the 11th century. Poetry was something that, like for example, my daughter Elisa, maybe she won't mind if I tell her her earphones broke, like the earbuds that she puts on. And this is maybe what, the fourth set of earbuds you've broken this year, I think? 6 pair of earbuds. Now, how do you break earbuds? How do you do it? The way you do it is by wearing them constantly, like awake, asleep, in class, out of class, just constantly wearing these earbuds. And they wear out. Whatever it is, music to 17-year-olds is, she'll be 17 on Shabbos. Right, so I'm sure So whatever music is to 17-year-olds, that was poetry to the entire society. People reveled in it. People said, lay me a good poetry verse or something. They would say something beautiful in poetry. And it was the measure of intelligence, it was the measure of wit, it was the measure of sophistication, it was a measure of virility. It was all kinds of things was wrapped up into poetry. And there were all kinds of different styles of poetry that were highly highly stratified and highly structured, and you would measure the quality of a person's poetry by how well they could maintain these very rigid structures and yet turn a logical phrase in the same process. There were certain standard types of poetry that all of these great figures engaged in, some more than others, including, in the case of Shmuel Hanagid, the occasional homosexual poem, which was really quite an amazing thing. This is the person who wrote the commentary on the Talmud, and we have half a dozen or so clearly homoerotic poems, which, are problematic in a lot of ways. We talked about them, if you recall, last year, and it seems that this was the style. People wrote these kinds of poems, and the fact that he could write a poem about how good-looking he thinks a waiter is serving him food at a banquet, that was a measure of his sophistication and his worldliness. And he could also learn Gemara and publish a commentary on the Talmud at the same time. It's hard for us in our, comparatively speaking, homophobic society to understand how these two ideas can fit together, but it gives you a sense of what poetry meant as a means of communication and as a means of establishing status in this very poetry-sensitive world. One last comment. I will tell you that when one of the things that amazed me when I went to Russia, I've been there several times in the context of my research, and when I went in the late communist period, before the Soviet Union fell, and I don't know if you've ever been to St. Petersburg or Leningrad or Kiev or places like that, and you walk down the main streets, and there will be people setting up tables selling books. And the books on the tables are like classics, Pushkin, Tolstoy, Turgenev, like really important writers, like all Shakespeare-type writers. And people will stop and crowd around these tables and say, "Oh, look, there's a new edition of 19th century poetry out. I can't wait." And ordinary people dressed in clothes like they're dirt on the streets would come and buy this poetry. It was really, really valuable. Later, after the Soviet fell and all of the restrictions were removed, and you walk down and you go past those same tables, crowded, and there are lots of people all around them, all Russian translations of American detective fiction, pornography, graphic novels, things like that. It seems like communism, at least at one level, taste change, I guess. Okay, Mark.
Fixation on poetry is part of the absorption from days when the Arabs were still waiting for the ability to write poetry and to claim it spontaneously and extemporaneously was a very valued talent in that society. They brought it with them, and the Jews studied
That's amazing, fascinating. I guess it's kind of like, if you go to a yeshiva party and some yeshiva bacher will get up and start, saying a rap song or something. Monticello. Okay, yeah, there you go. We think it is cool. Okay. So, anyways, it was in this context, in his youth, that he won this poetry contest. He developed the beginnings of a very close association with the Ibn Ezra family, the most significant member of which was Abraham Ibn Ezra, a commentator who we'll talk about shortly. They shared many, many experiences together. And most of the poetry he wrote in this early hedonistic phase of his life, and I say hedonism obviously in a qualified way. It's not like hedonism like South Beach or anything. It's hedonism of 11th century Spain. He wrote a lot of poems about wine, love, about beauty, about women, things like that. That was the thrust of his poetry at the time. He had not distinguished himself in any other specific area. Then there was a major conquest in 1090 by the Berbers coming up from North Africa with a slightly different approach to Islam and a less tolerant view of many of the local minorities. So Yehuda Levi began a long period of wandering, about 20 years, which took him both into Muslim regions again and into Christian regions. Once again, he's really traveling around, seeing all kinds of things. At this time, he's primarily supporting himself with his medical skills. He's trained as a physician, and he's doing well often to the nobility in any particular town that he enters. He's also developing a quite a significant following for his poetry, and so he's really establishing fame throughout the period. There is no evidence that he lived off any specific, benefactor or was in any way supported by any wealthy individual. It seems that he really was truly independent, pursuing his art purely for art's sake, while maintaining himself as a physician. A pattern that we see also, for example, with the Rambam, who of course doesn't engage in poetry so much, but very, very prolific writer who is doing it entirely on the side, and his medical practice is what keeps things going. Which does remind me of a little joke. There are two malamdim who are talking with each other, two, primary school teachers, malamdim, and one of them says to the other, if I were Rothschild, I would be richer than Rothschild, of course, is the 19th century emblem of the wealthiest world. And the other guy says, oh, really? If you were Rothschild, you would be richer than Rothschild. How would you be richer than Rothschild? And the first says, I would give bar mitzvah lessons on the side. So he was not giving bar mitzvah lessons on the side. His medical practice was going. At the same time, he was building a larger and larger corpus until 1108, until one of his closest, a man named in Toledo, was in a political economic dispute. And this gave Halevi, how really secure am I? This is like the second major departure I've made from a city as a result of persecution. And this kind of turned his mind in many ways towards the ancestral homeland of Israel. But we'll explore that in a little bit greater detail shortly. During this time, he's also very close, as I mentioned, with Abraham and Ibn Ezra, one of a large family, all very educated individuals who are writing poetry, traveling with him, and so on. Ibn Ezra was ironically really quite poor, complains bitterly about his poverty in his commentary on the Bible, in his introductions, in his poems as well. But the two of them are fast friends, and they travel extensively throughout Spain, and ultimately they're going to travel across the coast of North Africa. According to some opinions, it was Abraham and Ibn Ezra who would accompany Halevi on his last trip to Israel, although other scholars dispute that and say it was probably his brother. There's quite a bit of legendary information to indicate that perhaps Halevi and Ibn Ezra were connected in a familial manner. Either they were cousins, or perhaps they were connected by marriage. But all of these details are lost in the dustbin of history. More data is forthcoming from the Geniza, where we may have a better idea as to the specifics of the relationship. So let's look at what made him most famous, perhaps, which is his poetry. And there are several categories that he engaged in. As I mentioned earlier, he wrote a lot of love poems, specifically in his youth. Later, he wrote quite a few eulogies. We're talking about several hundred eulogies, and these are also known as laments. They describe the dismay at the loss of a close friend. Most of these were written literally for friends. They were not written, for hire. They were not commissioned poetry. He simply wrote them of his own accord. They tend to have a very, as you would imagine, a dark tone, emphasizing the what's the word I'm looking for? Starts with capricious, right? The capricious nature of death that can attack at any moment without warning, and so on. He wrote quite a bit of religious poetry. Some of his religious poetry was included in the liturgy. We have it in both the Sephardic and in the Ashkenazi tradition. You see much of his poetry, for example, in the keynote of Tisha B'Av, the poems about the destruction of the temple and Jewish suffering that are read on the 9th day of the month of Av, which is kind of like National Jewish Bad Luck Day. And then finally, what he's perhaps most famous for are his Shirei Tzion, his Songs of Zion, about 90 of these poems, which all talk about Israel, a topic that would obsess him in the last part of his life and eventually result his aliyah, his movement to Israel. Let's look at a few of these pictures to get a sense for his personality, because we can see a little bit coming through. So these are not my translations. I picked them up off the internet. This one is a translation by Jay Hutzner. It's called The Gray Hair. One day I observed a gray hair in my head. I plucked it right out. When it thus to me said, "You may smile if you wish at your treatment of me, but a score of my friends soon will make a read." Sorry about the rhyme there, but that's the idea, right? And I can identify with this one. It's a little bit too late. Here's an example of one of his love poems. This is one of the tamer ones that I chose, but they're much about, my sweetheart's dainty lips are red, with rubies crimson overspread. Her teeth are like a string of pearls. Down her neck, her clustering curls, in ebony hue, vie with the night, and over her features dances light. The twinkling stars enthroned above are sisters to my dearest love. We men should count it joy complete to lay our service at her feet. But oh, what rapture is her kiss, a forecast 'tis of heavenly bliss. Guys, note the translation, Emma Lazarus, famous Colossus fame, right? Give me your schwitzing masses, how's it go? Something like that. Tired masses, there's no schwitzing in that. Okay. So, anyways, you get the sense of it here. The rhyme. In Hebrew, these are all Hebrew. He wrote an Arabic, very, very pro-Hebrew language patriot. He really felt that Jews should be, masters of the Hebrew tongue. This is his most famous poem. Actually, this is just the first stanza of the poem. It's quite a bit longer, but this is the one that most people associate with Yehuda Levi. Let's see. Anthony, you want to read the Hebrew perhaps so you can say it with the proper accent? Beautiful, isn't it? Fantastic. And her Hebrew is really quite excellent too. Almost a native language. So let's read the English. My heart is in the east, and I at the farthest west. This is a literal metaphor, meaning that his heart is in Israel, which is to the east of Spain, which is in the farthest west. If you go any farther west, you get west. So that's what the meaning of it is. I'm stuck in Spain, and Israel is so far away. My heart is really in Israel, but I happen to be stuck here in Spain. How can I taste what I eat or find it sweet? While Zion is in the cords of Edom, that means it's bound by Rome. At this time, and Rome is a metaphor for Christianity. At this time, Jerusalem was under the control of the Crusaders. So while Zion is in the cords of Edom, and I bound by the Arab, right? In Spain, in the Muslim culture, and so on. Beside the dust of Zion, all the good of Spain is light. Light meaning empty, right? The word is yakel be'enai, light in my eyes. Light is not heavy, and a good thing to leave it. Meaning it would be good to simply leave all of this simple stuff of Spain and go to Israel, where life is really happening. You can see the tremendous love of Zion. And I think also the meter of his poetry coming through in this short selection. It goes into much longer detail, of course, this particular poem. And we have, I think, about 400 odd poems from Yehuda Levi extant in the corpus today. Now I'd like to turn to his philosophy. Any questions about his poetry? Okay, so let's go to philosophy, something that he engaged in a little bit later in his life. The Kuzari is from, I believe, 1141. So the Kuzari is one of the most famous works of medieval Jewish philosophy. It's quite a dramatic work, written almost in a Platonic form as a trialogue between three faiths. The setting of the Kuzari is based on the story of the Khazars, which is a rather amazing story. Even though Yehuda Levi used the story simply as a vehicle for his own philosophical conceit, nevertheless, it's such a fascinating story.